Yo, check. 1-3, 1-3, 1-3. We now test two. What about you? Yeah, man. Quick run up today, boy. Bye. Mad thing, hey, you hear me? Yee. Might be doing a quick fly through and link up. You get me? Yeah. All right. Yeah, man. We here, B. You get me? Yo. If you got my G blockers, my G blockery. You hear me? Believe I may laugh, but believe me. Just me. I didn't even know what I said there. Still mumbling. Like a mumble rapper. Yo, I say nothing, no, man. Yeah, man. We're in the venue, you get me? Yeah. We're in the venue, man. Jeez. So, first of all, fuck it, Edward Colston. Man, like Edward Colston out here. Yeah, fuck all that. But, yeah, the issue is, how do we get the man them gaslight? This little waste, man. Gasses up his people to run up. Cheers, boss. Big up man like Trill. Trill for you, bro. Old tight. Yeah, old tight Jeds as well, though, man. I see your video this morning, G. Like, yo. Yeah. So obviously everyone's seen the video this morning, yeah? That's why we're asking the questions, fam. Oh, really and truly, is Tommy Robinson done out here, though? Is he dead out? Does anyone even listen to this, brother? It's just them old... You know you got your core followers, innit? They'll just go wherever. Yeah, I don't know if my man's got their sway, what he feels like he's got still. Yeah, I don't feel like my man's got that sway. Like, that galvanizing. You know, like when he first come down Speaker's Corner, and I don't know, all them football dons were gas, innit? I don't know if man still got the same sway though and all them things there. Yeah, I mean, isn't it? So, right, one sec. Let's we can. You get me? Yeah, man. So big up man like Trophy Ebo, type fun killer. Yeah. Big up yourself, guys. Yeah. The rest of the team will jump in when they're up and ready. You get me? Yeah, man. Big up Dreads though, man. Yeah. That video was nuts, cuz. yeah. Oh, sorry. I think my man's gas is gone though, still. I can't lie. Obviously, he can mobilize a couple of people, but I feel like his gas is gone though. and he's trying to use this one to get his gas back. Stella gets her groove back and all them things there, you hear me? Yeah. So, yeah, man. Yeah, I feel like my man's past it, man. I do feel like he's lost his gas though still. You hear me? Yeah, big up man like online, bro. My age. Old type, Mr. Procligy. Old type, Mr. P. My age. Old type, NLP. Top shooter. Yeah. Garwood. Yeah, man. I feel like my man's lost his gas, man. Yeah. All this FDLA and all that shit. BFLA and all them things there. I feel like my man's lost his gas, though. But we gonna talk about it for a bit. Yeah, man. We're gonna and the almighty power with the chopper. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, hey, listen though. Like, I feel my man's lost this. Yeah, man. He's not. You know, I see what happens sometimes. Yeah, someone might be a legend, isn't it? Like a true legend, and then something happens to them. Like it's like they go to jail and something. They come back and it's like they've changed. They're a bit different. It's like they're not the same no more. Yeah. That's kind of what it's like with my man's gas, man. Mm. There's new youngers that don't know who you are. They don't care about this one, that one, and so and so. They ain't heard no stories, no reputation, or nothing, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. How you say? All them mixed up processing about the BLM thing. They're youngers. Younger. They don't know about my man. Who's he? Yeah. That's for these youngers that live on the end now, yeah? They're growing up in the ends, yeah? Where their family, older family members, telling them these ends used to be racist. And they're like, what? Shut up. It's not racist like that right there, though, what? Yeah, is man overthinking it? Has Tommy Robinson even got any gas where he can gas up the air quotes white community? Security. Trust me about this BLM thing. No, the World Boss program. Yeah, me. Yeah, man. So pick up my G Block team. Go and have a little chat. I got another question though, man. I'm just trying to find out how to word it though. I got another important question I want to bring up. We'll bring it up another day still. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, all right. So, firstly, I don't think that Tommy and them had got. the gas to do how they was doing it first of all. Yeah, so. Secondly, how do I feel like get the aircoats black community gaslight like Tommy does with his thing? I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually this guy that confront Black Lives Matters. Alright, alright. So I wonder what the Antifa and all them done to say. They say, mate, the link to the chat. Tommy wants the race war. Yeah. You know what he sounded like? He sounded like he sounded like I was watching an interview one time, yeah? There was a debate, a South African debate, and the black lady starts talking to one old white don in the debate. And the way he jumped up, like, what? Yeah, he said, fuck you talking to, sort of thing. Like you can't talk like that in front of me. Know your place and all them things there. That's how my mum sort of was talking. It seemed like, you better know your place. Get back in line. Know yourself. Yo. Hey, but let me pick up Jedi again, though, yeah? His title. His show title today killed me. Tommy's coming. Not Tommy from Power. Yo, I was on the floor. Man said not Tommy from Power. Tommy Robinson. Oi, oi. Uh, so what, what can he say? What's Tommy Robinson gonna, what point can he actually make to the people that's protesting? I don't know if my man's acting like when he does his thing, people don't come out, or you get me? When it's time for them man to while out and do their bits, them man are licking down bits and pieces as well, man. Do as I say, not as I do. My thing. Yeah, man. Big up King H, big up yourself, big up Atticus now, my G, Gavin. Yeah, man. I personally, yeah, I don't feel like Tommy Robinson's got the gas. He ain't got the Bruce Leroy glow like he used to have. No? Glow's worn off, man. He ain't scared of no ghost. Yeah, we ain't scared of no ghost. Amen. Yeah. must be. Who's coming up, man? Come up and help the world, boss. Yeah, me. Taking over one city at a time. Yo, yeah, man. So, what do you think that pulling down the? How you remember? You see in Iraq, yeah, they pulled down the statue of Saddam Hussein. Bit different though, innit? Because he was the leader at the time, innit? What do you think it symbolizes? Would that statue be replaced? Edward Colston's statue. I don't know much about Edward Colston. I just know that he's a slave owner and a philanthropist. So I don't know how them two things go together. Uh, like, do you think that Bristol should reinstate the statue? Should they fix the statue? Mm-hmm. Uh, yeah, man. Big up the reanimator. Big up yourself, cuz. Mm. Yeah, man. So we're trying to talk about. Trying to talk about Tommy Robinson. I feel like his gas has run out though, you know. We need opposing voices though, man. We need any of the Tommy supporters or any man that feel like Tommy's still got the gas. You jump on, man. Jump on and tell us why you're feeling what Tommy's saying or why you're not. If we got easy, yeah, if we got easy eye, we got yourself, cuz. We got yourself. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah, we got man like NLP. Yeah, man. Jeez. Yeah, man. Mm. Hey, the statue should have come down a long time ago, but it would have set a better precedent if the government removed it. Yeah, yeah, and other similar monuments. Yeah, but do you think that they should be able to sort of be proud of the history? Even though obviously it's against my people, innit? Yeah, it's against my people. Yeah, I understand that. They're not rah rah rah. I'm obviously going to be on the opposite side of it, but should they be allowed to have the statues to commemorate what they class as uh, the great English heroes, British heroes, or people that they class as heroes? Talk about the slavers. If you talk about the abolishers as well, the slave abolitionists, they might have wanted to abolish slavery, but they didn't see the people as equal to them. They were still lower. In case said all statues are idols, fun all statues. Right, uh, you know, it's not just you get me. Even though, like again, I'm on the probably opposing side of celebrating people who own slaves. Yeah, but when you're telling someone else what they should be proud of or what they should be proud of, I think it gets a bit sticky like that. Do you think someone can sort of tell Jamaicans they can't be proud of Nanny Maroon? Total different person, yeah. Obviously, she was fighting slave owners, but some of the Maroons did make tree. Understandable. We still celebrate them, but it's a little bit different though, man. If you damage anyone's property, you should be shot dead by the owner. Okay, Ben Grant. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, man. Did you? Oh, yeah. Like Reanimator said, should they have the statues in like a museum or something? Why is it like? Why shouldn't they publicly display their statues of their thing? If you believe in global warming, you should be jailed. All right, Benny, mate. All right, Benny, mate. Benny, you're spazzing out, mate. Yeah. Or reflection. Great. But usually, though, the statues that usually are built of people are built out of like, celebrating the person in it. That said, is Tommy Robinson the barometer TV reach for any capacity? If so, you're done out here. Yeah, I can kind of say that I feel like Tommy's gas has gone though still. Yeah. I don't feel like he's got the same gas, man. I do feel like he's coattail riding. Coattail riding, trying to find former glories, yeah. Yeah, coattail riding. Oh, shit. Mighty. You get me? Come on. You telling me?
Can't. No, man.
Come on. Hey, one man in the building.
What you saying?
What are you telling me, man?
No, it's a late one for you, innit?
Huh?
This is late for you, innit?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, man.
What time did you lock off last night?
Fucking in about 2 o'clock.
Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, fucking arguing about, but you know what? Yeah, they was having an argument, but they was arguing from two different angles. So, like, yeah.
Who was it? When I last time I checked, it was Radio Raheem and Raf going at it.
Yeah, no, it was Raf, Hector, and
Ah,
and Terry. Raf
man,
Hector and Terry still.
fucking hell. He said Hector's about the size of Terry's hand.
Obviously, like Raf's from the same. Well, Raf's parents, or one of his parents, from the same area as Hector, ain't it? So
Yeah.
they got into it a little bit still. Yeah, man. Actually, what it was, was that Terry was trying to explain to Hector like some of the things that people will come at him for, innit? So he was saying that, right, obviously, when you're on the Hangouts thing, if anyone finds out any information about you, whatever it is, if they find whatever any sort of information, they'll just use it against you, innit? So, like, obviously, he's married to Judah, so they're gonna start taking the mickey out of his wife, innit? Oh, your wife's white and blah 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 blah. But he wasn't saying it. He was saying that that's what they're gonna do, innit? He wasn't saying, "Oh, your wife's white. That's why they're taking the piss out." He was saying that man will attack you for whatever you feel like can be a weakness or can make your argument look shit.
Yeah, them man there, I don't even. I try to stay away from them man there, man. They just perennial fucking chat shit artists. I don't care what they got to say. What I was gonna say, the question is, I haven't see it, but my laptop's on the actual biggest mad thing, fam. I'm definitely getting the new thing. Yeah, man. But I don't know, man. I need the pattern because I'm not like I told you, I can. There's someone that can sort me out a little thing, so it makes no sense buying it without them being able to do that for me. It's a big one as well. Like it's work, like especially when you're talking about like over a band, yeah, it matters. That like, you know what I'm saying? The quarter that's big. That's big. What slightly, but Fine, Steve. Let me read the question out to me, bro. I ain't got YouTube. I can't even get YouTube, bro. It's a mad thing.
How do we get the black community gas like Tommy does for the white community? I mean, personally, I feel like Tommy's lost his gas though, man. I feel like he's lost his gas still. But
yeah, it's because of the blue. Didn't you see?
Rally up a few people though.
Yeah, I was bantering with man like Gay Liam and what's his name? Ralph, sorry. There's bare man with the name boy. There's bare R-dons and that. But yeah, I was they call my man a loyal servant, yeah. But how can Ralph kick out Liam from their hangout or whatever, I don't know, their whatever group? And Ralph was telling man in the chat, I was like, you know what it is, my brother, yeah? I was like, you're a different brother. You literally are a brown guy that's become the leader of a white nationalist movement. You're a G, bro. No one can chat to you. No one can chat to Ralph. He's the leader. He can kick out white youths, yeah? Go on.
He's kicking out white supremacists out of a white supremacist enough.
And he's listen, I told you, listen, you know how you're a Christian, yeah? You see, God forbid, like, touch wood, if you die tomorrow, yeah, I'm gonna, like, I don't know how it works exactly, but I'm gonna put in, how you can get man canonized as a saint. I'm gonna try and get Ralph with his big ears canonized as a saint, yeah? because it's a miracle. Because that's the miracle. The miracle is becoming the leader of a white super. He's Clayton Bigsby, the brown version. He's become the leader of the organization.
If you listen, hey, Gabe, if you check on Belly Vision Global Waivers, yeah, when I was debating Ralph on Real Channel, yeah, I've got the bit for Ralph where he says it's the Clayton Bigsby. You get me? I'm
where
like,
he said
no. No, I've been saying that about him full time.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, you're the real brown white supremacist.
He's the leader, though, bro. He's like him and Mark. He's the face. Sorry, Mark's the face, and he's the brains of the operation. And you got Liam, yeah. waffling about Jewish people and Jews. And Ralph's like, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You have no voice. You have no voice here. That's a gangster shit, man. But listen, Tommy, all of these man, they fucked up, yeah? They fucked up by taking that Jewish dollar. Because or being bait about it, being very conspicuous about their Jewish sympathies. Because man like Mark Collette ain't having that shit, you get me? Man like Mark Collette serious with his thing. Like it's national socialism, isn't it? Like we're not doing up none of this white like all different types swarfies and all these different type of white. Nah, bro, it's Aryan. You get me? That's how you have to do the thing. Like that's the problem. So Tommy, man, he lost his following, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this what I'm saying, man. I feel like man's using this one to try and relight the fire. You get me? Get his old gas back.
Who?
You get me,
Tommy.
Yeah, Thomas.
What's he doing?
I see a video in Jet this morning about Tommy saying he's organising a march against Black Lives Matter or something like that.
Hey.
Yeah, so obviously that's what I said. Man's only released that video or whatever, but man's losing his gas, innit?
When I was younger, you know, one of the biggest things I kicked myself is like organizing raves is such an easy job when like people respect you. It's proper easy, innit? And it's also proper easy when you're like not even popular, like from you've got a circle of people that is all sociable. Just that circle can assist you in getting a proper large turnout, yeah. And you know what I mean? Like, it's not even like you have to be them on it guys that like has to beg friend everyone and like that's what the promoters are for. That's what your brethren that are on that type of stuff are for. You get me? And like I always felt like such an easy way to make cash, but because it takes a lot of energy, yeah, and like a bit of focus and organization, man just never bothered. And like man would see people doing it, and like sometimes they didn't make a change, sometimes they'd lose money, sometimes they make like you could tell that they made butter or whatever. And then it's like, and I'm always so upset about it. The point is, anyway, I'm saying all that to say, that's what you think these man been doing with their rallies from day, bruv. Washing cash. You know, like the white guys up north, the Tommy and his I can't remember his little idiot bridge. You know the one Rust debates, and I can't remember his name, but
James
Canny Tomo as well. That's how these men just making cash, you know, bro. Just making cash, like all of these things. The man are laundering money. Yeah, innit? Selling a little coke. Trust me, and that's you know, like your question. That's one of the reasons why like it's mad how with the black community, like we tear down our leaders, yeah. Quickly, there's always a reason why this one's a fraud and this one's accepting backhanding money and da 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 da. The reality is, yeah, I remember being on Rula Maggie show and chatting to all of the Tommy supporters, and I was like, you lot are talking about, you know, these Pakistanis blood ruining your areas, yeah, selling drugs to all these girls and that. But these men are all convicted drug dealers, bro. Like all the men you're supporting are meant to be saving these areas. Like this man used to deal coke in Luton. In his biography, he literally talks about being friends with all the shotters, and on his indictment for mortgage fraud, he had people that had other charges of possession with intent to supply of Class A. So these are people selling drugs in your area that you're advocating clean up your area.
Yeah, but that's why when you actually look at most politicians, you will find that they what I call the pit bull. They will have the community pit bull where they would rake in that money for their campaigns. So when they're doing like certain rallies or campaigns, they will rally up that money and able to put others' money into it, which can able to wash it.
Yeah, big up by the way, Terry.
Yes, I've seen it even up to like, the black community. there's certain man that I could say, like from the Ken Livingston era, there was certain man there that were connected to a next man to connected to a next man, which money was coming in.
Yeah, but I'm not even saying for like how what they the lobbying power that they're wielding by. I'm just saying on the straight up fact that these men are drug dealers. Like
Yeah.
let's assume that they've stopped. Yeah, so it's in the past. Even still, how credible can someone be? Yeah, or how can they be a candidate for cleaning up your area when they themselves are drug dealers and still have associations with active drug dealers?
Community heroes.
But I'm just saying it's just it's so hypocritical.
I know, but it's just
like under the age.
And that's the biggest thing, because a man could grow up, be a lawyer, be everything, and get shit. And then man, because he's a community hero that's been on the road, yeah, he's helped the families, he's helped this, which some of them do. But at the same time, how much people they kill off?
That's what I'm saying. Bro, listen, like that thing is a racket, blood. And I'm just reading the chat here. That's one of the main reasons as well why people are so onto Tommy now, because they're hearing he's getting money from these different fucking Zionist organizations, yeah, or that's what they allege, yeah. And then same way he's taken all this money for donations, he's not set up anything substantive like to help the victims of grooming and that. And this nigga's rocking Givenchy hoodies and jackets, big Stone Island, big Rolly, got the
donation alone. When you see the super chat, it's rolling.
Yeah. Trust no, but them man are G. Big butter, you know, big butter, man.
Set up a GoFundMe and that's it.
And you know what I say, you know, though, man's such a little snide tramp, yeah, because man don't even try to hide it. You know, man's just geeking off the door, like man's buying a yard here and that. My business, like you know, there's so much like. You know who my idol is? Do you know who my fucking idol is? You know, you know what's boxing? Do you know like a lot about boxing?
Yeah.
Oh, imagine I got gassed and said my idol, but Trey just woke up. Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Google his name now. I'm fucked. It was, you know this. What's my idol? You know.
A promoter or a boxer?
Promoter, the best promoter in the world, man. Oh my god, Floyd's promoter. What the fuck is wrong with my brain? Imagine I can think. Al Heyman. I'm gonna cut myself. Tonight. Yes, Al Heyman. Only because.
Al Heyman. Unknown gangster.
You get me? I ain't seen the interview with the fucking man.
Unknown guy, innit?
Everyone but that little shill Bob Arum has love for Al Heyman, except for obviously that wanker. Everyone that does business with man says, like, refers to him as all of his stable of fighters, says the best ever. They thank him for every fucking business decision they make. Man ain't even seen the interview with Donny.
All them promoters, they're all the damn same, man.
Nah, because you see them everywhere.
Somehow.
Steven Espinoza, Bob Arum, all these little guys, you see their little faces. Huh?
I said a lot of them man are connected to the roads.
Yeah, but I'm saying no. Al Heyman is like a level above that, in my opinion. He's not. He's different.
Yeah.
What's that
you
guy?
Know why I believe that personally as well, yeah, is because like you're saying when your name rings bells, yeah, but there's no pictures of you know, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's different. That's a different level, bro.
Different. And Floyd used to be with that guy. Is it Jazz Prince? Am I saying that right? Something Prince. Jay Prince. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Whatever. Fuck. I don't. Jay. The guy from Houston or something, or Texas.
The rapper.
Yeah. that guy, that super gangster. The whole everyone gets your chain back if you get robbed in the south.
Yeah, but that's like
Yeah.
I've forgotten the guy's name, the one that disappeared from America.
Which
He
one?
used to supply all of them, but you never got to see him. And he just disappeared off the earth. I've forgotten the guy's name. It will come to me anyway. But
You know, it's so random, yeah. I was arguing with my Virgin the other day. This is so not part of this topic, but just it was a funny combo. I was arguing with my Virgin the other day, yeah, about how you'd rather die, like anyone would rather die than be a rat. And because obviously me and him had a talk as well recently about Alpo and that, yeah. And he was like, I was like, basically you can't be a gangster. And he was like, yeah, but back in the day you used to love Alpo. Like he used to make Alpo. Yeah, and obviously you know my man come out recently, innit?
Mm.
And obviously, you know he duppied someone that called him a snitch recently. I say recently, like last 2-3 years. Yeah, like man, he's back on the Grizzly. He's back on the Grizzly, innit? Like, but obviously, you know, bare rappers are pussies. You know, bare man when he landed road, just give him bare butter and that.
Yeah, cool.
Chatting and that.
Yeah, because
And he
he's got
ratted.
bodies underneath his belt, man. He's really got bodies, isn't it, man? And enough of them, man, ain't really got bodies. So
No, but he ratted, and you know, there's many other stories like, you know,
I
there's
heard he
people
killed
that,
Rich Porter as well.
yeah,
that's like my man, isn't it? He's disappeared off the earth. The one from Harlem. What's his name again? John Barnes. Nicky Barnes, sorry.
Nicky Barnes.
Oh yes, did he get landed? Yeah, fuck Nicky though. He snitched on Guy Fisher though. Oh, Nicky's a dog.
But he's on road, but no one knows where he is.
Yeah, he's a different kind of rat. Like Alpo's a weird kind of rat. He's like a gangster rat. I don't know how to describe it, bro. He's a rat, but like he's a gangster rat. But Nicky Barnes is just a rat. Just a rat.
But yeah, but like with him, it's like no one's talked about him. No one knows where he is. Man just disappeared off the earth.
Who, Nicky Barnes?
Nicky Barnes.
Yeah, he's a rat. Fuck Nicky and his stupid glasses. He snitched on Guy Fisher's the man, bro. Guy Fisher. To be honest, I'm talking like I remember it well, but I saw that. Do you remember on BET? Do you remember that show American Gangsters?
Yeah, I've got every single.
Yeah, Guy Fisher's one made me almost cry, but I was like, nah, how you gonna do Guy like that, man?
That's what women do.
Oh, Vivian Blake was on American Gangsters as well.
You know what the worst one was? Do you remember that? Did you ever see the Black Mafia family from Philly and they drowned the baby? Yeah. That's too much, bro. That was too much, man.
But there was one guy that was out of all of them out of the American Gangster. That's the one I'm trying to remember his name. He's the one that used to supply all of them.
Who?
I've forgotten his name now. And he all he did was meet them in hotels in Miami and all that. I'll get his name. But he's the one that just disappeared right off the earth. My man would come with luxury stuff. They used to meet him up in Vegas and all that kind of places. Then next minute he just disappeared.
What happened to there was that guy that was on Hangouts. We was chatting to him, me and AS and Hetcho back in the day. We was talking to him about back in the day.
Perry.
Yeah, Perry, man. Yeah, he was telling us that it was true about Alpo and that Alpo, like, yeah. It's a weird one though, you know, because like I don't know, man. The people he snitched on was his guys, isn't it? But same way they weren't his guys. But yeah, man, it's ratting, isn't it?
Because it's a weird thing because you know when you have that, even when they have that conflict with the Brooklyn and Harlem.
No, but I remember I seen because we used to watch bro, like, you know, when we was young, yeah, we were some retarded youths. So we used to watch the same shit over and over again. Like, man, my brother had his own crib when we was young, yeah. we would watch that Paid in Full, you know, the documentary. We would watch it over and over, bro. And like, I almost like memorized all of Alpo's interview, like,
because you want to see something new in it. That's what. And and they're always emphasizing that there was going to be an Alpo 2.
Yeah, but the DVD we had bro, Wembley Market, you know, we had like 3 different DVDs. Like one was like, I think one was called Game Over, one was called Paid in Full,
yeah,
and one was like, it's like an interview with AZ and an interview with Alpo, kind of separately almost, didn't it? I think it was like a Don Diva or something or some shit like that.
Yeah. I saw all them DVDs. That was at the same time as the Come Up. That's why when I used to tell people Nicki Minaj, she was a little top for Fendi, and
Sub-Zero.
And you had the Come Up magazine. You had this Smack. You had
Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero. You had Cocaine City.
Yeah,
Cocaine City by French Montana. That was the time when French Montana wasn't even a rapper.
Yeah, when that was, yo, like I was saying, that whole Free Bigger Vel, man. Yeah, that was that. He was that nigga, like, for real. I don't think anyone like he's
Wave God.
Huh?
The Wave God.
Come on, man. He had the whole world hating Jim Jones. Like, he literally had the whole, him and True Life had the whole world hating Jim Jones.
Yeah.
Nah, I remember on that Smack DVD when True Life ran up on the fucking studio with about $1 million dons.
Yeah.
Like, nah. Yeah, that was a mad thing still.
But you see, that's what I'm saying. All these rappers you've seen today, most of them are fruitful out of it.
What DVD was it? You remember when that nigga Ransom went and slapped Joe Budden's brethren's dad or something? He slapped. He knocked on the doors like, "Where's Joe?" And I was like, "I don't know." Like someone's dad.
The Jersey niggas.
I heard of Wayne Perry.
Wayne Perry's the one Alpo snitched on still. I think he got the death penalty. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because Wayne Perry's the guy from DC.
Yeah. They hit Alpo with 14. They hit him with 14.
DC, they hate New York niggas.
Yeah, but they hit man with 14 bodies, death penalty, and he got out in the 40s, bro.
That's bad, isn't it? He must have done some super storytelling.
No, he gave them like pattern, like in the UK, I've heard, obviously I don't know personally, but like when you get nicked, yeah, like if I don't know, like if you got a decent sized indictment, they will do something called TIC, right? And it's basically taken into consideration. So if you give them a lot of crimes that you've committed and you can solve crimes that obviously the first priority is they would like you to snitch on yourself and then snitch on other people, right? If you give them enough, there's no like deals they'll cut, but it can improve your sentence. So like, and obviously you don't have the chance of getting, get arrested or charged with any other crimes. So I can't remember why I brought up. Oh yeah, sorry, with him. So he solved every single one of the murders. That's why. Do you know what I mean? It's like he's gonna give you his own 14, give you 10 of another motherfuckers, probably 10 of another person's, and so he's gonna solve 50 murders. He's gonna close the book on 50 murders, which helps the feds and the state. I remember he's did it across state lines. So he's murdered in New York. He's probably murdered in New York State, and then he's murdered in probably Jersey as well, and DC, maybe Philly or something. So that's like for the feds, they're like rare. We get to close like probably 20, 30, 40 open homicides. We get to close them and
you know what, yeah? That's what I'm saying. In them old school days, yeah, that's what America was gangster. But now like 6ix9ine being fucking rap tunes released after snitching and all that shit, it's like, man, it's losing its gas, man. Yeah, America losing its gas, man. Trust me.
But 6ix9ine he was never like a serious artist. He was more like a Vine Instagram kind of sensation, isn't it? You know what I mean? He was never an artist. Like, what fucking verse do you remember him on?
I don't even know none of his shoes.
I don't even know. I know. Do you know?
I only heard of him when he started snitching.
No, I know about him from that guy that did that you know that video of him Treyway. His nigga is Treyway, nigga. Treyway, nigga. That's all I know. I know that's the guy that he snitched on. But you know what it is?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man can't tell Alpha is a snitch to his face though. You know that. It's him. You can't tell him he's a snitch, fam.
Or you better have your gun drawn first before you tell him he's snitching, innit?
Yeah, like you see how I speak for them kind of guys, yeah, like I don't know anyway, bro. If man's
because he's a killer, innit, man? That's what I'm trying to say, brother. He's actually a killer, innit? So he'll shoot you, innit? Like if you're not willing to shoot him, then like what? You better shut your mouth, then, innit?
That's what I'm trying to tell Respect and Dan, man. Like you're not trying to bag your shit, yeah. Because you know it's like it's like rape is wrong, innit? Like rape is wrong, innit? And obviously, obviously, I don't know personally, but I imagine if I went to jail, I think rapists and nonces and them people they can't paw around my sides, innit? But there's an assumption there that you're gonna be able to beat up this rapist. But if there's some whamble rapist and no one else on the wing is saying nothing about it, like you man are like, what? Hey, this guy's a rapist, you know? Man are like, yeah, do your thing, innit? Mash the works, innit? Obviously, like you're on your own, innit?
Because most of the time, when the man they come into jail, they don't come with paperwork, so they come in silent, innit? So when they come in silent,
yeah, because obviously your paperwork's locked up. Man has to ask you for your paperwork, innit?
Yeah,
unless you slip, like, and you got you're on remand, and you got all your shit or your fucking or your appealing your conviction or something. That's something, man. Just catch your shit.
Yeah, because once it leaks out or they see it on the news or something, it's peak. Now that's when they have to send it to the wing, innit?
That happened to one man at breakfast in the breakfast queue thing, bruv. His thing was on this morning, in the morning before breakfast and shit. Man convicted of murder because his girlfriend found his confession paper or something, and then he tried to kill the girl that gave the confession, and boy, he got fucked up, bruv, at the breakfast servery thing. Fucked, choked out with the fucking shoelace while the other brother was smashing his face in, but he was fucked.
What's wrong with this troll?
Don't do that. Leave them, man. But what I'm gonna say, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, bruv. You can't, bruv. Man, everyone should be careful. You should be careful with the confidence, yeah, with which you talk about busting up this one and that one, and I'll fuck up this person and that person. Man, for like snitching is wrong, innit? Like if you're a rat, yeah, I don't know, I don't believe in heaven and hell, but if hell existed, I don't know about eating pork, but if you rat on your friends, yeah, you're going to hell, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you rat on your friends, you're a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? You should die a painful death, not at my hand, but just in general, innit?
You knew what you was going into in the beginning.
Yeah, but I ain't chatting this. I'll kill all rats. Big up Pistol Pete and them, man. That's their thing, you get me? I ain't chatting this. I'm gonna kill all rats, innit? But there's a bag of man that chat shit about killing drug dealers and that. You're not doing none of that. You wouldn't even tell them to their face. You wouldn't even tell them that there was a pussy off for sending anybody to country. You wouldn't tell them that. There's a bag of man that will tell you what they did, and you wouldn't tell them shit to their face.
Shit. Yeah, you want to say shit.
You would spud them and you'd get butterflies in your stomach if they called your name, bro, because you man are family, bro. You're family, bro. Stop it.
If
Stop.
they told you to come and chat to them in their cell, fam,
Yeah.
you know what time it is, cuz you shut your
Oh,
mouth, bro, and just chill out, cuz.
there's one guy that from West. You know, once if he calls your name, you had to run. Cause it was an abomination, and he used to get enough man in jail.
You say so?
I said he used to get enough man in jail.
What? Who? What?
You know, like what do you call it? Pulp Fiction.
Mm.
Mm.
Oh, what rape?
Mm-hmm.
Astaghfirullah.
There's certain man like that. You just don't even just get into their circumference. It doesn't make sense.
Love, fam. Man was talking about getting banged up, cuz. Yeah, that's a different level, cuz.
And then man, they're no skinny man. So imagine when you're in the cell.
Yeah, them man are moving like the fucking Kratos. They're fucking brothers and telling man that you can't call them gay and that.
Bruv, hey, what I was saying, I mean, from what I read and stuff, yeah, like, there's youths in jails with big weaponry, like, big machinery, yeah, in jail, and people are like, bro, why do you need that in jail? Like, isn't that bait to have that, like, Rambos, whatever, like, all types of mad shit, yeah, and it's like, nah, it's for them brothers, because there's some human beings, yeah, yeah, a folded tuna can lid is not gonna do the job for you, bro. A razor blade, yeah, is not gonna do the job. Like, they will grab you. They will take the cuts. They will take a 1 few cut. Like, you need to either be mob handed or have something organ rearranging kind of weaponry. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the man that, you know, when there's so much stories going about this Don, yeah, and man are saying that, right, people are even scared to fight man now, man are like, oh, you have to shoot, man. I don't even think you can fight man. You have to just shoot him, or you have to kill him. You have to do something because he's too dangerous and all them shits. Yeah, them man there.
When I was young, yeah, like when I was younger, so one time, let me rephrase this. What I'm saying is, bro, because you kids out there, a knife won't solve all your problems. You can get disarmed, you know. You get, don't like it's not
even worse, bro.
Yeah, in it, like this I can say. One time my brethren got disarmed. We didn't get he used it, but it didn't work out great. He had like a wrench or something, and that shit ended up getting used on him and me. So it's like, rather man didn't even bring a tool to the fray, and you know what I'm saying.
That's what happened to one in East. But man come with two cutlass, but the bread was fast and knocked him out. Man had the 2 cutlass on the floor and knocked out.
Yeah, no, that's like the fucking youth that they thought they was gonna rob his watch, innit? Yeah, but they fucking double crossed him, innit? Yeah, obviously because the youth weren't from his ends, innit? Yeah, my man thought he was coming to rob his watch, brother, and they knocked him out, brother, and left him naked in the street, fam. Mad thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I tell you, London has had some madness.
Yeah, but anyway, all I'm saying is I don't think snitching is. I'm very against. Snitching scum should die slow. But I don't think I'll call Alpo a snitch if I saw him still. I don't think
bro, who's that Alpo, yeah? Bro,
No. I'll be honest. There's something in my heart. There's a part of me in my heart for my youth that would want to salute him, but the principles are, come on, bro. You can't. You ratted, bro. Like, even if my bridging ratted, yeah, like I'd fall like my bridging over ratting, even if like it not saying he snitched on me or whatever. Like when we was young, one time we got stopped by feds, yeah, and there was a joke going around about someone saying something to the Fed, like basically like, because obviously it's a peak one, and so and like not snitching, but basically like saying something that could have hotted up, whatever. And my thing was, if anyone believes that story is true, then that ain't man's guy no more. But the fact no one really is like we're sticking it on them is just a joke, isn't it? But yeah, but it's like if you really believe that happened, then you know you can't be friends with my man no more, innit? Like, no matter about all the spend time at people's houses and you get me all the things, man. Like, nah, bro. Like, he's letting you some piece or something, nah, bro. Not shoot a rat on you, bro. Can't be your friend.
Yeah, man, that's why man tries to tell the youths them that it's not even about this gangster life, this road life or whatever. Just do your shit that you're supposed to be doing, bro, because your life will be much easier. You'll have more fun, more comfortability. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the road is dead.
Road life. It looks glamorous from if you're a meerkat, brother, but if you're actually involved in it, I don't know if it's going to be the same as it looks. You get me?
Especially now, bro. Like when I think about like the 80s, 90s, 70s. I watched a movie the other day. I think it's called Thief, and it's like from the 80s, and it's about this safe cracker or something. And I was like, man, these men are moving with no gloves. These men are moving with no mask, nothing. There's no such thing as DNA. DNA don't even exist. DNA evidence don't even exist at that point. Like, man are doing up big. The alarms are like some joke thing. Man are just doing some little young rewiring, you know, like a little young rewiring on the back. It's like, bruv, it's like the level of sophistication you need to be an expert in any field of crime now. The level of like diligence that you must have. It's like it's not worth it because you need to literally be a genius to be successful at crime. Some element, some aspect. You need to be either fully retarded or really, really smart to be getting away with crimes. And it's like, if you're going to be really smart, why don't you put it to better use, bruv? And you can have safe, steady, like a safe, steady income. Like, you know, if you see, if you do crime and you make 100 racks a year, that 100 racks, yeah, is worth less than someone that's making that 40 racks a year. Because that 40 racks a year can at least enable, because they're doing it legitly, that enables them to, let's say, get a mortgage, or that enables them to get a loan and start their own business. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much more benefit to not getting fast money, and being like, you know what I'm saying, being fucking an upstanding member of society, bro. If you get me, bro, if you can hold your head high.
But there's other ways to get fast money that's not illegal.
Yeah, and the only risk is you lose all your money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is such thing as fast money, bro. It's just that you can find legal fast money, man.
But even I don't
you have to use your brain.
Yeah, that's the difference. It's like, bro, if you like, because it's the same way as like, you know certain people that really enjoy their job, yeah. There was a point where they had to work really hard to get good to enjoy their job, whatever it is. That, you know, like 10,000 hours you have to put in time to learn your skill. And so what you're really saying when people is you want like the fast money man are talking about is retarded money, because it's basically like, and then you know what the deal is. You're gonna pay for it anyway, bro. You're gonna have to sit down. If you have to sit down indoors, you're gonna have to pay for it anyway, bro. So, you know what I mean?
And it's like you saying, especially if the way that you're living or you're earning money is obviously through crime, the rate of probability means that you have to get caught for one of the crimes that you do in it.
Yeah, like if you do drugs, bro, like it's just literal exposure all day long, every day. You're just waiting to get nicked. Then let's say you're looking at a free. Then let's say you're like, you know, I don't want to sell drugs. I want to get a lump sum of money. Well, there's most likely going to be aggravating factors. So even though it's less exposure, the one time you get nicked, so let's say you go to jail 4 or 5 times when you sell drugs. Let's say you only go to jail one for some kind of, you know, armed robbery or aggravated burglary or something. You're gonna end up doing exactly the same time as all of the different, you know what I mean? So it's like you're gonna get, bro. You always gonna have to pay. You always have to pay your way, bro, in life, regardless. Whether it's effort, whether it's as in like the form of a punishment. So it makes more sense to just focus on something you really enjoy doing and get really good at it, and then get paid for your passion, isn't it? And that's and it gives you options, bro. Like from you get nicked and go Joe, you don't have options. But if you just try, you know, to get to be good at to be skilled, you could try 5 or 6 different skills, and the worst thing that's going to happen is you don't get exactly the sort of amount you wanted. You know what I mean? Or you don't. You know what I mean? Maybe you're not. Maybe your talent doesn't like make you the best at that specific field, but still strings to your bow. You get me? And you still have the option to do other things. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. So one of them ones, you got me. Fucking. Like say, man, there's better other little things you can do that are not like crime oriented, which means.
But then
like,
you know,
say, man, especially.
But it's funny though, don't you think that what some things that we will call crime, but then when other people are doing it, it's not crime.
Like.
You know, so let's say, for instance, from when them families were selling cocaine, or when the British were selling heroin at that time, it was fine. Now it's on the streets. It's now a crime.
You know, America controls heroin now, B.
Yeah, because they took over
Afghanistan, isn't it, man?
But we're not. But man's not talking about in the eyes of God or nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not about what's morally right or wrong. It's what is going to get you locked up and put in jail.
Or not.
Like,
yeah.
No, you know when youths are like, some youths have to carry a knife or a gun. I'm not telling certain youths that you don't have to carry a knife or a gun, because I can't bring you back from the dead, innit? Like, I can't bring you back from the dead. But if only the youth themselves know if they really need a gun or need a knife. And if you don't, then you shouldn't be carrying one. If you're gonna starve to death if you don't sell a rock, if that shit's even possible, then I would advise you to do it, sell whatever, or rob whatever, or steal the bread, or steal whatever. But if you can do something else better, you should do something else, because it's like, you're gonna get nicked.
It's more self-defense, but once they've purchased it, the ego taps in.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say to you is, I'm like, maybe you're right. Maybe there's actually a person that needs to have a gun, and that the only way that they're not gonna die is if they clap someone that's coming to clap them. Maybe that's a real scenario. So for him, maybe we won't say whatever. But if let's say that same youth's got a burner, and we're telling him, and secretly he doesn't need it. I'm saying it's not. Don't worry about, like, the government isn't God. Yeah, everything they say isn't right and wrong, but they will nick you for it, bro. They will send you to jail for 5 years. So maybe the best advice to that youth would be, keep your options open and don't be a firearm offender.
Yeah, but that's why you'll get more youths who rather carry the knife than carry the gun.
Right, but I'm just saying in general, like, when we say don't do crime, it's not the government is the biggest criminals. They killed Tony Blair killed 1 million Iraqis, and he gets paid £400,000 for after dinner speeches. Like, we know the game's rigged, but you're not fucking Tony. You ain't got big ears like Tony Blair, bro. So I would advise you to keep your options open and be successful in life.
Hey Jim, listen. You know on every estate, every ends, yeah, that's an ends or whatever, yeah. There's one of the local man them, yeah, that's not doing this thing no more, but is teaching the youths how to do boxing, MMA, or some sort of martial arts sort of things like that. Yeah, that's on every end, isn't it? Yeah, so really and truly, yeah, it's like the parents should be bringing their youths to them sort of things there, yeah, car. Even just that could alleviate a lot of the knife crime and sort of stuff like that as well, man. If people are actually confident in flipping, holding their hands up, taking a loss to win, you know what I'm saying? Like, all them sort of shits there.
But remember, having a burner is like having a piece of luxury, innit? You know, if I can afford an £800 pair of trainers, What's a burner?
No, no, mate. That whole thing, like the whole vibe, like the whole that thing's a bit more different than. That's why I use that as an example. Because that's a bit more different than just making money. Like some
But then,
some people
Yeah.
need. Listen, if someone's coming to kill you, I don't know this personally. I've never had this in my life, but if someone was coming to kill me, and that person had shot other people before, probably or maybe killed other people before, I don't really know how to explain to someone that they don't need a gun or that they shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, you're in a bit of a because, and especially where it's like, if you tell the police, then you've just tripled, quadrupled the amount of people now that are coming to kill you. So it's not only this guy now; it's other people. Maybe your friends are going to kill you. So like, and people, I guess these judges and that never take this into account. It's like you can't bring the kid back to life. You know, he's only got one shot at staying alive. So you can give him 30 years, you can give him 5 years, you can give him IPP, you can give him this one, you can give him that one. But when he's on his own, yeah, and he's not with all his friends, and he's sitting there burning his spliff thinking, I literally, like, before the end of this spliff, someone could come and kill me now. That's deep stress, yeah. And then someone's gonna tell him like, don't carry a knife or a gun, like. That's tough, you know, bro. It's a tough.
And what do you think? I keep saying, yeah. That's why I always keep talking about money all the time, innit? Yeah, because it's only fucking money that is keeping people in these situations. I bet you, yeah. If there was, it's hard like to imagine, yeah. But if there was no such thing as like monetary gains or whatever, yeah, like something like that, yeah. Then most of the crimes would be gone. Get me? Like most.
Yeah, there's still probably be violent crime, like over chicks and that. You know what I mean?
I'll say most.
But then remember that there was different formats of man on the road, didn't it? You had certain men that were robbers, you had certain men that were drummers, burglary. Then you had certain men that were doing drugs. You had certain men that were doing fraud. But then you had a certain man that were from the estate that they were just known for fighting.
Yeah.
And those
they'll always be violent. They'll always be
I would say
violent.
both, yeah. Even half of the violent crimes, yeah. I would even say even more than half of the violent crimes, yeah. A lot of the violent crimes, yeah, are down to fucking money.
Yeah, I'm saying it's majority of it now, but you see, there is certain man that you just know they'll do anything just for the sake of doing it.
But like, you know, can I ask you a question? Yeah, do you know, like, for example, yeah, like a fight, yeah, that is over nothing. So you know, I don't know, man. Someone screwed someone. Someone didn't know who someone else was like that.
Because certain wars end up just because of a girl.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying I'm trying to look at the most simple so yeah, a chick would be outside of money, but maybe money might tie into that somehow. But so let's just say, like, you know what I'm talking about, the ones where it's actually stupid. How it started was so stupid. Like even fights with people with brethren happens like that. Like you're with a group of people and you're cool with another group of people, but someone in your group of people screws someone, and now people that were once cool are beefing over absolutely nothing, yeah. And it's perpetuate, like it will keep going even though it started from absolute nothing. Like money ties in the end. It's like man can't make money around like whatever, or I swear my man's got this like a super or something, and then you know that man want to rob this one and that one. But a lot of times, yes, it's just not adolescence. It's like testosterone or whatever, or like posturing and that, and it happens in every community, bro. It probably even happens with posh shoots and you know what I'm saying, well-to-do people as well. They do have fights. I know that for a fact, actually. So I think like violence ain't the same as like crime, making money from crime. The extreme violence, well, that's obviously we know that's
because you know, like sometimes when you have some area code fights come from something so stupid that it's escalated over the years that even the people that are fighting in the long run don't even know what they're fighting for.
Yeah, better. But I always hear that, like when I hear about these historic gang wars and gang beefs, a man are like you ask someone who is in the know, like how did it start or what is it all about? More time they're like, I don't even know, fam. I don't even know. Or in America, you always hear them guys like, I don't know, nigga. Like, it's because they're on the other side, isn't it? That's it.
That's the same thing with all these ends beef with, well, the old school beefs from when I was younger, where it's like Ghetto Boys versus Peckham Mutes, 28s versus Peckham Mutes versus Ghetto Boys versus Woolly Boys versus so and so. All of them, like, none of the people in the beef could know the first incident of why these beefs even started.
But you know, that's what I was trying to say. Like, you know, when there's like, there could be like 20, 30 man, yeah, and another 30 man, and there could be like 10 man in each group of 30 man could be mad cool with each other. Like, oh, that's my brother, man, or that's my cousin, or something. And somehow the group will still end up fighting. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of the ones where it's like, you know what, we're mobbed up. Like, it's I don't know. I guess it's like a machismo thing, just amongst generally young men. That's just like, it's just bound to happen. It's inevitable in every. You know, I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to speak for myself, but you know what I'm talking about.
Afternoon, Belly. How are you?
Yes,
I don't want to detract to what you guys are saying. I just saw Terry and what's up with that? I saw Terry and Black Ice TV here. I just wanted to ask, I saw your shows last time, the last one. They were talking about the music industry or the music record labels, and they were talking about artists. I think it was 4 or 5 days ago, maybe 3 days ago.
Oh, on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
Exposed.
Yeah.
You man, listen, I got to jump off here. Big up Richie, yeah. Big up Terry. Big up Witness. Old tight, would that being old tight James Jones, stop shooting and all them things there. You get me? Like, I'm going to jump back on after I do this job though, yeah? So, keep the conversation going. I'm going to be listening from YouTube. Anyone that needs to jump on, I'll just add them in, yeah? So, big up all the man them still.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I wanted to say thanks for that show. You both of you have done a couple of shows like that more than once. Find it interesting. I was just wondering, is it possible if you do one like that where the people there could be talking about how we can like try and empower ourselves, like understanding things like PRS, songwriting, how you can like make sure when you write a song it doesn't get stolen and stuff like that. And how you can
we could be having that what's happening is that you have the artists that come through, and then eventually like people that will be hosts, so do you have producers and people in the music industry as a host. So yeah, that will be coming in future tenses.
Cool. I look forward to that. I mean, I've done the research on, making sure your royalties and how you get them. It's always good to learn more. And it seems those people have a lot of knowledge. I just look forward to when they start talking about that stuff.
Yeah, just getting it there, getting the momentum off. But the music industry, as I said, is a filthy industry anyway. So
true. And I just wanted to say, don't worry about last night when what's his name, Hector was using you. Hector hates all Nigerians. Hector hates Yorubas, Hausas, Fulanis. He was even insulting the Ishan, and Raf is part of the Ishan from the same region as Hector. It's strange.
You know, the funniest thing with Hector, yeah, is that he doesn't get it why people will get at him. And as an African man, that's one stage. As you being with a European woman is another stage. So when people are debating, they're gonna find your weakest points. So if you become insulting, of course they're gonna attack you, and it's just simply as what it's gonna be. So, but he didn't want to hear that.
He decided to just abuse you and Raf and who else? Yeah, it's just the both of you. Yeah.
I just left him to his run. God.
Mm-hmm.
He's setting it off, Terry. As though he's in. He comes to other channels and setting it off.
No, I'm not even setting it off, mate. It's just people just run when they don't understand why. Yeah.
It's just you and your logic, man.
Right.
I learned from you, James. They just don't understand common sense.
What was going on with what's his name yesterday? Raheem went nuts. He just jumped on, started having a go at Black Lives Matter, and there was no one on the panel who actually supported Black Lives Matter. So I was like, who is he complaining to?
It's burning him because I don't know. He's got something with the Black Lives Matter, but you know, at the end of the day, we can complain and cuss the Black Lives Matter, but who is standing up for us? Who's pushing the narrative? Why don't we use it to our advantage? No one's doing that.
True.
Do you know what I mean? You see all these people marching. Where's our people marching and doing their own march? And you know what I mean? They can even put up the Black Power if they want to. There's nobody doing that.
And from what I've seen, the Black Lives Matter in the UK, correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't seen them like smash up stuff. But if they have, I'd like to know. I've seen the ones in America do it.
No, there's been no riots here. There was a couple times where the police was trying to aggravate the crowd and ride into them and try and cause a couple fights. I swear at the first protest, there was only like 11 arrests or some shit like that.
I saw one policeman try to ride on his horse and get knocked out by
the traffic light. Yeah.
Shit.
All fix you.
What did you say, James?
Apparently, it's a woman, isn't it? She got decapitated by the traffic lights.
And she did up 60.
And the horse kept going. He was like, "Fuck you, bitch." He kept it moving.
But this is their stupidity, isn't it? But I was thinking it could. I think yesterday it could have. If the police triggered it, it could have happened.
What, the riots?
No,
riots.
The protest.
Yeah, but I'm saying like as in it would have turned into riots.
It could have if you wanted. If
I think a lot of people
they've been looking.
A lot of people want it to, innit?
Man.
Yeah, well, that's it. They want to get it whipped up, cause civil unrest. You know what I'm saying? Remember, we're in the middle of a lockdown, so at some point they're gonna draw that card.
It could have if the protest was in somewhere like Oxford Street.
No, but you know, there's people right now that are still protesting outside Dominic Cummings' residence and shit. Swear down, there's people. I saw it the other day, or yesterday or the day, whenever that the protest was. There was people outside Dominic Cummings' protesting. But this is the reality of why they're endorsing these demonstrations, because it's taking the attention and the focus off what people should be frustrated and aggravated about.
Yeah,
what exactly is going on with our economy and our thing, like,
well, that's where the Black Lives Matter thing comes in and hijacks the energy and naturally moves it away from what's really supposed to be happening, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point of those movements. Soon as it kicks off, this Black Lives Matter moves in. They already got other agendas going on. So again, straight away, everything's diverted. If there is ever a sit down, which I doubt, with the authorities, they're going to be calling these people now to come and sit down and talk about stuff when they're not representing the main movement. And this is the trick.
Oh, man. That's why I said people need to step up.
Black people are perennially put in these tough situations where it's like, on the face of it, you know, the idea behind or the sort of mission, not necessarily mission statement, but the mantra itself is something that Black people, I guess, should endorse wholesale. But then it's like, you know what comes attached to this. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're constantly in the catch-22.
Yeah, because you know the funniest thing is, if you looked about last year or the year before, you would when they did their stupid gay pride in the West End, they converted it. If you looked at all the buses and all the traffic lights, it was called love, like what do they call it? All Loves Matter.
Yeah.
rainbow. They've changed the traffic lights. They put the feminine symbol on the crossing roads, and they had two men holding hands and all sorts in West.
It's a joke business.
So you can
And remember, they killed the original organizers of that Black Lives Matter. Don't ever forget that. They actually killed all of the head people that started that original movement.
Who were the original movement?
When it started in what's that town in is it Flint?
Michigan.
The little town where they were having all the shootings in Michigan. And that's where the original Black Lives Matter thing started up. That statement, the people was rioting and obviously protesting. And the original starters of that movement, I think it was at least 4 guys and some other people, but at least 3 to 4 of them all got found in cars, burned up, shot up, different things. So all the original people that started that movement came with that slogan, was doing the original activism underneath that banner are literally dead. That's why all the people that you've got here now representing it, I don't even know where they're coming from, how they got placed in, but they're not part of the originals.
Can I don't know what the fuck Raheem was saying yesterday, but I don't really argue for or against, yeah. But I would ask anyone that argues for, what is the what is the mission statement, number 1, of the organization, and then number 2 specifically concerning these riots demonstrations or protests. What is the objective, or what is the ultimate objective? No, I'm not saying any of you have to personally answer it, but I would like to know.
I was going to say, because I don't know what they're on now. It's funny though, but we got a link to possibly one of the main leaders of Black Lives Matter UK. I'm investigating, trying to see if I can get her on the show.
Yeah.
And before we even say a word, she's a lesbian, she's this, she's on certain aspects already that have cross purposes in that movement. But again, I would like to speak to her to ask her those same questions. What is your official remit? What are you supposed to be doing? How did you get in charge of this thing? How did it come to you? Because again, it's no coincidence that they're all lesbians and gay people who are running it now. So I'd just be asking the exact same question that you're asking now. But I am trying to make a link right now and see if I can get one of them on there. And it would be nice to ask them questions. What are you supposed to be doing?
Yeah, because straight up, obviously, for people to take a firm stance, either opposing or on this, or endorsing this movement, I think they would need to know that. So whenever people are, what do you think of these protests? What do you think? I mean, the most honest answer most people should give is, I don't know, because these are clear. They're not clear. At first, I think it was something that they wanted in America, they wanted the people charged, and then I've since read subsequent to the protest, and that apparently all the people have been charged with varying degrees of homicide, murder, different degrees or whatever of homicides. Yeah. So outside of that, now I think they were asking for major policy change, but one would have to ask, if you're saying to support it, what exactly, what kind of policy change do you want? What is the specific policy that you think is wrong, and the specific policy you want to change, or what is the kind of gestures they can make to make you think that the problem will go away, has gone away, can go away? Because for man to say, oh, I support Black Lives Matter, or I support this, is obviously the sentiment behind it. Obviously everyone supports that, innit? Well, sorry, every non-racist person, non-white supremacist supports it. But outside of that, the actual organization, bro, it's not easy to just say, man.
Because even the UK one, when I looked at it and did a little bit of my homework, it is that even with this, the last few days, in them making 400,000 of donation to GoFundMe, I want to know what the hell are they going to use that money for?
Yeah, I heard my man's family got like 13 point something mil.
Yeah, but what are they going to use the one that they raised in this country? What are they going to use that money for?
I know, but you know, some wicked man thing. You know, there's probably some black guy that died, that got murdered by police like a few months before George Floyd, and his family ain't got a penny. You know, it's sick. Like when they meet, like I know obviously no one's happy that their son or father or relative has died, yeah. But you know, this family is lucky that somehow this, you know what I mean, this media fucking storm has got behind them, because outside of that, that man took 13 million. Like you wouldn't even have got that as a settlement from the state. From
And the thing is, he hasn't even got his settlement yet.
yeah, ain't gonna wait. Sure, shit ain't getting no 13 fucking mil. That's
But like even Floyd hasn't even got his settlement yet because he's still got to go through the courts. So even with that alone, it's I don't know.
The media is so divisive, man. Like, was it that guy, some white guy, Why So Religious, come on there the other day, and he was talking about man had fentanyl and methamphetamine and whatever in his system. And it's like the way they drip feed this information, same with the Ahmaud Arbery. Like first this jogging, then he's wearing cargo pants, then he's apparently a burglar, then he knows the person, then he had a fight with the person. It's like all of this, they create this, it's like real controlled opposition type shit. It's like what they call it, dialectical shit. Like you create this, you know, this big injustice, and then you start filtering through extra information that galvanizes the opposition. So someone who's already racist and is like, fuck, I don't care if a black guy died. Now you give them ammunition to say, well, actually, this black guy was a thief. Actually, he was this. And then you create this fucking, this fucking mass sort of
like the £20 note. But even when you go back to the Black Lives Matter, all three of them worked in hardcore media. And at the top of its game,
organizers.
Yeah, the founders, the American founders now.
Okay, I know. To be honest, I'm so ignorant. I know nothing. Like, I haven't really engaged with this topic at all. I know nothing about nothing. I don't even do. I don't even watch. I haven't even seen the clip of my man. I don't watch that shit no more. Like all these clips of people getting choked.
You know what it is? It's just like I just questioned it, the company itself, the organization, because it's just the way it's just injected itself right after it. And it's like, it's now the new, what we call the new call out, where if someone black dies or gets hurt or something happens, the first protocol is to say Black Lives Matter.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would be more effective to say Black Lives Don't Matter, because that's more true. It's more honest.
No, so it's how can we go along with it or counteract it in its format? So like I looked at another organization, they call themselves Black Minds Matter, and they made 200 and something thousand in donations. Because that was the mental illness. So
yeah, that's, I mean, yeah.
The statements work all day long. Black Lives Matter, Black Minds Matter. They all work. It's just who's operating it now. That's where it is. That's where it gets so divisive, because the sentiment in this climate works. There's no real argument in it. You're killing bare black people. So yeah, what, don't we matter? So I get it. And that's why originally it was created out of a need for the same thing, to highlight that we're getting killed disproportionately. But that's the beauty of these situations like religion. It's using natural things to tweak you into doing certain bits and then giving you a different name for you to recognize. Rather than you recognizing your position in nature, you're giving it off to Jesus, Allah, or whoever. You understand? It's a beautiful diverter. It's a converter of energy. You understand? That's the real trick of it. The sentiment is great, fine, it works. Who's controlling it? That's the problem.
Yeah,
I mean, that's man. That's like I said. That's to be honest. If I ever was to engage this fully, that would be my first. That would be my starting point. Like to track it completely and to track it like contextually. Like what precisely was happening? All of the moving parts surrounding it. What was the motivating factors for them? Or what had transpired within their what was their trajectory prior to their interaction? Because it's a very simple statement. George Soros and the globalists are creating anarchy to achieve the new world order, but that's actually a statement in itself. But that means that's a baseless assertion. So you have that on the one hand, then you have people that are, I guess, within the movement and maybe passionate and blinded, saying, "What if you don't agree with us? It means you don't like black, you don't value the black lives." You got the two extremes on both ends: the hyper conspiracy theorists, or actually, sorry, the super racists as well that use this sort of
even in the narrative of the Black Lives Matter, if you're in forms of a corporate business and you see what Black Lives Matter's ordeal and you know that it looks like it could create a change, then you will have people like George Soros that will say, you know what, let me just give a donation to make and see what will happen if they get a certain amount of funding. Because you won't see George Soros saying, yeah, let me put some money into Black Power or the Pan-African movement, but he will put money into something that he knows that it can create something.
Yeah, they're not coming for it.
So he doesn't need to do that. He doesn't even need to do nothing. He knows that that's by itself would do. Once they've got that funding, it's a killer.
From the end of the Cold War, there ain't no massive institution that is funding any kind of nationalist movements anywhere in the world, bro. The last ally that any nation attempting to nationalize had was the Soviets, and them man did a gun, bro.
No one's doing anything publicly, but as we're talking about, powers that be know to hedge their bets. This is what's called buying the bullets and the bandages. So you're ready on both ends. You understand, to capitalize. So you don't do funding outwardly or publicly, but again, you fund it undercover and help control, if possible, the leadership, which is what we're talking about with Black Lives Matter. So as Terry said, if they do come to the table, you already know and who's going to be sitting across from you. So there's already a basis of relationship, and this is where, again, you can water down now your negotiations with them. But in this case, they've watered down the whole generalized policies of the whole Black Lives Matter. So as we said, and as enough people's already said in the chat, it's a gating now. The agenda has been skewed. You're trying to actually bring this argument that the gay struggle is the same as racism. So again, just like when Obama was president and everybody was expecting, yeah, he's going to do this and that for black people, but he didn't, and he did more for the gating. That's what's going to happen again.
Because you hear
that there has been some tangible benefit. I'm not sure what it's a result of, if it's Black Lives Matter, if it's the protests, if it's just the footage of George Floyd, if it's the amount of opposition or pushback that there hasn't been to Black Lives Matter. One thing I'll say is something like the NFL reversing their position on kneeling during the national anthem. That is a change in what I have to say is a positive direction. Or the fact that there's players now that cannot refer to any stance in support of Colin Kaepernick as being anti-American or anti or unpatriotic or whatever it was they were saying. I mean, that is
because they attacked one player already from the Saints.
Drew Brees. I saw that.
He made a comment. They just shut him down.
Yeah, but prior to that, it's like anyone in the world could say that's unpatriotic. And aside from Nike, that's why you got to big up Nike every time, man. Like I'd say,
what? Nah, they get no big ups. They get no big ups.
Well,
None
Nike,
of them do.
Nah, Nike.
None of them do.
Nike big has to get
capitalize on the situation And even the Colin Kaepernick, again, this is another Black Lives Matter hijacking. Because when you look at his situation, there was 2 other players that was kneeling before him, going on with certain bits. They're out now. You don't even hear their names. I can't even remember their names myself. But they're out there. They're not getting no recognition. They're not getting no love. And even on the Kaepernick one, if you're reversing your decision and you're saying, yeah, maybe we was wrong, then you owe my man a bag of money, innit? Because you destroyed his career. And this is the usual thing about racism, that it's one thing to say, all right, there's a problem. But it's another thing to make reciprocity and justice for what you've done. And that's the problem with the system. It's not trying to do that. It's fully trying to push on ahead with no reciprocity. There's no justice. So it's one thing to admit something, but again, it opens the doorway where, okay, if you're admitting that, then it should be a no-brainer then. You should be paying off this one, that one. All these people that got blacklisted, you should be dealing with them. But you're not going to do that. The same way all this Black Lives Matter campaigning, it's all good. People's talking about police reforms, but that's government reform. So until I hear the government changing something, what's the point? What are we doing here? You get me? Where's the end result gonna be?
I like that's what I'm saying. I'm not in support of the movement. I don't understand it, as I said, but that is something that is just me being a sort of armchair observer. I've seen that is that reverse that position chain reversal from the NFL has let me know that there is definitely a sort of a change in the atmosphere or in the conversation about race in America. Whereas before, people were very comfortable to burn Kaepernick shirts, to burn all their Nike sneakers for giving him that lifetime deal and all of that, and people in the armed forces, people the like servicemen or whatever, like the firefighters and all that, all happy to say it's unpatriotic. And now it seems like the cancel culture has got to them as well, and now they have to accept that. Do you know? I think this is the main thing, right? Like the fact that people are even accepting now that I don't like Black Lives Matter, but we definitely do accept that Black people are dying. Because I'm seeing it everywhere, all sports interviews. I was just seeing something with Dana White the other day, and he was talking about it. Like, yeah, it's wrong, but Dana White, like the UFC is a big supporter of Donald Trump, is a big supporter of the American Armed Forces. So, and they also, I think, because obviously they're in Vegas, so they have, with the bookies and that, they have some connection with the NFL and all that. And just even for them to take like a hardline stance, which is, yes, this is a big problem in America, Black people are dying inordinately. I think that is, whether good or bad, whether the movement's intentions are good or bad, I think that has to be considered a good thing. That at least now it's not like a black thing. We don't have to, every time we talk about Black people dying disproportionately as a result of like being unarmed victims of police brutality, we don't have to start talking about white privilege. We can just isolate specifically what we're talking about, which is Black people are dying. Do you agree? And people are saying, yeah, we agree. That has to be a benefit, at least. That has to maybe move the make the needle, push the needle the other way, maybe, and hopefully less Black people will die, or people will take some, police will take have some pause before pulling the trigger. Hopefully, that's what you. What's that?
That's what that was fun enough that yesterday when Jupiter decided to talk her shit when she's saying, yeah, but this is what they call that the mantra again, something justice. Was it
no justice, no peace?
Yeah, no justice, no peace. That it's all the atrocities that have been happening, and it's not a Black thing. It's a people's thing. And there's many people like that within the system that are gonna think like that. They don't know nothing better, nothing else, but they try to justify themselves.
Well, you see, the thing is, we're spoiled here in the West. And personally, let me answer this, James. I don't think anything's changed yet. We're just getting back to the 60s, where people are recognizing, and so someone's come up with this movement. At the time, it was Martin Luther King, but right now we're saying Black Lives Matter, and you know, people are marching, white people's marching then and doing the similar things. And I don't even think the riots now are as bad as then. This is the next thing. If people experience what the police was doing to black people in the 50s and the 60s when they were rioting to, you know, be included and get education and all the rest of it, you would know yourself. That still hasn't reached that point yet. So I personally don't think anything's particularly different, but I think what it is that it's been such a long time now that the living memory of how it was has gone away now. People don't have a memory of that. It's the same thing as revolution in the West. That's like the last revolution in these parts of the world was like 100 years ago, and there's no one to really remember those things. So when we start talking about, you know, protesting and we got to, you know, have this revolution and we got to go in, nobody knows what that looks like anymore. Nobody's got that kind of weight or even understands what kind of fight that involves. That's why you've got these watered down versions of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I'm still waiting to see how it's going to convert from road to real laws.
Mm.
Like I said, I'm just saying from my perspective. A few months ago, this same conversation made it to the fore, and there was a big pushback. Now it seems like the pushback is exclusive to the rioting, whereas before it was unpatriotic. It was false statistics. It was you don't understand the context. But black people are more likely to do crime. I'm hearing less and less of that. I mean, obviously the hardline right wing white nationalists, they're obviously saying exactly the same thing they were always saying. But these are their like eternal opposition, isn't it? But the general public, from what I can see, the sort of zeitgeist is in sort of support, or is in support of the idea that there is an actual problem with how police treat black people, where before it was like uniquely a liberal concept, or in America, like the Democrat, it's only a Democratic voter or a lefty that would agree. Now it seems like everyone's saying, all right, cool, yeah, the killing's bad, killing part is really bad. It seems like everyone's saying that now. So I don't know, like maybe there'll be absolutely no change, but I think because I'll speak to that same guy I was talking about, the white Republican guy. He was bringing some statistics, some Washington Post statistic, and I can't remember. I need to pull it back up and find it. But I think the trend is that the amount of unarmed black civilians that were being killed by police had reduced. I think, but from 2015, like it had reduced year on year. So maybe the extra body cameras and maybe the sort of heightened or the sort of pressure of actually being charged for some of these killings now is taking its toll, or is having some positive effect on how police are policing black people in these neighborhoods. I don't know anyway. Like I said, but yeah.
What was the today's headline anyway?
I can't remember something about Tommy Robinson.
Gosh.
I can't. My computer's fucked. So let me check on my phone. Hold on. Monday, Block Monday. How do we get the black community gas like Tommy Robinson? Like Tommy Robinson does.
Only Valley.
I did what Tony Robinson, where he was cussing in that video. Is that what we're talking about?
I think he means that how Tommy is able to galvanize the sort of civic and ethno nationalists in the UK. I'm saying like why don't we rally around anyone, or why don't we get as
You
why
see
don't
the
we get
difference here.
pumped up for this for our causes like Tommy supporters do? I think is the point.
Tommy supporters are white boys who still believe that they've got a culture. Their language is intact, their little traditions and whatever is intact. This is where, again, as black people, because you've been stripped of your culture, of knowledge of self, so that in turn lowers your self-worth in understanding the importance of who you are and your culture. That's why it seems like it's easier for him to whip it up, because again, we're still trying to highlight why it's super important for us to protest, not just about the violence against us, but why you're worth something, why you're worth a lot more than what the government and the powers that be are putting on you. Tony Robinson and White Boys, they got an intact culture. So it's a lot easier for him to appeal to his other white people and say, listen, you remember our traditions, it's British traditions, it's English, it's this, that. There's a cultural memory straight away. So that's why everybody's rallying to that a lot more.
Can I ask you two questions? Yeah. The first
Okay.
one, I'm not gonna catch you out, so answer it however the fuck you want. The first one, how do you define culture?
Is this to me on TV as well?
Either I was directing at you because you're the one you're like, because I kind of agree with you.
Well, I mean, I was on a panel the other day and we were talking about the same thing, and culture is what culture is everything, your music, your dress, your food, your laws, how you govern yourself, your language, all of that is included in your culture. But culture is supposed to help you to problem solve. That was one thing that somebody said. Brother Minister, big up to him, yeah. It's supposed to help you to problem solve. It's supposed to back up and plug gaps when you're in a situation that needs solving, i.e., economically. Your culture is supposed to remind you, and through certain practices, get you to keep your money within your own community. Culture is supposed to remind you of your origins. So again, you are very clear about where you've come from, your spiritual stories, your worth, your achievements. So, culture is a multitude of things, but that is the purpose of it. Sorry, I got drilling in the back.
No, but the second one was, do you believe there is, and do you think it's a good thing if there is a black culture?
It's 100% needed. That's the whole point. Culture is needed to be able to know what you're doing. That's why over the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years, there's been a major push in the UK to recreate and redefine what people consider British culture. Because obviously when they say English, we're thinking of white people straight away. So they even done a series of programs on TV about it, what is British culture and all this kind of thing, because again, they wanted to retweet that so to include all the other races and to create a one code. So again, they govern how you're going to problem solve inside of this society. So as far as black people having their own culture, it's 100% essential. And everyone else has one. So why wouldn't we have one? Why would we think that we're any different from anyone else?
So you think there is one, and you think it's important, basically.
We've had to make up one based on genetic memory, contact with our family members from abroad, and obviously subtle differences in the way that we live here and the way that we govern ourselves here. So there's been newer forms of culture come out of that.
What would you say is the defining quality of a black culture? What would you say?
But then it depends on where you're at, though. If we're about the British, we're going to be talking about a British culture. So then it will go back to the Black British culture of the 60s.
So it's black. So okay. So just so we're being specific. So when we say black culture, we're talking about Black British culture. I was asking, is there something like in your opinion? It's just like, again, there's no. I'm not trying to. I don't have. Is there like a black culture? Is there and if so, what is the defining quality of a black culture?
Yeah, so then it goes into many facet pots, because then you're looking at, depending on the parameters of where you're at. You can even use Nigeria. There's many different cultures. In England, you've got a culture that has been developed from other cultures that have come together. So, like, if we actually even look at even on the British on a whole, it really doesn't have its own singular culture, because it's been made up from other cultures, whether it's from the Dutch, the French, the Vikings, or whatsoever. It's a collusion of all different other cultures coming from different places. So this country is a multifaceted of different cultures. So then we look at the 60s, and then we look at what cultures came in, and then you're able to seclude that. Like, for instance, we would talk about like the slaves, when they had in the Caribbean, they were able to bring things like the Santa Maria. They knew that they didn't want to practice the Christianity. So what did? They brought in the African spirituality underneath it and called it Santa Maria. It's the same thing with the Spanish. The Spanish Jews, they knew that they couldn't follow the Catholic system, but then they brought in the Spanish system with the Jews' traditional system, which now will develop into their own Spanish culture. So it's multifaceted.
Yeah. But the reason I ask is because we've had many discussions on culture on this show, boy. But what, like, as in to say, yeah, like, so if for fear of asking you to repeat yourself, a defining quality of black culture is what specifically?
Family. Black family is the defining part of the culture. Understanding family.
Black family.
That's the basis, of black culture.
Black family, though,
is in understanding that sacred geometry structure, man, woman, children, whatever, that basis, and understanding the process that came before, i.e. ancestors, grandparents, parents of parents, children of children, whatever, that is the basis. That's one of the keystone bases of culture. And in all of the other parts of the culture. And that's the one part that's been broken down the most, especially if you're talking about living here in the West.
No, but I'm saying like, what's the define? So I loosely understood the definition of a culture, but that wasn't the most important thing. What I'm interested in is, what's the defining quality, in your opinion, of a black culture? So if I was to help you out, I would say, are we talking about just phenotypically, or like, so just the skin color? Therefore, that is the defining quality of this this individual, distinct black culture. Are we talking about a certain level of oppression that people face? So when you say Black British culture, do you mean the people that are treated as such in Britain? Like, what is the defining quality? Because someone could be, as Terry put it, someone could be Nigerian speaking another language, someone could be Jamaican speaking another language. Now in England, when Tommy Robinson's speaking to the English, he may not be speaking to a Frenchman that's also white. He may not be speaking to a German, or so. He may be, though. Don't get me wrong. Like, some of them are ethno-nationalists.
The influence.
But what's the defining quality when we refer to this? So we're saying there's a clean break between British culture and Black British culture. And I'm asking, because remember, there's some people would refer to as sellouts that will say there is no difference. There is no that are black. There is no difference. There's no such thing as black culture. I'm just British. I'm just English, mate. I've lived here all my life. Like, that's what some black people would say, right? So, and to someone that says no, there is such thing as a black culture, I'm just interested to know that what is the defining characteristic of black culture, and then ultimately, after we get past that, I'm interested in how that came about, who who afforded us this identity, or sorry, who did we ourselves develop this identity, or was it fostered by or developed by
But I
somebody?
think that's kind of part what Terry explained when he was talking about understanding geographically where you are and who you've had to mix with in order before getting to this point. So that's important for you to understand where these bits of so-called culture are coming from that you're identifying as culture, whatever it is, based on where you are in the world. And then in general, again, culture for whoever, white, black, Chinese, there's certain key parts that stay the same, whether it's the family aspect, whether it's your moral code or having some sort of moral code between yourselves or that you're supposed to adhere to. There's certain key elements that run true for everyone. But if you're talking about specifics of areas, that's where, again, you've got to look at what Terry was saying, which is who have you mixed with, who have you had to take on board. And again, we're only talking about this again because at some point in time, through slavery and other things, over the last 2,000 years, black people have been drained and stopped from practicing their original culture. So there's had to be a makeshift behavior go on where we've had to kind of remake one just for that purpose, because there is no living memory.
But this is why it's important, because there is lots of Africans that do not consider themselves to be black. And the reason it's important is because if they say their culture will suffice, and they say, I don't want to be considered, I don't want to espouse any of what you describe black culture. I don't want to be considered, have any truck with any of this black culture, right? Then let's say you make that concession and say, all right, you fuck off, you're not part of my culture, whatever. Then what becomes now the defining quality of black culture? Because in that instance, it may not be the skin color, right? It may be something a bit more intrinsic. I don't know. This is the question I'm asking. What do you?
Yeah. So like for instance, if you have some people that are disowning that they are part of that black culture, they are separating themselves for the color of black itself.
No, they may say.
Hold on, because what I'm saying is that you got to look at what they're saying and looking at their culture personally and seeing what are the relationships to the black culture to making them be a black culture, but they're in denial of the name itself.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is they may say, I'm an African/Nigerian. That is my culture. I don't need that.
Yeah, but there's still things inside of that statement of them saying, I'm Nigerian, this is my culture. There's still tenements of that culture, whether it be family, tradition, moral system, they're still going to run true. So now we're getting to the point of don't I look like you? And is there anything, even in my makeshift culture here in the diaspora, that reflects what you're doing? And most of the time, this is where there's a coming together of the minds, because you will see that you actually are reflecting, even if you've never had any contact with some of these people from the continent, but you're using DNA memory to reenact and recreate in some way, shape or form bits and remnants from those cultures. So for me, any African man that's saying, yeah, I'm not with the black thing, I say, cool, I understand your worldview and your reality based in you being in Africa and in all black countries. So that whole aspect of black, white, it's not that focused in that same way that we might have it here, but there's still going to be certain reflective tenements that we're going to be able to connect on. The same way, even on a mad one, Tony Robinson talking to white people, there's still levels that we're going to be talking in the same way, whether I'm talking to black people and he's talking to racist white people, because again, culture is structured to remind you of the same types of things in your life and in your nation and in your history.
Because like, if you look at it in the forms of the two churches, let's say we look at the Catholic Church and then we look at a black church, what makes them different?
So I was going to message, say that one more time.
I said in looking at the churches, if you look at a black church and you look at a Catholic church where there's a lot of white people, what makes it different?
If I look at a black church,
Yeah,
and I look at a Catholic church, what I mean,
what makes them different, even though they use the same book?
The Catholic church is more expensive. Sorry, that was a joke. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of black people that go to that are Catholics as well, but I'll probably say atmosphere. Like, there's probably a lot more singing in black church.
And this is where the black culture gets in it, when they start to spazzle out and do their thing, and you know, it's that music, that sound, and the way they view the book themselves, where they will get out the scriptures, and it's coming from that form of what we would call culture, where if you go into like a Catholic church or Church of England, it's just stagnant, where they just sing their song and stand straight.
Yeah, but I think so. Like, obviously, because like I was arguing it sort of through your through that paradigm, right, of a black church and a Catholic church, as if I'm not sure if you'd like, as in, I think there would be a lot more defining qualities. Like, I assumed I knew what you were talking about, right? But then I don't know, is it like Pentecostal? There's
but then it's like looking at an African Muslim and looking at an Arab Muslim.
Yeah, what would be the difference there?
The difference is that the Arabs will not dance or listen to music, where most African Muslims would listen to music and dance because of their culture.
Yeah. Also, the black Muslims are more likely to be in chains, but that's a conversation for another time. The point is, but specifically on the question I'm asking is, obviously, black culture is often hijacked. Like, you see in America how, you know, like a white person will refer to a black person as homeboy or something. And and someone will consider that to be either A, some kind of appropriation of some sorts, or B, some kind of, you know, disrespect or whatever, right? Like, and then and another example is, even just recently in the chat when we was talking about what we were talking about before, people are, oh, the problem with all this knife violence in the UK is all this drill culture. Now, a lot of people would describe that to black people. You would say, you know, black culture is violence, is gangs, is smoking weed in a state what do you call it, estate hallways or whatever, or stairwells or whatever. Like, and the reason they're able to do that is because there is no definitive or distinguishing factor other than, if someone dark skin is doing it, it's black culture, right?
But then, would you more class that as a ghetto culture?
This is what I'm saying. Because it's a skit, like, so it's like when you make jokes about white people, generally white people accept those jokes, right? Because at the end of the day, there's always some veneration, or how you're always paying some, like, there's some deference at the end of it. You know what I mean? It's like white people be like, and at the end of it, it's some kind of authoritative position that they possess. So even though they made like it may be tongue in cheek, they'll slightly accept it, right? But when it comes to like actual defining cultural characteristics, I think we're far more people. You know, humanity is far more well versed. That's a Portuguese man. That's a Spanish man. Like, even the subtle differences we ascribe. There can be like a big contrast in cultures, and we accept and acknowledge these differences. But when it comes to black people, I think sometimes it's way too simple from our perspective to say black culture, and then it lends to people now imposing their views upon us, like, this is black culture, that's black culture, that's black culture.
But that was the whole point. But that's the whole point of bringing people to these places and depriving them of their original culture. Because again, this isn't something that's happened by accident. This is a planned maneuver where you've created a distance between those original people, whether you want to say Africa or wherever else in the world, and then you've created this gap between the people now in the diaspora, where now they're not only trying to fight, or we're not only trying to find our way in the dark, but now we've got the added problem that people can add on things to what they believe is black culture, because again, there's no fixed parameters. But that's not an accident. That's
Yeah,
a
and
plan. Maneuver.
but that's where you understand what we're basing it off is the African diaspora, and the African diaspora do not have a specific of say, yeah, this is where home is. African diaspora lives everywhere, so then it has to adapt to what parameters it's put itself in. So then, if you're taking someone into England now, then you're going to add in wherever they have come from, including the place that they're at. But you see, this is where the culture differences change. Because if we said we knew and we were in Africa or we were in South America, wherever it is, and that was home, then we are transferring that characteristics into another place. And then you can see the difference. So when a Spanish man is coming into England, you know he's Spanish because he's got a homeland where he goes to.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, no, I'm not.
No, I hear what you're saying. I know, as I said, like, I hear what you're saying, but it's just us as an African diaspora. It's much more difficult because of a lot of the African diaspora has been taken away from their original culture. So now they have to adapt to where they are to making a new culture itself.
But that's what I think for me personally, right? Like I fucking hate that phrase. I'm gonna stop saying it. For me, I mean, obviously I'm born here, I've lived here my whole life. I am black, and unfortunately my passport is British, right? And I guess culturally, unfortunately, I like to say my culture is more London than anything else, yeah. But I am reluctant to and skeptical because I'm forced into it. So I subscribe to I guess a quote unquote black culture, but not necessarily by choice. So I'm not gonna make no impassioned plea that it's necessary. That we need the black culture and this is necessary to overcome deracination and all that. I'm not really, that's not the camp I'm in. However, I definitely accept that I am black and my
Just change the culture to black people in the diaspora need a code of ethics, a moral system. Because that's the same.
Why is that? Why is that?
Because again, when you're talking about going back to the Tony Robinson thing, and you're trying to fight somebody or rally the troops, they have to identify with what you're saying.
Right.
This is the whole point of why he can speak to his people, them, and they're responding because their culture, or replace that word for their code, is intact. Defend the British Empire. That's one part of their code. So when he's running that talk, it's touching the hearts and minds a lot quicker of them white boys than, as I said, us as black people in the diaspora who've been mishmashed, chopped and changed. Yeah, remember in slavery, they're taking you from this region, that from that region. No one speaks the same languages, splitting up kids, all of it. So now when you're here, this is why, again, saying something becomes complicated to rally everybody, because again, that original code of ethics is missing, which again is in turn culture or part of culture.
Right. But
so that's why it's important.
What I'm trying to say to you is then the reality is what the distinguishing quality factor becomes, what binds us all together, the commonality, the common denominator becomes the level of oppression. So there may be a lot of minorities in this country, but no one faces the obstacles black people face. If you are referred to as black, if you are considered to be black, if you fall into that racial grouping, that biologically inaccurate, may I add, racial grouping, then then we need to be on the same code. That is going to be the defining quality. That's the defining characteristic. Now, when it comes to something like culture, and this is why I asked you for what your definition was, it is, in my opinion. So I appreciate the use of the word code, and I'll be far less reluctant to accept to use that to ban behind that. Like something like a code. Listen, if people are trying to attack you, then we have formulated the best way to protect yourself against this level of injustice and oppression. That makes perfect sense to me. But when it comes to something like culture, I think, again, depending on how someone defines it, your customs, your beliefs, these kinds of words, like, I think it becomes complicated to use something that is arguably completely an inaccurate form of grouping to sort of ban behind that. And then not only that, the real issue with that comes as these idiots, or I said these people decided to be Mongoloid supporters of Tommy Robinson. They decided to refer to themselves as super patriotic. They decided to take a snapshot of history and say, this is British and this is what I subscribe to. Whereas we haven't really had the same choice when we subscribe to something like blackness. This is something that has been given to us. This is something, the terms of which, the parameters of which have been dictated to us by people that, like,
Bro.
you know, hold on. A simple way of saying it is like this, yeah? If we internalize a concept given to us, it ultimately could be a Trojan horse. And the way in which people view it is like, we need something. But that is almost by design.
But would you,
by their design to force you to believe that you must it's inescapable. You cannot. This is your identity. This shall always be your identity. I think it's problematic. In my opinion, it's kind of problematic.
but don't you think that Tony Robinson his stances of where he comes from will be of an orientation of the so per se football hooligan?
Yeah, but just so we don't move too, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't think any of us can completely see the future, map out the future, and know if the roles will reverse, the struggle, who's struggling the most or whatever, who is oppressed the most, if those roles will change. But if indeed they were to, would these people cling to this concept of a white identity as much as they do? I'm not sure they would. I think they would be far more. I think they.
Bro, I think you're underestimating the connection to the DNA and obviously phenotype, and again having an intact set of customs that you've continued with for a set amount of time without that breaking, and whoever you are, you're going to need an identity. That I don't care where you're from, or what color you are. Cultural identity is a necessary facet. So when you look in the mirror, you know your worth. So you're not getting out of it. You're not going to go float off into the distance somehow, not having a code of ethics, not having a culture. It doesn't work like that. And you will never truly reach your true potential as an individual and as a nation if there is no collective shared cultural identity and code.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Even to talk about having a culture, that's why I say it starts with the code. If there's no generalized code of ethics for how I'm supposed to deal with you just on the GP that you're black, yeah, then we've already got a problem. You understand? And again, as we've already covered, people are going to have slightly different mores and little cultural practices based on who they're interacting with, what demographic they're coming from. That's a given. So you're already going to have that natural, grouping of people who are observing little customs that are only specific to this crew over there in the West or that crew over there. But if there's no original code of ethics and you don't have a generalized self-worth which comes from having a code of ethics and again understanding how you treat each other, that's why again one of the biggest things in religion, treat others how they treat you, or treat others how you want to be treated, should I say. You understand? Like this is a basic tenement, so you're not going to get out of having that. That's all I can say. For moving forward.
To be honest with you, like, so again, I'm just thinking out loud, yeah. But there are, like, I'll give you an example, yeah. Like a Jew and a Russian, sorry, not a Russian, a Jew and a communist in a death camp. may be being equally oppressed, or may regard themselves as being equally oppressed, right? But they're both white, but they may not rally behind the identity of both being white and or obviously one's Jewish. So one might say to the other, well, you know what, we might as well both be Jewish because we're both facing the exact same oppression. And the other one wouldn't say, well, you know what, you're facing the exact same oppression as a communist and a fucking gypsy, so you might as well call yourself a communist or a gypsy. No, they've got their individual cultures, and again, this is just a random example, but I imagine they would both be acutely aware of the oppression that they're facing, but they don't necessarily need to create a culture or rally behind the concept of we are internment camp fucking prisoners, and that's our culture. That's the culture that we're gonna define ourselves as internment camp prisoners from here on out, right? They don't, and as a result, obviously, fast forward to the future, there is a clearly identified Russians.
Hold up, bro. But
Russians you're white, oftentimes, isn't it? Like even by other white people, or Swarth, or the dark.
Would you say that the Russian society has a massive influence from another culture?
Yeah, but just to understand my point, what the point I'm trying to say is a code. The reason something like a code makes sense is because this is a direct response to a specific brand of oppression. This is a specific brand of targeting.
No,
makes sense.
No, bro. You're saying you're going on like culture is formed from oppression. You need a culture whether you're in what you may consider paradise. You're still gonna need a culture. A culture comes long before oppression, bro.
No, but I'm saying that's what. No. Precisely. So I'm asking you, when someone says a black culture, like if there was no such thing as white people, then there wouldn't be such thing as black people. There would be literally different people on the continent of Africa and in Aboriginal people and wherever else you find indigenous.
And there'll still be a culture though.
But there'll still be a culture.
Of course. And it wouldn't be black culture. But what we're saying is this is a unique phenomenon. There's this thing called black culture.
No, you just defined it, bruv. You're only using a terminology because there's someone across the way from you as a polar opposite. So that's why it works for you to say, okay, yeah, we're black, they're white over there. But as you said, if you're in an all black country, then that terminology doesn't need to really work because, again, we're all black already. So we'll find other identifying markers. But again, I just feel like you're talking about something. You like the term, having to use a term based on who we're looking at and where we're at isn't the same as understanding that we need to have a culture regardless, and a culture isn't born out of somebody oppressing you all the time. You should have had a culture from time. Again,
right. Why would you need to define it?
Have cultures.
So like let's say so Nigerian that comes, because this is what we was talking about literally in the beginning. A Nigerian that says this is my culture, full stop, harsh break, I'm not part of anything else. And you said, yeah, it makes sense for you to have that for you to, but the ultimate thing is obviously we need a code, for example. That in isolation makes perfect sense to me. It's like, yeah, it's like you may be Nigerian, you may not be the same as a Somali, you may not be the same as a Tanzanian, you may not be the same as a Sierra Leone, right? You may have like different cultures, if you like, for lack of a better word. But one thing you must agree on is that you are targeted almost as if you are the same, right? And as a response to that, there needs to be you should be on the same page. It would be more beneficial to all parties concerned. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Saying now that we need to have a hard definition for a black culture, whether or not I even agree that one exists, because I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying, like, just assuming that's the argument. I'm saying, is that what people actually need? Because we've got ample evidence in history where that hasn't been necessary with regards to like a false understanding, yeah, of culture. People have managed to rise themselves up with a far more accurately defined culture, be it their customs, their beliefs. Example, like I said, the Jews or the communists or Russians, whoever. Like, these are people that don't necessarily subscribe to their racial identity, and it's not their defining quality. And they've faced some kind of opposition from maybe another ethnic group, and it still hasn't been. It wasn't white versus yellow. You know what I mean? That's not how they define these groups. So we, unfortunately, have imbibed this concept of blackness from people imposing it upon us and consistently referring to this culture themselves and ascribing qualities to this culture that we are forced almost to internalize. Is that beneficial? I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying you could see the argument where it would be it could be like a bit of a Trojan horse scenario.
Bro, I don't think it was forced though. I don't think it was a force because there's a whole leap of what we're defining as our makeshift black culture in the diaspora that we came up with through DNA memory with no interaction from or no superimposing from other races. We came up with a lot of it. There's enough aspects of the diaspora and black culture that we bring straight from DNA memory. So again, I can't subscribe to this notion that somehow we're only having a black culture because somebody else has told us to. That it doesn't. That's not really computing with me. It's a natural response system to help you, but I'm not really subscribing to that one. Yeah, go to Terry.
No, but that's why I would say in forms of when you look at slavery, and then you look at what mantrams of culture that they picked up. So, like, if I'm talking like when I went to Brazil, and I was able to go into their cities where they practice certain spiritual systems, and none of these people have traveled back home because they've been there from slavery, which now I can see and look that my culture from where they have come from is still intact without no influences of anything around it.
Yeah, like I said, guys, I honestly, yeah, I've been known to do this a lot, yeah. But I just like to probe these ideas because it seems like it logically follows. You know, like yeah, black. What do you mean black? What do you mean black culture? Obviously, it's black culture, isn't it? But I feel like people should investigate and inspect these things that we take for granted, these concepts, because fundamentally, these concepts of racial groupings are not indigenous. They're not originally a sub-Saharan African concept. They are not. So, and it hasn't been peddled from an African perspective as a scientifically accurate grouping. It hasn't been, right. So, and we know
having a culture is an African thing, bruv. The whole concept of a culture is an African thing.
No, I'm saying black. No,
so whether or not you're making a makeshift version of whatever.
No, but I'm saying black culture, like for example, a Negro culture is not an indigenous African concept. That isn't a black concept.
Bro, having a culture where wherever you are as a people, whether it's 10 of yous or whether it's 100,000 of yous, start to adopt certain practices that again help you to identify who is in your nation, how to do economic trade with them. That's an African concept in itself, brother. That's what you gotta understand. So us coming here, even when we're being stripped, beaten, taken, and all the things that's been done to us, that's where that DNA of that original African mind state kicks in and makes us start to create a culture somehow. Yeah, all right, we're here. All right, we got access to this food, that food, this food. All right, so we're going to start eating this kinds of food. All right, boom, boom, boom. We like this kind of music. There's something that resonates with the drums over here. So yeah, all right, we're going to make jungle. Yeah, like this, but these are all, that's an original African concept. I need you to understand that.
What I'm trying to say, my brother, yeah, I mean, so you're saying culture, like culture in isolation is an African concept. That may well be the case. I imagine humanity or human beings evolved in Africa, right? So and migrated out of Africa. So I guess the earliest forms of customs or whatever beliefs that be held, I imagine that would be I guess entirely African concepts. No problem there. What I'm saying is black culture. That's what I'm referring to. So I'm saying the concept of a black culture, the concept of a Negro culture is not an exclusive sub-Saharan African ideology. No, that is definitely unique. That is unique branding from Europeans. That is a given fact.
Are you talking from an African
The
perspective?
no, but the concept of superiority. Hold on, but the concept of superiority and inferiority amongst these racial groupings, the biological accuracy of these racial groupings, the cranial verifiability of these racial groupings. These are European concepts. So I'm saying when you say something like
But then what are the European concepts?
yeah, I'm saying when you say something like a black culture, we can substitute that with a Negro culture. This is a European concept. That isn't a black. That's an African concept.
Give me an understanding of what a European concept is.
A racial grouping is a European concept. A Negro, a Caucasus, or a Caucasian, or whatever is is a European concept.
If Africans were the first, from the time that they started to interact with other races, then the concept of them understanding that and I'm trying to do it in a very layman term, but the concept of us saying, oh, there's white people, there's this other race of people. Again, you go back to the Walls of Kemet, they're drawing different people. So there's the classification of understanding, okay, there's different phenotypes that look different from me. So inherently now come with a different culture based on the phenotype. That's an ancient thing. They recognize that from day. That's not a white thing. Whether or not the white boys have, again, used that as their main mantra for oppression, I'm going to oppress you based solely on the fact that you look different to me. That's something they've amplified. But again, if we're the world power and a white boy comes in as a lesser, you don't think everybody's treating him different based on that original concept of you're not black, so you're a visitor here. So again, you can't do the same things that we're doing here. No, we can teach you some stuff.
No, the point with that is you say stuff like phenotypes. Well, phenotypically, skin color isn't the only characteristic or quality, right? So there is many. So let's say like an Aboriginal, there is strong distinguishing features in an Aboriginal. They may be as dark as a sub-Saharan African, but they may not be. So you would notice the difference amongst them as well. The fact that skin color has been used as a defining quality and has been used as almost like an umbrella term for a whole section of people that they themselves would have considered themselves different on the walls of Kemet. So that in the walls of Kemet, there would have been some people of lighter hues, maybe distinctly lighter hues, or some kind of distinctive phenotype or morphology. Those people would have been considered different in exactly the same way, but are still considered as black now, right? So they'd still fall under the banner of now. Now, who did that? Who's responsible for that? Who's responsible for all of these different cultures and ethnic groups that may themselves have different phenotypes being referred to as black once they touch these shores? Who's responsible for that? Now, if you develop a culture surrounding that, and a lot of the customs, a lot of the sort of the sort of characteristics of the identity have been imposed, right? In that instance, and with what the discussion we're having, is that a good thing to imbibe or completely espouse this identity, or is it better to inspect and review and to say, in actuality, what are the defining characteristics of this identity of which I'm clinging on to? Like, that's all I'm saying. I think it definitely is due reflection, because you're constantly being forced to defend things that aren't your fucking culture. Like, there's a lot of black people that don't listen to the music that people assume is black music. No, it's like, and then we always get into this back and forth of, can white people make this music? And that's fucking music at the end of the day.
But then what's the music sound? And where did that first music sound come from?
Say again.
Where does the first music sound come from? Before you develop music.
You're doing this, like, I'm not saying like,
no.
See this thing, black culture, that it feels like we have a responsibility, like Richie said, we have a responsibility to promulgate this kind of concept of a black identity.
Okay.
In reality, far more of the concepts that comprise this are not our own, and we haven't had an integral role in building it.
Oh, James, what I'm trying to explain is, in forms of, let's say, for instance, sound, where would you say the drums come from?
I mean, I'm just gonna just for the sake of Mars. Like, yeah, no one's disputing. No, listen.
But this is what I'm trying to say, is that once the drums came away from where it's come from, it's now going to evolve into different types of drums. Do you understand that? But then the true extent of it is that it's come from one culture to go into another culture for it to able to evolve.
Correct. And if a Nigerian man and a Tanzanian man,
Let me hold you for a second.
whatever man.
Hold you for a second, because when you say Nigerian,
An Igbo man. Yeah, and I don't know. Sorry, I don't know any tribes in Tanzania.
Hausa or Yoruba?
No, I said I don't know any other tribes in Tanzania.
Oh, Tanzania.
Okay. But anyway, yeah. To be honest, though, I feel like I'm beating the dead horse at this point. I feel like you understand like roughly what I'm saying. Because remember, most
brother, we get what you're saying. We like, I agree with you saying that we have to examine our culture and take out things that, again, as you said, have maybe been highlighted as a great part of the black culture when actually it's a negative part of it. So, on that simple concept, cool. But again, having a culture based on you identifying who your brother is on look, that's an ancient concept. Yeah. And again, in Africa, they've got all the phenotypes: light, shiny looky, Indian-y looky, complete dark. Like, it's all there. It's all there. So this concept of understanding, okay, melanin, is a property, it's a defining factor, and you identifying that to certain types of people. And again, remember, originally, all of the looks are already there long before white man's come anywhere. We're looking like that because, again, we like to talk about the different mixes that the white boys have produced or Arabs have produced through slavery, which is a true fact that certain races have been created that did not exist 500 years ago, 600 years ago. But understand how diverse Africa is already long before any interactions. So us having the concept of understanding the difference between melanated people and people who are lacking in that, and understanding where there's distinct differences culturally from an understanding, spiritual, physical, that's something that we knew from day. And again, we're the first to come with those concepts. Whether or not white boys have later on come around and again used it in a negative connotations, and all of those things are coming from us. That's why we're the first to have laws, because we've already expressed ourselves in negative ways. You wouldn't have a law if you haven't already seen negative things play out. So when you're talking about ancient African cultures saying, yeah, we're not trying to war a certain way, we're not trying to do this, we're not trying to have the gating, it's not because they've never done it, it's because they've seen it play out. So by the time white boys and all these other races have started interacting with us and doing their shit, they're doing stuff that we've already did. Yeah, did to the highest levels. There's no higher level of expressment negatively and positively than a black person. That's what we gotta understand out here, because we like to amplify and talk about the white boy, and definitely he's stuck in a mold, but he's one aspect of the black mind. You understand? He's just a negative aspect of you. He fears you acting like him because you will do it 10 times worse than him. The same way he fears your positivity levels because you will do that 10 times higher than him. But that's what that's all I got to say on that one.
Yeah, no, yeah, I said I was fucking. Yeah, I hear that.
Your bridging's there.
Who?
Yo, big up to Spice in the chat room.
Lady Divine, you can wake up.
Lady Divine.
Oh, Lady Divine.
I've just been listening, innit? I'm here. Big up yourself, Rich, man.
What's good, love?
Oh
I'm
wow,
good.
that's it, yeah.
No, but James, I can't talk to you right now. Your brethren's in the chat. He might smoke me.
Who's my vision?
Ralph, man, Ralph.
No, it's my friend, yeah. The Saint Ralph. Saint Ralph, yes, big up Ralph. Are you mad? The Indian leader of the most white supremacist centric ethno-nationalist movement in the UK. You got big up.
Okay.
That's dedicated. Listen, that shows hard work, perseverance. Yeah, you can get anywhere in life. You can be an Indian and rise up the ranks of a white supremacist movement.
Well,
No, James, how would we feel if, I don't know, a Chinese person was here speaking and you know, head spearing our movement? Like, would that make any sense?
No, but that's why you have to applaud that man. You have to applaud that man and his tight-fitting caps and his big ears. You have to applaud him because he's risen to the. Listen, I'm on record saying that I believe that he should be canonized posthumously, yeah, because he's performing miracles in front of our eyes. An Indian leader of a white supremacist movement. If anyone can think of a
what foolishness are you talking, bruv? Hold on. Rewind the conversation. I'm late. Fill me in on what you're talking about, please.
Please.
There is a Indian Clayton Bigsby in the chat right now that we should all pay homage to or homage.
Why am I paying homage to him? Tell me why exactly should I be paying homage?
Listen, he's clocked racism. He's clocked it like on a different level. Like, man, you think you might understand racism? He understands it so fucking technically. He's like Neo, and he sees racism like numbers, green vertically moving numbers. Yeah, that he's able to spearhead a white nationalist organization as a brown man.
That means he's late, whoever he is. That means whatever he thinks he knows about racism, he's an idiot. Because how can you know what you know? You can go over there and spearhead a white supremacist movement. What kind of stupidness is that? Stop that. That's foolishness. I don't play that foolishness. Come on. You can't venerate. That's like people still venerating Gandhi. You know the man is a racist. Stop it now. It's got to get stopped now.
No. What it is part of he was in the chat and he was kicking man out.
He kicked you out?
Huh?
He kicked you out?
No. You told me that he was kicking people out.
Oh, no. He's bruv. So much stripes does this Asian fella have that he can kick out white youths from the white nationalist movement. I mean, check the stats.
Okay. All right. So how's he doing this then? Explain. So, because I'm thinking you're saying something else then. So how is he removing people from the white supremacy movement?
I said I am going to vote for him to become a saint if anything were to happen to him, because it is a fucking miracle. The only other time I've seen this occur is in a Dave Chappelle skit when Clayton Bigsby was a black leader and he was blind. This guy can see. I think he can see. I'm not 100% sure. This guy has two working eyes, two overworked ears. Yeah, I'd suggest, yeah, very large ears, but 2 eyes and 2 very large ears. And a ridiculously tiny head, but he's the leader of a white supremacist fucking movement, fam.
James,
Yeah,
interrupt. You're not doing it justice. You're not doing it justice. You've got to explain to Richie about the 14 for all. See, you're missing certain parts out, James.
No, but I don't actually want to get technical. I want to keep it humorous and light because I don't like shit.
Yeah, you kind of need to explain that a bit better. I would like to know a bit more about that because, again, when I hear somebody, I'm assuming you're black. Are you black, bro?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, when I hear somebody saying let's canonize someone else without
James is black like a Starbucks.
Is that the real talk?
Here comes Brad with the shits and the giggles. Here comes Brad. Oh,
Yeah,
Lord.
but let's not do that because I know for a fact you order pumpkin lattes. Don't try that, bro.
I don't eat pumpkin though.
I know for
So,
a fact that's your order.
I don't. James, I don't eat pumpkin. I've never gone to Starbucks a day in my life.
Don't fucking lie. Get out of here.
No, I've never gone to Starbucks a day in my life. There's actually a place called Black Bean here in DC. It's a black-owned cafe I go to. I only support black businesses when it comes to these kind of things. So that's why I say when you're kind of black, you know. You knew about the pumpkin. I didn't know about that. So, you know, prove my point.
That's the name of most of the operating theaters in Somalia.
Oh my god! Oh shit! Wait away! I just love how he diverts away from it. Like I was going in on him, and it was just like put somebody in front of the bus.
Terry and Richie, can you both hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly address. I was listening to James speak earlier, and he was talking about culture, and he's questioning a lot of the cultural stuff.
Oh, hello, D.
Big up, DC Brad. Much love. So I wanted to go back.
Oh, you acting different because Richie on here. All right, cool. Big love. That's all I get. All right, cool. We'll talk later.
You can do the jokes later. Hold on, give me a sec. One thing. Do you remember when we did the first circle around the omnibus? Remember we went to Victoria? Do you remember that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Things like that we do, would then James see that as not being a part of a culture? Would he see that as just because he said that he relates to British culture, so I want to know what is British culture and things that we do within our community.
Who said that?
You said that earlier. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not. No, I don't. Well, I mean, I didn't say that anyway.
Yeah, you did say that. You did say that.
I heard you, James. You said
you relate more to British culture than you do a black or Negro culture.
I literally specified London. I said
He said he's a London. He's more London culture.
When you say London,
wait, is London not the capital of Britain?
No.
Hold on.
It's the capital of England. It's not No, it's not the capital of Britain.
Listen, bro, it's Britain, Great Britain, England. Like, bro, we don't even know over here, bro. We just know tea and crumpets.
I think technically it is the capital of the UK as well.
Come on, like, love it, man. Love it. Like, I'm just saying this. James, see when you're saying things like London culture, what does that mean to you, first and foremost?
No, like I might share culture. So, like, for example, I might share like some people I've grown up with. I might share, like, I may say I share more. That's why I asked. It's very important to get the definition straight about what people refer to as culture. So, like, let's say my social grouping, the customs, the material traits, the belief systems that I held in my social grouping, not necessarily ethnic grouping, but my social grouping. Yeah, so less biology and more sort of circumstance or incidental. The people that I'm around. They may be of a different ethnic like group than me, or different maybe they may have a different racial classification, but I might share culture with them more than someone that is from a specific ethnic group of my ancestry, right? So someone who's a first generation, like a migrant from somewhere in Africa that I'm from, my race, I may have less of a cultural link with them than my Turkish brethren that I've grown up with.
Okay, cool. But the reason why I'm asking you that is because when you say London culture, you do understand London culture is a hybrid of basically we basically made London culture.
No, but that's the point, lady. I'm saying, like, so because me and my man are, so he's let's say second generation Turkish and I'm second generation African, for example, right. And someone that's a first generation African comes in, I may have more of a, because of where we've grown up, because of multiculturalism, let's say of London, for whatever reason, I'm more culturally linked to this person than someone that actually shares, some ancestry with me or whatever. So that's why I use that example. But I don't think I've stayed too long on that point because it wasn't to. Also consider myself part of
cultures. That's all it was. Because I just wanted to make sure I'm on the same wavelength as everybody else on the panel, or at least understand it. Else's wavelength. Go on, DC. Go on.
James, didn't you tell me in confidence that you wanted Zimbabwe to be called Rhodesia again, and you thought it was so fucked up that you thought it was fucked up that those bush monkeys changed the name from a glorious Rhodesia to Zimbabwe.
Oh, you gotta get me today, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Like it.
And you always told me you wanted to name your first son Leopold, so that's why I was just. I was always curious, like, why are you talking this black stuff now? You know what I mean? It's because Mr. Riggs was on here. You try to act all cool.
Quick observation: Lady D brings out the best in you. I'm not gonna lie. Like when you're fighting over a woman, you bring your best game.
Don't try to drag me into your bullshit now. Listen. James, another quick question, because I know you talk about you don't look like adhering to the term black and all of that, but I never ever hear you challenging white people.
Wait, what did I say?
No, I said I know I hear you a lot. So you never said it. I said I hear you a lot, like not wanting to use the term black.
Well, no. James actually has a name. He likes to call us a beast.
Hold on,
He prefer to call us a beast.
Second point to this. So my thing is, how come
I never not use the term.
You don't like you don't like when people refer. You said that black can mean anything. It's not a cult. Like what is we let other people determine the cult.
Talking about this conversation, or you talking about previously? You've heard me say
this and before. So it's a mixture of different conversations I've heard you speak on.
Okay,
But
I think that's a mischaracterization, but you can.
Okay, right. Well, hold on. My question is to go on to say this: how come I never hear you challenge white people on using the term white, or why they use the term white, and not say?
Why would he even challenge his own people? That's weird.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. They defined the term. They define the term and use it effusively. They use it positively. The reason that that white has a positive connotation is because they were able to those who it represents were able to dictate the term. And whenever we get into these discussions, I'm not saying listen. I don't have I don't have a choice. I am black. Like, but before I ever questioned whether or not I was black, I was told I was black. So I know I'm black. Right? That's not. I don't have an issue with accepting that I'm black or not. I know what I fill in on a form. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is did I come to that conclusion on my own? Did I come to that conclusion because it would benefit me the most? Not necessarily. And I'm saying when you're talking about stuff like culture or / nation building or whatever kind of sort of grandiose concepts are usually being discussed on these panels, I'm saying, are you positive you've defined every single term and you understand how you come to conclude that this is going to have the sort of greatest net benefit for your movement, your whatever culture, whatever you're representing? So I'm just saying, think about it. And that's why I always start with, let's define every term we use going through all these steps to see that is it the best fit? Is this going to be the best way of defining a group? Because if we, it seems to benefit other people when they want to use black, to say black people have the lowest IQ, black people are the most underdeveloped people, black people have the highest predisposition for crime and violence, black people. It seems to benefit whenever these statistics come out. That's when people love to use these terms. And I'm saying it seems like an over eagerness to do this let's, you know, the N-word, like, let's make it our own, we can take it back, and I think like the most simple example is like a Trojan horse type scenario. Like, is that really the best thing for you, or is that you thinking you're doing the right thing and maybe in actuality
give us an alternative? That's what I would say to that. You've just
right. I'm gonna say
emphasized on whether or not it's the best. What's the alternative?
Right.
So a simple alternative is sorry, did you go on?
No, I was just going to say quickly to add on to Richie's question as well. While you're making your answering him, can you also answer why do we have to go through these words to make sure it's the best? Like, why should we have to go through that? We accept it. Why do we have to then go and scrutinize it?
I think it's a responsibility. If you're advocating for something, I think it's your responsibility to be able to explain it. I think it's your responsibility to provide the net benefit and to do comparative studies to show people why this is the best course of action. I think that's it behooves you to do that, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
So what's the alternative, James?
Again, and the alternative. Sorry. So we've discussed it already. We literally came into this saying that someone considers themselves a Yoruba man, someone considers themselves a Hausa man, someone considers themselves again Tanzanian. I can't remember. You know what I mean? You got Brad over here
who is for all intents and purposes a in
Llama
quotations, Black American who has
Watch
who has used his own due diligence to trace his ancestry and has now found, and I'll big up, like we spoke about this privately already, but he's a G for that. Like he is developing his own cultural identity, and he doesn't need anybody to impose upon him. And he regularly gets into arguments and dismisses people's impositions on his culture, or people telling him what his culture is or should be, because he's decided for himself what he thinks best is the best reflection of him, of his own identity. Now, I mean that is what I would implore everybody in the world to do. That's in a situation, in a precarious situation like we are in. Which is, you've said many times. But lady, you've said it many times. Yeah, I can do what you did to me to you, right?
Yeah,
You've talked about deracination constantly. That's like one of your biggest. That's like the most passionate I've ever heard you on these panels is when you speak about deracination, speak about having your culture torn from you, right? And I'm saying, instead of a culture, whatever your historical culture or ancestors' culture would be. You have an artificial, no disrespect, like we have an artificial culture here. Now, is it best to cling on to all that we have, or if we're going to begin to build and make a better one, shouldn't the foundation of it be more accurate than the color of a skin that a slave master told you were, or some kind of cultural trait that the media or propaganda machine has?
Wait, but James, blackness though is reactionary. I agree with you on that 100%. It's reactionary. Like pro-blackness did not come out. We didn't just wake up one day and say, we're gonna be pro-black. No, it came from a fight against anti-blackness. I'll give you that. But there is so much more to blackness and the term than just skin color. It's like,
and on top of that,
there's a history to it. There's a. I'm sorry, go ahead, Lady.
When you hear me identify, I self-identify myself. Yeah, no one ain't gonna identify me. So when you hear me say I am a Black African Caribbean, what do you hear?
Say that one more time, sorry.
All right. When I turn around and I identify myself as a Black African Caribbean, tell me what you hear.
What do you mean? What do I hear?
Yeah,
a Black African that came to the Caribbean.
Is once I say that.
An African from the Caribbean. That's what I see. A Black African from the Caribbean.
Here we go. So I want to know.
It's like a word association. Donuts. I don't know.
No. She's a Black African from the Caribbean.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What was I meant to?
Yeah, I want to know, what do you hear when I said? Do you hear a negative connotation? Because you like to tie the word black to negative connotation. So is that what?
Okay. You know what? Like you know what? And I just seen in the comment, brother. Richie, say whatever you feel like saying, man. There's absolutely, this is the house of pain. So if you have
break hearts around here. Ain't no cordial shit around this bitch.
All right, man. I got thick skin.
No, I'm. There's no need. When it's time to go hard, I'll go hard. Don't worry. That's why when you said the Indian thing, that again, it sparked me. But this particular conversation, I want you, just like the sister just said, because I kind of feel the same thing. Every time you use the word black, you're mentioning it within a negative connotation. But I haven't heard you also kind of use it or show the counterbalance of it being a positive. The same way you got to recognize that us recognizing the color black.
Oh, because you guys understand, James is from Algeria, so he doesn't really understand. He's just African by geography, not genetics. He's from Algeria.
This is perfect.
Listen, and again, I'm not even going to take the piss. But if that is the truth, then I understand then why there may be these doubts within you.
Brother, I'm from a Black African country. I'm not from North.
Oh, I forgot, Rhodesia.
You guys are idiot. Hey, listen, hey brother, I'm gonna put something. I'm gonna leave in a bit, but I'm gonna send something. Make sure you watch it. I'm gonna put it in the live chat.
All right.
I can't put it in the back chat from my computer, so slow. But yeah, no, Richie, or Lady Lee, sorry, what would you say?
No, I just wanted
all
to
that
know
slave play porn he has on his computer.
What it is for me, because I've hearing a lot of this talk recently, especially from people that are not even my people. I'm hearing a lot of this talk about the color black and stop using the color black and all this black talk. And I'm thinking, hold on, you people don't have no right in no position, especially when you're not even of my people. You probably got one ancestor 5,000 years ago that was African, and now you got the nerve to come and tell us that how we shouldn't be adhering to these words. When I choose to self-identify as a Black African Caribbean, I am Black, I am African, and I'm also from the Caribbean. All three of those fit me. What is the problem with it?
There's no problem with it. No, there's no problem with nothing.
Okay, I'm just getting a bit tired of this whole black.
No, it's so funny, yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. People weren't listening. Like,
yeah.
I just hear people use terms a lot, and I'm interested to know like what they think about things. And I'm interested to know that I mean, I'm not like the greatest student of history, but I understand. I know a little bit. I know a few. Like I know, let's say like not necessarily the etymology, but the history of certain concepts, right? So I'm always interested to know where like when people use, because we were speaking about Black Lives Matter originally. So I'm just interested to know when people use these terms, precisely what they mean. Because one of the original statements I made is, if one were to able to define a black culture, I imagine I would fit in it, right? And I imagine I would subscribe to it, or imagine I do so. I have or do subscribe to it, whatever, be it whatever. Like as in, if you start to tally up all the sort of cultural material traits or the customs, I bet you I'd fall into each one of those categories. So it's not necessarily an issue like, oh, I'm not part of. It's just I'm interested to know what people think. And whenever people say like, it's the word, it's that word fucking hell, man. Well, it's important anyway. It's really important for us to develop this a black culture. I'm interested. Okay, so what's the defining qualities of it? You want to develop it, right? So I'm interested to know what are the distinguishing factors amongst this black? Is it just the skin color? So if you're the same skin color as me, therefore we share the same culture. Is that how it works? I'm not saying that's wrong, even. I'm just thinking, is that what you're saying?
I don't subscribe to that at all, and I said it many a times on this panel and other panels. Just because you're black does not mean we don't all have the same struggles. We've got all different struggles in being black. Yeah. So therefore, we have different ways. Some of us came through slavery, some of us didn't. Some of us come through tribal backgrounds and stuff and cultures. Some of us didn't. Just because you're black does not give you a pass. Oh, under the guise of I've got dark skin, or I got black skin, or I look chocolate. No, allow all that. My thing is this though, James. Just want to hit on a topic you said, because you said something about defining a new culture, and I'm thinking, well, what is wrong with our old culture? Where's the faults in our old culture? Why we now?
What's your old culture?
Well, why can't we go back to the old ways of doing things and adhere to the bits that work, use it, and the bits that clearly didn't work, then okay, leave it behind. Well, it could be anything. I'm just giving.
I will. His name's Richie, innit? Riggs. That's the actual name.
Yeah, Rich.
Yeah, Rich. Yeah, Rich is backstage, bro. Hey, brother, you watching that?
Oh shit! You put it in the main chat, bro. I'm on my phone.
No, I told you my computer's frozen. I can't look at it.
Fuck. One second. I got it.
Why did James put Samaroon filmed outside Brad's house? Why did I look in the chat? See that? Like,
hey, I'm gonna hop off and be right back, okay?
No.
Oh my god! Hey, it's idiots too.
Why did I look in the chat and see that? Oh, James, stop it! But yeah, I don't know, James. I just don't like this whole thing of starting a whole new culture when we've got plenty of things that clearly have worked for us and have benefited us. Not only
about African and Caribbean. Is that what you mean when you say that?
I'm mainly talking about the African, because a lot of the stuff that we got in the Caribbean have derived from Africa. You get me? So I would say I would stick to the Africans right now. And I would say that why would we want to throw away stuff that have worked for us? And it's only because we've come outside of ourselves and we've been so removed from ourselves, we've lost the way. That doesn't mean it didn't work. Why do we need a new? Do you see my point? Like,
yeah, Bob, there's nothing anyone said that I fundamentally disagree with. I feel like maybe it's a curse of mine that when I sometimes just try to engage like in specific topics just to find out, like especially Richie, to find out what people are on, or how people understand that what you know what I'm saying, some of these perspectives, like especially when we were talking about Black Lives Matter. So there's no real wrong or right anyway in how you define yourself, in my opinion. Anyway, I'm interested.
I understand. I get it's for of discussion, but I think it's becoming a wider topic that I see hearing more and more every day, and it's aggravating me the more I hear it.
No, but
And
the
I
more
think
you understand about history, the more
Velly, someone's at the back.
yeah, the more you understand about history, the more precarious. What is it? I mean, me personally, I feel like I've had a unique sort of beginning to like when I jumped on these hangouts and that, because in my personal life I don't have these deep kind of discussions about these kinds of topics and subjects. Yeah, so when I have these discussions with people, it's because you know the deal, Lady. How my introduction to all of this kind of level of discourse was with these right-wing people who are telling me that black people are inherently inferior.
no, and trust me, you it's over there, like you held it down. I'm not going to front.
Yeah, but remember that's but these are the discussions I'm having, right? So then the more I see, I'm saying, who do these concepts seem to benefit more? Do they truly benefit me? And my answer is an honest to God, I don't actually know. I'm not an anthropologist of any repute. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a psychologist or sociologist. These aren't my fields of expertise. So I don't engage in any like large scale research. But from my own personal experience in having these discussions, I see that. Or when I look at history, I see that it seems to have been concepts inspired and maintained by the opposition, not necessarily us, or not necessarily to our benefit, it seems. But again, people can enlighten me with a lot more. People can enlighten me with a lot more information and history. Like I don't. You get me?
Well, people naturally group in it. That's the sociology angle. You could see that things group together based on commonalities. That's a standard issue thing that you see in science. So just from that premise, you know there's going to be some sort of grouping. So in reverse, this is where white man's silly. And even though a lot of things look very negative, and they are very negative, it's still pushing things back to a certain position. Because even though he's disenfranchised us, chopped us off from our culture, made us a certain way, by default, he's still, through his oppression, had to group us through some sort of type of marking. And obviously the most obvious is the way you look, because you're so much different to him. So again, by default,
Cutting out, Rich, man. I can't hear you. Is it me or is it can anyone else say Rich? Can you not hear me? Okay. Anyone in the chat? Can you not hear me? Can you not hear Rich?
I hear you.
Yo, Rich, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you. You cut out when you were talking.
Hey James, where you get that video from? You're a piss taker.
I told you that don't look like my man though. That looks like Submarine Top, fam. Hey.
Piss. Oh god.
What happened though? Richie's mic cut out or something?
I don't know. He's probably.
Yeah, I can't. There he is.
Can you still hear me now?
Yeah. You cut out mid, like I didn't get. You might as well.
I think my reception is just going. I think I might have to switch over to my computer. I'm on my phone. I think that's what I need to do. I'm gonna come back in. I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna go on the computer and come back.
Okay.
Hey, where you get that madman from, man?
Lady D, come send Lady D. What you saying, man? Lady, yo, you know I got love for Lady D though, man.
Yeah, after you, when you troll me, you ain't got love for me though. You be
I'm
hating.
saying I rate you because you always I big you up because you always out here attacking a black man. I rate you for that still.
The hate is real. The hate is real. All right, James, I got you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I see you bear respect on the Muslim channels. These times you come to G Block, you're always trying to show one of the members. Like, what happened, man?
Allow it, man. They get smoked too. Everyone gets smoked equally, innit?
Except Wendy.
Wendy's my sister-in-law. You never know. Like I can't.
Trust
Right.
me, she's
I
part of the
don't
system.
remember coming for my neck. I can't diss her no more. No more.
Wendy.
Yeah, Wendy, I can't. That's my sister-in-law now, isn't it? Rambo's wife.
Oh. See, look, that's another black man.
Rambo's gonna kick my ass. Trust me. Every house catches me, it's over.
Yes, Governor Brad.
Hey, Raf, what you saying?
Yo, James, what the fuck? The man had braces on.
Hey, did you see it? Did you see the?
Yeah.
I don't know. Only James can find them videos, you know.
Oh my god.
No, you know that's somebody for real, though.
No, it's not.
That's him, bro.
Sam, first of all, the dude was able to speak clear English to an extent.
He said
It cracks me up though. It's just like it makes me feel uncomfortable when Somalis say the N-word. It really does. It makes me feel weird. It's
You know,
like
it's so funny, though. It's funny how you say Somali with a U. It says Somali.
it's weird though.
Oh, man.
Oh,
It makes me feel
I'm
weird.
worried. Where did you get that video from, man?
Oh, mate, do you remember the other one back in the day, yeah? Of that little you rapping Tupac lyrics with his little cousin or something in the background? I saw that. Oh my god, let me see if I can find that one. Oh, mate. Oh.
Yeah.
Ugh, just God, just
What have you been
the way
researching?
he's
DC,
yo,
can you hear me?
yeah.
Yeah, what you about, bruv? Talk to me, because this is the first time I'm coming on there. Riggsy's been on there several times. I know some of the people. I know Lady Divine and some of the people in the chat, but what are you about?
Well, in America, due to my past in college, I was classified as a BIE, Black Identity Extremist, because I'm for the Second Amendment amongst Black people and Black people having and owning their own state. I believe that it's impossible for white people to be superior to us in any way, shape, or form, especially just based off the way our women age. I believe that, well, due to recent years, I believe that unity amongst us will never be achieved because we are too isolated. So I believe that ostracization of the weakest part of our race is the only way, where we take the strong and leave behind the weak. I believe education is the first and only key to our liberation. I mean, like, there's no other replacement for the first key to liberation is our education. So for me, was learning about West African culture allowed me to propel myself when I got out of undergrad and went to grad school. Learning about West African culture or West African history allowed me to understand that I wasn't sold over here because West African kingdoms hated me specifically. I believe that I see no difference between me and my brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, my brothers and sisters from the UK, or my brothers and sisters from the West and Central or the Niger Congo region of Africa.
So you're not ADOS. You're not on that ADOS shit.
Well, I'm ADOS by genetics because my ancestors were enslaved here. 200 years on my father's side, 150 years on my mother's. So, I have to claim that history because that's what I am genetically. But I'm not on that.
But you don't believe that, like, that, the whole of South America off the cards.
No.
There's 40 million people in North America, but they're saying only about 15 million should qualify for reparations. So you're not feeling that.
I believe that demographics are the way you move stuff politically here, and because there's 45 million of us, if we were to isolate ourselves, we would literally be having our own community vote against us. Also, due to the fact that there's a lot of intermixing between the continent, ADOS, the Caribbean. So it's like, unless you have the perfect and complete records like my family has, reparations will be extremely hard for you to get if you just think because you're Black here, you were a slave here. So, doing the summer programs I've done within Cobra, I realize on a federal level, you won't be able to get reparations, but on a city, state, and local level, you'll be able to get reparations. So if you don't know the family that owned you, you can't just turn to the government. like for example, the family that owned my father's family was a tobacco and pig family, pig farming family. We were able to sue them, but that was later on in life. But in history, we actually killed them in South Carolina, in Sumter, South Carolina, and was able to take their wealth from there. So, and was able to propel our family from there. So it's a very, it's a bittersweet, story in a sense that, sometimes I hate America, but then it's like my ancestors built it. So it's like I don't see America as my home. I see it as like my bank, or, how when you go to university, you don't see your dorm as like, oh, this is where I'm going to be for the rest of my life. That's how I see it.
No, I feel you.
Yeah.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
29.
Brother? Do you have kids?
Huh? Not yet.
Do you have children?
Not yet.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. But
Appreciate it for giving me that story, because not everybody's so forthcoming. This is the age of the avatar, so you got a lot of people that come on these platforms, behind the picture, talk a lot of talks in conversation, but never truly identify their position. So thank you.
Oh no, yeah.
Can you hear me? Can Brother Richie hear me by any chance?
Yeah, I can hear you, my dear.
Okay,
Oh God, this Indian
Oh
on here.
my gosh.
No, he's no, please. This is where it gets
Yes.
irritating because Torok is
Brad,
not black.
I can't believe you're 29, Brad.
Yeah,
Calm
how old are
down,
you?
man.
But
34.
Richie, just so you know, before we go any further, you will get disturbed and you will get annoyed with a lot that Torok's going to say. So just a pre-warning.
Listen,
Okay, I just want to be clear. I
You couldn't
wanted to
even
be
talk to the
clear.
white. You
I
couldn't
wanted
even
to
talk
be
to
clear.
him when he was on.
I wanted to be
on
clear,
Friday.
Richie.
Don't even bring
Torok
my
is
name
not.
up.
Torok is not black. Torok is
Talk for yourself. Talk for
Torok is
yourself.
not black. Torok is
for
indigenous.
yourself,
He's indigenous to the Americas, and he's a
Brad, you're-
Hebrew,
you're
as
young
well
and
as he's a
emotional.
Talmud. I'm not being emotional. I'm only just
You're
informing Mr.
young.
Richie on your
Brother,
identity.
look how young you are, and you're so emotional, bro.
What do you mean, look how young? I'm only 29. How's that young? What are you talking about? How old are
Yes,
you?
exactly. I'm 34, and look how emotional you are.
Okay, you're only like what, 5 years older than me. Wow.
Tarek.
Yes, exactly. I'm
Tarek.
older than you, man.
So
Tarek.
you're older than me and you're that dumb. That's a shame. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm older than you.
Tarek.
Gracious.
Tarek.
You believe that you believe you're an
I'm your
indigenous
big- I'm your
Hebrew of
big
the
cousin. I'm your
Americas.
big cousin.
You
man.
believe you're not, because you're a different race
I
than
am your
me.
big
I'm
cousin.
African. I'm African. You are
You're
a
my
Karen.
little African cousin.
You're not African like that. So stop lying. You're a Talmud
Tarek, what
speaking Hebrew.
are you? Why don't you tell me what you are from your own mouth? Why don't you tell me what you are? Because it's the first time I'm meeting you in it.
Let them finish. I'm not coming to interrupt.
I'm just saying, don't fall for it, Brad. Let Torok speak. Brad,
Okay.
don't.
No, I don't need to speak. You speak. When the white man was on here, you wasn't speaking. Don't worry about Torok. When the white man was on here, you lot couldn't say nothing.
Speak all the time. Meanwhile, while you're over there caping for Amy,
You
just
couldn't
watch him
say
out.
nothing. You couldn't say nothing when I can't remember who was on there. I think it was Liam that was on here.
My
No, it
aim
was
is
even
not
Liam. It was a little young white boy that was on here, running everybody on here. Little Ralph's little apprentice, run you lot up with your red, black, and green.
Man ain't running nobody over nowhere.
You lot run you. You couldn't say nothing. You was looking for other black men to talk for you. That's what you lot were doing. But soon as Torok comes now, you drink your Red Bull and now you got wings.
You're going, are you on your period again, Torok? Save your energy. My
Soon
thing
as
is
Torok comes, you drink your Red Bull, now you got wings. Stop
Torok,
it, Five.
save energy. Brother
Stop
Richie,
it, Five.
you. It's talk to Brother Richie. Don't let
I'm
Lady
gonna say-
Divine give you energy. Talk to
I'm
Richie.
gonna say let Brad finish. Let Brad finish.
I was asking you, bruv, about who you are. They were trying to tell me about who you are, so I'm asking you directly. Can you you tell me what you're about, brother?
Well, basically, I've come from the let's say Aboriginal society. I've got both Caribbean ancestry and all over the world ancestry, but I mostly deal with my Caribbean ancestry because I look at tribes as political. So even when you go to Africa, you will see like a Chinese Hausa chief, and it's nothing uncommon to the black people there. They can have anybody come into their clans.
Ask him what tribe now, Richie. What tribe?
No, don't ask. No, stop being a third person.
He's Garifuna. He's Garifuna. He's the Garifuna are a group of West Africans who speak the Arawak language, but he recognizes only the Arawak side.
Right.
He doesn't see himself as West African. He sees himself as Arawak.
When the white man was on there, you lot couldn't speak.
I wasn't on
He
here
was
when the white
he
man's
wasn't
on here.
even
You
a
know I don't
white
sit
man. He
quietly
was a
when a white.
white boy.
You know I don't
He,
sit quietly when a white man pops
he
on
was a
this.
white
Tarak, you're
boy.
not talking about me.
He was a
You're not
white
talking
boy,
about me
and
then.
he wears a
Tarak,
red hat, make America great again, and you lot couldn't say
Tarak, but you
nothing
know
to
you're
him.
not talking about
You
me
lot
then.
can't
So
say
hush.
nothing to him because you lot
Brad,
don't study
stop.
shit.
Brad, why are you
That's why you
responding
couldn't
to
say
him?
fuck all to him because you don't
Brad,
study.
why are you
You
responding
lot
to
work
him?
up emotions. You understand? You work
Because
up
the more Tarak
emotions.
calls people emotional, he gets emotional. That's why I keep
Exactly.
No,
repping
because
him.
you work up
Why don't you
emotions. I work with knowledge.
let the evidence speak for itself, Brad? Why are you rising to the occasion?
That's why
Listen,
any white boy,
when
when we come
he's
on,
over
he
there
can't
telling
run.
us that we are not his sisters, that we are not his sisters
You're
due
not.
to his
You
sister,
are
he
not.
doesn't
You
remember
are
that.
not.
He doesn't
You're on.
remember that.
You're on a panel with Wendy who called out how many niggas. So shut your mouth up,
Yeah,
token.
you sat on that panel,
Yo,
Tora.
Tarak,
You
that's
were there.
racist.
You
That's
sat on
Token.
that
racist.
panel.
You're token
Tarak,
You
out
that's
of
sat
that
on
racist.
South
You
that
can't
Park.
use
panel.
that
You're
word.
token sister.
Hold on, Brad. Hold on. Let's be
You're
very
token
clear.
out of South Park
Torok was
sister.
sitting on that panel. He
You're
listened
token. You're on
he
South
listened
Park.
to
You're on
Emmy.
South
He listened
Park. You're a
to Amy.
token.
Disrespect
You're a
Spice.
token.
He
You're
listened
a
to Wendy.
token.
That all
You're
types
a
of niggas.
token. You're
And
a
did Torok
token.
say a
You're
damn
a
thing?
token on Raw
No,
show.
you
That's
know
what
why?
you do.
Torok
You
is
run behind
a
people.
red
You
Indian.
run
He's
behind
red Indian.
everybody.
He
You
doesn't
run.
apply to
You run on the Muslim panel. You run on the Sikh channel. You run on Wendy
and
channel.
you
Who else you
ran
gonna run
right
behind?
behind me, Torok, innit? You ran
Me
right
not to
behind
run
me.
behind you. I speak
You
for
run right
myself.
behind me,
I don't
Torok.
have to
Where do
ask
we
people
find
to
you?
ask me
Where do we
questions.
find you, Torok? Where's your most comfortable spot?
Whatever. You know, when the
Jupiter,
white man was when the white boy was on here, you never had nothing
is
to
it
talk about Aunt
Jupiter's
Jemima.
yes or a no answer?
Aunt
Is it
Jemima, you
Jupiter?
never had not a breath in your mouth to talk to the lily
Well,
white
I'm
boy.
talking to you.
When the lily
I'm
white
talking
boy
to
was
you,
on, you
Cassandra
had shit to
woman. I'm
say.
talking to
You
you,
had
Cassandra
shit to say,
woman.
woman.
I'm
Okay,
talking to
can we get
you,
back to knowledge,
Cassandra.
please? Can we get back to knowledge, please? Can we get back to knowledge, please? Okay, this is
Exactly.
Yeah, can we have a real discussion?
He's not going
thank
to
you.
have
This
fun.
is
He doesn't have discussions. He's
Don't
just
talk
letting
for
you know he
me. Talk for
trolls.
yourself,
He
woman.
Tarak.
trolls.
For me.
Can you
Talk for
not?
yourself, woman.
Can you not? Then don't say anything. Then, all right, my lady. Can you please just let? Because this is just it's not gonna go anywhere. It's
I
not
need
going anywhere.
Richie to understand he doesn't have conversation. He trolls. So go ahead.
When
Yeah,
the
I
white boy
know.
was on there, you couldn't even
See,
talk
that's
to
what I'm
him.
saying. Don't engage it.
When the
Let's
white boy
just let
was
it
on
be.
here, we can replay
Actions
it.
speak
We can
louder than
replay it. You lot even said King James was black. You lot are not Israelites. What are you talking about if King James was black? That's how weak,
my name look like rap.
weak you know
Does
is.
my
But
That's
King
how
James is not
weak
black
you
though.
lot are.
Everybody knows
You lot
King
are
James is not
weak.
black, Tarak.
You're weak
Tarak,
people. That's
everybody
why
knows
you
King
do not
James is not black.
study. You don't not research. You don't do nothing. All you do is
But
work on
Tarak, you believe
emotion.
Atlantis
You
is
are
real.
weaklings.
Tarak, you believe Atlantis is real. Please
Weaklings.
stop.
Oh, here we go.
Weaklings.
And here we go.
Stop. Let's just stop. Let's
Bring
move on
up
to
King
something
James.
else.
Oh, the Hebrews say King James is black.
Yeah, but he's not.
Torak,
Hold on, we can
what are
let's
you
do
what are you doing? What are you doing as part of your movement that you feel benefits black people? Let me ask that. If you consider yourself black.
To be honest, I do more of the stuff what Africans on the continent do. So Africans on the continent deal with tribes. So I take a page out of their book, the people of the continent, not the diasporan people.
What's this 12 tribe chart you're talking about? I'm assuming, yeah.
No, people in Africa, they have tribes.
No, I know that. I'm talking about you.
Yes. So the Akan people.
You're part of the 12 tribe chart. That's where you're coming from.
You do know the Akan is a coalition of multiple tribes,
Did you hear me
right?
say the 12 tribe chart?
You do know the Akan is a multiple.
Did
it's
you
not
hear
just.
what I said?
That's just a general term. You know that, right?
I don't know.
All right, cool. Then let's just move on.
I said to you, I deal with the things what indigenous Africans on that continent deal with. So they deal with their.
Why not do what the Doridians do or what the Talmud people do?
They do the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. So why are you always bringing up Africans? Come on now, you know you're not one of us.
The reason why I do that because he asked about black people. He asked about black people again, innit? See, and this is
Go on, Torek.
So the brother asked me, "Oh, what does it benefit black people?" So I just do what Africans who, quote unquote, who everybody call black. I do what African or Nubian people do. They deal with their individual tribes.
So, where would you say? So let me get it clear. Where do you say you're from again?
Caribbean.
What part?
All over.
Done.
Let's not do that conversation.
I've actually done my genealogy. This is what I'm trying to say. I've actually done my genealogy.
No, but there must be a listen. All right, what's your newest? What's the newest location you found yourself at? So where is it? Jamaica? Where's your parents from?
My parents are from all different parts of the Caribbean, because if you understand the history of what actually happened in the Caribbean, is all different people that were taken to all different parts of the Caribbean.
Brother, I understand that. So I'm asking a
95,
specific question of where do
95,
your parents come from? So I'm asking you, where do your
95%.
parents come from?
95%. I deal with indigenous tribes. I don't deal with nationality and all them type of things. I'm dealing with tribal things. The actual people
He's the
who are
cunning
there.
No,
lion.
I'm dealing in geography. I'm dealing in geography.
I'm telling you,
Geographically, where
tribally,
was your parents living when they had you?
actually in the Caribbean and in England.
Yeah, the Caribbean is a generic term to cover a whole multitude
Yeah,
of
but
places.
I'm
So
not
I'm
being
asking
funny,
you
my
for the
brother.
specific
When you come to
place
places like England,
that
when you
they
come to
were
places like England,
residing in.
when you come to places like England, you get all different people of different nations mixing. You get Jamaican and Ghanaian people mixing. You get St. Lucian and Jamaican people mixing. And after that, you got 4 different people.
That's why I'm
American
asking
people.
you about the
So I have.
geographical
So listen what I'm
location,
telling
brother.
you. So listen what me I tell you then. I've actually done my genealogy and traced back my ancestral roots of the people who actually belong to me. And I found people all over the Caribbean.
You do know genealogy
Well,
plus
is there no
DNA. You have to do
origin?
both.
Well, where's the origin point of that? You're saying you've traced it, so that's a lineage. So where does it begin for you? When you going back, where does it start? Let's do that then.
Mostly the Caribbean, to be honest, and it seems like the Lesser Antilles and some parts of Haiti and Louisiana. But
Here
I've
we
also got
go.
but
That
I've also
wasn't
got
hard.
yeah, but I've also got family that's in French Guyana as well, what I never knew about. But they're also connected to me through the surname and even blood and certain things like that. So even
Wait,
there,
blood,
I've
bro.
No,
That's
but
genetics.
you see, like, look.
yeah, but
No, but let me say this though,
hold
yeah.
on,
I
let me
know
say to you.
listen. Let me say something, brother. I know you're used to battling with these lot, yeah, and I get that. But when we're having these kind of conversations, if simple information like geographic locations can't be said, it's gonna hold up the conversation in it. And you just gave me that quickly and easily. So just remember, I'm not here to kind of battle you like that. I might not agree with you. I probably don't, based on the religious aspect, but if we're gonna have a real conversation, like just try to like cut to the chase and just say where you're from or whatever the question, because it allows us then to understand where you're coming from when you're talking certain talks, innit? Because
Yeah,
I'm
but
just meeting you, and in
I'm
this
trying to be
small
direct. I'm
window,
trying to be honest. 'Cause I don't classify like everybody as my people like that in a sense like that. So when you're doing genealogy, it's only going to be your particular history. It's not going to be everybody else's history, if you know what I mean. So what my history, I've checked on my dad's mother's side. She originally came from Venezuela and French Guyana and them type of regions. And a lot of our families went to places like Panama. Some went up like because I mostly
So
deal
that
with
means you could come from India then, because there was a whole leap of Hindu people that went to Guyana.
Talk my history then. Tell me.
No, I'm just asking.
No. Talk my history for me. Talk my history for me.
No, I'm not talking history. I'm saying
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No,
His voice makes everything funny. It's his voice that makes everything funny.
Do you know what it is, Richie? There's a problem understanding a question with a quote, and Terry asked a question. That's right there's a basic misunderstanding. This is what always happens.
Okay.
He's emotional, the youth.
You see religiously, brother. Where you see this religion now? You're saying you're Hebrew, right? Are you a Hebrew?
I'm not. I didn't say nothing about Hebrew. I don't know where you get.
He's an
this
Israelite.
from.
He's an
I
Israelite.
said-
He's not an
I-
Israelite.
See, this is what
He's
the
an
point
Israelite.
is. Where every time I speak, everybody else want to speak after me. Like
He's
my
an
name is Gladys.
Israelite.
Like my name is Gladys Nice and the
Yeah.
people.
No. Patrice. Say what you're saying, brother. Go, what are you? What are you, bro?
He's an Aboriginal Hebrew. He's the reason why the Hebrews will never be taken
You're killing
seriously.
it, B.
No, for real, Brad. Because this is what
Yeah,
happens. I want Richie to actually try to understand Torah from his understanding, not from ours.
Okay. But he's
Let
going,
him-
okay. Fine. Yeah. I forgot. Richie doesn't know this guy. I apologize, Richie.
Go on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just give me a little. All I need is a hot second to just try and understand where he's coming from, and then roll
one
on the
last thing.
conversation.
Torah is a
jokes,
BAE.
whatever.
Torah he's a BAE. Yeah, that's it. No, go ahead.
Torak, what do you identify with as far as religiously and
Oh, sorry,
spiritually?
EBA. God, I had it wrong. EBA.
What is that? What's EBA? Tell them.
Everything but
myself
African.
what I am.
Right. He's going to use you as a lineage. So allow him to answer his question.
To be honest now, to be really honest now, I've done research in it, and I've looked into all the histories and the Hebrews and this, that, and the other, and I've got to a point now in life where to be honest, all I can do is stick on my indigenous culture, basically, of the Caribbean and what I know of it and certain things like that. With the Hebrew thing, I do take on the rules, certain things, and the concepts, but it's a lot to the Hebrew thing. What I've noticed, where it's not only directly connected to one set of people, I think it's connected in more of a world history.
Hebrew International.
You know what? You got and I'm
And listen, the thing now, all you have to do is laugh and giggle.
He's a
Laugh and giggle.
He's a global Hebrew. That's what it is.
Like you mentioned Guyana, right? I know that there's three major tribes. Whether you say the Arak Indian, or you say the Hindu people, or you say the Congolese people, or you say the Yoruba people. Those are the main people that were in Guyana. Which one would you choose?
To be honest, I'm not too sure. All I know, I've got a relative that looks exactly like me and share the same surname as me, and also got relatives in St. Lucia.
You do know genealogy plus genetics, though. You have to do both. You can't just do one. Like when we did the DNA, we had to do the genealogy after that, or you can do the genealogy first and then do the genetics after.
If
you do realize that.
If you want to talk about my Indian side, I haven't got Indian side on my Jamaican side.
On your Indian, on your Jamaicans.
I'm not laughing out. Let's hear it. What's on the Jamaican side then, Torak?
Yeah, but Veli's got Veli's got Indian people, so I don't know why everybody think it's so funny.
But Veli looks West African.
I'm literally the only person on the panel, Torak, that's not laughing. Well, apart from brother Richie.
I don't understand what is the I don't know what you're asking me really and truly.
Well, okay, let me put it this way. You see, when you said on your St. Lucian side you can trace your Indian heritage. What is on the Jamaican side then? Is what my question was.
I've got Scottish, I've got Indian and Maroon.
Okay.
And I might have Arrow, but I haven't really gone that deep in looking into that the Jamaican side. But the area where I am from is literally a maroon town, basically. So the people, even the word maroon comes from the Arawaks. So yeah.
That's some proper United Nations boy.
Yeah, and it's like, how does he genetically know he has all these different? How do you know he has Scottish and all this stuff?
I say that as well, because this is my thing. This is where me and Tom always clash. I'm also St. Lucian and Jamaican. When I trace my roots, I go back to Africa, West Africa, in fact.
What part of Jamaica are you from?
Tom, it don't matter about what part of Jamaica. You know,
I am from St. Mary's.
That's like you.
St. Mary's area.
Ninja man. Come on.
Are you from St. Mary's?
No, the Israelite applies to everything.
Lady D, what part of Jamaica are you from?
Clarendon.
Okay.
Right. So
well,
I say
there is maroons down there, but it's the sort of more to St. Elizabeth. But you understand, people move out of their areas. You know what I mean? Certain people that they left them.
Torak is a Moor.
But this is my thing. This is where me and you always clash, because when it comes to tracing the roots, I will trace mine back to Africa. But you, for some reason, from my point of view, this is my point of view, yeah, you stop when it gets to hitting the African shores. That's when it stops you. Like you don't want no parts of it, and that's where me and you consistently always clash. Because I'm always like, well, how do you disown the African part?
Yeah, but what side is your dad St. Lucian or your father Jamaican?
My mother.
Yeah, but is your lineage stopping at that level because of the Hebrew side, the Israelite side, because it coincides with that 12 tribe chart? and
He
the
is an
African
Israelite.
side
He
doesn't?
not
Is
black
that
no
why you
more.
stick with the Caribbean?
No, because that's just like my, how can I say, my direct lineage in a sense. Like, or I don't really know people in Africa like that. I could say that probably there is some of my ancestors that have gone back to Africa, or have
Yes.
gone into Africa, because a lot of the products are originally from the
You said some of
Caribbean.
your lineage might have gone back to
A lot of the
Africa.
products that are originally from the Caribbean has been introduced into Africa. So I think
Yeah.
they might have took a lot of the
Because Mr.
indigenous
Riggs, there
people
were no
there
yams in Yoruba
to
land
to
at all.
to to
We
to
never
the
grew yams until we met the
to the west
Europeans.
coast of Africa.
Is
Yeah.
that why more half of our dishes is based on yam?
And we never had
Did I
tomatoes
say
either.
yam?
Just want to
Did I
make
say
sure.
yam?
I just want to make sure we never had
Did
tomatoes.
I say
We
yam?
never had
On a real note though, you said that they went back. Your ancestors went back to Africa. Why would they go back to Africa if they're not from Africa?
Well, this is what I'm trying to say. If you
Yeah,
understand
always
the history, if you understand the history of certain maroon people in places like Sierra Leone and the
yeah.
Afro-Brazilian communities which will set it up, then you know what I mean. It's kind of
Does he not realize Afro-Brazilian is really
Yeah, you talking about Sierra Leone or Liberia?
Pardon?
Are you talking about Sierra Leone or Liberia?
Well, basically the whole west coast of Africa, like, because there was all different types of groups of people from, like, there's a set of people called the Tombon people in Ghana. There's the Creole people in Liberia. Then you have also like the Amaroko people in Liberia. Then you
You
have
do know
all
these are
the
African
other
Americans and Afro
communities which they
diasporans coming
deemed,
back.
or they call Afro-Brazilian communities as well.
Yeah, but they identified that they came from Africa, so that's why they went back.
But some of these people were also freed people amongst them people. So also,
Yeah, that literally came from Africa and went back.
There was also a place called Ferdinand Po where they used as a penal colony in places like Cuba, Jamaica, all the Spanish-speaking places. They used that as a penal colony. And that particular island, they used to grow cocoa, and cocoa actually comes from the Americas. So they had.
It's like cocoa side from Americas.
Yeah.
Okay.
From South America and the Caribbean mostly.
Okay.
But,
where it started from.
Yeah, so there was a man called Kweche Teche from Ghana that was working in Ferdinand Po that smuggled out the bean, and that's how Ghana got the cocoa bean or something.
So are we then just saying
Wait, I'm seeing.
without that man and
Oh, sorry, go on.
that bean, then Ghana today wouldn't have that bean. Am I correct?
Say that again.
If the man you just mentioned didn't discover that bean in Americas, are we saying then that Ghana today would have cocoa bean?
That man, he went to this island in it, what they called Ferdinand Po, that was used as a Spanish penal colony for places like Cuba, Puerto Rico, Dominica Republic.
Yeah.
So they used to
he had trading partners with Atlantis too.
So they used to be all the rebellious people. They took off them islands and certain places like that, most of the Spanish-speaking places. But there was a man that left from Ghana to go work there. And because he smuggled out the bean, his name is Kweche Teche. And he's the one that brought the cocoa back to Ghana.
Hey, God of Jacob. The reason why I'm asking about the Israel.
Richie, don't. Richie,
No. Hold on. Just don't worry. Relax.
Just ignore, like literally ignore anything he types.
The only reason why I'm asking about the Israelite aspect is because but I just got to say this quickly because again, worldview and historical view and where you're coming from and all this. If you're telling me you have a often, that's going to affect what you're gonna be saying. So that's why I'm asking. It's not about making an argument. You understand? So I just wanted to say that. That's all.
No, but the reason why I say that with the Hebrew thing.
That wasn't that bad, was it?
I'm just saying.
No,
just when he got a Jacob.
But the reason why I said about the Hebrew thing, because nobody won't let me finish in it, basically, in a sense.
Sorry,
go ahead, Taran. Go ahead.
DC Brad, allow him to finish. You keep interrupting him.
It is a bit too long if I get stopped.
Go on, Tora. Go on.
But with the Hebrew thing, there's a lot of different things people look into the Bible and they say. I think it's the Apocrypha where they talked about some people might have set it up in the Americas, and there's all different stories from the Bible. But I can see there's a culture and certain things where everybody are particularly, not say everybody, but there's certain people that are talking on this type of culture, and later on has been developed as Israelite, or one could say Abrahamic, or Hebrew. So when I looked at the world history of it altogether, I can see that it's a concept where even some indigenous people could even connect to it. So I say something will happen in world events where a lot of people do share in common, but it's interpreted a bit differently.
Okay, so you're saying that it's the interpretations, you deal with the interpretations, and how you interpret it regarding food, agriculture, stuff like that is how you come with your lineage and your indigenous way of life.
No, just this Hebrew, what the brother was asking me about religiously and spiritually, that I tried to go back more to my indigenous spirituality in a sense. And that's like they're more naturistic people and deal with nature more or less. But that there's aspects of a lot of individual indigenous cultures, but one could say even they could be Israelites or they share certain similarities. But when you look deep down into the story and even the languages and break it all down, you can see it's something where happen in the world where everybody's trying to interpret it, or the whole stories get lost in translation down periods of time.
Okay, now you know what, Torah, each of their own, do your thing, but this is where I will have a problem. Even with God of Jacob, I smoke him every chance I get because I cannot subscribe to this Hebrew Israelite way of thinking. I'm never going to separate myself. I'm never going to not claim African. To me, the Hebrew Israelites are division. They are agents of division within our people, and this is and they're a lot of the reason why we have a lot of the issues we have today when it comes to unity, joining forces, and coming up and making uprising. Can't do that if we're all separated. That's my stance.
And they don't teach an academic or like any kind of scholarship in regards to truth. It's more like it's all made up each bit by bit. Like one group will say that we have no connection to Africa. Next group will be like, oh, this whole group is African. This whole African group is Hebrew. Then the next one will be like, we were only enslaved because we were Hebrews. Like I heard one guy say that Africans came here on planes, Israelites came here on ships. So it is what it is. You know.
Yeah, because even you get the Rasta version of it as well, what was quite popular back in the
Well,
day.
but you understand that this stuff is like really like it's all made up like in the West. It's like the Western, it's hogwash.
Yeah, but Africans call themselves Hamites as well. No,
Do you understand why they would though, right?
Not the majority.
Yeah, but you understand like if the few that would, you understand why though, right? Because what is mainly below the Sahel?
Yeah, but maybe this
what is mainly below the Sahel, Tarak?
Yeah, but hold on, what I'm trying to say to
Christianity.
You is
so it would make sense for them to do such a thing.
What I'm trying to show you is a culture that is in that area, because the Bible's talking
what
about
area though? What area? What Africans call themselves Hamites? Because even if we use historical narrative of Hamite, Ham would be no lower than Sudan and no farther west than Libya. So what is Ham?
Later on in these modern times, people move about in it and certain things like that. So certain people, they know who their lineages are. So if a East African did say they're Hamitic, maybe they're just trying to make you understand a label what people might be familiar with.
You know what? God of Jacob, jump on it. He head Hebrew in charge. You want some smoke? Come on, come. Tell us.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's a fair Hebrew to talk to because he only sticks to the King James Bible, and we know King James was obviously written by Mr. Riggs. Fill me in.
So what about with Black Eyes TV? So what's your philosophy?
Enlighten us on the formation of the King James Bible. I mean, just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Because we know that it was made.
What is your philosophy, Black Eyes TV?
African worldview, African-centered mind state, black first, Kemetic science.
So
for every unseen principle, there's a physical representation, nature, those aspects. Ask your question.
So have you got a Caribbean background? I would say so.
Yeah, my dad's side's from Jamaica, Westmoreland, and my mum's side is all African, Nigerian, Yoruba
Okay, big up.
speakers. My gran was a chieftain. She was one the main first black nurses to come to England and train some of the medical governing bodies for some of the top hospitals
In,
like
in, in what
Bart's,
year?
St. Bartholomew's and stuff.
What year?
What?
In what year?
Bruv, I wouldn't even want to say it and get it wrong. So I'd have to check to be
You said
fair when
first.
she came.
You said first black nurses.
No, just to train in the modern medical profession that we're calling these modern institutes like St. Bart's Hospital, King's Hospital. There's a certain medical profession board that was presiding over a lot of the hospitals in a joint way, and she was one of the nurses in the 60s, I want to say, that came over and
So what do you
basically
see?
helped create. Hold up, brother. You asked me a question, innit? Help create what you're perceiving as the NHS today.
Wow.
Yeah, but you know the West Indian people was called from long time for them type of thing. So you get me?
Well,
From
the
World
funniest thing is, before she came
World
to
War One,
England, she also worked in Saint Kitts, the Bahamas. So she did the tour of the West Indian Islands because she was also training and working with obviously older nurses who were training her coming from Africa. So
So
again,
do you have any Afro-Brazilian heritage? Do you know of any chance?
probably again, if there's if the Brazilians identify with, especially with the Nigerian culture, a lot of them, then I wouldn't be surprised if I did
Is
have some
is
family there.
your Nigerian family Catholic?
No, some of them are, but not all of them.
What do you eat for Easter? Like for Sunday, do you have a special meal or not really? Don't really, or your family don't really
No,
celebrate
I
it?
don't observe that. And my personal background is
Mm.
my mum. It was a Jehovah's Witness from when I was born. So
Yeah.
for a hot minute, I've never really celebrated Christmas, done birthdays too tough. Obviously, I celebrate birthdays now. I got kids
Mm.
and whatever. And again, I understand that programming, but uh,
So
there's no
so
Muslims per se in my family too tough.
so do you see the people that say the Nigerian people? Do you see them as the same people as the people in ancient Kemet?
You can definitely make a correlation between their practices and their cultural systems, even certain parts of language in various parts of Africa,
That's
going
true.
back to that. Because you got to remember, Kemet was an epicenter of learning. So at one time, everybody's going there and contributing because obviously there's these different cultures or languages across Africa going there, but they're also taking away because again the knowledge that was running in Kemet was on a higher level when you talk about agriculture, spiritual laws, those type of situations.
Well, not
So that's
really,
where you're
because
always going to find similarities.
not really, because you had the Noc civilization and you also had the Benin Empire that's been there from BC periods, and the Portuguese and the English explorers that went there talked about the Benin Kingdom being one of the magnificent places that they've seen, but it got destroyed during the wars and
Bruv,
stuff things.
I'm talking
So
about stuff that long
hold on.
precedes white people coming with their variation
Hold on, I haven't
on
finished
what
yet. I
they're
haven't finished what I
seeing.
was saying. I haven't finished what I was about to say. So basically, what I know of the most of the Nigerian people, they come out of maybe the Niger Congo region or Benin Kingdom, especially the Yoruba people. So where is the actual connection with Egypt? I don't see it.
Do you know that?
Bruv,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Richie. No, Richie. I'm sorry. I want you to experience this. I want you to experience Torah. This is Torah. I want you to experience it. Go
again,
ahead.
you see what's funny is you made a connection of sweeping proportions when explaining your own heritage, but then you're going to say that there can't be a connection or the distance is going to be too far between Benin and Egypt. But you're talking
No,
about this
realistically,
connection in
I
your
don't.
lineage, which you haven't really, when you did start to mention names, you mentioned a whole heap of places going right away from the Americas, Caribbean, kind of somewhat touched Africa. But then I'm saying Benin, one African place to another, and somehow you straight away you're jumping in and saying, well, that seems like I don't, a mad long reach to make.
Yeah.
That,
Anybody peep when he said that Nigerians come out of the Niger Congo area? Does anybody know
right.
that Nigeria is the landmass that surrounds the Niger River?
But you can tell with the language as well. They said the Niger Congo Farian.
Yeah, but you understand, you just said the same thing twice. That's like saying Chinese comes out of China.
Double negative.
So are you saying the Egyptians spoke a Niger Congo Farian language?
No, what he's saying is that there is a genetic connection between the pharaohs and a lot of the Yoruba kings. There's been this has been talked about and proven. But then again, Torak, as we discuss, why are you once again? Why are you once again?
Why are you always butting in?
Because I want to butt in. I want to butt in.
Have your own conversation.
I want to butt in. I want to.
It's very Atlanta what you're going on there.
I'm not from Atlanta though. What are you talking about? You believe in Atlantis though. Remember that? So chill. But yeah, we also that's why I wanted you to experience this. He's going to literally try to tell you our history. He wants you to
see how emotional this is. He wants.
I'm emotional.
So what's your Torak? What's your take on Kemet? Tell me what's your take? Is it the classic Israelite take?
No, but if people are telling the West Indian people they come from the West African people, why is it that we glorify Egypt so much?
Do you know what? Again, this isn't, and let me be clear, this isn't about Egypt being the first civilization and all that kind of talk. I'm not going to here to bust that talk. But what why that is talked about is because you're talking about a centralized point in time when there was a peaking of information and knowledge. That everybody, hold on, brother, that everybody on the planet recognized at one point in time. So every African culture recognized this, and then subsequently everyone else who therefore came in, any other race, also recognized this and recorded it. So that's all we're saying. But again, it's not the first.
Are you sure?
And they're still standing on the shoulders of others that came before them and gave them that knowledge, as ancestors do.
So what interaction?
But it's a concentrated time that you're not seeing recreated, are you? You're not seeing nobody build the Great Pyramid of Giza again, innit?
African people, and this is the whole thing why people get upset, because I actually talk to real indigenous native people on the continent of Africa.
Didn't he just tell you that his grandma was literally a chief? A chiefess?
This history, that type of history.
But didn't he just tell you that his grandmother was a chief?
American people.
But didn't he just tell you that though, that his grandmother was a chief? Like there are actual proof. There's actual like what do you?
Where is the connection? Where is the connection? Can you tell me?
Well, I just told you, within the language, within the concept.
You do know that like Ramses the Great was E1B1A, right? You do know that most of West Africa is E1B1B.
Somalis can probably show you a language connection as well.
Which Somalis?
And again, that's why I showed you. But hold up, brother. That's why I just told you why there's gonna be different cultures across Africa that will have remnants of Kemet. I just explained that because at one time it was a learning center, it was an epicenter for people to go to learn. Other kingdoms may have had that, but may not have been known exclusively or more so for that.
The kingdom in
Brother, I believe you. Look, remember, there's the Timbuktu library. Hold up, brother. Remember, this isn't about disputing. This isn't about disputing
areas what perceived to quote unquote Nubian people now, and people get upset now because I'm mentioning real kingdoms now. What people don't like to mention, they only want to mention Egypt. Do you remember the time
about,
Michael
bro?
Jackson?
All of, bro, this is where again you're forgetting that there's a chronological order to everything. So when you're mentioning these other places, so hold up, when you're mentioning these other places, there's no level of discounting their contributions and what they provided at their key times of power and influence. Like, you understand? There's no denying that, bro. But right now, because again you're coming from a certain worldview, it's you that went there and started to bring it up, innit?
No, you're dealing with a worldview. I deal with indigenous Africans.
So do I, bruv.
No, you don't.
What?
No,
I don't.
You're talking some Malachi York African American thing right now.
Malachi York. Okay.
This is
Interesting.
don't get me wrong. Malachi York has some good knowledge. He brought down a lot of good.
So there's no
information.
recordation of the Nile Valley people. Then is that what you're telling me? Then there's no records of like what are we talking about here? That is the add-on bit.
Got to do with West African people.
Hold up, bruv. What are you telling me? Yeah, is the add-on from this African American side, brother? Can we just be clear on that? Because I could, and let me say this as well before you say something. Everything you said today could be deemed the same situation. All that Hebrew Israelite taught, you trying to identify with a Bible, all of that. Like, you do understand that's more recent and more plagiarized and more fake than you trying to tell me about documented African culture.
Yeah, but he's talking about Pacific regions, though, isn't it? The Middle East.
Yeah, I'm talking about Pacific regions, and as I said, every region has had its time. Every region has had its time at Pacific moments in time, bro.
How do you explain that for the Niger Congofarian people that share that language?
Bro,
what language?
Explain that. Go on.
What language, correct?
A Congo
hey, good job, Richie. You did a good job, man, holding out.
So
is
it's a Niger Congofarian language. So it's a language what Pacific people share in a certain area. So there was a Nok kingdom in those regions. There was the Benin Empire.
Hold on. Where was the Nok region, please?
In places like Nigeria, innit?
Where?
And the Benin and them areas. What
yeah, no, I'm saying is where in Nigeria was it? Nok.
One could probably say what they call New Benin in Nigeria.
Bro, you're mentioning a lot of different places and languages, but you're not attaching no timestamps like everyone was simultaneously existing at the same time.
I'm saying
there's chronological orders to this thing, brethren. No, there's chronological orders to history. So when you're talking about, when you're espousing these terms and you're saying, yeah, how can it be there? And like, what, this, that, all you're doing is focusing on a set time frame. And again, this doesn't discount those other kingdoms, but you have to be very clear in your chronological setting out of who's coming first, who's going next, where which one led into the next, what language traveled. Stop, bruv. You got to be Pacific. See, this is the thing. You can't make these arguments where you can't, when you can't nail down your own thing of where you're saying where you're from. And as I said, when you're describing your own lineage, it was a sweeping journey from the Americas through the Caribbean with a touch and splash of Africa and maybe some other places. But again, I'm talking about inside the continent of Africa, and already you've got a problem with me trying to tell you about connections between kingdoms. Are you mad?
It's an outstanding one. First of all, hey, what's it called? You got Richie. I don't think I've ever seen you on the G Block before. So
first time.
Cool.
Shaka Raw, what's good, bro? What you saying, man? What's up? You protesting, bro? Revolution?
Yeah, always. Well, I haven't been to any of the protests that have been going on in the UK, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm really like, you know, yeah, for my own reasons. But yeah, I've been to so many protests in my life, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, but we got Wagwan still for the most part. I feel like I feel like there's some hijacking going on at the same time still, but that's another story.
I see it too. That's why I was asking what your take. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you know that the Caribbean has no West African ancestry? So
yeah, I'm learning that there's no West Africans or Central Africans or Africans of any description.
Yeah. And there's no way that people from Egypt, that you know, the E marker that is in Egypt would have never came to West Africa either. So we're learning a lot from this Talmud guy.
There's the funny thing. Okay, so can I make 2 points here? The first one is that when people focus on Egypt, it's really a mischaracterization, because like African-centered scholars, like don't just talk about Egypt when they're talking about that part of Africa. They're talking about Nile Valley civilization. And so from the time of Dr. Ben, it has been affirmed that basically Kemet is a child of so-called Nubia, or Tarseti, and the evidence for that is abundant, you know what I'm saying, and has been put forward by, you know, Black scholars for decades now, so we're really talking about Nile Valley civilization, not just Kemet, but obviously people like to focus on Kemet for all kinds of different reasons, you know what I'm saying, but the idea is that Kemet basically signals the pinnacle, like in terms of, you know, the evolution of the civilization. It basically flourished in Kemet, and that's because, as Richie was trying to say, people migrated to the Nile Valley, not just Kemet, but migrated to the Nile Valley and also migrated from the Nile Valley. So when we're dealing with Kemet and the Nile Valley, we're not dealing with one group of people or one so-called tribe. We're dealing with an amalgamation of different groups of people already. And in terms of how they were relating to each other. And then now you have, and there is evidence for this even in the book of Coming Forth by Day. A lot of the descriptions of places, relate to places where people migrated from, in places like Congo and places like Kenya. And Tanzania and them kind of places there. And then there is ample evidence of migrations and even trade taking place from ancient time between the East and the Nile Valley, and which is East and West Africa. One of the most abundant ones, though, which I learned recently, is that the cowrie shell is actually from East Africa, apparently, and is now abundant in West Africa. So yeah, you know what a cowrie shell is? Cowrie, Google it, innit? If you see it, you must recognize it. C-O-W.
How many wears it on her head?
Say that again?
The shells.
Yeah, cowrie shells. Yeah, cowrie.
Like a calabash?
No. A cowrie shell is different to a calabash. You get me? It's called C-O-W-R-I-E, cowrie. Yeah, people wear it in their hair. I used to wear it in my hair. Still, but it used to be currency. It used to be currency in West Africa, and so there are some suggestions that it became currency because it was currency. Basically, that comes from the Nile Valley, and so that's why it was used as currency or as a means of exchange. There are more studies being done in terms of the linguistics, you know what I'm saying, as well, because most of the time when people are dealing with the Nile Valley, they're dealing with the Nile Valley still from the colonial perspective of it being influenced or built by non-Africans. And so they relate the Nile Valley, well, more specifically Egypt, to outside of Africa rather than inside of Africa. Whereas more, since Theophile Benga in the 1970s, more scholars are actually relating the Medu Neter to, you know, other indigenous African languages and finding the similarities and the linkages culturally and the evolutions and the morphologies and so on and so forth.
So how would you say the Egyptians link up with like the Nok civilization?
So they may not necessarily link up with the Nok civilization. The Nok civilization is like 1,000 years BC. What some of the and they may or may not. What the migration patterns would suggest, however, is that a lot of the early groups, like for example the Soninke, the Nok, the Igbo Oko, civilization. There were people that were already there, and those people were met by people that migrated from the east. So it's not that everybody came from the east. It's that there was a migration, and then those groups of people that came together formed new groups of people that were later known as Yoruba or Igbo or Soninke, etc., etc., etc.
So how would you say the Benin Kingdom linked up with Egypt? Okay.
I've just explained. So, but the Benin Kingdom is later in the day. The Benin Kingdom is made up of this is what Richie was saying before. Like we have to look at time periods. The Benin Kingdom comes about. What was that? that's a complex one because Benin, the homie.
So
like,
you're saying people from East Africa came in and built those things?
No, I'm not saying that people from East Africa came in and built. I'm saying that people from East Africa came in and met people that were there and then built. Yeah. So
so it wasn't there when the East Africans got there.
It depends, bro. Like there are things that were there and things that weren't there. That's what history is. It develops and people build things as they migrate.
So what about the Zimbabwe?
So the Nok civilization would have been there prior to migration. Nok civilization is thousands of years BC. Yeah.
So what about the Zimbabwe kingdom? How would that
Zimbabwe, that's later on in the day as well. That's later in the day. Now that's not to say that there was not civilization in that area prior to, but the specific Zimbabwe civilization is later in the day.
But
every time you say kingdom, brother, you have to be clear that when you say a kingdom, as opposed to, there's some people that are living over there and they're a tribe at this point, but they're not a kingdom yet. There's this what I'm saying. There's two different classifications of time span that's going on.
When I say kingdom, I mean.
But again, you're missing the process because of remember the early civilizations develop around rivers. Yeah, the longest river on the continent is the Nile. Yeah. And so because of that, and and the land, the banks of the Nile, very, very fertile. Yeah. So because of that, as Richie was saying, people migrated to the Nile. Yeah. And 1 second, and the Nile, the area of the Nile was the beneficiary of the combined cultures of various groups of African people who amalgamated at the Nile. So we're not talking about an individual tribe. That's not what's taking place here. Yeah. And so people were migrating. People were migrating. 1 second. People were migrating across the continent for quite a long time. Yeah. That's the point. So people will have migrated from the region that is now Zimbabwe, and there's civilizations coming from Southern Africa. So that some of the earliest human finds and in terms of mathematics and them kind of things that are found in Southern Africa, and so there's evidence of those people having migrated to the Nile. And then at another point, due to invasion and desertification and other factors, people also at a later point migrated from the Nile. So languages, there are languages before what we now know as the Medunetta that contributed to what the Medunetta became. And then there are languages that developed after the Medunetta that are derived from those various different groups of people who went to the Nile Valley and formed a language or languages.
That's why you kind of notice it from the Bantu people. If you look at the Bantu people, how they've spread their wings from different colonies, then you can get a better understanding.
But Bantu are all a lot of different types of folk, though.
But they most of them migrate from the south coming up.
So out of that, what is the Americanized side to what we've said now, brother? Now that you've heard me say something in one way, my brothers come on, Chakra said it, Terry's just added to it. Explain now what part of what we're saying.
Chakra is different. Chakra deals with the indigenous people of the land.
Well, he was very clear to make the reference between what I was saying, brother. So there's no separation in that sense. Like, that's not happening within 2 seconds of him making a statement and being, genuine enough to stop himself and say, as Richie was saying. So what part of what that collective explanation do you not agree with now? Or where do you think we've got the add-ons from?
When Shaka spoke to me, it was very direct. So when I've asked him questions about the Nok and this, that, and the other, he said, look, maybe or there could be. So he never said there was, or if there wasn't, but there could be. But he was saying there was more.
But not people, as you realize.
What you were trying to say, hold on, 2 seconds. What you were trying to show, though, but there is a migration from coming in from the east into the west.
From the Nile Valley, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the Nok, if you want to really know, it's where it's not in Benin, it's in Kaduna. And if you want to know that region is portrayed around the Hausa people.
No, there's an area where they call New Benin State. It's actually not Benin, but it's like a border what they've made up. But the people called it New Benin State, but it's actually Nigeria.
Yeah, but that's Benin outside. That's outside Nigeria.
But that's because there's a relationship between there's an old relationship between the Dahomey
the Benin
and the
Kingdom.
Yoruba.
Benin Kingdom.
What is the line between Nigeria, what is Nigeria and what is Benin today is not old, it's new.
Old
Yeah.
area.
Yeah, it's not. And because Benin City was destroyed in the 1800s by the British, like and yeah.
But they wrote about it and said that like it had street lights and all different types of things, and it's proper like advanced and things. And it had gates.
Quite a lot of them were. Quite a lot of them. There's a lot of Yoruba places that were advanced. They were already spending a certain amount of money in forms of trade. But what I was saying is that the Nok itself is in the Kaduna area. That's where the houses are.
But the houses migrated there or later on though, from the Mali Empire.
Not really, no. The houses were the Mali Empire was when the Fulanis came in. But the houses were always there in the capital of Sokoto.
Yeah, but Sokoto's up north, isn't it? So
yeah, but it's not far from Sokoto. Is not far from Kaduna.
Okay, I see what you mean. It's on top, sort of.
Yeah, it's all the northern region.
Yeah, man. But the thing is, also what people have to realize that the people of the Americas have been in the Caribbean and those regions, and probably even before people migrated to the west coast of Africa as well. People have to also acknowledge. Like there's bones they found from 28,000 years. There's something called the Bahari Man, what they found in Trinidad. There's caves they found in, I think it's Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico, Jamaica, and that we've always been in those regions from 28,000 years, or even longer.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I feel like Richie made a good point though, in the sense of the fact that people like to treat Africa like everybody was always separate and distinct and never related to each other. But they can find connections around the world with everybody else. It's very funny.
That's it.
They're very funny things.
Well, we see it today in Africa.
Little place like England can have a diverse history of all sorts of people across Europe. But as I said, we can't talk about Africans mixing through trade, through travel, through exploration. You know, I'm just like, I don't get that.
As long as you can prove it.
No, but again, bro, that's what we were saying to you when you're talking about your own lineage. And as I said, you're coming from America, this place, that, and you're talking about greater distances certain times. If you think about what you were saying,
this is the funny thing.
What we're proposing, we're giving. Sorry, go on.
So tell me this then. What does that ancient Yoruba boat look like?
Another example is what so God of Jacob is proving the predictable point of the word African. Yeah. Now if I say Abibi Mai, yeah, which is tree, yeah, for black people or people from Africa, yeah, he ain't gonna know what I'm talking about. But the idea that the word itself, yeah.
Bafon or Bafun Fon.
No, that's what I said, but let me finish in it. So everyone signed a petition and said, by this, I'm sure he means decree, we are Africans. Is that what you're telling me? No, but by the same token, like if everybody coming from the continent is not an African, or when did we all sign the decree that we're Hebrews or Israelite or anything like that? When did that?
You're Nubians.
Yeah, and all these kinds of things. When did all of that happen? And let us say that the Africans decided that we're Africans, you know,
African.
at a later point. Why does that make it any less relevant?
You're Nubians.
You know, yeah, but where did we could argue then? Where did the word Nubian come from then? You know what I'm saying?
From
Like,
Egypt, from Egypt.
No, it didn't. The term,
Nabuti.
the word Nubian is not a Kemetu term.
Nabutu and Nabuti.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show me that. But as far
You're
as
not understanding the etymology and the time frame again. That's what you're doing, because remember, Nubia came before Kemet.
Africa is a Latin word.
So when you're talking about term,
it's not.
Or you're talking about language.
Africa is a Latin word.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
You have
It
Zeus's
would be more
daughter.
accurate to say. It would be
You
more
have
accurate to say.
Zeus's daughter called Aphrodite.
It
You
would
have
be
a
more.
man called
It would be more. It would be more. It would be more accurate to say.
On that continent, what was called Africa was Tunisia. Tunisia.
It would be more. It would be more accurate to say. It would be more accurate to say that the word Africa comes into popular usage with the Romans. Yeah, but to say that it's a Latin word is incorrect.
It is Latin.
But it's not.
You have Zeus's daughter called Aphrodite. Where in what? Oh,
Zeus is Greek. He's not Latin. Yeah. So bear that in mind. Okay.
What Latin do they speak? I mean, what language do they speak in thingy, Bob?
In what? Sorry.
What language do they speak in those areas?
What, Greece?
Latin.
Greece.
Yeah, the Greek language.
What is Greek?
They're not speaking.
What is Greek?
They weren't speaking Latin in Greece.
What is Greek? A romantic language. What is called Latin?
You do realize chronologically the Greeks came before the Roman Empire.
Greek is the language, or Latin.
No, wait, no, stop. Do you understand that the Greeks chronologically came before the Romans? So, okay, I need you to really just say yes or no, or you don't agree. Because again, when we're having these conversations about languages, people, customs, whatever, you have to be clear on who came first, who absorbed who took from who. That's why when you start making references to Greek gods, references to these things, you're going back to original African references.
All right then. So
all those deities that you're mentioning, whether they're Roman or Greek, do you realize they're coming and modeled? Hold up. Do you realize that all of those things are modeled off of African spiritual systems?
Yeah.
Do you understand that chronological order?
I could say it's world. I could say because a lot of people are doing things by the sun and moon. Everybody shares the same sun and moon, mate.
No. What he's saying, what Richie's saying very directly, that the Greek so-called deities were developed from the Kemetu archetypes.
Listen, I call that place Africa. It's all Africa to me. That's all Africa.
Right.
Bro, whatever you want to say, but do you realize which came from which?
At the moment, we're referring to culturally, though. Yeah.
Underneath the Sahara is Nubia. Everything from Europe, North Africa, that is Africa.
You're confusing geography with culture, though. Yeah. So the Greek culture or the Greek.
All right, tell me this then. Where does Greek? I mean, where does Arabic come from?
You're changing the subject.
Where does Arabic come from?
We can do that. We can do that later.
But just quickly.
No. We got to stay on topic. That's what I'm saying. He's trying to move.
Hold on.
But we have to deal with this chronological world view that he seems to have.
We already know the Greeks speak Greek. All right.
And all over the place, brother.
Greek. So what did the Arabs speak? Where does Arabic come from?
Bro, can we deal with what Greeks were speaking?
Where does Arabic come from?
Your point of view, because you was trying to.
Where does Arabic come from, Shaka?
You're changing the subject. Because
the word Afrik and Afra comes from Latin and Arabic.
Tarek, I've told you about this linguistics thing. You need to stop.
Listen, you need to stop. You need to stop. You need to stop. Yeah, you need to stop.
All right, no problem.
You need to stop.
You're changing the subject. The fact is that.
So can you show me? Can you show me then where in Africa they use the word Afra?
The fact is that that the term the Romans adopted the term, and brought it into popular usage. It is said that the certain origin of the word has not been made conclusive,
Why are you jumping all over it for? Then?
What is known? Hello, let me finish it. Yeah. What the most viable explanation so far is that it was derived from the Tamashet language, yeah, which was spoken in the place that is now called Tunisia, and because the Romans, basically had an interaction with that place, and obviously at some point,
At some point,
no,
people, the Amazigh, the Berber people,
a landmass,
the real Africans,
a landmass,
people, the Berbers.
A landmass can be occupied by different groups of people.
But who lives there? The Amazigh, the Berber.
People that are now known as by those names, but even in the time even in the time of the Romans, because I'm an African and Africans have migrated.
What have they got to do with Ghanaians now?
Okay, sorry, I'm an African. Yeah.
What have the Berbers?
Shaka, stay on point, man. He's trying to cut you off.
I know.
Second question. Are you saying that the Berbers are the real Africans and we're not? Did I hear that correctly?
Listen, what I'm trying to say to you. He's talked about a place. Where is Tunisia? So the indigenous people.
I'm not understanding your question.
Tunisia is Zubaydah's people, the Berber and the Amazighs, the Moors.
Zubaydah, anyway. The reality
Africans.
The reality is that the name is derived from a language. Yeah, a language. Yeah.
What Bantu language?
I didn't say anything about Bantu. What I'm saying is that the Romans adopted the terminology.
And who else?
What do you mean by and who else?
White Dutch people that went to South Africa. White residents.
Yeah, so if you're interrogated,
Hold on. Who called themselves Afrikaans? Their language is Afrikaan.
How old is the Afrikaans language and the Afrikaans identity?
At 300 years. 300 years old, or maybe older, because it's.
So how are you conflating the Roman the modern day Afrikaans?
Why are you conflating them?
I'm not. That's the point. They have very little to do with each other. The term Africa is not really the point, though. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It's actually not.
Yes,
the terminology itself is not the point.
They only gave you that label in the 1800s.
What the point is actually the concept. Yeah. So we can change the name. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there are many actually who would actually agree that we should do away with the term African. But what is more important is what the term is referring to, the concept behind it.
What do South Africans say?
So the point. So instead of let me say it like I would like.
Talk about the river now. Why do you talk about the River Niger?
Let me use a really.
Why do you talk about the River Niger?
Let me use a really.
Bro, he explained it. So hold on. He explained this because Shaka's trying to be nice, and you're talking at the same time as him, bro. And let me tell you something. Yeah, you've mentioned a whole heap of names. You mentioned a whole heap of names and tribes with no time references to nothing you're saying, brethren. So dress back and listen and learn, because you ain't coming with no substance and nothing you've said so far, brother. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop it now. No, control yourself and learn, brother, because you're not giving no context to what you're saying. And if you was listening, he told you about the river now. He told you why people moved there. He gave you the practice.
Pay homage to Zubaydah, man.
You gotta stop that, bro.
Hey,
Stop that, bro. Stop that now. You gotta listen. You gotta listen. You're not giving no context. You're throwing out names
but you're not giving no context.
Richie, he's coming from ADOS Tariq, Hidden Colors.
Yeah, Richie, don't get drawn up by him. Shakara knows, so that's why he's very good with dealing with Tarek. So yeah, continue, Shaka.
Yeah, I was gonna. What was I saying? Yeah, so I've got a glass in front of me. Yeah. Now, if we do away with the word glass, it doesn't change the concept of what this is. Yeah, of what the glass is. You know what I'm saying? It's a vessel that is designed to contain liquid. All right. And so the point is that the concept of what African means is more important than the phonetics of the letters. But there are some that suggest that that other terminology should be used. Some people say Kemetu, yeah, it's an African, which means black people, or some say Abibifo, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Some say Abibifo, you know, and all kinds of different terminologies come about.
And you're just yap. Where does it say? Where do Africans say Africa? Where do Africans call each other Moors and all these type of things? Africans on the West Coast don't do these things, man.
Where did the term Moor come into it? No, as I've already said, the terminology African is less important than what it is referring to, the concept behind it. If you're asking me, do Africans have terminology for black people and people from the continent and people of their land? Yes, they certainly do.
No, because
which he answered 10 minutes ago to you.
You get arguments.
Say the word again. Shakara, say the word again, because you did say it. Say it again, please.
Yeah, I'll just say, like, if I'm speaking, because I'm learning Chi at the moment, so I'm familiar with the terminology Abibima, yeah, which means African people, means black people.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean then, Tura?
That's a modern day translation. They have translated that too. They never ever meant that for themselves, man. Don't
give me the evidence though. Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that from?
Never tried it on the people, man. They never called themselves African.
Come on, give me the. I'm telling you, I'm telling you. So give me the evidence. Give me the evidence.
That's a modern. To be honest, that's a modern day interpretation. To be honest,
give me the evidence. Give me the evidence. Go on.
Come on, that's a modern day term, bro.
Give me the evidence. Go on. Give me the evidence. Go on.
They never called themselves Africans.
Give me the evidence. Go on.
So what does Africa mean in the Ghanaian language?
I've already said.
It doesn't mean that.
I've already said. So and I have already said that it's the word, the phonetics, the letters ICA are less important than the concept that is being referred to. So if I say to you now that the people of ancient Kemet, yeah, had terminologies to distinguish themselves and other Africans from outsiders, what would you say to me?
I'll say that's correct.
Okay then, yeah. So then obviously the concept of Africans relating to other Africans as the same people existed from ancient times.
No.
Oh, well, you just said it did.
No, you said that other people refer to other people as different people.
I said listen carefully. If the people of Kemet, if the people of Kemet have terminology that refers to themselves and other people from the continent as the same people, and distinguish them from people that come from outside, then obviously the concept of that we refer to today as African existed a long time ago.
No.
Not necessarily the word, but the concept.
Only in Greece. I mean Greek.
So you're telling me that the Greeks had a concept of Africanness before the people of Africa themselves?
Have you got a deity that's called Afro or Africa?
What does that have to do with it?
He's trying to take you to the word. Don't do that, Shaka. Just stay on that point with him. Stay on that point with him.
Just be real.
Say that again?
Just be real.
Just be real about what? Sorry.
What? I think Ghanaians even called Africa Ouagadougou.
Ouagadougou is an ancient empire, yeah, that preceded Mali and Songhai. It was not a name for the entire continent.
You don't need to worry about deity. He just gave you a practical why we would have an identifying language for these other people that are you mad?
No, I don't agree.
You're entitled not to agree. Let's bring evidence when you disagree, innit? You know, like that.
I told you, you bring it in colours.
If the only region they called Africa and Afrique is Tunisia, where the Amazigh, the Berbers are, obviously it must be in their vocabulary or the Latin.
Yeah, I've already said that the term Africa derives from the Tamashek language. I've already said that.
So where does that language
But even in that language, the term doesn't define it, doesn't describe a people, it describes a city.
So what people speak of that language?
Sorry, this is what I just said. I said even in that language, it doesn't describe a people, it describes a city.
So what ethnic groups are in that region? The Berber, the Amazighs?
At the time.
Come on, man. Cha.
What? So again, you're failing to take into consideration periodization. Yeah. In like there was a time when I'm sorry. What is your point though with the Tamashek and the Amazigh?
They're the Africans.
They're the Africans. Okay. I mean, that's your point.
They're in that area. They're in that same place where you call
yes.
City.
Yeah. So now we have so let us assume, and I'm not saying that this delineation is conclusive. It's the most plausible explanation that we have so far. Yeah. But so we have the origin of the place name Africa. Do you know the origin of the identity African?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's the people of that region of Afrique.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Or is the people from?
Are you familiar with how Black people around the world became to be identifying as African and and for what reason?
1800s.
You're wrong.
I can tell you because it's very easily, because now you have the people who they call the Africans, and you have a person called Stiplio Africanus. Then you have
Africanus got the name.
And then you have a deity of a woman called Aphrodite.
No, but you're not answering my question. When did and how and for what reasons did Black people?
You're not coming with your connections. You're not connecting. I'm connecting, man.
Bro, we've been making connections from the beginning. You're not seeing it. And you asked for connections. It started with you wanting a simple connection from Egypt to Benin, which we covered. Yeah, as well as covering other examples inside of Africa that are also connected. And we explained why the Nile Valley is important and why people went there. We talked about the river situation. We talked about the chronological order and understanding that when you mention kingdoms, you need to know what period of time they're from to know what influences they may have or may not have. You're not taking into consideration none of that. And you keep disagreeing, which is your right, but you're not replacing it with any sort of theorem for what you're trying to say. And going back to the Greek thing, you're still long on that because, again, I'm still waiting for you to tell me what the ancient Greeks were speaking because it weren't Latin.
It's Latin.
Yeah? So already your knowledge of the etymology of languages and your knowledge of the time history of kingdoms and their interactions is off. It's dead.
Can I ask a question? LB in the chat, does anybody know who he is?
No.
I just want to know if anybody's aware of LB. Is he a white? Is he an Anglo-boy? Like,
why did he say that?
A white. I'm asking the question.
I think he's white South African.
Yeah, he's an Understandable. Okay, I'm just clarifying that. That does make sense in terms of
But to be honest, really, Shaka, like, they're the only specifically, and it's funny how you brought that person up. They're the only people that's went into that continent and called themselves Afrikaans.
Yeah, you need to do more study, Turo.
But what I'm trying to show you now, what people get mixed up with.
Are you familiar with the context in which the term the identity and the language of Afrikaans comes about?
Yes, in the
break it down.
In the early 1700s, when white residents went there, they called themselves Afrikaans.
For what reason though? What's the context?
So think about it now. If they're calling themselves Afrikaans, now the black people now they are even calling them Afrikaans.
Excuse me. In what context? In what context?
2 seconds. And even the language what they've made and developed is called Afrikaans.
What's your point? Sorry. What's the context though? What's the context?
So even the original Bantu people, they must have called them Africans.
Sorry, what's the context though? You're running down a version of history, or telling me they call it this.
1800s. I'm saying that's when this word starts.
But what is the context?
I'm just looking at the word, and I'm looking at the other languages where it comes from, and people are not biased like that. They will tell you, oh, it comes from Egypt. They will tell you that it comes from Nubia.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're missing it. So basically, what happens is, right? What happens is, yeah.
Calm down. 2 seconds. Don't get it twisted. The people of what we call, quote unquote, called the Mediterranean or Europe, of course, there were black people there because Alexander came back to where? Egypt, and said, look, I'm in the home of where our gods are. So it goes to show.
Oh my God. So then you're going to say something like that. What's wrong with you? You're confusing.
Proper. But how have you gone from the 18th century to BC? Like, I'm confused.
You mad, bro. That's what happens when you're using white people to verify, because that's all you keep doing. That's your problem. You're only able to speak about things that you are hearing reference from white people. That's your problem. So when you're trying to be this Africanized, the real Africans talk, go and reference some Africans when you're talking, because you're just using bare white references. That's your problem. You're trying to verify Africanized mind states, languages, and history based on when white people came and interacted, based on this Greeks and different. Stop it. Stop it, bro. You're confused. You need to study more and come off of that Bible thing, because it's mashing you up.
Where does the word Africa come from?
No, sorry. Can I ask a question though?
No, 2 seconds, Shaka. 2 seconds.
No. I was asking a question from before.
No. The man made a big statement there, so I'm not. Where does the word Africa stem from?
But we don't want to go off topic, though, sir. We don't want to go off topic.
If you don't say.
We don't want to go off topic. We don't want to go off topic. Do you know?
We're talking about the same thing. I'm asking the brother because he's trying to tell me I'm wrong.
No, but I was trying to speak from.
Calm down, Jacka, man. The brother made a big bold statement there, like I don't know what I'm talking about, like I can't show references. So I'm asking him now, where do you fit the
That's what we've been asking for. No, don't ask me. Show the references, bro. That's what me and Shakara have all been saying. If you are saying that we're talking nonsense when it comes to this language thing, please get your references out and start to show, because when we're showing you references that supersede what you're talking about, culturally as well as time frame wise, you're not accepting it. You're trying to come from earlier, like earlier developments, something that happened yesterday. You're trying to use as your reference when I'm telling you about the thing that happened last year.
Be a man.
Be a man?
So,
bro. Study, bro. Stop it, bro. Come on. Study, bro. As I said, we can go back to your own history, and you can't even give times and dates on your own. You understand? You was all over the place when you was explaining your own lineage in this Israelite situation. Let alone you trying to tell us about the African situation. Stop it, bro.
I have a question.
Where do
I have
you
a question.
think? I'm not saying you have to be correct, but where do you think the word Africa stems from?
I have a question.
Hold on, Shaka, man.
No, wait.
Let
You telling me to hold on? You've been telling me to hold on for the last
I
10
want
minutes.
He's got a lot to
Oh,
talk.
no, but you've been telling me to hold on for the last 10 minutes, right? And I'm going to.
Exactly, and he hasn't said
And I
nothing
want.
yet, has he?
It's digressing.
And I want
The
to.
guy hasn't said nothing
Yeah.
yet, has he? He hasn't said no country. He hasn't said no
So-
African people yet, has he?
So,
Shaka, be
but
honest.
again, the term itself is less
Doesn't
than
know.
the concept, what it is referring to. Okay.
No, the
So
guy
nobody's
made up-
arguing. Nobody is arguing that Africa. Nobody is arguing that Africa is
Nubian people.
the idea has not been put forward that Africa is ancient,
Nubian people.
as a word, and these kinds of things. All right. But the question then becomes, what are the languages that are the origin of the so-called Afrikaans language? Yeah. What languages evolved into the Afrikaans language or make up the Afrikaans language?
Latin again.
Directly.
Latin again, man. Just allow it.
So are you saying to me that the Europeans that went to South Africa and were there in the 1700s were speaking Latin?
You're a lot of trolling.
I'm asking a serious question. You said it came from Latin, innit? So I'm saying to you, were the Europeans who went to South Africa in the 1700s speaking Latin?
You're under trolling.
Were they speaking Latin?
Where is the root of a lot of European languages rooted in?
Greek and Latin.
Oh, again.
Yes.
So those people
Are
from
you
Europe who
mad? They're trying to conversate with. You're mad, man. You know, you don't know about the build of languages.
I'm trying to say.
And again, if you're coming to Africa, if you're coming to Africa to communicate there, you're gonna take constructs from the language that pre-exists there, that is already older than Latin. Remember, Latin and all these languages come from African dialects.
Which one?
You madman. Again, you're missing the key component, which is the chronological order to which things come out.
I'm saying,
if I'm listening, you everything came out one time. Like Latin existed at the same time as Meonetra. And these, that's how you talk. Like it's all one time. Everything existed at one time. That's why you're getting yourself into a problem, Bridget.
So what language does Latin?
He sounds like a Roman Catholic.
So the fact is that
what language does Latin come from?
The fact is that English.
Let me talk for a minute, please. I didn't interrupt you, man.
Just ask a question.
No, I'm asking him a question. Where does the language Latin come from? If you can
No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. If you're asking a question, anybody can answer.
Why do you want him to answer a question, Shaka? This is
Richard, he's been speaking.
Because it's a dead question, rude boy. That's why. Because you're going back to something that's earlier when we're trying to show you a root. A root. We're trying to call you. We're trying to draw your attention to something that pre-existed. It's a root, brother.
Can we identify two things here? The first thing that we need to identify.
Calm down, please.
I'm very calm. Okay, I'm very calm. Yeah, I'm done with my mint tea this morning. Everything yes. All right.
It's nothing to do with Nubian people.
Sorry, we speak English today. Yeah. The English language is also derived from Latin, yeah, and Greek, but it is also very distinguishable from Latin and Greek. Okay. The Afrikaans language, yes, is derived from a confluence of European languages, most notably the Dutch language. Yeah. Okay. So this term and the term Afrikaans, yes, they called it Afrikaans because they were in a battle with the British, yeah, who were seeking to colonize at that time as well. And they wanted to develop an identity that whereby they could claim a greater stake, yeah, to the land because they were there a bit before the British. And so they called it Afrikaans, yeah. This is nothing to do with indigenousness in relation to Africa, yeah. It was them in war with the English why they adopted that particular terminology, but their language is European. It's of European origin. Manifestly so, yeah. Now that's the first thing that we have to identify. The second thing that we have to identify is that Scipio Africanus was not born Scipio Africanus. He had a name before Scipio Africanus. Yeah. And so when did he get the name Scipio Africanus, and in what context did he get that name? That's a question.
Well, what language are they speaking for one? Latin.
The language is secondary at the moment. I'm asking, what was Scipio Africanus' name before Scipio Africanus?
I don't know.
His name was Publius Cornelius. Yes, that's the name that he was born with. The name Scipio Africanus was given to him as a title following the defeat, yes, or the conquering of Carthage. Yeah. And so he was given the name Scipio Africanus because of the fact that he was being named after, it was a badge of honor. You get the title for the land that you conquer. So the land that he conquered was referred to as Africa. And that is how, one of the ways in which the term Africa comes into popular usage through the Roman Empire. Yeah. And because of that fact, yeah, even though some are saying that the term is derived from the Amazigh language, yeah, that we should even throw away that terminology, yeah, because of that fact alone, yeah. There are those who believe that. The point is that the concept that is being referred to is more important than the phonetics of the word, yeah. They're not challenging the concept; they're challenging whether this concept should be referred to by this name.
What was the name? So tell me this then. So where does the language or Arabic originate from?
I'm not an expert on the Arabic language. But yeah.
Is it connected to?
I'm familiar with some elements of Bantu influence. There are some who say that there is Swahili influence in Arabic. And that kind of stuff, but I'm not an expert on the Arabic language.
But would you say it's more for trade in a sense than actual they?
It may well be. What's the point of your question?
Because another thing that the word of Afra, AFAR, comes from like meaning dust, and templating comes from the Middle Arabic language.
Okay, so so let's say the term Afru or Afri is in ancient Kemet. What does that mean?
Is it in ancient Kemet though?
Yes, it is.
That is, man.
Yo, I'm done, yo. I'm done.
So what does Afri mean?
I'm done. Say again.
So what do you mean in Egypt then? Okay.
It's a composite word. It's got two components, Af and Rui, and I'm forgetting the literal meaning. It's but when you add it with the it's like birthplace of or something like that, because then some people add the word car to it. The birthing of the car or the opening of the car. It's something like that. Af and Rui in the dimension letter. Yeah. So yeah, you know what I'm saying. But the point is that even when Scipio Africanus goes to and he gets the title, he's only been given that name in relation to that area. Yeah. Well, Tunisia. There was no Tunisia at the time. It was Carthage.
Yeah, but we're trying to say that area in it was modern day Tunisia.
It was. My understanding is that it was actually bigger than modern day Tunisia. Yeah. But yeah, so that's one of the and that's also one of the key moments in which, like, you know, the original black population of although there was already mixed there, but remember it was Hannibal, yeah, that Africanus defeated, yeah, and so that's a key moment in terms of the decline of black civilization in North Africa. So when we're talking about certain people and who was there, we have to also remember the fact that North Africa was once predominantly black. Makeup.
Everything with Afrikaans and Afrikaner all links back to the white native of the Cape Province, who is a descendant of Dutch settlers and who speak Afrikaans.
Well, yeah, that's the point I made before. So it's an evolution of the Dutch language. It has nothing to do with anything indigenous.
So we can even look at the word Afro, and it just goes back to a hairstyle, basically.
But again, the term itself is less important than the concept it is referring to. So why don't we actually deal with the concept that is being referred to? Because if everybody can be Polynesian,
times they would have just
and if everybody can be Carib, and if everybody can be
everybody can be just like any other African tribe, they would have just said Nubian, I would have think, to be short and plain.
Why? Where does the term Nubian come from? Give me the etymology of Nubian.
Okay, it's just from, let me see. Nubian. Pertaining or belonging to Nubia, 1730, from medieval Latin Nubianus.
Exactly. Yeah, so Nubia is not an indigenous terminology.
Calm down, I'm coming with information now. So Nubia as an adjective from the 1400s in reference to an Eastern sect, 1788, as a Nubian slave in Egypt, 1790, as a type of horse, 1899, as a type of black dress. Nubia now. So even from the 1400s, they could say, all right, we can know, so we call those people Nubians.
But who called the people them Nubian?
All right, watch this now. Nubia.
You just read it. Who called the people them Nubian? You just read it.
But it's the same way with Africa. So let me get into to see if they're...
Read it again now. Read it again now.
I'm going into the word Nubia now. Watch this now. A region of Africa bordering the Red Sea, south of Egypt. Ultimately, from the local word said to be related to the Coptic Nabuti, to weave, or from Nubia, Nub, gold, in the fashion sense, woman's light scarf. It is from also a French and from Latin nubis, clouds. You dig? A Coptic word.
So what's Coptic? Do you know what Coptic is?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Like the Nile region.
What is it though? Where does it come from? What's the context of the Coptic language coming about?
One could say the Hamaric.
What?
The Hamaric, the Aramaic, Aramaic.
Coptic is an amalgamated language of the ancient Kemetu language and Greek. With Greek influence.
Ooh, happy days. These days are ours. Nabuti, to weave. And
Anyway,
nub meaning gold.
I'm done, yo. Man have things to do. So yeah, black people them still. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing but net, Shakara. They
You know what I mean?
They didn't call you Africans. Nothing but net.
You dealt with him, bruv. You gave him as much knowledge as you possibly could. Salute your patience.
In fact, let me just address the colonizer in the building. I've not said that there are not indigenous words in Afrikaans. I'm just saying that Afrikaans is not an indigenous language. There are African words in English. So what? But the Afrikaans, so-called, is not an indigenous language. It's an Anglo-Boer language. Yeah, it's the Anglo and the Boers, and particularly the Boers. In their battle with the English that developed this identity to claim indigenous rights on the African continent. And so, yeah, we're now begging nothing when it comes to them thing there. You know what I'm saying? Land appropriation without compensation and all these things. Yeah, give back the land to the African. You know what I'm saying? They got Queen Mother Winnie Mandela. Big up Mangalisa Sebukwe, and all them things. Big up Steve Bantu Biko. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're now big no friend when it comes to these things. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, man, I've works for do. You know what I mean? So
Big up Africans.
you get me. But African people them, you know what I mean? You know, African and proud. All music to the world. Yeah. You're not big enough friend.
Big up Walla Walla. Yeah, so Black Ice. So where do you find the word African now? Quiet. Shaka the Savior. We've got priorities.
Brother, I'm super quiet because I already pegged you on your time references, so I don't even need to do the details. Shakara already showed you that I agree with what Shakara was saying. I haven't heard you put anything forward besides what he was saying. So again, there's no drawing because I already told you the key problem, what he agreed with, which is your context of time. So there's no silence. I already dealt with you before he came on. So let's not try that one, brother. Yeah? Everything nice? All right.
So what African Swahili word does Africa mean?
Bruv, you got too much questions and no answers.
Oh.
That's why I don't have time for it, bruv. Because when we was asking you questions, you had nothing. You had no references. So it's not gonna be the probe others, but have nothing from yourself time. We're not doing that. You have to come with more answers. You have to come with more references, bro. You're the one with the different world view and this Israelite thing and whatever else you got going on in your head. So don't try and draw me in, bruv. Yeah, I dealt with you already. Yeah, that's why I'm quiet, because I see you trying to move goalposts and trying to use this specific. And the mad time Shakra had to tell you, stop trying to change the subject. So you're not gonna now draw me in and act like I've got amnesia to what was just said and what I said to you long before he spoke. So on that note, I am gonna be silent until you have something more constructive to ask or talk about.
The Egyptians, but Igbos can't be Hebrews. I see. When they took people from the West Coast, nobody said, "Oh, we took Hattuset." They said they took Hebos, HBO, not Africans. You dig? Not Kemet.
Brothers, do not waste your time with this man. He's a fucking idiot. Big up Black Ice Man them every time. Big up Raf. Everyone in the chat. This guy's lost, bro. God knows.
Oh God, watch out now. I'll come with proof, man.
Wait, I know that voice.
Come on, this is the general, and you're the general too, bro. Come on. Gang.
My little cousin's here in the building. That's cool.
Definite, man. Big up, salute, Black Ice every time, General.
Oh.
That's all. Big up. What's good, family tree? Long time.
Yeah, with there, man. I was trying to stop the youth them from fucking wilding out on Saturday, innit? Because that's like a blatant setup. They got up at Westminster, innit? It's like a fucking police training ground to kill black people, innit? So fucking, I had to go over there and warn some of the brothers to tone it down, innit? Because that little 5 minutes of fame they're looking, it might cost you like 5 years or 5 months of pain.
Listen, just I've had a few people call me Riggsy and whatever on WhatsApp. It weren't working. I've just got it working again. I don't know what happened. So to anybody who's trying to contact me on WhatsApp, you can do so now. Sorry about that, brother. Yeah, it's good to hear your voice though, bruv.
Definite, fam, man. We need to catch up on all that, man. 100, bruv, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was with little Cuzzy Saturday.
Okay,
Yeah, I was
that's all.
with, yeah, I was with him
That's all.
Saturday, man. You know what I mean? Just still trying to keep the link. You know how the thing goes, fam, man. Black people all got in it.
No, that's good. That's it. That's it. And these other angles that these people want to bring in, these Taraks and whoever, yeah, that don't make no sense.
Yeah, that's
some
like a
divide and conquer
diversion.
business.
From India, mate.
That's
Yeah,
it.
this is why we ain't got nowhere, bro. Because the
From
mixed up
India,
guys
tell.
like my man, every time we're trying to build, you get some mix up cunt trying to tear it all down and confuse it all.
Well, again, this is symptomatic of being here in the diaspora, innit? It's not by coincidence that we have people who come in and can't and don't want to make a natural connection to certain things, you know, that would only strengthen them. That's the thing. The things we're arguing about are things that naturally would strengthen you and strengthen your position if you identified with. But again, there's so much resistance. And in the end, you know, when you ask these people what they're replacing whatever you're talking about with, there's no talk. There's nothing to say. It's a wishy-washy mishmash of foolishness.
Nonsense. Yeah, it's all nonsense. That's like me coming on and saying I'm an expert about Hindu and I can't speak the first fucking two. I can't do a Hindu sentence, bro. These people are dumb, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just all diversion tactics to slow man's train of thought down. Do you know what I mean, brother?
What are you saying, Riggs?
I said, if you want to learn Hindu, ask Turek.
I'm coming round to Torax for some chapatis, man. No face. You get me? You just.
I like a lamb biryani if that's the way we're going.
Give me a vegetable.
Yo, hey, listen. The chicken one's taking life, isn't it? It's the chicken, bro. But yeah, man. Saturday, man's going back down to this thing, innit? Because Tommy's apparently sending his boys down there and all this, and I just don't really want people to get carried away, man. I just want people to always recognize that that place is a training ground for people to die at. You get me? There's no revolution going to be fought in Parliament Square. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well,
So if you
listen,
go there,
I tell you what. Now, well, let me say this to you, brother. Yeah, people need to. If it's gonna go off and it's going to change, my opinion is that people are gonna die at some point. So at some point, it's going to get to that life-threatening situation, and if we're talking about real revolution in those terms,
no facts, because
right
you're a
now,
revolutionary,
my
innit?
thing is, how are you? Well, this is it.
Yeah.
My thing is to you, and I'm saying this to you as the youngest. When you're looking at your brethren and you're talking to them and you're out there, yeah, how do you see all the aggression, all the frustration that's going on, but how do you see that converting to something positive? Sorry, I got drilling in the back. Let me mute my mic.
Boy, right now, family, I think that they're trying to divert the whole game, innit? Because they want to take us away from the police brutality and the innocent people that are being murdered and genocide, and they want to turn us into a black versus white thing. And I'm saying the smart ones of us and the ones that know better ain't going for that. That's never going to ever happen. Do you get what I'm saying? No matter how much instigators, no matter how much people Black Lives Matter pay, or no matter how much fucking British Lives Matter people come down, it's not going to make a difference to the main people on the ground. This is all for like cameras, I think, in my personal humble opinion. You get me? Like where we're going to protest, nothing's going down there. If it was Peckham High Street or Hackney or Clapton or wherever, thing could go down, but not over there, brother. Do you know what I mean?
No, I'm feeling you.
I to say already, but I want to say this, and I agree to a certain extent. I don't think it's been turned to no black and white thing, though. I think is what's happening is what's been happening and will continue to happen as long as we allow it to. And this has happened over history. Every time we have a struggle, a fight, or a plight going on, it then gets taken over and invaded by somebody else's plight, struggle, and fight. Right now, we're seeing all these groups coming out. You know, we had a few people on the panel last night and they're talking about some other groups that are supposed to be coming out and marching. And to me, I just don't give a damn. If it's not about our struggle, if it's not about what we're about, it's nothing to do with us. Point blank, period. And we just need to stay focused, because what we keep doing is letting everybody else infiltrate something that we're trying to raise awareness to, which is about what police brutality and basically oppression of Black people. That's the struggle. And as long as we bear in mind that's the struggle that we're facing here and now, and we do not come off that road, we do not get diverted, we don't care what issues any other subgroups got and they're fighting for, that's not ours. Stick to our struggles, stay focused, stay determined. That's my advice.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that, man. I've got to agree with that, because at the end of the day, a statue of a racist doesn't mean nothing to me. Do you get what I'm saying? Pull it down, keep it up. It's not going to change my daughter's life. You get me? They're trying to use statues and vandalism to divert what's going on. And like how this man's come out and said, white people, make sure you come down, and they're tearing up the city. That's just a cry for fucking photo opportunities and dumb shit. You know what I'm saying, bro? These people just want publicity off the back of it and dampen our cause. Dampen our cause and get publicity.
In Bristol, man. They got the black and white people in Bristol who done their thing, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not relevance. There's no relevance to that. Do you get what I'm saying? I understand mashing up the place, but I'm saying the way we're gonna mash up the place is real revolutionary. Like, couple men have got to give up their life, what I've been saying on this channel. You get me? And we've got to stop going to work. And I know that's gonna be tough, because we're all gonna probably have to house each other, and we're all gonna have to probably eat out the same pot. But it can happen, and that's a fucking guaranteed fact. If we wake up and stop fucking having our head up our Kulu, we'll be cool.
People are forgetting the laws that they've in place beforehand, before the COVID, during the COVID. They should need to check them laws up.
Riggs, you killed it, bruv. Because they changed the law to our detriment. Do you get what I'm saying? So if they get a number of arrests now, it only takes one doctor to say a man's mad and mentally ill. And the time that you have to spend in the mental ill place now has changed since COVID. If they've given you a 3 months extension on your stay. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you're not really mad, they can mad you in that 6 months you're there. Do you get what I'm saying, Riggs? Did you hear that, brother? Yo. Mike must be fucked or something.
Yo, what's going on here?
Yeah, man. Big up Henry Corbyn in the chat. You know what I mean? Got them real facts there. Real facts of life. The facts of life.
Yo.
Yeah, Saka Fed. Yeah, man. Shaka got cut. It was a Hebrew cut as well. And the other one, what's his name? Black Eyes TV. But he got sunk like that.
Yo, guys, he wants to jump on the car. I've got to do something in the background still.
See, look, Whitney said after 1976, black South African children were forced to be taught in Afrikaans in South African school system. Yeah, man, because them people too bad, man. Get me? I've got loads of love for the Zimbabwe and the South African massive. You know what I mean? Niger Congo fam, you know what I mean? The Congos, the Angolas. You know what I mean? Nice part of Africa. You know what I mean? That's where all the wildlife likes to be. It's got nice, yeah, man. Trust me, man. Them areas got nice little, what do you call them things? Seasons. You know what I mean? Got some nice seasons there. What's this? Oh man, Bristol, man. Bristol's got a deep history, man. You know what I mean? What what's the man the name? Blackbeard the pirate come from Bristol, I think. One of them man there. Henry Morgan or one of them man, they all come out of Bristol in the Caribbean, you know what I mean? Shipping port. That was the days. People used to go out, you know what I mean, when England was making all of its money, getting rich. So it was a powerful thing what happened there that day, you know what I mean? In the month of June, you know what I mean? Springing up, you know what I mean? Very powerful symbol, man. Very powerful. And give my condolences out to the people in America and give thanks for the brown and the black and the white folk that tore down that other one that was in what's that place called? Memphis. Yeah, I remember a lot of people talking about that one for a good couple of years now. And you know what I mean? Them man just done it. You know what I mean? And the other one in Bristol, he's another one, you know what I mean? That's powerful, man. Very powerful, man. Powerful message. It brings people together. Showing real, true camaraderie, you know what I mean, with the human race. You know what I mean? Big up to everybody. Man like Renegade Ralph. Yeah, they're afraid. Them Hebrew cuts don't heal fast. You know what I mean?
I got drilling going on in my house, people, so that's why my mic is muted. I can't hear nothing. I'm just trying to lay it past, and then I can kind of come back into the convo.
Yeah, big up everyone, man. Yeah, so I don't really like look at the news nowadays, you know what I mean? So news. Wow. I can't believe that. So that, you know what I mean? Bristol, a very historical place. It's very, very dear to me. I do like Bristol a lot. You know what I mean? I heard of a place called St. Anne's. A lot of my West Indian brothers and sisters are right, holding it down. I remember that I think they got some sound system up there, but I don't think they got on one. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. I see one party that keep down there in the 80s and the 90s. I think, Jesus. Oh, yeah, I was there in Bristol. But I've noticed with Bristol, they keep the house prices kind of high because most black people probably would love to go down there to enjoy themselves and dancing. Plus, it got a lot of New that don't have beach, so we can watch them making up good. And probably that's what they keep like.
Torok, move closer to your mic because your mic's messed up, bro.
You always say this. This atheist man who said he liked his hair long, he calls himself a fashion dread. Him on Friday. Oh, the Hebrew Israelites say King James was black. To the little white boy, what I bad them up. The little white boy. Bro, training in my life them up. So them had to draw for Hebrew. I said, no, don't bring the Hebrews involved. I don't want to hear that rubbish now. You want to bring Hebrews involved. You cut out the Hebrews. Tell us about our cloud. You want to bring Hebrews chapter 11. King James was a black man. Go ahead.
Bruv, your mic is breaking up, bruv. Your mic is breaking up. Drop out and come back in.
Yeah, Torok, I'm bad, but the gist of his point was, Ralph, that he's still vexed with you for bringing out the stuff you did the other day when that white guy was on the panel.
Yes, what a big heat that was.
Torok, are you really salty?
Yes,
oh God.
Even tell people our knowledge when you like don't have nothing to say to the little white boy about how bad you lot up. Oh, the Hebrew said King James is black. Oh, but you got plenty of strength when Hebrews. You want to challenge me, you want to beat us down in the chat. But when
but serious. But big and serious, because I don't even know, where did that whole black thing come from? That this king being black, where did that come from?
No, I'm not saying it again. This is long. You lot don't learn.
I don't. You've never said it to me. So what do you mean?
Do not learn, mate. There's many of people. Israel come on there. Is Israel? Everybody miss Israel the other night on what they call it, cross the line radio, and that's how I know the Hebrews in England is some bad Hebrew in England.
What? Well, no one don't know what station you're talking about.
Ramp with the Hebrew there in England. I tell you, some bad Hebrew there. When call himself.
But quick question then. Get the first question. New question. What does the Hebrews in the UK do for us? Like, are they beneficial?
Hey, trust me, they're the real deal, man. They got some real bad Hebrew up in Birmingham.
You see, I'm gonna be the one to put an argument across Torok, and I would say when I'm in the streets, when I'm in the hood, when I'm in the ends, I ain't seen no bag of Hebrews out here, right? Repping us or doing that and or putting food in. Hold on, let me finish, Torok. Let me finish, and I'll give you a chance to respond. So my case would be, I'm not seeing no Hebrew groups or no groups of Hebrew putting resources back in the community or funding after school activities or play schemes or nothing. So when I ask what are the Hebrews here in the UK doing, I mean in that sense, like what are they actually doing?
They're doing more than the red, black, gold, and green. They're doing more than Mayat. We never see Mayat in people questioning Mayat or Hattuset or Nibiru or Sarasuta Seti or a Seti Sutan. We don't see these people. You'll never see these people. But you would definitely hear the Hebrews. That's right.
Okay, Torok, can I just respond to that? I think that's a blatant lie. I've attended many events with Richie and Terry himself. I've attended these boots to the ground. And let me tell you something. I see a lot of what goes on with that community. I'm not seeing nothing that goes on with the Hebrews. That's my honest response.
The Hebrews are from sun up to sundown on a Saturday. while other people are trying to recover from them good party after Friday. While the Hebrews are out rounding up the real Israelites, spreading the word, where is Hopchuset? What are they doing on a Saturday from sun up to sundown? Oh, they give their little five hour, their 2 hour lecture. The Hebrew Israelites are a constant people that are out there.
You're doing what though? Showing abuse at black women, talking about we need to stop wearing trousers, stop doing this. Black women, you need to be to bow down to your man. What do they actually do but shout abuse at their own people?
They're
What are they
doing? They're doing what your pastor never done before.
What?
Correct.
The Bible.
Correct. Tell me one Hebrew that was in the march.
But there are Hebrews. There were Hebrews that were marching for. It's because of that slave catcher that used to capture Hebrews.
Definitely confused. What's slave catcher?
The Hebrews are marching 24/7 every day. The Hebrews.
Yeah, but where? I'm a bit lost. Like, where? What do you mean with this? What's happening now?
Israelites.
Tell me one Hebrew that was marching for what's happening now.
Israel.
In America and here. Tell me one.
Tazoriak Dunn made it clear he needs to be out there marching. Tazoriak Dunn put you on blast. So who? Which Hebrew group?
There's a lot of Hebrew individuals that went out and marched, whether they were Hebrew brothers and sisters or Hebrew, yeah. It's because of the Hebrews what were facing all of this injustice. It was the Hebrews that warned the people, say, look, if you don't protect God's people, you're going to go down in hell. We're going to capture you. We're going to enslave you. As white people being back, they've been taking more heed than some of you black folk. So that's why the white folk probably say, oh, we better be doing this. Yahweh's coming. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Torah, is there anything, I want to ask you this, is there anything regarding the Hebrews teaching and the Hebrew way of life that will benefit us or can benefit people or to subscribe to it in what is happening with us now as a people?
Yeah.
What?
Teaches us love for our brothers and sisters. Give us back that traditional tribalism to love one another.
Does that include African brothers and sisters?
Exactly.
No, does it? It's the question.
Exactly.
All right, okay, I'm not getting no sense out of this clearly. I don't know.
You done it yourself. You always worry Israel. I don't know if you're Israelite, but we're always worrying about the other nation.
Yo, I'm back.
But Torak, it's my duty to worry about the other nation. The other nation is my nation. I am them and they are me. I am African, and we are all African.
Oh, you would know so where you stand then.
So what are you trying to say? We are all Africans,
You
Torak.
say you don't agree with Israelites. It just obviously shows.
What? What does it show?
Like you're not with the Israelites. So what would you say? What about everybody else and the Israelites?
No, but he pleased me because we're both the same people, you know. Torak is St. Lucian and Jamaican. I'm St. Lucian, and I don't understand how having this.
But we don't mean we're the same people. Are you telling me the whole everybody's related from Jamaica?
I'm saying to Torak, this is what I'm saying. I'm very clear in what I say.
Everybody related to everybody in Jamaica.
We are African descendants, Torak. There's no if but or maybe about it.
Yeah, but it was a multitude of different tribes of different people, for crying out loud.
Okay, so help me then. Help me understand. So, okay, if you want to say
we're not related, so you can't blame me for whatever you're doing at the same time. When you're looking for your heaven,
he's an Indo-Caribbean.
Yeah, he's a native. What did you say? What did you say?
You like long hair.
Sorry?
He's from India.
You like long hair.
Who likes long hair? What me? Okay, no problem. So basically, sorry.
He's confusing me. I don't even get his point at the
No,
moment.
that's what Torek is trying to do. He's trying to get you, like, he's not trying to be logical with you. He's trying to get you into a position where
No,
you.
I'm being
you're making-
logical.
hold on.
Directly
Torek, let me explain how you work.
directly
He's trying to get you into a position where you're almost sounding incoherent as him, and he's trying to draw you out, and that's what. Now it looks like you're just battle rapping with him. Like you're not even making.
Don't try it. I'm just saying. When
It's not making any sense.
Yeah, it's productive. I will just done the battle rap with Torah because that's just foolishness.
all I'm saying, but you can't say, oh, because I'm from the same country, it's the same two islands as you. Like, I mean, you have to have the same something. No,
We know you're Indo.
Definitely not Red Indian. So I'm definitely not saying that. What I'm saying is, how do you remove yourself from Africa? That's all I'm asking. How do you separate?
Because I haven't got the same lineage as you, of course, innit? We don't have the same lineages. You've got a different lineage. I've got a different lineage. It's like even like children. Certain children take different traits of their other parents and things like that. It's not like all the children are gonna come out the same. Even though they've got the same parents, they're all gonna show different traits in their DNA.
That's a silly argument.
That's silly because if you have the same parents, the same biological parents, how are you not from the same tribes?
You know what he's going to do? Hold on. He's going to take you to Esau and Jacob. He's going to take you to Esau and what's that guy in the Bible? He had a different. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's going to take you to the Bible, talking about Esau and how he was cursed and all that stuff. And his brother was the one that was to be held lineage. That's what he's going to do.
This is gay. This is gay now. Allow it, man. This is gay, bro. Allow it, bro. Stop talking for me.
You see what I'm saying? Like he's trying to draw me out because he thinks that calling me gay is going to be offensive to me. But obviously, you have to know the angle or know how well someone's going to do you to try and rile you up. Yeah, that's what you have to do, lady. Man. That's how you sort it out, man.
How do you know me so well?
Come through, my guy.
Where was you when the little white boy was badding up everybody? Where was you?
Wait, which little white boy?
The little white boy on Friday, Ralph Little Bredgin.
Okay, so this is my point, innit? He was he's gonna take you off what you're saying to try and say that, oh, what's it called? This is what you're look, you got badded up and whatnot and everything. That's what I'm saying. This is the example, innit? So you can't let someone like Torek try it with you. You gotta be logical. So Torek, yeah. Explain to us how you're not of African descent.
Whether Hebrew Israelites say King James is black. Now you know what I'm going to say about Hebrew. Go sit down, boy.
Isn't King James black though?
Mind your business. You're not Hebrew.
Is he not black though?
Where with your long hair, sir?
No. But is he not black though? Do you not think he's black?
Nobody business, but
you told me he was mixed race, Torek. So why are you upset? If you told me he was mixed race, then why are you upset?
You need to stand on your own information, young man. That's what you need to do and stop watch people and say, oh, but they say he's black. Go look for your own information. Stop stand behind people and say, but oh, that person said that. Stop throw stone and hide your hand.
What's Indian man talking about now?
don't know.
Just eat a bit.
The bottom of
I'm from India, Lady Divine. He's one of the Indians that came. He's one of the Indians that came from India and tried to infiltrate into the Caribbean.
Oh, okay, well, we're not accepting those ones.
That's where you come from.
Who sold your people in the Caribbean?
Don't forget my samosa.
Exactly. You need my tin tomato for your jollof rice, mate. Remember that.
Yeah, that's Torek's point of view. That basically Africans wouldn't have jollof rice if it wasn't for bringing tomato. So yeah, that's why he wants to argue with you about the food and the history of the food and what and everything. So yeah, just.
Right. You know what the ingredients of jollof rice is?
Tin tomato.
Oh my gosh.
This is actually embarrassing, Torok.
He's definitely from India.
You definitely like tomato more than the Arawaks.
Shit.
You're ashamed to the Arawaks. Hey, you know what? You can go against your Hebrew tradition. You come from the lineage of your mum. Because it was all Indians that came over.
Oh shit. Torak, you're too funny, man.
That's what you can do with Torak, you know. You can only crack jokes with Torak because you can't take him serious.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what. Come on, man. That's what Shakara was saying. When Shakara said it to me, it made sense. You can't ever be drawn out by this guy because that's how he wins. He doesn't actually want to make sense with you. He just wants to argue with you and tell you and get you in your feelings. Sorry.
Where does the word Africa
come closer to the mic? We can't hear you, brother. We can't hear you, bro.
Where does the word Africa come from?
India.
It does what?
It does. So you named yourself what Indian people label you as. Okay.
So it does actually come from India.
Yeah.
Oh, let's hear this now. Let's hear how it comes from India.
Where does it come from in Africa? Where does it come from in Africa? So listen to what I'm saying. Where does the word Africa come from in Africa?
I told you, India, man. Come on, bro.
Torak and his weird way of doing linguistics.
With your long hair self, don't know fart.
Because the word, you take out the A in India and you put it into the European word and then you attach it to this one.
LB, you're white South African. You're white South African. I don't know why you keep telling people you're black. You're not. Stop it. You're white South African.
Man, stop watching people, man.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, innit? Like I've already had like this talk with India. Not even me had this talk, but someone's had this talk the other time about the South. He was saying that what's it called, the white South Africans, and he said it was my people or something like being attacked or something like that. So I don't know why he's now denying that he's white South African. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be black these days.
Where do you think the word Africa come from in Africa?
Sorry?
I told you, yeah, man. Can't research. Go to Google.
Africa.
Go to Google.
Ralph.
You'll see it's from India.
Ralph is more of a man than you would be, mate.
Who? I don't know what you're talking about, fam. Like, you need to come close to the mic. I don't even hear you. You can't even do the trolling properly if you're not sounding. You're not even like closer to the mic because you're not loud when you're saying it. So try again.
You know what it is, Ralph? I'm confused how Torak's got so much energy for us, but he doesn't have that energy. When it comes to the Jewish man that's claiming his Hebrew thing, he don't have this energy in us. But for us, he's got plenty. It's mad.
It's so horrible. This is what the Asian man does, isn't it? You know you're going to Mr. Patel's shop.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lady D. I'm sorry.
Do you know what's mad? Yeah? Ralph comes on to tell us about black people and what we should be doing, and Torak comes on to do the same thing too.
Man, too much, bro.
Oh shit, man! It's all these Asians, man, fucking coming on and telling us all shit, man. Fuck's sake, man.
All you do is watch, man, bro. Fuck's sake. Oh, Ralph.
I said, watch, man. What?
Man, he can't all over with the Caribbean, you know.
You're the one coming on an African show trying to tell black people about why their African shouldn't be used and this. Like, I don't get it.
You're not.
What are you trying to say?
You're waste. You're just waste. Not to be bad. You're just. Come on, panel for like you've got nothing to say.
What? I told come closer, man. I can't even hear how you're roasting me.
To come closer. You're a waste.
I beg you, come closer to the mic still.
You're a waste. We're not even wasting.
Pause. Come closer to the mic though. Pause.
Allow it. Yeah. We're not giving no attention. Allow it.
Oh, poor
LB, you are white South African. There's no arguments about it, brother. You said it. You revealed it last time when you were you are white South African. You said your people was being attacked, and there was a white South Africans. Like, I don't see why you're arguing and saying that we're we're going against, like you said it, and I saw the comment. I was like, oh, okay, so he is a white South African. That makes sense. Yeah. So Torok, what are you saying? No, he's gone on mute now. Come on. Yeah, his trolling's over, man. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Couldn't do
But
it.
you know, that's what happens when you're Indo-Indian. He's not even indigenous. He's not even indigenous to India.
He's really not making the same stuff, innit?
Oh my God. Yeah, Melanie, Chemo. I like Chemo still. Chemo's real still.
Yeah. He replaced what do you call it? He replaced the slave trade.
Fuck's sake. You're not actually appalling to Africa, so I'll just let you lot do your thing in it. Like,
appalling to Africa.
Where are you from, man? Tell the truth, man.
Who's this Indian coming to tell me I'm appalling to Africa? What's wrong with you?
All right. Where did your parents say they're from?
Where does the word Africa come from?
Yeah.
See, you're not men, bruv. You're not men. You're still boys.
If you Google it up,
You're boys. Allow it. You're just a boy, man.
Hold on. Is that Indo-African?
You're like a woman.
Indo-African.
You're not British, right, bro. Stop it.
Men. These are men, you know. Everybody.
What did your parents say? Where did your parents say that from?
African men. Don't call yourself African.
Answer the question.
Don't do that to the real.
I forgot. It's Indo-British.
To the real African people, bro.
All right.
Oh, gosh.
Innuendos.
Tarek, on a serious note, you said you're a businessman, innit?
What is the meaning of Africa? But what language do you get the word Africa from?
Tarek, on a serious note, you said
no. Where do you get the word Africa from? In what African language do you get Africa?
You got it from Google, and it says India.
Wait, what does it say?
India.
You're not funny, you need some African American genes or something, bro. You're not funny.
Who's making it up? I'm telling you, I Googled and it said India. He said the lineage goes all the way to India.
Funny, mate.
But is that what you say, though? Did you say it goes to India? Did you say that before?
You're not funny, mate.
It's not funny. You said it.
You've got no jokes. You've got no knowledge, nothing.
Yeah, it's fine. But I'm saying you went all the way to India, right?
Correct.
You say it went to India, yes or no? Did you say that all lineages go to India, yes or no? You said the Indian race is before the African race.
Did Google tell you?
Why are you trying to have logical arguments with Tarek?
There's no logic with you. You even lie on Google, bro. So why am I going to talk to you for?
Tarek. On a level though, let's all jokes aside, innit? Car, obviously, you're a businessman, innit?
What? Where does the word Africa come from in Africa?
It's from India, innit? But you're a businessman, innit? Like,
you hear that? See the African people? Look at these people.
It comes from India. It comes from India. I said it comes from India.
Allow it. Go learn before you talk about black people, man.
I said it comes from India.
Allow it, Ralph.
Okay, so Tarek, let me ask this. Let me ask you this question, man. Come on, man. Why are you upset, bro?
What's the matter with you, man? Fuck's sake, you.
Fuck's sake, man. Oh, man. Hey, Tarek, on a level though, still. I was saying, yeah, basically, you're a businessman, innit? So I can't hear you. You're far away. Tarek, you're a businessman, right?
The mic, you know.
Yeah. Come closer to your mic because can't always hear you, man.
Listen, I've done your boss already, man. This is done. From time it done, Shaka, everybody dead.
Okay, but I'll say this, yeah. Like, I wanna just ask you, innit, Carl. Obviously, you being of Indian descent and a businessman, Like, you see, there's corner shops and whatnot. Could you give us could you give the community being on the here right now? Like, could you give us any advice on how we could, as a community? I mean, Africans, sorry, not you guys here, not these Indians here. I'm asking, how could you help us advance?
I wanna be.
Sorry. Torok, this is a serious question, you know. Torok. Come on, man. Bro, don't be upset, man. It was a joke, man. It was a joke.
Yeah? Listen, you're not my child. What the hell do you? Yeah, call up my name, sir. Go talk to other people. Go talk to whatever your people is called. Go call them name up. Where you call my name up for?
What did you say?
Go call your own people name.
What's my people's name? What's my people's name?
Not Torok.
Yeah, Torok. I was just asking, innit? Like, you know, do you know what's the irony of your name?
Hello, yo, turn my stomach now.
For fuck's sake, man. LB, I could be wrong, bro. I could be wrong. You could be a black South African, but as far as I am concerned, I didn't hear. I saw an argument that you were having, saying that white South Africans are your people, and so yeah, I was like, okay, so you're a white South African, innit? So not like white South Africans are your people, but you were defending. So I assumed that you was from white South Africa, innit? You're white South African, but I don't know why you're upset with Shaka Ra claiming to be African when we all know historically he comes from Africa.
All of us back to black Africans. I don't know what his issue is, to be fair.
Who?
LB. He's vexed with everybody that don't back whatever the hell.
But this is the problem. When people, I don't know why people come on this. Like, you don't have to tune in here. You know what I mean? The narratives are
because we give energy. We supply energy. That's why they come. Let's
be
clear.
And this is what happened now, because Torok tried to troll, but trolling flopped from horribly, and that's why he's upset now. He's asking me questions about what tribe I'm from, saying that I'm this and that. Come on, man. It was all a joke anyway, Torok. Yeah, just let's talk on a level, innit? Being of Indian descent, and obviously your community is thriving. How can you help us in our struggle, Torok?
Well, I don't know what to talk up to today. I don't know what the end game is, or
No,
even if
it's way off topic, you know.
Yeah, it's way off topic. Torok, what do you think about the title of the show? What is your opinion on that?
Who are the people being killed in South Africa? They're not white people. Isn't that what people say that the racist South African government is supposedly doing, is killing white people? Like, I don't get it. Yeah. Okay. So they're your people now. They're your people. That means they are your people. That means you are to me, but okay. But I don't know, innit? But yeah, like Lady Divine, yeah, the Torok's end game was to get you wild up.
Joking.
He's trying to get you wild up.
Are you joking?
So he's trying to get you wild up, and then
what is wrong with this youth, bruv?
he's trying to get you wound up, and then he's gonna try.
What have I said to Lady D yet? Are you crazy? This man must be playing back something.
Torok, I'm not gonna lie. You came on guns blazing like I was talking to the white man and I was calling that king whoever. That wasn't even me, but you had all the energy.
It was you on the panel, Missy.
I was on the panel. Speak though.
Yeah, but you couldn't say nothing, can it?
What am I gonna say? Why would you? It's called Velimi. Right, hold on. Let me finish. It's called Velima Vision Fridays. Ralph came in with his set of trolls. So did Liam come with his. They were both arguing with each other in the comments, and it was the thing of one supremacist after another. Hold on, one supremacist after another jumping on the panel. It's the man them took it in it. Let the man them have it. My mic ain't gonna outdo this. Yeah, that's
all I'm saying. But you don't need to do some more things, man, and have your groundwork, because you're gonna have white supremacists come up, and if you really believe what you believe in, hold on. You should be able to talk to these people and back them up with your own knowledge and all these types of things.
And that was the worst part.
Hold on. Just how Shakara go on panels and he stands on whatever he stands on and he defends it. Just like how I go on my panels, whether people like it or not. I got my knowledge, I got my thing I can bring up, whether people like it or not or agree with it. That's the whole
Okay.
point of panels.
What we do is talk. Come on,
You have to come with something more now because it's over
Hold
a year now. You don't have to come better than that.
Okay, but listen to my argument now. This is my point of this. If you remember that day, you would have heard Velly came on the panel enough time and said, "Lady D, your mic's not even working. We can barely hear you." How much time did Velly have to come? Number two,
you come with amplifier.
I couldn't even outspeak them even if I wanted to. My mic wasn't even loud that day for some reason. But the same advice you've got for us makes you have that same advice for your Reels panel. Because when they were over there disrespecting Spice and calling the N-word for that, Torok, you sat on that panel muted. Torok, you sat on that panel muted.
But when the little white come from,
take a leaf at your own book, innit?
You don't blame it on Jeremy Kyle.
Torok, just take advice at your own book before you go and issuing anybody else.
Torok, because I gotta learn.
When you start issuing
whatever you're talking, you can't stand on what you're talking.
Stop 1 second. I'll let you finish, innit? I'm just saying, when you're issuing out advice to everybody else on how they need to handle these people, I hope you're taking note on how you need to be handling them.
Advice is like an arsehole. Everybody got one.
Exactly. So
Where is your information? Where's your information and your receipts? What you can say, look on this. You don't bring out no receipts. All you have is yap.
Do not give out advice you're not willing to do and put action behind your damn stuff.
Yep. All you got is yap and you say, yes, I'm black and African. Go on, Shakara, tell him. Go on, somebody else, go tell him. Go on, somebody else, tell him this. No, but him wrong. Wrong. Him do all the research, but him wrong.
Let him rambling and I'll continue, innit? Let him ramble.
White boy, come, you run.
Like I said.
It's funny, right? Lady Divine, am I hearing someone trying to be Jamaican or trying?
But
No, me I do cut the Jamaican batty, man. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Stop worry what I'm doing in life. You lot not doing shit. When the little white boy come on, you couldn't say fart.
Okay. All right.
Speak English, Torok.
You couldn't do fart.
Do you know how to speak? What do you call it? What do you call it?
Intellectually, that white boy punch your lights out.
Wow.
Tycho.
Intellectually, so the Scottish guy Torok that came on that you're talking about, yeah, you're saying that he punched people.
Okay, Lady Divine. Now I know why he's upset. The Scottish guy that came on. I said to him he was related to King James and King James was black.
Yes. You run behind Hebrew information. You don't go study. You have nothing to stand on, but you run behind everybody information and go and pull it up.
So that's Hebrew information now. So King James was black.
Oh, the Hebrews say that. Lily white boy.
What? Okay. Well, do you believe he's black or not? Like, you told me he's mixed race, and I said okay.
What information you have?
I don't have any information. I got it from you.
Exactly.
The only information I know is he's white, and we can see the portraits. You can see the lineage that clearly shows he's white.
Agree with the white boy. Exactly. You had no argument for the white boy when the white boy turned up with him, little Lily self.
So why didn't you come on and then turn up on him then? You're a Hebrew Israelite, are you not?
Why didn't you? You can take on Torah though.
What did Torok say to the white boy when he came? I keep hearing about this white boy. What did you say to the white boy when he came?
In the comment section, he didn't say a damn.
You're ready to take on Torah that's got 80 pages ready loaded up for your blouse now, just sharing at this.
What did you say on the day when the white boy was there?
Exactly. What did he not say? Nothing. The little white boy run riot.
Say, Mr. Indian man.
Panono. You don't have no information. You don't teach your people properly. All you just give them is glory.
Bro, did you say anything? Did you teach the people that day?
I could say something.
That's what I'm asking you. Did you
just how I'm bad up Shakara, just how I'm bad enough all of you lot who claim to be so African and this, that, the other. That little white boy.
You haven't badded up a ass thing. You badded up yourself today.
Where in Africa?
You badded up yourself.
Where in Africa do you find the word African, bro? Nowhere.
You're one of them boxers that lick out your own teeth.
You get done out there. Finish.
Hey, Torok.
You find that word Africa. Nowhere.
Torok, spell Caribbean, please.
this joker. Where was you when the little white boy was turn up?
You can't even spell
Caribbean. Spell Caribbean. What a joke.
That the bag of trolls came in for all these F nodes and all these 14
trolls.
I'm talking to
my oneself and butt up the dance.
Can you
help lack off dance?
Lady Divine, don't let him draw you out. He's trying to use it as a talking point. That's not what actually happened. That's not what actually happened. But let him. Don't let him.
Hebrews are supposed to be able to display discipline, and clearly he's a Hebrew, so we can see that right there and there.
Yeah,
They
he's
have
upset.
no
Hebrew. Clearly, what was you on that day?
About me saying that.
You on Jeremy? Where was you on Villamy Code the other day?
Training, man.
What was you lot on Villamy Code the other day? Hide and what was your religion? Hide and seek.
Is it not facts though, Torah?
What happened is, Richie, these trolls came on in it. I'm not gonna lie. Terry and Ralph and Saul badded them up one by one. Just because Ralph made a comment.
So it was quiet. Them that you badding you lot up. Villy can replay the thing.
Was defending King James. That's why he's mad.
Rewear on the thing, brethren. You couldn't do nothing. The little white boy who Ralph give a little battery in his back. Bad up all over.
But Torah, is King James not black?
You got shrimp for Torah.
Are you saying so? King James isn't black then?
Torah has got 80 pages ready loaded up for any boy and any people with their chat. Where is your where is your
black then?
Hold on. Where is your 80 pages?
Right about here, mate.
All right, show us.
That's what I'm talking about, though.
Ready for honor. 80 clip.
And is it
80 clip for anybody. 100 rounds.
He can't even spell Caribbean.
I've got that drum, mate. Where is on the clips? You know, I have no information.
Well, like Tarek, you know, Tarek.
You know, I'm walking with that drum.
Man, like Tarek.
That Draco. I got the Draco of Chrome right now, mate. I got 100 rounds.
100 rounds for who?
Anybody and any money. Any somebody think there's somebody.
Go and talk on the net, you know. This is what we introduced you to. Are you that mad that you have to talk with the gangsters on the net?
Torah, do you ADHD by any chance?
Sorry?
I just want to ask Torah, by any chance, does he suffer with any ADHD or anything like that? Do
you suffer with lack of knowledge of self?
This burst of
I come from the same country as Torok.
These bursts of irrational arguments that he keeps coming up with and sound
a whole 100 round clip, mate. What have you lot got? When the little white boy came on stage,
but we told you, like Lady Divine, he's not here to talk logical. When he wants to try and talk logical, he's gonna try and take you to, like, he's gonna give you he's gonna make an argument here, then jump another argument there, then make it, and it makes no correlation. Like, he's not trying to go
country, but he's telling you
just
I'm like,
take you everywhere apart from.
I've been talking to you longer, but he's telling you what I'm like. Imagine that.
Yeah, but I'm telling you because that's what we examine from your behavior. That's what we examine from your behavior.
On this one, I've been talking to Lady D longer than I've been talking to you, and now you're telling Lady D, oh, but he's doing this, and when he does that, you know, but he's doing this and he's trying to do that to you. What kind of man?
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
Patty.
What? Why you like a corner man?
Chatty Patty with his other.
And this is why he's upset, because someone who's not upset by the way I'm saying now, they would just laugh it off. You'll be like, all right, well, you got it horribly wrong anyway. But this is what I'm saying. I've got to.
Empty barrel, 100 round, empty barrel boy.
Hey, Turek, have you got an off license?
Barrel man and woman, may have 100.
Hey, Turek, you have off license?
What's this one? Kuya.
If you're mixed race,
I'm sure when the white boy turn up, them man, they got nothing to say, and this all they got is little fake jokes. What they think is good when they have the backup dancers. That's what they have. The little jokes.
Backup dancers.
Backup dancers. They watch
backup dancers you talking about?
They watch Maku and say, oh yeah, I learned that off Maku. But yeah, Maku knows the thing already. You understand?
Learn what off Maku? What are you talking about?
Listen, little boy, I gotta learn, man. Do you tell people what Torok says and Torok talk to them more than I talk to you? What you on?
What?
What are you on?
What?
Hey, Tarak,
You can't.
your products, man. Tarak, we need to say your products, man. So, I don't know what kind of thing you're on, mate.
What are you lot on? Telling people who I talk to more than I've ever talked to. You. He's doing this, you know.
Definitely some good ganja, isn't it? From India.
I don't even like my spliff when I talk to people like you. I'll be honest, I don't even like my spliff when I talk to people like him and Ralph, bro. You think I go and waste my weed talking to Uno? Jaw up, man.
When you say Ralph, are you talking me?
When I talk to Uno, no, sir.
What?
I'm joking.
Definitely a cool man shot, boy.
Allow it, man.
Hey, can I? You got change of £1?
Talking to Uno and waste my weed talking shit to Uno. Allow it.
Like, don't get upset, bro. Just tell us what you're about, innit? Like,
when we talk to you,
maybe I've got you wrong, innit? But
you know, I'm not never ban a spliff talk to you, Ralph. Never.
What? Okay. Well, anyway, but all I'm saying is, Tarak, yeah. What I've gauged from you, and I'm talking to you now, yeah. Whenever we come and talk about topics to do with African history or whatnot and everything, or Black history, if that's better for you, innit? Sometimes you'll be going places like you'll be talking about one place like and then you go to Kemet, and then you go to this area, and then you go to that area, and it's not sequential, so it's not really like it's not flowing. And then you say, oh, and then you do another thing with linguistics where you're talking about because the words sound similar, that means that's what they were referring to the people.
What do you do?
Sorry, what do I do?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What exactly?
What do you do?
What do I do? Well, sometimes I can make mistakes. I can try and I try to learn most of the time. So
lazy.
What?
Lazy.
I'm lazy.
Lazy, yeah.
Why? Why am I lazy?
You haven't watched the video yet. You're lazy.
What video?
Lazy.
What video? What video?
Lazy, mate.
What video have I not watched? Brother, I don't get it. Like, why, just are you 2 years old? Like, how many times are you gonna keep repeating? Like, I'm trying to talk to you like an adult right now.
Sorry, lazy. I got no time for lazy.
Well, yeah, it's okay. So this is my point, innit? Like, he's not really got an argument. Tarak is just here to just continue to act like he has an argument, but really and truly he's just trying to troll you and get all up in your feelings and whatnot and everything. You can't let Tarak draw you out, innit? Like, that's what you don't do, innit? He's literally an Old Testament Native American. That's how I can describe him. And yeah, his spirit animal is a dinosaur.
What do you wait? Spirit animal. Oh God.
What, you don't know what the definition of Tarak is? You don't know what Tarak means? Why do you think he's named Tarak?
I'm not gonna lie, you know, I had to go look because I'm asking Tarak and he won't ask me. So I had to go and look myself to see if I could find any evidence of this King James being black. And so far I've come up with nothing. However, hold on. However, what I have come up with was in his reign, he kept a lot of black Moors in his it says it kept a lot of black Moors in his courts. It says here.
Because he was a slave owner.
Yeah, so it says that he had what did it say? So James was popular, fun-loving king with many interests. Many black Moors were present at his court. Some worked as servants, possibly slaves, but others seem to have been invited guests or musicians. We know he courted Margaret with lute and clavichord. I don't know what that means, and took her out hunting and playing sports. But there's no evidence in all of the ones I've read, all the pages I've gone to, that he has direct African ancestry. No, that's not been proven.
Do you watch Hidden Colors?
I told you he was gonna go there.
Hold on. Lady D, do you respect the people that made Hidden Colors? Yes or no?
Hold on. He's gonna go for Rashid. Yeah, Rashid is an ADOS, so don't try it.
I've talked to Lady D more than I've talked to you, so don't worry. Calm down, mate. You're not emotional.
No, I know where you're going with it, but don't worry about it. Just stick in Indo-Caribbean, please.
But what if Hidden Colors? That's the only thing I'm.
So do you agree with the makers? What made Hidden Colors?
I don't say I agree with all the information, but I can't dispute I can't deny nor say for fact.
Why not?
Because I'm not sure. I've not done my own research, Torok, so therefore I cannot co-sign or dispute.
Just like those gentlemen who you respect, the Hebrew Israelites looked at the same things.
Okay.
But it's funny. You can dispute the Hebrew Israelites, but you can't dispute the people of Hidden Colors, though.
I know. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying this. I just said I cannot confirm nor dispute. What part of that you're understanding?
Because to me, that makes me think that you think one is more superior than the other.
But I never said that. In no way, shape, or form did that come out my mouth. Do you see my point about people tearing what they want to hear and not what?
Rewind it. You said you cannot debate them on it, but you can.
I never said. Oh my God, who heard me say that?
We can rewind the tape, people. We can rewind it. You said
rewind it, please. Please, somebody rewind it, because all I said was I cannot confirm nor dispute it. I don't know what you heard and got lost in translation, but that's not what I said.
You said you can't debate them on that.
Oh, don't tell me what I said when I know what I said and everyone heard what I said.
So what you said.
Everyone but you, Torok, heard what I said.
And people on it. I don't mind. We can rewind the tape. You said you can't dispute them.
All right. Anyone in the chat agree with what I said? What Torok said or what I actually said? Please, somebody let me know.
But anyway, you said you can't dispute it or you can't debate them on that. And the whole reason is why I said that, because the Israelites are looking at the same information these people have got, but for some reason people have got strength for Israelites, but they think Tariq Nasheed and all these other men just got their gentlemen and they wear the nice suits and they speak nice, but you can't debate these people.
Okay, cool. But all I'm saying is this. I just went to go and do some quick research because I was asking you didn't want to answer me. So I said, let me go look it up myself. And I went to a few websites. And all I'm saying is this. There's no actual confirmation that he had any African ancestry, but there's definitely confirmation he kept a lot of black Moors and a lot of black Africans within his court and within while he was reigning. That is for a fact.
Yeah, because he was what they call it?
He was a slave owner that owned the Virginia Company. The Virginia Company held a loads of slaves.
Yeah, white slaves.
The Virginia Company had white slaves.
Terry, listen to this, because this is what else I found. So it says here, Africans have been present in Europe from classical times. In the second and hold on, Torok, let me quickly just read this out. Yeah, it says here, Africans have been present in Europe from classical times. In the 2nd and 3rd century, Roman soldiers of African origin served in Britain and some stayed there after their military service ended. According to historians Fryer, Edwards and Malvern, in the 9th century, Viking fleets raided North Africa and Spain, captured black people and took them to Britain and Ireland. From the end of the 15th century, we began to see more evidence for the presence of the black Moors in the accounts of the reign of King James. Is it the 5th? King James V of Scotland, and later in Elizabethan England. That's how the accounts of. That's how they justify. Well, this is what the websites are saying of the black presence in the
in the archives, as I said. That's where the Virginia Company gets involved.
We're in India.
So you see what you're saying about that company there, Terry, say that company again.
The Virginia Company.
Is that the tobacco? That's the tobacco industry, right?
They're the ones even called Virginia in America.
Okay. I'm just thinking of, I don't know why I'm thinking of this tobacco.
It's from the reign. It started from the reign of Queen Elizabeth I.
Okay. But all of what we're saying here still does not prove that King James had African ancestry. None of it. There's nothing to support it, is my point. That's the only point I've been trying to make. there's evidence of him having loads of African Moors around him, a lot of them having them in the presence, a lot of them being in the UK and in Ireland and Scotland, but there's no evidence to support he actually had direct African ancestry blood.
Let me tell you what Torok says. Torok says,
"Oh, allow it, man. What the hell is this, bro? Talk for yourself.
He was called the Black Child.
That shit, bro. You're a batty man, bro. You're a batty man. You're a right old disgusting little batty man. You know this. How I know he's a gay boy, bro. Stop talking at my name, bro.
Okay, no problem. Continue. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that's what his narrative.
He just wants to tell you. He wants to tell you. What kind of batty man thing is this, bro? Allow it now, man. Fix up, man.
Yeah, continue. Sorry about that. Sorry, continue.
Some disgusting habit you keep repeating. What kind of disgusting habit is this going in, man? Like me and you, his friend, every minute. Oh, he's trying to. You know about me, bro. Will you translate for me? Me and you from the same tribe. Go look for your own people, Reggie. And stop talk about people like you know what me I gonna say out my mouth next. Because if you really know what me I say out my mouth, you know what I'm thinking about your clout right now.
Please, Divine, go ahead. I'm sorry for interjecting. Sorry about that.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to get to the bottom of this whole him being black thing, and clearly there's no evidence yet that I can find.
You know, if you go to Queen Elizabeth I, you understand when Queen Elizabeth said that there was too many black people within the facility that she needed to deport people out. So they're already against black people way before King James. So when King James arrived, so why would they put a black king in a place when they're already trying to deport black people out of England?
That sounds like an on scale. That doesn't make sense. Yeah. King James came to Scotland throne in. So he came onto the throne in 1488, right? And he was an able visionary monarch who administered.
He came back 1516.
Okay, it says King James 1473 to 1513, and it says King James, is it the fifth? I think the one in the V is five in it. King James V of Scotland came to the throne in 1488. He was able and visionary monarch whose administration united and maintained order in the Scottish Highlands and Lowlands. He encouraged manufacturing and shipbuilding and created a navy. James V also renewed Scotland's alliance with France, although in 1503 he took an English wife, Margaret Tudor, daughter of Henry VIII of England. I don't bloody know. V and 1-1. What the hell is that? I don't know. I think that's
4 or 6. I think.
Okay. Then it says James was popular, fun-loving king with many interests. Many black Moors were present at his court. Some worked as servants or possibly slaves, but others seem to have been invited guests or musicians. He knew that he courted Margaret with Latu and I can't pronounce his name. Cladoch. I don't know what the hell that is, and took her out hunting and playing sports. After their marriage, King's Lord High Treasurer accounts provided numerous entries to show how much he enjoyed lively entertainment, employing foreign minstrels from Italy and elsewhere. King James was generous to all kinds of people, including black Moors, as the following inquiries from the treasurer accounts demonstrates, and then it gives evidence. So basically, because he was popular amongst the black Moors, is that why black people are claiming him? Would I be wrong in assuming that? Because he was popular back then against the black Moors, hence why black people are claiming him now in today's world.
Some people say he's got a Moorish background from Italy or Sardinia, from his grandma.
Okay.
And you have to think around that time from what?
Hey, no, Lady Divine.
Allow it. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm sick of you emotional men, bruv. Stop talking when I'm talking, bruv. What kind of madness is this, bruv? I was talking to Lady D, man. I was talking to Lady D.
I'm not talking to you.
I was talking to Lady D, right? I was talking to Lady D.
Anyway, Lady Divine, go what you do. Go check up. Go back and check his lineage. Go to his mother and his father. and check the link.
Find that. Yeah,
That's
I'll
all
try.
you have to do. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, I'll try and look for that now. Hold on. Okay, he definitely ain't black. Hold on a minute now. So, King James, 17th of March 1473 to the 9th of September 1513, was the King of Scotland from 11th of June 1488 to his death. He assumed the throne following the death of his father, King James III, 1451 to 1452. In 1488 reigned, and in 1460 to 1488, he reigned, his father reigned, sorry, from 1460 to 1488 at the Battle of Sunny, I can't pronounce these words, Scungyburn, wherever the hell that is anyway. A rebellion in which the younger James played an indirect role. He is generally regarded as the most successful of the Stuart monarchs of Scotland, but his reign ended in disastrous defeat at the Battle of Flodden. He was the last monarch of the islands of Great Britain to be killed in battle. It says here he was born, the 17th of March 1473 in Stirling Castle, Scotland. So that's where he was born. The 17th of March 1473 at Stirling Castle in Scotland. He died the 9th of September 1513, age 40, at Braxton, Northumberland in England. His spouse was Margaret Tudor, married in 1503. Married in 1503. Where did I go? Where the frick did this go? Yeah, in 1503, sorry. And his house was the House of the Stuarts. His father, King James III of Scotland, mother, Margaret of Denmark. His religion was Roman Catholic. And then it goes on to talk about, I don't want to hear about his marriage. Let's hear about his early life. James was a son. No, that's his early life as in being a child. Well, his blatant mother and father are both Europeans. And let's see and their parents, let's look into them and see who their parents came from. So his father, King James III. So his parents are, so King James III was born the 10th of July, 1451, or May 14th. How you have two date of births? Wait a minute.
No, some of them do. Some of them do, like the Queen.
Oh, okay. And then, so it says here, born the 10th of July, 1451, or May 1452. That's about a year apart. Okay. Died the 11th of June, 1488, age 36. They never lived that long back then, did they? They're bloody lucky if they got to 40. It says he's buried at the Abbey, Stirling. Spouse Margaret of Denmark. They were married in 1469 and she died in 1486. House of Stuarts, father, and his father, King James III, father of James, was it? So that must be James IV then. Okay, so his father was King James II of Scotland, and his father's So his grandparents was King. So his grandparent would have been King James II of Scotland from his father's side, and his grandmother would have been Mary of Glugers, and they all come from the Roman Catholic end. So that's the father side. So far, there's no direct black people here. They're all Scottish.
You have to remember though, right, around the 10th century up to like the 40th century, like the Moors were heavily populated and running things in Europe.
Right. So we're saying there could have been some interbreeding going
Don't listen to Torak, because that's my history. That's my history path. That period there, as I said to you, it goes into, if you go into the lineage of each parent, you still see them in Scotland. The Stuart. So that if you're gonna say you had any form of black, that means you're gonna say that the Tudors and the Stuarts had some form of black in their hereditary.
Right. So hold on. Let's go back.
Remember, the crown deals with bloodline.
Right. I'm still on James. I'm still on the James side. So now we've gone from the King James to his father, and now we're gonna go. That's his grandfather, and now we're gonna go to his great grandfather. So the great grandfather was born the 21st of February, 1437, the 3rd of August, 1460. So he's got 2 birthdays as well. And his coronation was the 25th of March, 1437. Procedure was James I, and successors James III. Okay, so it says, Father King James I of Scotland, Mother Joan Beaufort. All Roman Catholics, they're all Scottish bloodline. The further I go back and I click on the other one, if I go to the original King James, the first.
No, but you have to remember the Romans invaded that area, innit? But when the Romans got there, they said they see black people.
And when was the Romans? When did the Romans?
Exactly. Look at this. I'm sick of you, men. I'm sick of you emotional men. I'm sick of all you emotional men. You're not my baby mother, man. Fuck off. You're not my baby mother. Fuck off.
Torak.
You're the one getting emotional, brother.
Shut up. When I'm talking, shut the fuck up. You're not my baby mothers. Shut the fuck up.
Lady P was asking a question and getting emotional.
Shut the fuck up.
How have we flipped it on you now?
Shut
You're the one
the
supposed to be
fuck up,
trolling
man.
us.
Shut up. What are you talking for?
You're supposed to be trolling us.
I'm not my baby mother. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, lads,
You're not my baby mothers, man.
Lads,
You're not my baby mothers, yeah? You're not my baby mothers. You've been doing it from the start. Man. You're not my baby mothers. Shut up. Shut up.
I'm gonna leave you guys to it to talk to this idiot, yeah, because he ain't on nothing. He ain't saying one. Richie,
I destroyed Black Eyes. I destroyed you, bro. I destroyed you on TV. The first time you got destroyed, bro. You got destroyed. You, Shakara, got destroyed today, bro.
But my you don't know what he's talking about. You got 1 in 2 seconds from the time you
That is some proper.
That's how TV was done out here.
You sure you're not taking heroin?
Surely we couldn't have got to you this much. You're supposed to be trolling us. How have we got this upset, brother?
Okay, 1 second.
Mate, middle of spring, mate. This ain't no ice around here, mate.
Okay,
only thing sliding is a slide. Not no black ice around here, mate.
Sorry, give me a second. Stop the trolling for 1 second. This is what I'm saying, yeah? I've gone back to even the first King James, yeah? And it still remains in Scotland. His bloodline still remains in Scotland. And in fact,
will get emotional. The minute I open my mouth, sister, they get emotional because I'm gonna say something and they're gonna get emotional.
No, don't. All right, let him speak. But hold on, before he speaks.
No, but hold on. There's no point you directing the question at me because they get emotional. Do you see this?
All right, I'm not going to direct it at you. Then I'm just going to put it out there in the open so everyone can learn from this. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that I've gone back to the very first King James. Yeah. And then even when I click on his parent, and his parent is Robert III of Scotland, and mother was Annabella of Durand, and they're all Roman Catholics. So far, Torak, none of that lineage has come out of Scotland.
So I'm saying, if Hidden Colours said that they had black royalty in Europe, and especially places like Scotland, where have they gone wrong? Because don't forget about the Hebrew Israelites, but where have these people got wrong?
Well, clearly someone's fabricating a lie here, because from what I can see from just doing my own humble research, it's all remaining in Scotland. There is no black lineage. And black people need to stop trying to claim something that's not theirs. These people are Scottish. Their lineage is Scottish. There's no black there. Yes, they had black slaves. Yes, they had black people working in their courts. Yes, they had black people performing and doing lively musicians and stuff and crafting and making and teaching. But they weren't actually direct black relatives in their blood. No, they're Scottish and Roman Catholics at that.
He's dropped out.
But does anyone understand what I'm saying? Is anyone not getting the point I'm trying to make?
Yeah, but as I said to you, it's not worth arguing with a troll. He's just trying to make a narrative. Next minute, he's going to tell me the whole Scottish people are black.
No, that's just ridiculous now. They can never try and make all Scottish people black. They could not do that.
That's what Hidden Colours Tariq did. And Tariq Nasheed is not a historian.
Tariq Nasheed probably
He's a pimp from America.
Oh, has he left? Left.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Can you come call back, Brother Richie? He did say to call him back when the foolishness is stopping. He said they'll come back once it's over and teach. You get me?
Oh, sorry, man.
Richie, man.
Tarek, man, like, come on, man. When next time you come on, like, obviously, I know you're an Indian and I'm African. Like, we can't always relate, but like, if like, I've got ear for you, brother. I've got the ear for you, man. Get me?
Okay, can I quickly just jump in here? Because look, I just discovered this. Yeah, I've literally just discovered what's going on here. So when I've gone back as far as I could, and I've gone back to now we're in 1337. Robert III, great grandfather of King James. Yeah. So that's how far back I've gone. 1337. And this is the start of where the Roman Catholics kick in. So remember, before all of that, everyone was Roman Catholic. Now, when you go back all the way back to Robert III, if you don't believe me, you can just type it in your Google searches just to make sure you're on the same page. And if you go to Robert III, whose wife was Elizabeth Muir. So, sorry, Robert II, father's Robert II of Scotland and wife Elizabeth Muir, they are Catholic. They're the first normal Catholics. They're not Roman Catholics. Yeah, so...
Yeah, but the only time that the Roman Catholics got kicked out is when Henry VIII created Church of England.
Right,
So all of them before, all the ones before Henry VIII were Roman Catholics. I mean, they were Catholics.
Yeah, because I think when I see the first Catholic, no, there's no Roman involved. It's just Catholic. Yeah. And this is back here.
But what he's trying to do is trying to go back to when the Romans used to use England as a point of where they'll bring their gladiators and things like that. And that period is a total different time period compared to the kings.
But even if they go that far back, the fact of the matter still remains, Terry. I don't care who wants to argue with me right now, I'll take anyone on. They don't have black lineage. There's no evidence to support there's any black people in this royal family so far. It's all going back to Scotland.
Yeah, I know.
All the way back through there. Remember, with the royals, they carry everything via their bloodline. So
yeah, exactly.
Way back then, that means even the royals today, apart from the one, what's his name, Harry, has gone and married. That's mixed race. What's her name? Bloody hell. What's that girl's name and the ex-actress's name? I forgot her name. But anyway, only up until today is there a form. There's definitely proof and evidence of some form of black heritage. But before of today, there is no evidence to support it. I'm seeing being Scottish. I'm seeing Denmark. I've seen where else have I seen?
Remember, it's a family, and they're gonna keep that bloodline.
Exactly, as far as they can.
Where it kills his dance. As I said, Queen Elizabeth I wanted to deport black people because they were saying the growth of black people was growing. So that means that they were against black people from then. So if they were against black people and then why would they want to now put a black king in the place or after the Queen has said that she doesn't want no black people in the country?
Right. So that'd be an oxymoron for her to say that and then still make somebody of a black descendant in royalty. Like, that wouldn't make no sense. Right there is illogical.
Because she appointed King James his throne.
Right.
Before she died, she said, because he's not a Roman Catholic, I would rather him be in that place.
Okay. See, so and as far back as we go, no matter how far back you want to go.
Because Henry VIII said he did not want no Roman Catholic ruling. So when Elizabeth got to the throne, when she died, he put that in place.
Big up, people. Peace, peace, peace.
The baby in the house. Big up.
Big up, baby. Hope you're doing well, sis.
Trouble today, sis. Let me know. Let me know if I need to get my shirt.
Nah, man. You lot carry on though. Very interesting conversation. I don't know if you lot spoke already about Tommy Robinson with his threats of race war on Saturday.
No, I don't know nothing. To be honest about it, I know nothing about what he said or what's been going on. I see a lot of people talking about Tommy, but because he's the least of my interest right now, I could care less. What he's a bag of chattings in my eyes, isn't it? A bag of chatting. But what do you want to fit us in though? If you know, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've just done a video on my channel, kind of reviewing what he said. But what he's really trying to do is he's an opportunist at this point. You know, he's coming in last minute.
Start a race war.
Yeah, so like in his video, he's basically calling out to all the English lads. Yeah, we know what lads mean. That's young men, young guys in their 20s in their prime. We're not speaking about no olders. He's saying every lad come down to London on Saturday, right? And he's basically trying to pressure young Englishmen to say that if you don't come down, you're not a man, because of the statue that was taken down in Bristol. Who obviously, those who know about Bristol, it was previously a slave port. You know, they used to import slaves via Bristol. That's where they used to land. And there's a statue. I forgot of the guy's name.
Bristol.
Sorry?
Why don't you just go to Bristol if that's the issue?
Well, apparently they're trying to do it here in London. I think they done something to Winston Churchill's statue. I don't think they took it down, but they defaced it. And what Tommy Robinson is saying this is a disrespect to British history and to British culture. Yeah. And obviously he's calling for folks to come down on Saturday and basically defend this country as if this country is going through some sort of war. And what he's saying is very dangerous because unfortunately Tommy Robinson is very influential. Yeah, his voice is heard amongst many British people. A lot of British people actually value him and respect him. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, we're going to have to wait because a lot of people are speaking about this. I think that people will come down on Saturday because we've seen Tommy marches. They come down in their thousands. We've seen that when he went to prison, people were protesting outside of the prison for his release. So he's got a huge fan base. But for me personally, I just feel like he's adding to the chaos because you've got outrage. The only reason why he's upset is because this statue was taken down, and this statue represents British culture, British history. That's what he said. Yeah, and for me, I find it concerning how honoring your slave master or a slave master is part of British history in the first place. I don't know why you have statues of people that used to import slaves. So that says a lot about Britain in itself. Do you know what I'm saying? And then he called out Anthony Joshua as well for some reason, because Anthony Joshua recently spoke out in Watford about the sort of injustice that's been happening. So he's not happy with Anthony Joshua. And yeah, people are calling this a race war. He's calling for a race war. That's what people have been titling the videos.
One quick question. So let's just say, like, I don't know if this is factual or not. So I'm going to just go by what I've heard so far, because I'm flying about fuck a Tommy Robinson out here, period. But my thing is this, let's say this is true, yeah, and he wants to come down with his people then. Let's just be honest, who's he coming to fight? His own white people, because his own white people are the ones smashing up their fucking statues. So who's he coming to fight?
Well, this is the thing.
Is he going to fight Antifa? Who's he going to fight? He ain't coming for the Negroes, I can tell you that. So who's he coming to fight?
Well, he didn't make that clear, you know, but the way that he's very enticing in the way that he was speaking. Like, he was saying, young men, come and fight for your country. If you don't come, you're not a man. That's very provocative, you understand? And what my video really was about was highlighting his hypocrisy, yeah? Because even young people, if they're looting, they're rioting, all right, I'm not saying that's the best way to deal with things, but it's for a serious cause, yeah? A cause that is affected people's lives for years, and it's about time that something gets done about it. But the reason why he's now jumped on the bandwagon is over a statue, yeah, and also he wants to criticize the looters. I'm not being funny. For those who know how Tommy Robinson rolls out, then you know all of them hooligans, the way that they behave. So he has no leg to stand on to criticize anyone, yeah. Because I posted extra videos on my show, on my channel, showing him going up to people, punching them in the face, offering out fights. Like, this man is the least peaceful person that you'll ever come across, but yet he has the audacity to criticize young people who are sick and tired of the injustice.
Why do you care? Like, I didn't even go and look for, like, if he's saying that, that's his problem, isn't it? Like, why do you care?
No, but let me tell you why, bro. You should care though, because at the end of the day, yeah, like, people like that, this is the perfect opportunity for them. They want to cause a race war so that they can differentiate between who's for the country and who's not for the country, right? And you have to be up to date with what's happening with your surroundings. If you don't know what's going on, then you might just walk into a war zone without understanding.
Samira, do you not think there are many people who don't have a problem living in Britain but do not like the statue? Is that a fair point to make, that there are people in Britain who don't have, you know, this same love for these British slave traders, but they don't have an issue with the people of Britain? Is that a fair point?
No, that's on their head. I don't speak for those people. I can't relate to those people.
Are you saying that you have an issue with you know, being around British people and how can I say this in it, car? This is coming out weird now, but like, I think you can understand my point anyway. But yeah, like, just because we don't like the slave traders and whatnot and everything doesn't mean there's not things in Britain we don't like.
Yeah, but do you not think it's strange that there are statues to commemorate people that used to own slaves? Do you not think that's a bit weird?
Yeah, why? I said, yeah, take down all these statues. With even this talk about taking down slave traders statues has been going on for like a few. I think it was last year where they were talking about Nelson, Horatio Nelson in central London, where people were talking about protests. They were campaigning to get rid of the statue because they said he was a slave trader.
Terry, you see that statue that Raf is just speaking of? Is that the same one that we pass when we go to that bookshop, T? Is that near there? Because I remember they had about 4 big statues.
Which one?
Remember
Horatio Nelson.
That bookshop you took us to?
The one with the missing arm.
Is that where he's talking about? Is it that location, that area that he's speaking of?
It's around the library or the British Museum or something like that. Around the museum area or library or something like that. But Horatio Nelson is very well. Like, I studied him when I was really young, innit? I was in like year 4, year 5, and I remember I was like really intense studying this guy and whatnot and everything, and I never even came across the fact that he actually was a slave trader until recently. So I was like, wow, this guy I used to like, you know, I used to think of him as a British hero and whatnot and everything, but
that's the issue though, Raf. Because people are being educated or being told a lie. You know, same with Winston Churchill, yeah. He might have been a hero to the white indigenous people, definitely, but he was a criminal in the eyes of the Indians. Do you understand the way? But people don't know that though, Raf. Some people don't know that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And there's a lot of white people that don't even that are promoting Tommy that don't know that either. And even probably Tommy himself doesn't know that.
Raf, quickly, bro, 1 second. Let me just quickly just say this. Abeda, this is why, let me just be very clear on why I could give a shit or why I'm not worried. I understand why you're concerned and you feel like we should be concerned, but I'm going to explain to you why we're not, and we're not going to end up with them. You see, all what you see is going on now, Zabeda. This is not the first for my people. We've been doing it. This is what set the foundations for the immigrants coming in the first place. We've been rioting and looting with these people for years. This is not a first for us. It's a first for you guys. It's not a first for us. 100%. We've been through this 1,000 times and we will continue to go through it until we get what we want. We want our injustices to stop. We want our people to be uplifted, and we want the crime and the stuff we want it to go down. We want the police brutality to go down, and we want the fact that they keep putting us down, and they got, you know, us always at the bottom. We want all of that to end. This is 400 years to us, Zubaydah. This is nothing new to us. So there's nothing Tommy or any of his little pussy old click can say or do that's going to put no fear in my blood. I'm here to worry. I'm a warrior. Standard. I'm going to war up for my people.
Listen,
but
like,
that's the matter.
them all turn up, innit? Let them all turn up and get arrested. Yeah,
But this is what I'm saying. So why are we worried? Like, we're not even killing.
Well, that's what I said, to be fair, because what I encourage is let them do their thing, let them embarrass themselves, because they've been doing it time and time after. How many years have we seen Tommy Robinson supporters come out drunk, acting like hooligans, acting like animals, fighting amongst each other, fighting and attacking the police? Like, let them do their thing. But I'm just saying it's very provocative what he's doing. Do you know what I'm saying? In a time where people are very frustrated and angry, and he's coming in last minute, right, with his very provocative speech, encouraging other people to calm down. Do you know what I'm saying? It's very irresponsible.
Belly, Jupiter's backstage. Jupiter wants to come and hopefully not defend Horatio Nelson and these slave traders, hopefully.
Well, I think Jupiter, she made a video actually saying that she agrees with Tommy Robinson, so it'd be very interesting to hear why she agrees with him.
Oh wow, okay. Wow.
And I want to say, look, guys, I think we should have a civilized conversation, because I want to make it clear, I'm not here to argue, I'm not here to swear. Do you get me? Otherwise I'll leave. Yeah, so Jupiter, if you are gonna come on, like, let's keep it civilized.
And making that disclaimer while I'm on the panel, how dare you, woman? Take that back. Take that back, Zubaydah.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Like, he's told me people are coming down and whatever. Like, I might go down there and see. Like, I might just document it and see what's going on.
Yeah. Have you read? Did you actually watch the last video that he did?
I watched the one where he was on his sofa frothing at his mouth, calling out Anthony Joshua, saying that we should go attack the BBC because they're all nonsense. I don't know if that's the one that you...
Horatio Nelson is in Trafalgar Square, if anyone's interested. That's the one you're talking about. Right at the top of that tall pillar is the statue of Horatio Nelson. So I don't know how they're going to pull that statue down.
Right. I was thinking, where's this location statue? Because I was thinking, wait, what, which statue? Okay. Thank you for that.
You have to look up. It's really high up.
Okay. Can I just answer someone's question? I have protested. Hold on, I just want to answer one question. I have protested. I was out in Essex, and there was a little march going on now. It's on my channel, actually, if you want to check it out.
The Nelson statue itself.
Yeah, the Nelson statue itself.
If they tear that down, they will tear down his Black history as well. Because on the plaques of that Nelson Tower, it's got black statues on. It's got black presents on.
Yeah, black sailors were on the ships. Black
That
little boys were on the ships loading the cannons, but they don't teach that in school.
Are you
on the white man's head?
Okay, 1 second, Terry. Witness, are you aware of what Zubaydah? Because I didn't know about this whole Tommy Robinson call out or whatever. Are you aware of what she's speaking of? And what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't take it seriously. It was just
Tommy Robinson has not done a call out. The march is being organised by Unity. It's nothing to do with Tommy Robinson. He's going there to report it. He did say that he believes anybody that respects what our grandfathers and grandparents have done should be there to protect the memorials. Yeah, he did say that. He's also done another video this morning, absolutely outlining the reasons why he felt the way he did, and saying that, yeah, he did go a bit over the top with his impassioned speech. He's not against black people. He can understand why Black Lives Matter want to protest, but he feels that they're not taking into account white deaths or the rest of the community. And he's
here we go with the All Lives Matter.
So you listen to the actual video before you come here saying that it's a race war and that he's going down there to beat up people of another race. That is a total...
Okay, I never said that he was coming down to beat up anyone, first of all. And what he was saying definitely seemed like that. Yeah, because he was saying, young men, if you care about this country, you care about this British history, calm down. Do you not think that... Okay, let me ask you a question. Why is Britain honouring slave masters? Do you not think that's concerning?
They're not honouring them for being slave masters, and most of the world have been slave masters. Why do you honour Muhammad?
I don't know why you're diverting. I've asked you a question.
Well, I'm asking you why you've got a whole religion honouring a slave master.
No, that's not the case. But anyway,
Well, it is
I don't know why I don't know why you're diverting to Islam. I'm asking you a specific question. Why has Britain got statues of people that used to own slaves? We don't have no statue of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Yikes.
I'll tell you why. They're honouring them because of things that they've done, the charity, etc., in this country. Why has Nigeria got a statue of black people killing white people and they honour it? Should we go and pull that down? Should we go and pull down to Susa? Should we?
All right. So those Nigerians that have got statues of honouring black people, is that not in defence of them being enslaved?
What? Say that again.
If Nigerian people have statues of white people being killed, is that not in defence of them being enslaved?
You know what the statue of Benin in Nigeria represents?
All lives matter.
No, I'm not talking about the one. I'm talking about the one in
But I'm not really trying to like do this whatabouterism, Jupiter. Like at the end of the day, I think Tommy Robinson's little rant was actually adding to the chaos. I don't think it was very productive, especially because it's not his fight.
The chaos was left-leaning people thinking that they can pull down statues of a country that are 300 or 400 years old. Whether those statues for some community represent slavery or not, they should stay up as a reminder of how bad slavery is. But that's not why the statues were put up. The statues were put up because those men contributed, right, to almshouses, to charities, to lifting up the working class in this country. And
for the white indigenous people, those statues were made for the white indigenous people, wasn't for anyone else.
At the time, of course not. This country was built on white people. What you want about?
What? This country is built on white people. I beg to differ. I disagree.
Okay. So you disagree?
So why Jupiter, why were slaves brought here then? Why were they brought here?
In the 12th century, before we had the Atlantic slave trade, are you telling me there wasn't a parliament? Are you telling me in the 12th century we didn't have houses and cities? But you wasn't well established though. You know, it was very much behind compared to the rest of the world. Definitely. It wasn't even you guys. It was the Romans. Hold on, it was the Romans that came and showed you how to set up a society and a system. It wasn't you lot. Do you know how old the castles are?
The capital, London was set up by Romans, Londinium. It wasn't set up by the Anglo-Saxons.
Even so, what's that got to do with anything?
Okay, but the point is, you're saying that this country. Sorry, go on, bro. Sorry.
I was just going to say, Parliament didn't actually start to exist in the 13th century. It wasn't around in the 12th century.
Okay, was it before slavery?
Well, that's just an answer to your earlier statement.
Yeah, but was it before slavery? Was it before the British got involved in the Atlantic slave trade? Because we all know that the Portuguese went in there first for 200 years, and before them, the Islamics. But are we going to twist history, Zubida, to suit you trying to be a virtue signaler for something you're not?
You're both.
All right. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not about being a virtual signaler. I'm just against oppression, so I don't understand why you're getting very triggered.
Well, if you're
but it's just funny how you try to deny history and try to twist that.
If you're against oppression, you'd be against all oppression.
Yeah, exactly, definitely, and that's exactly what I'm about.
So wait, hold on. When you mentioned what's his name? Is it Franco de Souza? Yeah. Are you saying you're against that type of oppression too, Jupiter?
I'm saying de Souza in Africa, where he set up Ghana, the country.
The Republic of Benin.
The Republic of Benin.
They revere him as the founding father of the country. This is the man that was a part and parcel of trade. I don't know what you people are talking about. Well, read your history.
Part and parcel of what? What did he do?
Jupiter, ask Hector to come to the mic. Can't hear what he's saying.
Anyway, Zubida, everybody else apart from Jupiter, take care. Goodbye. I don't have no interest to listen to Hector's bullshit. So
I know. I hear what you're saying, but I want to say something to you before you. Oh shit! Fuck.
Yeah. When it comes to me speaking is bullshit. Like as I said, the De Souzas, right, of Portuguese lineage. He is, go and check it out, in the Republic of Benin. It's different from Benin in Nigeria.
What country?
Wants to hold on. How come nobody wants to go check it out? Just Google it.
Wait, I've heard of him.
Hold on.
I didn't know he killed white people. So what was the reason for him killing white people?
Can I finish? Lady Divine, if you're still there, Google the D'Souza family. Till this day,
You
all
type
the
the spelling back chat
Huh?
so I can make the spelling correct.
Sorry?
Can someone type the spelling for me in the back chat just to make sure I got the spelling correct?
Yeah, they will not because they are scared of what they will find.
What's the spelling?
It's D'Souza. Just like D'Souza family, Republic of Benin, which is in Cotonou. But no, but everybody is scared. They are all scared to go check history.
I'm not scared. But...
Listen, you are. These statues, they are still dirty this day. Those same black people. And Republic of Benin is not white country, you know. For your information, it's not a white country. But till this day, those statues are still erect, standing. The people, they revere the family till this day. It's generations till this day.
What do they do?
You come on, they take down one statue. No. If every statue needs to be taken down to do with slavery, it has to be across board. You're not going to say, okay, those statues in the Republic of Benin should remain standing. Hold on. Why the ones in the UK, the ones in Ireland should be, no, it should be across board. All this selective
Yeah, but I
hypocrisy.
mean, we're here in the UK right now. And
all this selective hypocrisy is too much. It's too much. So you guys get on with it. Go and check your history. Check history. It's not to the public. You people are scared.
So what did he do? What did he do? I want to know. Like, just tell us what he did. Tell everyone what he did.
Like as I said, the D'Souza was when you say the kingpin of slave trade, the D'Souza family. He was the
kingpin of slave trade. He used to sell,
what don't you understand about that?
He sold Africans into slavery.
No, he said no. Who did he sell then? Moron. Okay. What kind of person are you to make?
If that's what he did, then he needs to be removed.
Come on, is he trying to make mockery of what I'm saying?
Okay, from what I can tell, was
No,
he?
he's not trying to understand nothing.
He's decent.
What do you mean?
That folk is quite.
But I have told him he's the kingpin of slavery.
Yeah, but explain what you mean by that. He doesn't understand.
What do you mean when they say somebody is the kingpin of slavery to do with the slave trade?
You need to remove him, innit? You know what I mean?
He do.
Like as I said, he was the one that was running the capturing of slaves from Africa to Portugal to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Right, so, Hector, what I found so far, so he was basically importing the slaves and something about Brazil and Portuguese colonists. Yeah, so he was a Brazilian and hold on.
Yes.
Yes.
Now,
who deeply influential in the regional politics of the pre-colonial West Africa. That's what I found. Yeah. So he found.
So it tells you more. It tells you more. It tells you more. If you're on Wikipedia, listen. If you're on Wikipedia, you see this information. There's a way they hide it from us, but you have to search and search and search. Then you find it. Now, type that family, D'Souza family, Republic of Benin. Is that what you typed in?
Yeah, no, I just typed in his name and I got to Francesco Felix.
Yeah, he's the same line, is the same family lineage. It's the same family lineage, but it comes down and down and down until he ends up in the Republic of Benin.
Yeah, but
that is what
Hector, quickly, he says that he founded Afro-Brazilian communities in areas that are now part of those countries and went to become the Chacha of Obuja.
Exactly. That is what is known by in the Republic of Benin. The Chacha.
Yeah, basically I think that's translated to the slave trading hub for the region.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's what
I'm saying is still today, his statue is still all erect all over the Republic of Benin. In fact,
no problem. We will get there. You get me? We have no issue.
No, but there have been African nations tearing down certain statues as well.
Yeah, no problem. We tear them down. No problem.
So when are you going to go to the Republic of Benin to start taking those?
Okay, but we're here in the UK, Hector. I'm not being funny, but I just wanted to ask Drupa, yeah. So, all right. So Tommy and Unity, they're coming down to protest on Saturday. Can you, from your understanding, what are they coming to protest for? Are they coming to protest to protect statues? Like, I just want to know.
Unity are going down there to show that they don't want the statues being taken down and that they're united, and they're not talking about just white people either. That's why it's called Unity. And
so
Tommy,
how come you never came down? All right, go on, sorry.
Tommy is not the one organising it. He's going down there as a journalist. He's not organising it.
But he has called people to come down, though. He has encouraged and he's promoted it.
He said if he believes that if you're British, you should go. Yeah, if you believe in Britain. Yeah.
So why didn't Unity come down to protest for George Floyd when the initial attack happened?
Why would anyone in their right mind go to a protest for George Floyd in the middle of a COVID when it looks like that there's an agenda?
So why is Unity coming down in the middle of COVID then?
Like Antifa are right in the middle of it and George Soros is involved. Why would anybody do that?
So if that's the case, then why is Unity coming down then in the middle of COVID?
You know what?
Well, I do agree with you.
But hold on. You see where this is getting silly now? Are you saying that everyone that comes down to the support of George Floyd getting justice is a Black Lives Matter member, or like come on, bro? Like when we're doing this stuff, yeah, I beg us be like not disingenuous about the thing, car. Not everyone's coming down there and saying that they are actually affiliated with Black Lives Matter. The sentiment is Black Lives Matter. That's it.
All lives matter.
Yeah, but Jupiter, the problem is that white people are not being killed.
Say that one more time.
I said all lives matter.
Okay, no problem.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Jupiter, like the reason why I came down to protest, for me, I think is a huge injustice, and it's happening here in Britain as well. And the fact that we're in 2020 and people are still being unjustly killed in the way that they are, simply because of their race, do you not think that's a good cause to stand up for and fight for?
Okay. And what about the black police officer that shot the white lady in America?
Oh yeah, and he got 22 years. What about the officers that killed Ahmed Aubrey? It took ages for them to get convicted.
And this one, well, we've not been convicted properly yet anyway. And this one's likely to get 40 because it was murder. We all saw that it was murder. Nobody's saying it wasn't murder. But is there not corruption in the police? And is there not some decent people? Look, Zubeda, we can't keep having this where we go, there's the police, they're all corrupt, when it's not true. There are good police officers. We can't keep having it, oh, there's a white person, they're all evil, they're all slave masters. But when we talk about Muslims, oh yeah, but there's nice Muslims. When we talk about black,
I've not said that though, Jupiter. I've not generalized.
Talk about the Chinese and what they're doing. Oh yeah, but don't forget there's nice Chinese people. No,
one's come on here and generalized and said all white people are like this, all police officers are like this. That's not my message, do you understand? But I think we have to deal with those corrupt ones, because those corrupt ones, unfortunately, are making everyone else look bad, right? And until that gets cleaned up, then there's always going to be this tension between the police and the public, right? Because police are definitely abusing their authority, and that's not what they're supposed to be doing. Remember, they are public servants. That is their official title.
Their authority with everybody. Everybody. They're abusing their authority with everybody, not just black people. Do you know who Charlene Downs is?
No.
Okay. She was a girl that was cut up for kebab meat and murdered.
Right.
So don't tell me that the police, right, have not done injustices in the white community as well as the black community, because they have.
You know, no, I've recognised that with the grooming gang issue, and I spoke about it before, and with certain honour killings, and that just proves that the police system is corrupt as a whole. Do you understand?
Where on the computer?
Sorry.
Kind of.
Yo,
Harry, you've got to mute yourself.
Put yourself on mute.
Yeah, you're mute. Mute.
Terry.
What are you cooking?
Terry.
Let me call him. I'm gonna call him. Fuck this. Oh god.
When they gonna invite me for dinner?
Oh god.
Oh, lotion and things. My God, come on.
Back right now.
I'm good, you know.
Come on. I like Terry, you know.
Trying to sort out some stuff. I'm trying to sort out next Sunday show.
No, Terry, you gotta mute yourself.
For Sunday.
Out here like that.
Danny, put Terry on mute.
Gemma's show.
Oh God.
Reach out for bits and pieces.
I think it always does this.
I'm trying to order some stuff for some fashion stuff. So for the casual collection.
Brother, man. Okay. Even get through to him because it's going straight to voicemail because he's on the phone.
Text him, drop him a text.
A copy of those sliders. good sliders, not cheap sliders.
Oh God.
Did you phone my guy today? Mm-hmm. So you're at home now? Oh, you're at mama's? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that was his sister. He's talking to family. Okay. Yeah. Someone put Terry on Veli. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah.
Veli's done it.
Veli, you need to come and do it. Okay.
He's done it.
So Jupiter, do you support the fact that Unity are coming down on Saturday? Like, do you encourage it? Do you support it?
I can understand the sentiment, but under COVID, I think it's stupid. I think if
what's the
people
sentiment? What's the sentiment that you understand? That's what I want to know. What's the sentiment? I understand from
my forefathers,
yeah.
my grandparents that I knew in my lifetime, fought in the war, and those memorials and stuff that are being defaced, it's disgusting, and it's
what memorials are being defaced? What memorials are you talking about?
So far, there was one in Bristol, with a apparent slave master in Bristol. That's the one that I know so far.
They're destroying war memorials.
That one was put. There was one pulled into the water. There was another one that they defaced and wrote racist on it, and then there was another one where they Black Lives Matter over war memorials. War memorials that actually were put there to remember all of the fallen, not just white people, all of the people that served. And I just think it's a disgrace that people are getting carried away and being destructive.
Okay, Jupiter, I understand you're saying that it's a disgrace and, your thing and, like, you think it's, like, disrespectful or whatever. But you see that same outrage you've got over the destruction of the statues and what they do to the city. Can you now take that same outrage that you've got and you're feeling, that same feeling you've got right now, and put that same feeling on how the Black Americans felt when they burnt down and destroyed Wall Street? You understand how they felt now?
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with Britain.
No, I don't care if it's got Britain. Can you relate that feeling? That's what I'm asking.
I thought it's all lives matter. Isn't every injustice wrong?
Yeah, every
injustice the same thing.
Why are the British up about something in America?
But that's my point, isn't it?
Because it's happening here in Britain as well, Jupiter.
Why are they getting het up when they're not getting het up for British people?
Hold on. Let me explain why. We've got to do one step at a time, because this is where we just get into these shouting matches. Okay. So you're asking me why are we relating that? And I'm going to explain to you why we're relating that. Because that same feeling you're feeling now is the same feeling that Black people worldwide, not just in America, have been feeling when every time we start something, it's been destroyed, taken down, infiltrated, burnt down, stopped. And then we're told after this, all this has happened, we've told afterwards that we will never amount to nothing. Can you relate to that feeling at this point? Even though it's not the same thing, but it's the same thing of having something that you've built or something that you've put money and invested into, and then it's just been wiped out just like that. Can you relate to that feeling?
Yeah, I can relate that that's a terrible injustice.
Yeah.
But I'm yet to understand why we're worrying about things, events that happened years ago, and we're not worrying about British people in our own country in real time. People whose lives we can change right now.
Yeah, so that's why we're ripping down those statues, because it's affecting British people today.
But can I just say one thing, guys? Just to give you some can I just because people think it's just any statue. Yeah. So this statue is of somebody called Edward Colston, and he was an English merchant, a slave trader, Tory member of Parliament and philanthropist, born in Bristol to a family of merchants that had lived in the city since the 1340s. He became a merchant, initially trading in wine, fruits and cloth, mainly in Spain, Portugal and other European ports. In 1680, he became heavily involved in the slave trade through his membership of the Royal African Company, which held a monopoly of the British trade in African slaves. He became deputy governor, the highest office of the company, in 1689. Blah blah blah. So obviously, this guy was a slave trader. He wasn't, from my understanding, he didn't go to war. He was basically a merchant that got involved in trading of slaves. And for some reason, there's a statue in Bristol to honor him. And we know in Bristol that it was a slave port. A lot of the slaves that were brought in from Africa landed in Bristol. That was their first stop once entering Britain. So how do you feel about that, Jupiter?
I feel the same way as I do about Muhammad when it comes to the slavery.
So you saying
you saying
that's just so childish. You
when
see
we
that?
talk about the
Not childish. If you're trying to have the principle,
No,
that anybody involved in slave trading is abhorrent, then we're going to have to wipe out the heritage of most of the world. Because you see, Africans were involved, Islamics were involved, Europeans.
But why are you diverting? Why are you trying to shift the blame? Like we can speak about that another time. Yeah, I really don't mind having that conversation. But right now we're speaking about this. It's not because we need to stop doing this. What aboutism? What about that person? What about this person? We've spoken about Islamic slavery on this channel for time, hours on hours. Yeah, if you didn't take anything from that conversation, then it is what it is. But I'm speaking to you about something right now.
No, you're not. You're talking to me about something that happened hundreds of years ago.
And he's still honoured to this day. There's a statue of him to this day that obviously got ripped down.
Yeah, he's not honoured for slavery. He's honoured for what he did for the community.
Which is what? What did he do? What?
Hold on, Jupiter, read Benny's comment.
He gave great amount of money to charities for the underprivileged, and he built almhouses.
With what money?
The money that he obtained, whether it came from slavery or not, is not the point.
Come on, man, just say the
we are honouring what he did with his wealth.
He took people and traded them and used to build up white people. That's all you just said.
Are you telling me there were no people living in the country at that time? I mean, it's a bit like the Black British today who say that only white people are benefiting, yet they've got running water in their house, they've got electricity. All granted, they have to pay for it.
My God, is this the argument
no heating, no fans, no wells accessible to them because they have to pay for the boreholes, and it's a bit like the audacity of that, to be honest.
I mean, it says here, during Colston's involvement with the Royal African Company, it is estimated that the company transported around 84,000 African men, women, and children who had been traded as slaves in West Africa to the Caribbean and the rest of the Americas, of whom 19,000 died on their journey. Due to the conditions on many of the vessels, the extended journeys affected the ship's crew's mortality rates, which were often similar and sometimes greater than those of the slaves. The slaves were sold for cheap labor on tobacco and increasingly sugar plantations, whose planters considered Africans would be more suited to the conditions than British workers, as the climate resembled the climate of their homeland in West Africa.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And that's why they said more than the British workers. That's why the few English that were enslaved and the many Scottish that were enslaved and the many Irish that were enslaved were sold at a lesser price. They were considered even more worthless. What you got to say about that?
Still stuck on your first point, Jupiter, because my head can't budge. I can't even go no further. Did you just try to equate black people in the UK having running water to being a benefit for us? Is that what my eyes heard?
Yes. Black people in Britain today are privileged compared to the first world people, but black Africans.
Very clear.
They are privileged. You can't deny that you've got a privilege.
Let me finish. Let's be very clear. I'm trying to be calm. I really am. Let's be very clear. Number one, if black people have got water and everything here, remember we came here and helped to build back up this country after World War II. Let's be very clear. It ain't no privilege. Something we worked for. We worked.
But they got paid for that. That was a transaction.
That's not.
That was a transaction. They wanted to come here, and they worked, and they got paid, and they worked alongside white people. They didn't do it by themselves.
Insanity.
Does anyone else see what I'm saying here?
Yeah, but you know what it is, yeah. I already told her the narrative what she's coming with, but like she wanted to say that we were misconstruing her and we don't understand stuff and like almost acting like we were just, like it's weird, man. It's weird. Like, are you not able? You want us to sympathize with other groups of people, and we do. We say that any form of injustice is wrong, but when we're talking about something to do with a specific community, why do you keep coming with these other groups and then saying things like, oh, what's it called? Black people having water here and some of black people having water is some type of privilege over those who are, like, as if we're oppressing those people who don't have the water in Africa. Why are you saying that? Well,
you are if you put into the system. That's the reality of it. You're living under the system that you are saying you don't want.
They're living on this and their government are puppet government.
Listen.
You're playing down the puppet governments that are being controlled by them.
Okay, a black man in this country or any other denomination that is born here, that is a British citizen, that has a right to be here from birth, yeah, whether they be white, black, Chinese in heritage, whatever their heritage is, they all have the same amount of input into the system. And you can't hold the people born today for the sins of their fathers. And this is essentially
okay. No problem. No problem. I hear what you're saying, yeah. That we have, because we're putting into the system that we are indirectly or affecting those people in Africa who don't have water and whatnot. So what should we do about it, Jupiter? What should we do to have these people in Africa not be affected by us? Like, how do we as black people here do something about it then?
Well, first of all, everybody should stop with the identitarian politics, because it's extreme, and all it is divisive and separatist. And what happens is that when you start seeing yourself as different, you start to see yourself as superior. And it doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Chinese or whatever. Once you start to separate yourself and you start to say that you're different from every other part of humanity, whether it be saying that you suffered worse or you suffered less, it doesn't make any difference. Once you start the separatism, you start seeing everybody as an outgroup. If you want to believe in changing the world to make it a better place, then you've got to understand that there's injustices that go on across the community, and stand together for every injustice, not making one issue, just the black community. And the fact of the matter is, right, before I finish, I want to just say this. I'm sick and tired of the black community giving out mixed signals. One minute they say that white people can't have an input and they can't speak for black people because they don't understand the issues. Even though I understand I'm not black, right? But then the next minute they want to go around holding up signs saying white women love black cock, but they don't like black rights.
All right, we're not going to go. I'm not in support of the swirling talk. Allow it.
Come on, man. Like,
what we're going to do now, we're going to address this. But you're saying, because I can't really my head.
Jupiter, can I ask Jupiter one question quick?
I'm trying to keep calm for real.
I'm just here, fam. You get me? I'm just trying to.
Because okay, so I admitted my guilt in indirectly under developing certain people in Africa where they can't get water in their household. Are you admitting your guilt too?
Yeah, by paying taxes into the country, yeah.
Okay, no problem. So, like you said that one thing we should do is not play the identity politics and not try and get people and whatnot and everything. So, are you saying that your politics has changed then? That you don't think that white people, Britain should be completely white?
I've never wanted Britain completely white.
Okay.
You listen too much to the propaganda out there.
But did you have that same sentiments? Because look, you'll see your friend right there in the chat right now. That rat, what's his name? Ralph. Him.
Yeah.
Do you have this same energy talk? You see when you come on these panels, you're talking amongst black people. Yeah. Do you have that very same energy when you're over there? She does. When they're shouting the full you go over there and tell them about there's no separatism, there's no hierarchy, there's no.
Well, I did until they blocked me. Yeah.
I'm just asking. It's a question.
Yeah, she does. She does. To be fair, I've heard that. I just wanted to understand. So, was you say there's British culture and that you understand the sentiments of white people wanting to keep white people proper? So, I'm trying to understand where exactly is your because if we're talking about Tommy Robinson now, Tommy Robinson talks about Islam being an issue, but there are some Muslims out here who don't support everything that other Muslims do. So, what are you saying on those people? Are you saying that those people can't stay in the UK or what?
No, but those that have gone to fight for ISIS shouldn't be allowed back. Why are they letting the men back that actually went out there and slaughtered, and not the women? And don't get me wrong, that's not an argument to bring Shamima back, because she seems to like heads in bins, so she can stay out there with the heads in bins. But the men shouldn't have come back either. I don't care if they're born in Britain. The minute that you go and fight for another country against the country of your birth, whatever colour your skin is, then you are against that place of birth. And therefore, you should stay where your mindset is and what your beliefs are. You can't say that you're fighting for a caliphate elsewhere in the world, and you're gonna be in charge of this caliphate, and you're gonna have it all your way and the way that you envision the world. And then when it all goes wrong, go, actually, I will take what I was slagging off and trying to blow up in the first place.
Okay, I mean,
but do you think that you can be born British and still criticize the system that you're born in? Because I feel like when people start criticizing the British government, it's like, oh, you're against the government, and that's not the purpose of freedom of speech. How do you feel about, when I come along and or other people speak about institutionalized racism here in the UK, police brutality? Do you think we have the right to speak about these things without being told that we're against Britain?
Yeah, I believe you've got the freedom of speech to say it. I would never shut down freedom of speech.
Do you agree with the sentiment, though?
Do
you agree with the sentiment, though, that there are people who the British government is institutionally racist? Do you agree with it?
No, I don't agree with that. No.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Because I believe our government is institutionally racist. Then what
I think I'm gonna have to get some statistics up.
What you're saying is
there's no point getting statistics up, because no matter what statistics you bring, that no one's gonna like. She's probably heard it so many times before, so there's really no. One thing I want to ask is, how well do you know of the situation surrounding the start of World War One?
What you mean to do with the Suez Canal and all that shit?
I mean, I don't know about that bit, but
you mean the actual shooting that started the repercussions of it all?
Well, there was other things leading up to it, because there was postulation from Germany and Italy and whatnot, and they were going back and forth with Britain, and a lot of people asking, well, why is it that what's it called? We hear about the postulation going on and whatnot, and then obviously you have the guy who killed the Hungarian leader, and then that led to World War One. But you know what? There was other stuff going on, that reason why Italy and Germany had a particular issue with the other Western powers. You know what?
Yeah. So tell me what you believe those to be.
Well, I've learned recently that some of it was related to certain conferences that happened, where they were trying to when they were dividing up Africa, they were saying that basically that there was an issue with they said that they didn't like the fact that their power or stronghold in Africa wasn't more than what they should be as a nation, and obviously they were a newly formed nation, so they wanted to show that they had power and whatnot and everything. And that conference was one of the things that that they weren't happy about, that caused them to not to go to war eventually with Britain and other countries.
Okay, and how's that relevant today?
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Because through those, if you understand, if you're full, there's a book. I don't know if you've heard of the book by John Perkins called Economic Hitman, and he goes into some of these things and whatnot. So he talks about these conferences and the IMF and all this stuff, which a lot of people say follow the money in it, and that's what I'm basically saying to you, that if you follow in the money, then you understand that racism was a massive factor in what was going on during them times.
Yeah, obviously. Look, this is the way that I see things, right? Black and white is a made-up term. It's made-up terminology.
We know that. We know that.
Hold on. It never existed for thousands or hundreds of years. There is no place in the world called white land. So to say somebody is white, that's a white man. It's just wrong. It's either a Scottishman, Englishman, Welshman, Irishman. That's it. You can't say white man or the rest of Europe where they're majority white. If you said there's no such place in the world called black land. So to say that somebody is a black man is also wrong.
But we understand that. We're not even disputing that at all. I don't think anyone here, even the Pan-Africanists, dispute any of this. Where we're coming from is the fact that, what's it called, the issues that relate to Black people and how they've been treated in history. You know, you have the civil rights, you have the Tulsa riots, you have the Black, which is related to Black Wall Street. You have the what's it called, the lynching. You have the what's it called, the laws, the Jim Crow laws. You have all this stuff, and then even when you come to Britain here, you have the whole NF. You have the racist landlords and whatnot of Britain. Like, these are all stuff, yeah, that you're trying to say that we should just forget about and just move forward to them.
It happens in every culture.
What culture are you talking about? What other culture are you talking about that it happens? What one are you trying to?
Okay, if you go to Nigeria, for example,
yeah,
where
which
it's not,
which is black on black crime, yeah.
It's based on tribal ties.
Yeah, but you're talking about black on black crime.
It's still prejudice. No, I'm not talking about black on
but
black.
what
Makes that difference? Even if I am, what difference does that make?
Wait, can I just say something here? I think for people like me and Jupa, yeah, because we're not black, yeah, we do have to, like, I see this as a black people's issue as well as our issue, in a sense where they're going to lead the fight. Do you understand? We can't infiltrate and start trying to, make this our cause, because it's not our cause.
It's about at least building up some type of.
What do you mean it's not your cause? So you ain't got no
I've not been able to finish though. I've not been able to finish though, because like I said, me as a non-black person, I don't face the oppression that a black person faces, and I can never understand it. Yeah, because I don't go through those daily experiences. But this is also a humanitarian problem, in a sense where, if you look at the way that society is today, for me personally, and I'm sure for you as well, Jupiter, you have black friends, you have black colleagues, you have black neighbors, you have black family. Yeah. So it does become our issue, in a sense where, if my best friend who's a black person gets treated that way, then that affects me, because if you disrespect my friend, you disrespect me. Do you understand? But at the same time, I feel like black people are at the front line because it's their fight, and all we can do is support them. Do you understand? And go by their terms and what they want. Do you understand? If we're going to just jump on their bandwagon, I find it disrespectful and very infiltrating. Do you understand? But whenever they need us, yeah, we should be there on standby. Do you understand? And that's how I personally feel about it, because I've had conversations and I'm adding my opinion, and some people don't want to hear that opinion, and now I can understand that, because like I said, I can't 100% ever relate to their struggle, because I'm not a black person. I've never been persecuted or oppressed because of my race. Do you understand? And only people that have been through that know what it feels like. Do you understand? But all I can do as a non-black person is support the cause. Do you understand? Raise awareness, yeah, and educate people amongst my circle that need to be educated about racism. Do you get what I'm saying? And I think that's what you should be doing, Jupa. I don't think you should be constantly criticizing it or questioning it, because at the end of the day, it's a real life issue. And I hear that you're concerned about other oppression, and we should all, if we're against oppression, we should be against all oppression. But right now, yeah, this black issue has been going on for years, and it doesn't seem like it's reforming. If anything, it seems like it's getting worse. Why in 2020 are people still getting abused because of their race and getting killed by their race? That should be alarming to all of us. We can't just sit. I feel uncomfortable living in a world knowing that this is happening. Do you understand? Because like I said, Jupiter, you as a mother of mixed race children, God forbid, Jupiter, but it could happen to your child.
I agree with you 100%. That's exactly how I feel. And all those poor white girls that are being raped and groomed for over 30 years, and they're still done fuck all. And at the end of the day, right?
But whose fault is that, Jupiter? Is that the police's fault? Why are the police not doing enough, Jupiter?
You're going to say to me that the injustice, right, of one man getting killed in America, right, is worth more than fucking thousands of white girls, then you're taking the piss, mate, because it's all the same.
But no one said that, Jupiter. And you should be taking this fight with the police system, because it's the police that failed to protect those girls. It's the police that failed to ignore their cries. Yeah, don't take it out on us. That's the police issue. You should be having your fight with them.
I'm not taking it out. I'm saying that we have just as much right to be upset with the police corruption as you do, and that it is not a black issue. And let me finish. And where is the proof that police officer did it because that man was black?
We're not going to do is rise to the occasion. That's what we're not going to do, number one. Number two, she fully understands exactly what you're saying. Number three, I want to know what happened to the there is no black and there is no white. But when it comes to black people saying black, but when it comes to Jupiter want to refer to white girls, now it's okay to use the term white.
That's what I was gonna say too. Yeah, that was very true.
I do it because that's the terminology you understand. Because as far as I'm concerned, all of those people are British. All of
You
them.
could have said English girl.
All of
the black girls or the Arab girls, or why did you say white girls?
Because they are the predominant amount of people that have been abused. Isn't that the argument that the black community?
So why don't you go out and protest against Prince Andrew, who's been heavily affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein and has evidence on evidence of him being around young girls in the early 90s and accused of raping and sexually abusing them?
What do you think all the protests have been about? It hasn't just been about group.
I ain't seen not one Jeffrey Epstein protest. I ain't seen one Prince Andrew protest.
So you want us to just go out and do a protest about just one man and not about all sexual?
I'm trying to highlight to you. You only have a voice when Muslims are apparently abusing young girls. But if you care about the abuse of children, you should be speaking about across the board, including royalty.
You did right.
True.
Go for it, Zabela. 1 second. Jupiter, when did I give you a handbook on what I do and don't understand? Let me know when you got that memo.
I don't know what you're referring to.
That's the terminology I understand. So when did I give you any handbook or any memo on what I understand?
Because you believe in black power, do you not? Do you not believe in black power? And have you not
been qualified it? She said it's predominantly white girls. She didn't even care about
community.
It's predominantly white girls, but I asked her the question after.
So this is why I'm remaining calm and asking her calmly, when did I give her a memo on any terminologies I do and don't understand? That's my question.
Well, I'm going by the terminologies that you use when you're very vocal.
What I use, when did I give you an understanding, or when did I give you a list of what I do? How are you going to determine what I do and I don't understand? That's my question. How do you determine?
By the language you use. I've just answered you.
Well, that's bullshit, number one. Number two, you're going to keep banging on. And yesterday you did the same thing. And I'm not going to let it slide today. Yesterday you did the same thing. When you're trying to equate this whole madness that's going on right now, the whole craziness going down to one person. And I'm going to say it one time and one time only. Let this black voice make sure it penetrates your ears. It's not
that's the terminology I'm talking about.
It's not only about George Floyd. It's not only about that. Yes, he's the catalyst of what's happened. Yes, it started from there, but this is not, and it's not going to remain about just him. It's about 400. Let's be very clear. Not years, not days, not months. 400 years of oppression.
Say it one more time for her. Say it one more time.
400 years. 400. Let that sink in.
If I could calculate it in weeks and days, I'll tell you.
Let it sink in. This is about oppression. This is about
working class and underclass people.
It's about discrimination.
And working class, underclass people.
And when you come in, when you hear people
I've also suffered for thousands of years.
And working class white people. Hold on.
Wait, let Lady D finish. Let her finish.
You are part of the problem what we have today. If you cannot even hear somebody say whether they're Black Lives Matter or not, just by them saying that this is about black lives right now, this is the problem we're having right now. The issues about black people and black lives. And just for you to hear that burns your ears, that you have to now come back and say all lives matter. Woman, you're part of the problem and you're the reason why this is happening today.
And let's give us some history as well of how.
Okay. Let me respond before you come back with somebody else jumping in. Right? At the end of the day, right, or the bottom line, because I'm trying to get out of that fucking saying, but at the end of the day, yeah, if you were to bring me somebody from Africa and say Black Lives Matter, I would agree with you. But when you're taking somebody that's living in a privileged situation in the whole of the West, yeah. Right? A whole of the West, and you're trying to equate that to the rest of the poverty that's going on to the rest of the black community and say it's only about the black community. No, because police brutality and police corruption in the West is applicable to every single community, not just black people.
All right.
So one thing I wanted to
this is why I have to bring statistics, bro, because right. You're talking about people living in poverty, yeah, which is also a global issue, yeah. But to say that these black people are living in a privileged country, that doesn't make sense, because yes, we might have running water, yes, we might have the NHS, but that still doesn't stop the fact that they're still being oppressed, still being persecuted, still being killed. Do you understand? Don't think because we're living in a fairy tale, like we're here in Britain and everything's all daisies and roses, there's still oppression happening in this country, maybe more worse than in other countries. Like, come on, you can't say what privilege, bro. There's people that are homeless in this country. Yeah, I think they were quoting some mad statistics. 1 in 10 children are homeless in this country. White children. You're telling me about privilege. You might be privileged, but you can't speak for everyone else here in Britain, including white people as well, who are living homeless, who don't have the same opportunities, that are living a very, very sad life here in England. So I don't understand what privilege you're speaking about, Jupiter.
Would all those people be just black, Zubeda?
What?
Are all those people just black?
No, they're not all black.
No, they're not, but majority of them are. I'll tell you that now.
Bullshit.
Yeah, even during this coronavirus, yeah, this coronavirus is even racist because it's BAME. Yeah, black and minority ethnicities are the ones that are most at risk. Why? Because the reason is because they're living in poverty areas.
No, we're not going to subscribe to that foolishness. We're not minorities. Just say black and brown people, yeah? We're not no freaking minorities or no ethnics out here.
All right. I'll correct my terminology just for Lady D, yeah? But the point is, even those people, and the reason why they are dying of coronavirus faster is because they're coming from poverty communities, because they don't have the proper healthcare and the proper environment. Even in America, a lot of people are catching asthma because their areas are so toxic infested. Do you understand? Why is it that an area which has Africans and Asians living in those areas, that they have the most least basic healthcare, which makes them more vulnerable to diseases? Do you understand? Even here in the UK, yeah, you're talking about, let me just say one more thing, Jupiter, yeah? I want to know how you feel about this.
Okay. Bullshit. Number one, it's bullshit because at the end of the day, it's to do with the lack of vitamin D. Number two.
Oh, here we go.
If you're really that worried about catching it, why go out and have a demonstration where you're not social distancing?
Yeah, you should tell that to Tommy Robinson and Unity, Jupiter. You should speak to Tommy Robinson and tell him to stay in his house.
Number three. What about Africa? If that was the case, we would have seen the fucking deaths in Africa worse than what it is. But it's not happening, is it? It's got nothing to do with poverty, little girl. Grow up.
Yeah, bro. See, you're triggered because like this woman's triggered, isn't it?
This is what I want to say about the white working class white people who, when we were in the UK, what they thought about us. They said no blacks, no Jews, and no Irish.
Look, this statistic here, this is what Jupiter classes as privilege, yeah. Here in the UK, between April 2018 to March 2019, there were 4 stops and searches for every 1,000 white people, compared to 38 for every 1,000 black people, even though black people are the 4% in this country. Yeah. So what do you have to say about that? Why are black people being stopped more than white people, even though white people are the majority in this country?
Because white people,
this is a national statistic.
White people don't ask for the slip. They don't make a fuss. They get stopped. They go on their life. And to be honest, I agree with stop and search. I've got mixed race kids, and I'd rather them be stopped and searched and their life saved than to fucking allow them to be carrying around knives and drugs.
Wow. So what if your child has no drugs on him, nothing on him, he's just going about his day and he's being harassed by the police?
What if it was planted on them by the police?
That's a small
What if it was planted on them by the police? Man, never don't know him, fam. You get me? I don't know.
Jupiter, I was in the car with my probation worker, yeah? He was a black man, yeah? He's a qualified probation worker going about his day, and he was stopped and searched for absolutely no reason. Yeah, for me personally, I think because he was black, because there was other people going past, never had an issue. But for some reason, a qualified probation worker, I've been in so many situations where my friends, black, I've been with them all day. I know he ain't got nothing on him, and he's just getting randomly harassed and stopped and searched on the street.
Jupiter, yesterday I told you about my own mum, what she thinks about this whole situation. And even she will tell you that there is racism out here. And she said that statue needs to go.
Listen, I'm not saying that there's not racism. But I don't think that I have to take it that statue has to go. That's my opinion. Okay. It's been there hundreds of years. Yep. Who has the right to turn around and say, right, we're dragging that down?
So you're saying a statue is worth more than people's lives? Are you saying a statue is more important than people dying?
That statue didn't kill anybody.
What? I just told you who the man is, and I'm telling you, and this thing said 19,000 people, 19,000 black people died on the journey to England by this man.
No. The statue did not run the ship. The statue
it
did
owned
not.
The company. What are you talking about?
The Beda, did you hear her question though? Her question was, who has the right to take it down? Your answer should have been the people of this land have the right to take it down.
Well,
short and simple. Short and simple.
Well, it's taken down anyway, yeah. Unless you want to go dive in and pick it up yourself, that statue's gone. R.I.P. to that statue.
To go straight over to the Republic of Benin and rip apart their community, rip apart their statue, and tell all the
statue, blood. What statue? Statue ain't nothing, man. What statue?
To this day, are still reaping the rewards of slavery.
Imagine these English people are crying over a statue, but they don't care about black people being killed. This is the irony of the situation. They have more outrage for a statue of a man that used to own slaves than they have for their own humanity. This is how simple it is, people. Tommy Robinson is more upset about a statue than black people dying. That's as simple as that.
I don't care about all the arguments. More upset about A, B, C, or D. What's that got to do with anything? I'm not here to speak for Tommy Robinson. I'm telling you from myself.
You have more outrage for the statue than you do actually people suffering racism. That's what it's coming across like.
I couldn't care less what it's coming across like. That's your
so you don't even want to clarify or change your position. You don't care the fact that it's coming across that you care more about statues being taken down than black people suffering racism.
He was a slave owner and a paedophile.
Yeah, here, bro. This is the low IQ. This is the low IQ that we're dealing with right now, fam. Pure diversion.
It's logical reasoning. You're using one argument that you don't want to use on yourself.
How are you speaking about paedophilia when your own Prince Andrew, the Queen's son, was accused of paedophilia? Where's your voice? How come you ain't been on the march?
I don't bring up my kids to emulate Prince Andrew. Do you? But you bring them up to emulate Muhammad.
Bruv, this is like, I'm not even going to get into ideological discussion. Like, so you can have that one. You can have it. I don't care. I'm not even trying to justify myself or my religion or my belief to you. Because either way, you still won't get it.
I don't have to justify my country's history to you. When the whole world has been involved in slavery. When there's not one race alive on this world that has not had their people enslaved at some point in history.
So if that's the case, Super,
and prostitution is the oldest fucking careers in the world. So don't look. The people did this throughout history. No matter where you lived, no matter where you was, it happened. All we can do is change the future. To keep looking backwards.
Okay, and you don't seem like you want to change the future though, because when people are, no, you don't, Jupiter. We're discussing black issue, and then you're diverting to paedophilia. Like we can speak about it another time, but right now that's not the main priority here.
I told you, Zubaydah, do not fall for that. I tried. Big up Sis 9, big up the goddess Aoife in the building.
Yeah, you brought Epstein in, Zubaydah, not me.
No, because you brought grooming gangs involved.
Yes, because I was showing you that police corruption in this country goes right across the board. But there are still some good police officers who deserve respect. I would rather be
arguing that point.
I would rather be under the British justice system than be under a fucking justice system elsewhere in the world.
Yeah, because this system protects people like you. You're good. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
It protects everybody, Zubaydah, but there are
injustices. You can't say that. You can't say it protects everybody. That's not true.
I can, because it doesn't chop off people's hands. It doesn't chop off people's heads.
Yes, you go. You're speaking about Islam again.
It doesn't bury them up to their neck and stone them. And on top of that, it doesn't have a death sentence like America. There's no 3 strikes and you're out where you're killed. So don't sit, and we don't have our normal police on a daily basis walking around with guns. Oh, right. And even if we have criminals, right? Even if we have criminals just like America that might hold a gun to a pregnant woman's belly, we still don't have.
All right, Paul. It might not be as bad as the other systems, but there is still problems, and we can't run away from that. We can't constantly compare ourselves to other people. You know what I'm saying? You can't talk about other people's houses when your house is barely standing up, and this is the issue, Jupiter.
Our house is not barely standing up. I've just told you. Compared to other places, our police are actually something to be proud of. Compared to other countries, our NHS is something to be proud of. Compared to other countries, our progressive mindset.
Yeah, the NHS, who holds up the NHS is migrant workers. Yeah, so we should give thanks to them and stop telling them to go back to their countries, isn't it?
That's another fallacy as well.
Huh?
Yes, we have a lot. We have a lot of people that go into the nursing profession from abroad. But we also have a lot of white people. And in case you haven't noticed...
Well, I don't know about you, yeah, but I'm from London. I've only ever seen probably 2 or 3 white doctors in my life. I said that with chest. I've probably seen only 2 or white English doctors in my whole life. Majority of them have been Asian, African, and Eastern European. Facts.
That's because you live in London.
Yeah, no, it's not just London. Birmingham, Manchester, all over. Anyway, I'm going to mute myself and anyone wants to talk.
To actually feel, because this is what happens, you know, the argument then gets diverted to the way they want it to go. And we're not doing it today. So you came on to Baden, and you came on to let us know about this madness. When is it supposed to happen, by the way?
Saturday, sis.
All right, so Saturday they're planning to. What is actual? Did you hear what the actual plan was? What? So they're gonna roll up and where?
He's saying he's basically said all young British lads come down to London if you want to protect British culture and history. I think it's really, like Jupiter said, to protect the memorials, and that's about it. He cussed down the police and saying the police weren't doing their job when it came to protecting the memorials, and that's where their really main outrage is coming from.
Okay, so when they're having this outrage, like I asked before, would it not best for them to go and deal with their outrage with hold on, so who's actually the outrage? Is that the people then? Is that what we're saying? That's established.
So did you forget the part, Zubida, where he also said that we should respect the police, and attacking police officers and knocking them off a horse was disgusting? Did you forget that part when you said
that? Yeah, but it doesn't matter though. He still criticised them, even if he says to protect them. He still criticised them.
Criticised everybody, including myself. Everybody's open to criticism.
Okay, well, that's not my issue.
Because somebody's criticised doesn't mean you stand against it 100%.
Jupiter, a quick question. Debater said there that Tommy made a comment along the lines of something like British people come down. When you hear that, what is it you actually hearing, Jupiter? What do you interpret that to me?
Everybody that's born on this soil, or somebody that's taken on the nationality of Britain.
British lads. I don't know. Yeah, well, British lads to me, like we know what the word lad means. It's a very English Cockney term for young men. Yeah, not everyone will refer to himself as a lad.
Community don't have no lads, so he ain't addressing my community. That's for sure.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But do you not think his speech was very provocative, Jupiter? Initially, the first one when he was ranting and raving, speaking about British lads come down and protect British history and British culture, and we can't be having these thugs come and, desecrate our monuments and our statues.
No more provocative than Anthony Joshua's.
What? So you're criticising Anthony Joshua?
I'm criticising the speech that he didn't write for himself, yeah.
So what was it that Anthony Joshua said that you didn't like?
The way that it was all aimed for the black community, and that he's not talking about the British community. I don't see how you're criticising Tommy for talking about British people when British people means everybody of the nation of Britain. Yeah, you're quite happy for people to make similar statements and just say for black, and you're not even black. I don't understand your mindset, definitely.
All right, well, I'm not being funny. Anthony Joshua, as a black person, definitely has the right to speak about black issues because there's an issue amongst his community. So why are you trying to take away his right to address his community?
Everybody has the right to speak about British issues. So if you're black,
so what's the problem then?
If it's the British police doing it and you're black British, you've got the right to talk about it. And everybody outside of that have got the right to look in on America. Because just because you're black doesn't mean to say that you're the same as a black American. And just because you're white doesn't mean to say that we're the same as a white American. We're British.
I'm not going to put myself on mute, fam.
Anyway, I'm going to leave now anyway and let you all get on with it. But I just want to make it clear that Tommy asked for all races, British people, and he made it quite clear that he wasn't slagging off the black community. If people want to know what he actually said, they can go to my page and they can read Tommy Robinson's speech as of today.
You can also go on my channel and watch me reacting to it.
Yeah. And if you want to listen to Zubayda's interpretation, then slavery by Muhammad is okay. He was a white man, and that's okay. And beating.
You can't come with your divisive tactics, Jandy. I'm sorry, Jupiter.
Interpreted as all right.
None of that. It's not about none of that today. What is about today? I keep repeating it. Oppression of black people right here. This is what the black people are writing for. They're not writing right now.
The point I was making is that she's very good at interpretations, and if she can't interpretate peacefully the Quran, then why should she interpretate peacefully anything that any man ever says?
You're just making yourself look silly at the end of the day. Like, I'm not even going to engage.
Let me ask you something. Yeah, hold on a minute. Wait, Jupiter, hold on a minute. At the moment, you can see that.
Yeah, you're breaking up. Sorry, Nines.
You're cutting out, Nanifa.
Sis, try and move for a better connection.
Yeah. What's her problem?
She's angry. She's angry at that the statues have been defaced. Oh, she's gone.
Very, bring the people back in.
Yeah. I don't know if Nine can hear at the moment, but from what I can tell, her anger is not on what's going on with the injustices or whatever. Because I didn't hear her on the last couple of days coming with that kind of venom and anger. But she's got this energy today for some weird reason over a statue. So I'm clearly hearing what's about. I'm sitting back and just listening to this all and letting it all sink in. And Zubayda's making some very good points. All of this anger and venom and you know, hurt and pain for a statue, it goes right over my fucking head. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Exactly. That statue, can never bring back the thousands and millions of people that died. And what she's doing, she's trying to add importance and value to a statue compared to an ongoing oppression towards people, and it's incomparable. And it shows that, Jupiter, you don't really sympathize or care about what's happening.
No, that's not what I'm angry about. My passion is the fact that people are being led down separatism. Yeah. My passion is against the fact that we have got people that are willing to fucking separate themselves and think that their group is the only group they should care about. That's where my passion's coming from. Yes, I am. Yes, I am excited on behalf of my forefathers that you've taken down. You've taken down statues of people that have come to this country and that have been there for 300 years. But that's not my main reason. The main insulting thing that I find insulting is what you've done to memorials.
Because Tommy's now put out some form of wolf whistle or calling, whatever the fuck he's gone and done. Now you've got this energy. Like, I'm just trying to helping me make it make sense. You've been on this panel. You was on this panel yesterday. You was on this panel the day before. You never had this energy. So when I'm telling you this is how it's coming across, what understanding?
I did have this energy yesterday, which is why I apologise to you if it came across like I was being aggressive.
Oh, you was arguing.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Secondly, I am passionate about it because I can see my country being ripped apart by separatism and you can't.
No, because like I said, I'm black first, so I'm gonna see things from a black eye point.
That's my problem, and that's my issue. That's my issue.
I am biased, and I make no apologies for my biasness. I'm not hiding that. So my anger and my frustration is because I'm black first. I'm black before I'm anything. So my passion and my energy is gonna be regarding my black people. Now, if that doesn't sit well with you, oh well, Jupiter, but that's never going to change. I do not apologize for what I stand for.
I've not asked you to apologise, and I know that's your position. It's nothing new to me. I've not asked you to apologise for that. At the end of the day, I'm not going to take a knee to that. I'm sorry. Because at the end of the day, this country is British. It's not a black country. It's a British country. There is no colour to it. Yes, it's predominantly white. But we have got black British that are white and black. We've got fucking, and what I mean by that is that there are children that are descendants of blacks that are white. And if you don't know that, and you don't understand that at the end of the day, skin colour is not fucking worth the shit fucking paper it's written on, then you're the one that's got the Wookiee mindset.
Because melanin is selling very much high these days. My melanin costs a lot of money. Don't lie. Don't come up here with that bullshit now. Melanin is very, very high and profitable right now. Cut it out. Cut it out. That ain't gonna go.
Yeah, just like the bleaching powder. I would say the market's the same all round. Just like hair dye. We can go from blonde to brunette in a fucking fucking 30 minutes. What are you talking about?
though, not at the same value as my melanin though. Let's not ever misconstrue this thing. Don't do that.
Really? Really? What about the fake nails and the wigs that you put onto it as well to look white?
Oh,
fake nails is white.
We're not going to put that into. We're not going to put that into.
Let it out. Let it all out. Let it all out. This is and then you wonder why.
What do you mean? You just said people. You just said that.
Look, Google it.
Google it. Hold on. Hold on.
Before you respond with your white girl talk, Google the cost of melanin. Go and research. Go and research. Before you come with your white girl crocodile tears, which I'm not buying into today, let me know what you found out when you Google the cost of melanin. Go and Google it. Come back with me with some facts. Go and Google it.
Listen.
Google's your best friend.
I don't need to. I accept there's white people that want to that want to be darker. I accept that. I also know that there is black people that want to be lighter. So it works both ways, and lying about it gets nobody anywhere. Every woman.
Yeah, but this is besides the point, though. I don't understand why we've even got to this. To be fair, Jupiter, because we're speaking about you want to talk about. Let's not speak about the past. Let's speak about what's currently happening. All right, let's do that then. Currently, we're in a situation, right, where people are angry about the ongoing police brutality towards black people. Are you going to stand up for black people and fight for their cause? Or are you going to be divisive?
I am not going to stand for just blacks alone.
Right so now, this is the issue, Jupiter.
I agree that fucking black police brutality, what the blacks are suffering is wrong, but so is it wrong for the fucking whites, the fucking Sikhs, the fucking anybody else that has had police brutality. So I'm against police brutality. Colour don't come into it. Colour don't come into it. And if you're asking me to go and walk around,
anybody on this panel say that one life is valued more than the other?
No, I ain't doing it.
When did you hear at any point in time in this whole conversation, or even over the past week, or even the week before that, anybody's pull out anybody out of the fucking thin air that you hear say one life is more valuable than the other? Let me know where your narrative is going, because right now you're sounding fucking foolish. When have you heard that? When have you heard that? You haven't, right? You haven't. What you have heard though is black people up on this bitch complaining about what's going on with black people in this fucking country. And the reason why it's got to this fucking point at now, because this is fucking 400 years of penetration and sufferation and depression going on. So when you hear people say Black Lives Matter, it's not to say anybody else's life don't matter. It's letting you know we ain't standing for this bullshit no more. And if you can't deal with it, Jupiter, you know what you can do? Get on the fucking plane out of here. Because guess what? It ain't going nowhere right now. We ain't going nowhere till we get our fucking justice. No fucking justice, right. Bitch. No police. And we don't need no fucking racist ass police neither. How about that? How about that, Jupiter?
How about that? Yeah. Kick it to the curb, talking shit. Stop talking out your fart. At the end of the day, right? Wow. Number one, the whole community suffers from police corruption, not just one community. And when you say, when did I hear that you only care about one community, when you keep going on about, yeah, I'm black, Black Lives Matter. I only care about my black community. The melanin this, the melanin that. That's when I hear it. So
You hear black.
Don't tell me.
Black fucking first. Yes, I'm gonna put me and mine first. It doesn't mean that you go around killing everybody fucking else, though, doesn't it? Did you hear anybody say they're gonna go around taking out anybody else, though? No, you fucking didn't. What you did, however, here was people say they are black first, so they're gonna ride out for their problems and their issues first. Now, if you've got a hearing problem and you've got a low intelligence problem where you can't comprehend what black first means before, they're not gonna ride out for everybody else struggle before they fucking sort out their own. Why the fuck would anybody ride out for anybody else's struggle before their own? And they're the most fucking suppressed people on the planet. Now make fucking sense here. You're really pissing me off now. I'm really trying to stay calm.
Just fucking British.
Fuck off, because you're making no fucking logical sense. You literally are making no fucking
British. Because you're British. That's how it makes
fucking
sense.
British. Fuck that. I'm Black African Caribbean. I ain't no fucking British. Let's be clear.
So put your passport in at the fucking passport office and get the first boat out.
No,
That's
bitch,
that's
stay
disgraceful,
right here
Tupac.
and make your life miserable, because our presence here alone is disturbing your comfortability. So right there, you can get me out. How about you do that? How about you show me your white woman power and get us the fuck out? Do that. Show us what white power is all about. Get us out. How about you do that? Let's see how far you get. Because you hold no power here.
Why would I need to show you white power?
Hold no power
Why
here.
would I need to show
So,
you
Tupac, you're upset with Lady D for defending her community and saying that she needs to leave.
Fucking power over here. You don't have no power. You don't have no power. Not you, not Ralph, none of you.
That's not your country, Tupac. What are you talking about?
You don't have
your
no
country.
power around it.
My country. It's our country. But she just disowned it. And having the cheek to stand...
Tupac, listen to what you're saying, yeah? She is a black, like the same way that you're trying to vouch for white girls, yeah? Because you're a white woman, yeah? You're speaking about the abuse against white children, yeah? She's speaking about the abuse of the black woman to her community, and you're trying to silence her.
She just disowned the fucking country.
How?
So it's not
By saying she wants to speak up for her people.
I ain't British. I'm Black African Caribbean, always and will always remain. That's what I am. And I produce Black African Caribbean children. Now what?
What do you mean now what? Who gives us fucking shit? I couldn't care less.
Don't come back here thinking you can come and tell us who the fuck we are and how to fucking self-identify. That's not your place. Stay in your lane. Why don't you figure out your identity before you come and try and tell me mine? Figure
I know
out
what
your
my
identity.
love
What
is
you're not going
Britain.
to do is push no fucking label on me that I don't and what I will never accept. You're not going to do that. I'm telling you what I am, and you're going to deal with it. I am a Black African Caribbean in fucking England, and if you've got a problem with it, then I suggest you leave, because we're going nowhere until we get what we want. Believe that. We're going nowhere.
Right. You admitted that you're only in this country to make everybody else uncomfortable, that you don't like the country, that you're not part of the country. In that case, you're fucking an infiltrator, either by birth or by not. I don't give a shit.
Tupac, you're chatting shit, man. Louder. You're just chatting nonsense at the end of the day.
Lady Divine, not you.
Yeah, but you're chatting shit.
Right? At the end of the day, if that's how you feel, I don't know what the fuck you're still doing here, right? You should go somewhere where you can fucking build up and where you can do it properly, instead of fucking moaning and making it look like it's only black people that suffer injustice in this country. There's plenty of other injustices too. And
then go and fucking deal with it. That's not my concern. That's not my first concern. My concern is me and mine, yeah? My concern is me and mine. If there's another problem out there that you want to address, bitch, go ahead and address it. No one's stopping you. But what you're not going to do is come over here and dictate how we need and what we need to address and what we need to put first and how we need to self-identify and how we need to feel and how what we should be doing. That is not your place. What you're going to learn is to stay in your flipping role, eat your food and humble yourself, because we're going to show you better than we can fucking tell you. That's what we're going to do. We're going to show you better than you can. And if you've got a problem with us being here and don't want to identify as no fucking British to make you feel comfortable and better in the fucking shit that your forefathers done, I suggest you get us out. Show us your white woman power and remove us. I suggest you do that, because we're going nowhere until we're good and damn well ready. Get used to it.
At the end of the day, nobody is fucking going to fucking remove you. Grow up. At the end of the day, why would you even want that, you silly woman?
No, you're the idiot. You're the one who said get the fuck out. And I'm telling you, we're going nowhere to win. What you're not going to do is use your mouth to try and overpower me. You got the wrong one today. You got the wrong one today. Because I'm going to show you better than we can tell you. We are showing you better than we can tell you. Now, where's your power? Because our power's out there. Our power is out there. Where's your power? Our power is out there. Where's yours? Where's yours? You're on the fucking line complaining about all lies. Bitch, we don't care about all lies right now. Right now, we're focusing on black lives, and you're going to deal with it. Right now, we're focusing on black lives, and you're going to deal with it, whether you like it or not. You are the problem. You're the reason why the country's in the fucking state it is. And if you don't fucking like it, I suggest you fix your mentality and your people while you're at it. How about you do that? Do something.
Your mind.
Do something fucking constructive. Do something. All you're doing is fucking bitching on the fucking internet about all lies. But you don't care about that right now.
What do you mean unslave your mind, Tupac? What do you mean unslave your mind?
Open up the chains, love. Stop.
What do you mean unslave your mind? Did you just say unslave your mind? What are you talking about?
You're the biggest oppressor out here talking about enslaving minds.
The biggest oppressor out here talking about unchained minds. You want to get
no, bye. You got no
what she say?
She's got no room to stand on around here. She's got to sit down talking about all fucking lies, every fucking minute. Bitch, we know about all lies, but we're focusing on black lies right now. And you're going to deal with it. You're going to deal with it. You're going to handle it. And if you don't like it, your country, get the fuck out there. You get the fuck out.
No
we're
one
going nowhere.
can free your mind.
You're going to deal with it. You're going to deal with it. And we get
no one but yourself can free your mind.
You should be fighting the hardest because you have mixed-race children. You should be fighting that your children don't suffer racism and oppression at the hands of the police. You should have the loudest voice right now. And it's very shocking that you're here finding every excuse, every diversion about a matter that is very, very serious. I'm actually really shocked by what you've been saying. What do you mean grow up, bro? And this is the issue. Let me say one more thing, Kaz, yeah? Let me say one more thing, yeah? Because the people that are protesting right now are young people my age. Now, I've been saying this about my generation because of we're cleaning up your generation's mess, yeah? It's these people in their 50s and their 60s that have messed up the world for us. It's my generation. Young people that think alike, they're going to fix the mess that you have caused, yeah? We ain't growing up in these all-white majority societies, fam. We're all multicultural, we're all diverse, yeah? We clean up your mess. People like you are not going to dictate to us how our future is going to be because you're not going to live long enough to see the future. We have these 50, 60-year-olds, yeah, trying to cause division, but it's not them that's going to grow up in the system that they want, yeah? And it's up to us as the young people to break this generational curse and clean up your filthy mess. Do you understand?
No, not really, you dirty
Don't be a grandparent. You're too old for this, stupid eye. It's not your fight at the end of the day. If anything, fall the fuck back because you're not going to live long enough to see the implications of what you're advocating for. It's my children, Jupiter, lady, these children are going to grow up in a system that is segregated because of people like you.
You are mad. Do you know that? You're the one who's got to mix
get up here, man. We're done talking, man. I don't know, you got nothing constructive to say, fam. Nothing. You're more worried about a statue than people dying. You're more worried about a statue than racism, bro. Fuck your statue, bro. Your statue is deep down in the fucking ocean, bro. If you want to go out into Bristol and take it out, go and take it out. But it's down there.
Here's the problem. Here it is.
And you can sit there and support a little pussy, Tommy Robinson. Tell him come down to London, fam. See what's gonna happen, bro. I bet he wants to come down to London. Yeah? Tell him to come to my city, bro. Tell him to come to my city, fam.
Tommy fucking Robinson. Fuck
Here we are. Here we are. Here's the truth.
Tommy Robinson.
We don't give a fuck about it. We don't give a fuck about
Here it is.
Tommy Rannin.
Here it is.
Tommy Robinson.
Listen, man. Jupiter, all right. You've said your bit now. That's it now, bub. Like, seriously. Because I don't know what you're saying. Like, I don't even know what you're saying in it. So rather than we go into some little nastiness, I just think you should just stop in it. Because you see, from I heard you, Jupiter, are going to be telling us, my sister, to emancipate. No, Jupiter. At this point, you need to go light a fag, have a bath, and
Yo,
I'm saying to you.
Yo, but Nyanifa, you know who taught her to say that?
So now,
Nyanifa, you know it was Ralph. You know it was Ralph who taught her to say that.
Man,
Yeah.
at this point, I don't even care.
You're mimicking Ralph again, you silly woman.
Listen to me. I don't care. Yeah, listen, I don't care. Yeah, because what you're not gonna do. Let me close my windows. You know, like seriously, let me close my windows. You know, because what we're not gonna do. Yeah, you lot ain't gonna come with your fucking nastiness. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying to you on when we're on our black shit. I don't hear fuck all about Tommy. And that's what I'm saying to you, I don't hear nothing about none of that bullshit. Jupiter, take your take your Tommy shit, yeah, to people that care about Tommy. Cause we don't give two fucks about Tommy. Do not bring that name Tommy Robinson in this conversation. You're out of order. You're feisty. Who the fuck are you telling to emancipate themselves from mental slavery, Jupiter? Who the fuck are you talking to? Listen, Jupiter, listen. Just because you get black pipe, yeah, that don't mean you can talk for everything, Jupiter. You need to learn this. You're the only fucking white woman that comes up and talks all this shit. Shut up, Jupiter. Shut up, man. Shut your mouth, man. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, Jupiter. Shut your mouth, Jupiter. Yeah? Because sometimes you need to learn to shut your mouth. And that's what I'm saying to you. And know your fucking place, Jupiter. Like, seriously.
We don't know your history.
Oh, you shut up. I don't hear nothing from you. Not a bug thing from you. Yeah? Because every time that this woman comes up in black people's business, you fucking turn up. You turn up like the
even in the Caribbean. Even in the Caribbean.
I don't even want to disrespect you, Hector.
Let me tell you your history.
Like seriously, just shut up. No one don't care. Come to your Tommy march and do your Tommy thing. Don't come nasty as stuff. All that Tommy bullshit. We don't want to know. We don't care. We do not care. Now go and fuck off and go and talk some Tommy Robinson fans. You're not doing it. Hector, listen, Hector, don't do it. Hector,
you don't even know your history. People don't know your history.
Hector, you're so boring. It's like your wife fucking starts bullshit and then you pop up like some fucking prick, man. Shut up, man.
No, I'm not shutting
talking to you, man.
I'm not shutting up.
You know what I mean? You should be ashamed of yourself. Yeah? You're ever allowing your wife to come up in black people's business, and then when we're telling her to move about her business, you fucking pop up.
It's okay
You're
for
the fucking
you black
shut up,
women
man. Like,
to insult the
shut up.
white.
I don't hear nothing from you. Not a thing.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Shut up, Hector. Shut up.
No, listen,
I will not allow the people in the
Caribbean islands people claim. In the Caribbean islands people claim. Hold on.
On the microphone, dance and me chat with me with the mic and me no, but they seem like a child did this thing, but me kick up one post. Party, so in me get up. We want all the people on the show. But this for the year. We want everyone to know, sister. People totally come for bad up the show. Ooh wee.
No, get Jupiter back. There's a bunch of females talking, fam. Yeah, Jupiter, stand your ground.
At the end of the day,
this is women conversating right now.
Some of them tall and some of them short. Some of them look like the.
Even in the Caribbean islands, people claim they don't accept views. You see, they don't accept you. But that's the fact. But you people want to hide. That's why you people have the humble Torah, because people come in and tell you people the way it is. Torah comes up and tell you the way it is.
Yo, go back to fucking Scunt and McGee, yeah? Just fuck off, man. Stop chatting shit.
Who are the coolies?
Go away, man. Just go away, man.
The statue you are even going on about.
Annoying. Same thing you done yesterday. A good, perfect discussion was having been had. You two pop up and fuck up with this. And this is your under family. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is, man.
You claim your Caribbean, you claim you're British. You don't know what
that game so
not train yourself from your fucking.
And you finish talking it. Ain't you got something to do, the two of you? Like,
Mali was right.
Do something, man.
From mental slavery, none but your.
Okay. Yep. That's why you came to England and done what you done. Yeah.
Whatever you want to say. Whatever
Shut
you
up,
want
man. You're an idiot, man.
I'm
Shut
telling
up,
you,
man. You're an
exactly.
idiot,
Get out of
man.
here because you don't want to know the truth.
Shut
Even
up.
in the
Is that
Caribbean,
what you
where
tell
it's
Jupiter at night time? I'm
are you not
emancipating you,
foolish?
Jupiter. I'm
Are you not
emancipating
foolish?
Jupiter.
Are you
Shut
not
up,
a
man. You're a
foolish?
fool,
You are
man. You're an
foolish.
idiot.
Foolish,
Shut
fuck
up.
off.
Go and
Even
talk to your
the
children.
Caribbean,
Go and tell your children to emancipate themselves. That's what you need to
the
teach
proper
them.
Jamaicans in
That's what
Barbados.
you need to teach your
Listen,
children.
I don't
You
need
understand
any
what I'm saying to
lecture
you?
from you.
But right now, they're listening to their
From
mum
you.
and dad daily
I'm
just
rich.
shouting,
I am
shouting,
enriched.
shouting,
Listen, I am
shouting.
enriched in
That's all
African
they
history.
listen to.
I
That's what
don't need
you
no
got to do.
listen
Don't
to
worry
me.
about us, man.
Even
You
in
get
the
me?
Caribbean
You get what I'm saying to
islands,
you, Hector?
even
You get what
in
I'm
the
saying to
Caribbean
you?
islands,
Yeah,
you don't
Can you
remember,
bring
it was a
Jupiter
fair
back, please? Because he
exchange.
made some claims that need to be refuted
It
and
was a
answered.
fair exchange, you
shut
remember?
up.
It's just business.
Shut up.
Remember,
Let me ask you a question.
it's just
Why are they
business.
referred to
Shut
as
your mouth,
foolish?
man.
Why are they referred
Shut
to
your
as foolish?
mouth, Hector,
Why
man.
are
You get me? You got
foolish?
no respect. You got no
No,
shame.
you
Shut
don't
your
have
mouth,
any
man.
respect.
Shut your
You
mouth,
people
man.
don't have respect.
Shut
Is
your
that why
mouth. Yeah,
is
you
that why
remember
you're
yesterday you were
that's why
telling
you're
people
referred
them
to
are
as foolish?
idiots and everyone's
You ain't got
stupid.
listen.
So now
If
I'm
you
gonna
ain't
say to
got
you, shut your mouth, Hector.
and then you
Shut your mouth, you imbecile.
even in the Caribbean islands,
little bars.
Shut your mouth. You're an imbecile.
Caribbean islands, people like
You're an
you,
imbecile. Shut your mouth.
men and women, you are
Shut
referred to
your
as foolish.
mouth. You're an
The
imbecile.
Jamaicans don't want
Shut your
you.
mouth.
The people from Barbados don't want
Shut
you.
your
The
mouth,
people
man.
from
Shut your
what do you
mouth.
call it, St.
You're an
Vincent,
imbecile.
the people from St. Vincent don't
Shut
want
your
you.
mouth,
Nine,
man.
let him say his piece. Let him expose himself.
Nines,
Let him say his piece.
let him expose himself, man.
Fuck
Let him say
off.
what he's
I will
saying.
expose myself, no problem.
All he's gonna say is
But
fuck
you haven't
off.
exposed yourself, have you? You haven't
Fuck
exposed yourself.
off.
You haven't exposed
I've got
yourself,
the
no?
prize. Fuck
You haven't
off.
exposed yourself. Even in
Fuck
Caribbean
off.
islands,
I've
they don't
got the
accept you.
prize.
The
Fuck
Caribbean
off.
islands which you claim to be from, they don't accept you.
Who
Jamaicans
don't
don't see you as part of
Who?
them.
What?
You go to
What?
Barbados, they don't see you as part of them. If you go to
Hold on a
what
minute.
hold
Is this?
on,
Hold
no,
on
you
a
hold
minute.
on a minute.
Hold on a
You
minute.
hold on a minute. I'm
Hold on a
telling
minute.
you
Are you
history.
lying down with Jupiter and telling me who accepts me?
I am
Are you
telling you your
stupid?
history.
Hold
Okay,
on a
so
minute.
who is
Are
then?
you lying down with Jupiter and now
Who are the
telling me where I'm
who are the
accepted?
people from who are the people from the
Oh,
Caribbean
you,
islands?
yo, uncle.
Can you tell me?
Are you lying down with Death
Tell
at
me a
Night and now ask and telling me where I'm accepted?
question. Can you answer my question?
Yo,
Who are the people in the Caribbean islands that are referred to as
you
foolish?
cannot be lying down with Death at Night, yeah,
You want to
and
make
come
it
and
look
tell
as
me
if
about
everything
my
is
stuff, man.
rosy
Shut
from where
your
you
mouth,
come.
man.
You want to make it look everything is
Oh,
rosy from where
Lady
you come
D,
from.
I can't be bothered. I got things to do,
You are
man. I
lying
am
to
not
yourself.
experienced this fucking
You are
idiot,
lying
man.
to yourself.
Seriously.
You are lying
get
to
me?
yourself until you sit down and learn your history. You understand me? You all are lying to yourselves.
Okay, we're lying to ourselves. So fuck off now
Take your advice
and
to your
take
wife.
Jupiter with you.
Go and
Let
take
us continue to lie to ourselves, innit? Now take Jupiter with you and go do something sensible. And that's the thing, innit? Why does Jupiter always come up in our business when we're lying to ourselves? What's it got to do with you and Jupiter? If we're lying to ourselves, let us lie to ourselves, innit?
Okay, let me answer. Because I am black. I am black.
Shut your mouth, man.
I can go to Nigeria tomorrow. I can go to Africa
You're black when
tomorrow.
Jupiter's talking.
Hold
When
on, I'm
Jupiter's
answering
up
your
here chatting
question.
shit, you're
I'm
black.
answering your question
Shut
because
your
I'm
mouth,
black.
man. You're a
I can go to
disgrace,
Nigeria
man.
tomorrow and I will be embraced. Nigeria is not going to reject me. Africa will never reject me. But you that claim to come from the Caribbean island, your own people reject you. You are done out here. Even as far as Africa is concerned,
You're actually going, Hector, listen, you're actually going mad.
You are
actually going mad.
You are the ones that are going mad.
Hector, you're going mad.
Trust why you're going mad. Because you don't
going mad,
history.
Hector.
Now, when somebody comes to want to
You're
tell you
actually living in an illusion, bub.
Listen.
Okay, Hector, how did you feel about Anthony Joshua?
What African countries have you been to, Hector?
I know where I come from, and I'm
What
African.
African countries have you been to, Hector?
I can go to Africa any day.
When did you last go to Africa? Hector, stop talking. When's the last time you went to Nigeria, Hector?
Can you say the same of you when you go to the Caribbean?
When's the last time you went to Nigeria, Hector?
You are rejected there like fleas. They don't even want you.
When is the last time you went to Nigeria, Hector?
What I'm saying is here lie.
When is the last time you went to Nigeria, Hector?
What I'm saying is here lie.
Have you taken your children to Nigeria, Hector?
Yes, I have. My family.
When was this, Hector?
Yeah.
When
I'm telling you. Why should I be telling you my history? You tell me your history because you don't know. I'm telling you.
When?
To go to the Caribbean, they reject you.
Shut up, man. You're a dickhead, man. Like,
No,
seriously. And take Jupiter with you.
no.
Most importantly, take Jupiter with you right now.
In the Caribbean
Just not
islands,
adding to the conversation.
they
You
see
understand
you
what
as
I'm saying? Now, when we start talking about Tommy Robinson or some Islamophobe thing, bring her back, man. But at this point,
second-class
yes,
citizen.
sis.
Go and hide your head. Go and hide your head in shame. Oh, today I'm Black African Caribbean. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Lady Divine, you can
This is what I'm saying.
You can come up with all the fatwa you want to make. You are a fake. You understand me? You are a fake. You are a fake. You can come up with all the fatwa you want to fatwa.
Okay, so listen, but that's what it takes us. We're fake, Jupiter's real. Now take her and go in it.
You know, sit down within you.
We're not even arguing with you, Hector. We are fake. Jupiter's real. Now take her and go in it. It's good, isn't it?
Listen. Even
We're
yourself.
fake.
Even yourself.
Jupiter's real. Now take her and fuck off. That's all you gotta do. Why do you want to be around fake people, bub?
You sleep at night.
Why do you want to be around fake
But you know
people?
what? I personally,
Take
I can
Jupiter and fuck off to the real people, innit?
Listen, if I go to tomorrow,
Bye.
yeah, bye.
Bye, Hector.
Bye.
Bye, Hector.
Kumi,
Bye, Hector.
Bye, Kimi.
Bye.
Kimi.
Bye. You don't want to be with fake people. So why would you be with fake people?
Bye. You still here? You still
Bye.
here?
Why? Because you want to be with fake people.
You're still here?
So you
Are
want to be
still
with
here?
fake people now.
Listen, even in Caribbean, they don't
You're
accept you.
stupid, man. You're actually just stupid, man.
Even in the Caribbean islands, they don't accept you.
Okay, that's fine, Hector. We get the point. Now, can you bring Jupiter back so we can continue with the conversation?
That is a fact. In the Caribbean, they don't accept you. You understand me? I from Africa, I can go there anytime tea. I will not be frowned upon. I can go to anywhere in this. I can go to this thing. I can even go
Okay,
to
Hector, listen. All right, Hector. Hector, listen.
I can even go to
Okay,
Jamaica.
you can go everywhere. We
I
can't
can
go
go to
nowhere. You're
Island.
real. We're
I will
fake.
accept it
No
before you.
problem. So now you can
You
take
are
Jupiter
fooling.
and go in it.
I'm telling
That's
you, you
all.
are fooling.
We're not
End of.
arguing now, Hector. We're not arguing now. We're
Shut
not
up.
arguing.
I'm
Yeah,
not saying
you're
claim
real.
what you don't
You
know.
can go everywhere. We can't go nowhere. Now take
can't.
Jupiter and go in it.
cannot.
Just go, man.
Leave Jupiter out of it.
Take Jupiter
Cannot
and
put
go.
it anywhere.
Bye bye.
It is your history. Are you ashamed of your
Bye-bye.
history?
Why
I'm not
don't
ashamed
want you? Why don't you want to go now?
when
You
you
told us that we're fake.
actually
You're real. Why don't you want to go? You're still here talking. What are you talking for?
I let you guys have a go, but you decided
Okay,
to draw
so
me
you
into
don't
it.
want to go. You want to stay.
decided to draw me into it. No, you said you were leaving. You said you were going by. So I'm
Hector,
expecting.
have you been to the Caribbean? Hector, have you been to the Caribbean, Hector?
Question you. Don't fucking
Have you been to the Caribbean? You seem to know a lot about the Caribbean. Have you been to the Caribbean with your 5'2" son? Have you been there?
Oh,
Have you been to the Caribbean?
Don't even fucking talk to me.
You haven't even, Hector, you haven't got the finances to go to the Caribbean. You haven't got that sort of money. You ain't got that sort of money, man. You ain't got that sort of money.
Be a lie.
Call out with these little fantasies.
Be a lie from what I've been saying. Why are they called in the Caribbean? Am I lying? Answer my question.
Hector, why? If you're accepted in Nigeria, why are you living in Southeast London?
Listen, I'm not
if you're
talking to
accepted in Nigeria, why are you living in Southeast London?
I'm not talking to you. Am I talking to you?
Chief Hector. Why are you living in Southeast London if you're so well loved and embraced and praised whenever you touch down in Nigeria? Why are you in Southeast London?
England. I love it. I'm not going to lie. You people,
you're the chief of Elton. Yeah, you and Jupiter.
You see the irony of it all? You ain't got nowhere to go. You see the irony of it all? You ain't got nowhere to go because you cannot go to the Caribbean. You'll be driven out.
Hector, you live in Eltham. Come off it, man. You don't live in Lagos. You're not the chief of Lagos. You live in Eltham.
Your voice
you live in Eltham. Your wife lives in Eltham with you. You are not the chief.
Wherever you live, you live in
Hector, don't worry about us Caribbeans, mate. I'll tell you that, mate.
Dan, you know that.
Don't worry about us, Hector.
My best advice to you. My best advice to you is never, ever,
You live in Oxford.
Never take your wife to Jamaica. Never ever take your wife to Jamaica because you will end up. It's gonna be a divorce proceeding the day you come back to Heathrow. I'm telling you, you're gonna leave your love in Negril or somewhere like that. Yeah, laying lonely sunsets and all of that. Hector, don't go to Jamaica with your woman because you're gonna lose your woman. You're gonna lose your woman to some 6 foot plus named Donovan. Yeah,
you know why? Because
you're gonna lose your woman to Donovan, and you're gonna be pissed. In fact, that's probably already happened. I don't know which yard he took where you're. Listen, Hector, just cool out, man.
Are you
Hector, just cool out? Just cool out.
Are you threatening me,
Just
Dan?
cool out. Smoke another Lambert Butler.
Are you
Open
threatening
the
me?
window.
Are you
Just
threatening me?
cool out, man. Listen, I don't know if Jupiter's back there making the Jupiter Jollof special, but if Jupiter's cooking up the Jollof for you this evening, maybe you just need to go and just go and inspect that, make sure she's doing that
Don't
correct.
you see? Jupiter comes here and starts shit. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
a buy one get one free.
It's
Buy one get one free.
like, you know, it's about
You Nanifa talking shit. When you came on here talking
Hector,
about
shut up, man. Like,
how did you
seriously.
tell you to react? You
Hector, just
talking
chill
shit.
out, man.
No,
Just
you
chill
chill
out,
out.
man. Take
You chill out.
Jupiter
When you
and
came
go
here,
win
when
it.
you
You
came about
told
my
us that
cock,
we're fake, yeah?
drag me in.
You told us that we're fake. Why would you want to be with fake people, Hector?
When you came
Why
in
are
here
you
talking
still
about
here?
my cock, when you
Talking to
came in
us, fake
talking about
people.
my cock,
Why?
when you came in talking
Right
about
now,
my
yeah,
cock,
all I
you
see
dragged
is
me in.
Jupiter on the
When you
screen
came in
and
here
your
talking
voice,
about my
Hector.
cock,
Do you get what I'm
dragged me
saying,
in.
Hector? Listen to
When
this.
you came in
I
here
can see
talking
Jupiter
about my
on the
cock,
screen and your
otherwise I
face,
left you guys to it.
your voice,
Otherwise I
Hector.
left you guys to it. I left you guys to it, but
Exactly.
drag me in like
Shut up, man.
you drag me in. You understand me? You're not even accepted in the Caribbean. When you came in here and talked about my cock, you dragged me in, fucking moron. And you're telling me why my
Who spoke to Hector?
you Nanifa,
Who
you dragged me
mentioned
in.
Hector?
Or whatever pipe or whatever word you use. Whatever pipe, the word pipe you use, whatever connotation it meant, you drag me in.
What?
Yeah,
What?
yeah. What?
Who
Oh, you
mentioned?
use the
What
word
are you
pipe?
talking about,
Did you use
Zabida?
the word pipe? Did you use the word pipe? Did you
Did
use
I
the
use
word
the word what?
Did you use the word black pipe? Did you?
Black what?
Exactly. You are a fucking idiot. If you don't know where you are going, if that is why you
I
cannot.
didn't
That is why you
Hector,
cannot
Hector,
listen.
You should have said
listen,
pencil. You should have said
listen,
black
big man,
pencil.
before you
still.
start
You should have
going
said
off in a
pencil.
rant,
The minute you
I
made that
didn't use
comment,
that word,
the
Hector.
minute you made
Okay?
that comment
Hector, calm down. Calm down. Calm down, Hector.
I'm not
Calm
coming
down.
down. No, I'm not
Yeah?
coming down.
I didn't use that word, Hector. Are you hearing me, Bab?
Why should I? No, I'm not hearing
Are
you.
you hearing me,
I'm not
Hector?
hearing you, and I don't
What
give too
you're
much.
accusing
All
me
I'm
of, I
saying
didn't
is,
do.
the minute you mentioned for her to go stick at whatever black pipe, you dragged me in. Otherwise, before now, I left you people to it. Am I lying?
No. What I said, Hector, get it right. If you're going to quote me, if you're going to quote me, quote me right, Hector. Okay? So what I said is, just because you get laid by black pipe Jupiter, shut up, Hector. Shut up. Yes, don't lie to me, pussy. What I said to her is, just because you get laid by black pipe at night, that doesn't mean that you have to constantly come up in black people's business. That's what I said to her. You understand what I'm saying to you, Hector? Yeah? So what I'm saying to you is, just because you lay your pipe in Jupiter, that does not give Jupiter the right to consistently think she can come up and chat in our business. Full stop. Now fuck off, you two. Yeah, shut up, man. You're a waste of energy. This is what I'm saying, man. Look what's going on, yeah. We're here having a conversation, yeah. Jupiter comes up with her bullshit. Now you're here and derailed the whole conversation. And this is what I'm saying, man. About people like you. You understand what I'm saying to you? And then go look after your children, leave the fake people to do their fake thing, innit? You understand what I'm saying to you?
Even in the continent,
apparently Nanifa can't go to the Caribbean. Nanifa can't go to Africa. Nanifa can't do anything. But I guarantee you this, big man. Nanifa's been to the Caribbean more than you could ever go. And Nanifa's been to more countries in Africa than you've ever been. Now shut your mouth. Take fucking Jupiter. You know what I'm saying to you? You know what I'm saying to you? And do something. We don't care. Get me?
But you
That's
should.
cool. You're an idiot,
Exactly.
man.
So why
Shut
do you
up,
think
man.
people care
You
about
don't
you?
know nothing.
Why do
Yeah.
you think
All
people
you
care
know is
about you?
20
Why are you caring
waffles,
about us?
yeah,
Why don't you
and a
About
pint
you?
of beer.
us?
You're
Why
an
do
Why
you
don't you
idiot.
feel the
Shut
why
need
up,
do
to be
you
man.
part of the
foolish? Why do
conversation?
you
Yeah.
foolish
Nobody
think
You're a
people
invited
care about you
you.
disgrace,
when
man.
even in the
Nobody
Caribbean
invited you,
island
You're
sir.
they
just
look
a
You
at you like
spoke
disgrace,
to
you
come
get
man.
and
You're a
see the
scared.
disgrace.
smoke, so now
You're
you
a
get
You
the smoke
understand
to
me?
disgrace,
They
come
look
be
man.
at
prayed
you,
for.
they
You're
Now
a
look
you
at
get the
you
disgrace.
smoke,
And
and
straight.
look
why
what
don't
you
you
Why
made
crying?
your
don't you
wife
Stop the
think
Jupiter
fucking
you
do,
barling,
yeah?
man.
when
You're
Stop
even
on
the
a
your own
barling.
panel
black
arguing
Stop
with
community
the
bare black
claim
barling.
people.
they don't even
You're
Stop
care
the
about
barling,
you?
disgusting,
Frankie.
man.
The
You're
same
Stop
not
wider
changing
barling.
community
yourself.
that
You
you
want to
claim they
pick
don't
up
You
even care
are
shells
about
and you want
you.
to pick up
disgusting.
shovels for
The
your
Yeah?
wider
brother
community
and
you
take
claim
on
Yeah?
don't care
people's
You're
about
smoke.
you.
Why are you
When
crying?
you're black
Why are you
African
disgusting.
crying?
Caribbean, no,
You're
you're
Why are
not.
you crying?
disgusting,
No,
Has,
you're
man.
has
not.
you
Yeah?
got a leash
Yeah,
or
maybe
Up
your
black,
here
oppressor
but you're not an
arguing
holding
with
you
African,
black
back?
neither
women
you're
That's
Caribbean.
what
always,
you may want to
while your
Maybe
continue
you're
fucking
doing.
black.
wife
Yes,
sits
we
there and I
accept
don't
You
that.
even
may
know
want
what
to
she's
We
doing.
continue
accept the fact
Probably
that you're black.
stroking your
cack
I
cock.
will
out
give you, I will
Get me
grant
and
you
you're
that.
raging. You're
We
a fool,
accept the
man.
fact that you're
I'm
black,
off,
but
man.
Caribbean, you're not
You're
African.
divine. This is dead
So
energy,
where
sis.
are
I'm
you? Where do
out,
you
man.
stand?
Like,
Where do you
seriously.
people stand
This
under
is
the
what I'm
scheme of
saying,
history?
man.
Where do you
Rice
stand
in
under
peace,
the
hold
scheme?
and
on.
stop
Let
this,
Where do
man.
you stand
legitimate
under the
Dead
people
scheme
talk.
of
energy.
Ain't
history?
no one entertaining them.
Where do you stand under the scheme of history? Okay, I'll give you the fact that you're black, I'll accept it, but you're not African, neither are you Caribbean. Because even in Caribbean islands, they don't accept you. So where do you stand in history? I know where I
All right,
stand.
Hector, they're both gone, to be honest. So,
As far as history is concerned, I know where I stand. You get me?
okay.
In history, as far as history is
All
concerned,
right,
I
they're
know.
both gone. They're not
You
here. They're
don't
not
know
here. They're
where you
gone.
stand. You don't know where you stand, the whole lot of you. You come in here making noise upon noise. Oh, I'm black, African, Caribbean. No, you're not. You're black, yeah, I know. But you're not African, neither are you Caribbean.
No,
If
I'm
you
not.
were
I'm
the-
not. I'm mixed race. I'm mixed race. I'm half English, half Jamaican.
You just fuck
What
up, please.
children,
All you
Hector?
can do-
What are
all
your
you
kids?
can do
Your kids
is
are half
respect
Nigerian,
the
half
fight.
English, yeah?
That is all you can
Your
do.
kids are your kids
All
half
you can
are
do-
your kids half Nigerian, half English?
Listen, all you can do
Are your
is
kids, hold on,
online.
Hector.
Again, you talk about my kids.
Hector,
You see
are
why?
your kids accepted in Nigeria?
Why are you so interested in
Are
my
your
kids?
kids are your kids accepted in
Are
Nigeria?
you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile?
Are your
Why are you
kids
so
accepted in Nigeria?
Are you a pedophile now? I do
Are
know
your
I do know
kids
you're an apologist for
accepted
them.
in Nigeria?
I know you're an apologist for them. I know you're an
Are your
apologist for them.
kids
So why are you more
accepted
interested
in
in kids?
Nigeria?
Go fucking talk about your kids, pedophile. You
I
understand
think
me?
it was quite interesting what you were talking about when you were saying something about acceptance.
About your children.
I want to know if your kids are accepted in
Go and
Nigeria.
talk about your children. Have I mentioned anybody's kids here?
I've mentioned your
Why are
kids.
you dragging children into it? Because you love children. You like to bring children into
You've
it.
mentioned a lot of people's
You
kids.
want to
You
fantasize
said that no Caribbean people who are born in this country are accepted in the Caribbean. So I want to know, are your mixed race kids, accepted in Nigeria?
Why are you obsessed with children, Dan? Why are you obsessed with children? See, ever since this conversation has been going on, nobody mentioned kids. Nobody mentioned kids, whether mixed race or white, nobody mentioned kids. But immediately you come on, oh, it's all about kids. You are a pedophile, mate. A fucking pedophile.
No.
And I'm going to arrest you for it. I'm telling you. You understand?
You can arrest me for it.
I will arrest you. I will arrest you, mate. Don't worry about it. Because, like as I said, all the while
arrested Isabella.
Back and forth. Nobody brought kids into it. But guess what? Down the pedophile. Down the pedophile apologist comes in. Oh, your kids. Why are you so much interested with children and kids issue? Can I ask you that question?
I want to know. I want to know if your kids are accepted in Nigeria.
Why are you so much interested in children? It's a simple question, mate. Because up until you jumped on, nobody.
I'm interested in the mixed race identity. I'm confused, Hector.
Nobody
I need you to correct me. I need you to put me straight.
Nobody referred.
You've probably done a better job of raising your kids than my parents have done. So I want to know: are your kids accepted in Nigeria when you take them back there for holidays or visits with
Dan wants to make it about kids. Dan wants to make it about kids because that is all you do. That is all you know. Fucking
I take that as a
that is all you do, and that is all you know. So fuck off out of my face, mate. Fuck off.
So your kids aren't accepted when they go back to Nigeria.
Like I said, why are you
bringing children into it? It's a simple question.
Because it highlights a point.
Why are you bringing children into it?
Because it highlights a point.
Because you're a pedophile. You are.
Why did your wife bring your son into a conversation with Sarah Gabi on internet? I don't know. That's why did your wife bring her kid into it? I'm raising the issue because you were talking about people being confused and about people not being accepted.
Nobody brought kids or little children into this fucking conversation. whether it was insultive or otherwise. But guess what?
Like little. Your kids are probably taller than you, Hector. What are you talking about, little? No one said anything about your little kids. Listen, shut up, man. Don't do this sympathy. Listen, don't do this sympathy thing. No one cares. No one cares about your little kids, man. I just want to know, are your kids accepted when you go back to Nigeria? That's it. Simple question.
Listen, I will be welcome there, unlike you. I'll be welcome there. I'm not afraid of that. I will be welcome there, but can you be welcomed in the Caribbean?
No, not you. Not you. Your kids.
They will be. Oh, don't even get it wrong. They will be 100% welcome.
Okay, so why would that not be for other people?
Again, you brought my kids into it. You want to bring children. You are more comfortable talking about children. Why is that so?
No, that's cool, man. So basically, your kids are fine when they go to your kids are cool when they go to Nigeria, like most people.
Direct question: why are you so much interested in children? You will go basically what? Basically what? Other people will be saying, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. You see what I'm saying? You have not even denied the fact. You have not even denied. Other people will go, no, I'm not. What are you on about?
Denied what? Denied which
going on about children.
Which fact have I missed? Sorry, tell me which fact.
What fact? You ain't coming here with. You did not come here with any fact. The only fact you came up with is, children. Why?
Because it proves my point, and it makes you look stupid.
From a point. What I'm trying to make you understand.
The point is, if mixed race children can be accepted in Africa, why can't full black people be accepted in Africa or the Caribbean, like Nanifa and Lady D?
Please. I don't want to go. If I come on your case now, you tell me I'm going on about Prophet Muhammad. So please stay clear out of it, please. Just stay clear.
I'm just trying to simplify Dan's question to you, so we don't go around in circles.
I want you to back him up because your religion as well backs him up.
Sorry?
Because I said you are siding with him because your religion as well backs him up to do with children, ain't it? So you can go and jump.
We're not going to divert. At the end of the day, Hector, we're having a quite serious conversation, and you've diverted it into something quite silly right now. So can you, if you want to contribute to the conversation, contribute or bring Jupiter back. Otherwise, this is a waste of time.
Hold on. What's it called, Zubeda? When you guys were going back and forth, did I say anything to you? Did I jump on?
No, you didn't.
Hold on. If you are to be truthful to yourself, then that idiot comes on and goes about black pipe. What does she mean by that?
Yeah.
So
she's on it. Let's not be chat.
You just jump on and start going crazy. You people drag me in. So now I'm giving you my right of reply. Now, Dan, as for you, why are you so much interested in children? Because all the platforms I've been,
I think you should arrest me. Arrest me, man. Arrest me.
Including your own platform before you change your name to whatever you call yourself. It's always been about children. You've always taken sides. You've always encouraged. You've always been a pedophile apologist. So
sounds right. Sounds correct.
That makes me come to the conclusion that you're one of them. You are one of them.
My mind is blown.
You are one of them.
My mind is blown.
You are one of them. You are one of them.
Okay.
You understand me?
Okay.
You are one of them. So fuck off. Fuck off to wherever people meet up and discuss.
So can I ask you a question, please? How do you feel about Anthony Joshua, who's also a Nigerian, about his speech in Watford? Did you agree with what he said?
Listen, Anthony Joshua is Anthony Joshua. I am me. I don't give a shit whatever he says. I don't think he gives a shit whatever he says. He's his own person.
I'm just asking for your opinion. Do you think it was a good speech?
Anthony Joshua is his own person. What name did you call him just now? Anthony. And I'm Hector. Two different people. I don't give a shit whatever comes out of his mouth. You hear me?
Okay. All right. So what about Tommy Robinson? Do you like Tommy Robinson's speech about protecting the statues and the memorials of England? Do you agree with that?
As far as I'm concerned, it is his country. He can say whatever he wants to say about his country. It is his country. It is his country. If he himself wants to personally turn his own country,
is this my country?
Okay, I know you want to discuss children. I'm not ready for children issue right now, Dan. I'm talking to
no, because I'm talking about me, but you realize now that you do realize that every time you talk about mixed race people, you cannot it's a mirror back into your own household.
With this from this conversation,
I want to know.
You want to discuss. You want to go back to the only topic you're interested in, which is opinion. And I'm not ready to give you that right of faith.
It's my second favorite topic. It's my son. My second favorite topic.
Question that was asked by Zubeida. So don't interrupt, please. You understand me?
Sorry.
Don't interrupt. So Zubeida, as I was saying, is this country, if he wants to turn it upside down, he has every right to. So does that answer your question?
But do you kind of understand why people tore down the statue in Bristol? Because the person who was being honoured had a history of trading slaves. How do you feel about Britain honouring slave masters?
I feel just the way I feel about the De Souza statue still standing up in the Republic of Benin in Cotonou till this day. Every statue, if we want to say, okay, justice for all, every statue that has to do that is linked with slavery all over the world should be brought down. That is what I think.
So you think
so you support the people that are bringing down the statues in England?
Down, please. Can you just stay out of this? Because the next minute now you're going to come back to my children.
Yeah, I think Zabida, you've already got it. You've already got it. Yeah, you're already there. The gun.
We got done. So you're saying that you agree with people taking down statues of slave masters. So you must agree with what's happening here in England then.
If it is done properly and all the statues that symbolizes slavery is all going to be taken down. You're not going to take down one statue and say, oh, you know what, we've won. No, that is hypocrisy. It's either
Zabida, could you ask him which is the next statue?
I'm not talking to you. What is this? What is your problem? What is your problem, mate? What is your problem?
I was talking to you.
Why would you want to talk to my wife?
Go through, Zabida.
Why would you want to talk to my wife? No, why would you want to talk to my wife? Have I decided to tell you I'm not talking to you, but I'd rather talk to your wife if I told you have a girlfriend?
Because I care about your wife's quality of life. I think she can have a better quality of life.
Like as I was saying before, this fucking dickhead, this fucking pedophile apologist before he decided to jump in, because I know where it's going to take the narrative to, back to children. Yeah, Zubeida, like what I'm saying, if one statue is going to fall, every statue all over the world that represents slavery should fall. There ain't going to be one statue standing and all the rest are falling down. That is hypocrisy. That is what I'm
saying. Yeah, but Jupiter disagrees with that. Jupiter classes these statues as part of British culture and history.
Listen. Again, this is what I'm saying. If you go to the Republic of Benin, there are some people that say that those statues should remain. You understand me? There are some people that they would die for those statues to remain. So anyhow you look at it, it is a win-win or a lose-lose situation. All I'm saying is, if one is going to come down, they should all come down. If one is not if one is going to come down and the rest are standing erect, regardless of whatever country they are in, then they should all stand erect.
So we should pull more statues down.
Please. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
So how do you feel, Hector, about the current climate? How do you feel about the current climate right now? Specifically here in England, a lot of people are outraged by what happened in America. They're rioting. Do you think they have a good justification to be upset and riot, or do you think this is not a major issue?
Listen, whatever happened in America is abhorrent. Everybody here, they have every right to be upset. But if you want to protest, all I'm saying is you do it the right way. If you want to protest, you do it the right way. That is all I'm saying.
So you're saying like non-violence, no looting. So you support people protesting against the injustice, but not rioting and looting.
Funny enough, you see what all these people that come in here and go on about statue. Have you seen the clip? It was even the white people that brought that statue down. Not all these black people that are going on about BLM. If you go watch the video, I've seen that video over and over again. It was the white guys there that brought the statue down. You get me?
Yeah.
But people like some idiots who come here and want to twist history. Go on YouTube, the video is there. Why is it that people do what you want to shy away from the truth? Please, anyways, better you can speak with Jupiter. I've got things to do.
Bye.
Well, Jupiter, it seems like Hector slightly has a bit of opposing views compared to you, and he agrees with statues of slave masters being taken down across the world.
Yeah, that's fine.
He wants to see more of it.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Why are you talking to my wife, mate?
Can you not stay clear of
Go about your business, man. Go about your business. Go about your business. Go about your business. I haven't got anything to do, unlike you.
What is it you don't understand? Can you not stay clear of me and my family? After all, she told you 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago on Raj's panel that you shouldn't talk to her, and you agreed. But it's like you seem to follow her everywhere she goes. What is your problem? Am I lying? Did she not tell you not to talk to her? She doesn't want anything to do with you.
You're a controlling husband, man. I feel sorry for your wife.
No. Did
Your
she
wife
tell
can
you?
leave the panel.
No, you can
Your
leave the
wife
panel. You can leave the panel because you only came just about 30 minutes ago.
I'm not going to leave the panel.
We're talking to Zubida, Lady Divine.
You ruined the conversation last night on Tommy Robinson. I'm here to make sure that the one today goes well. So yeah.
Yeah, so Dan, just to make it clear, guys, I am the one that did come on here and speak about Tommy Robinson, not really to cause a whole argument about it. I was just speaking to Lady D if she knew about it. She said she didn't. I gave her a bit of information about what Tommy Robinson was saying in his video. Jupiter came with a counter argument. You know, she has her interpretation of the video. I have my interpretation of the video. I don't know if you've seen it, Dan.
Yeah, what, Tommy Robinson getting all red-faced and that?
No, the one about him coming down on Saturday and, you know, asking for the lads to come down.
Yeah, he asked the football lads to come down. He said any real patriots who are real patriots need to be down in London next Saturday.
Yeah, did you see today's video, Zubida?
No, I didn't know.
No.
Well, I think you should go and watch that, and then you would understand a bit more. Secondly, there were white people that pulled the statue down, and they already had ropes with them, so it was premeditated. It was ridiculous. And if you're going to tell me that Black Lives Matter is so strong and these black people are so strong and it's their movement and everything else, then why is it being funded by a white person? Exactly. And why are they having white people doing the statue pulling? It's ridiculous.
Have you got evidence that George Soros funded the protest? Zabida took part in it.
Set up, and there's a bigger agenda. That is where.
Yeah, well, I mean, people are starting to pull away from the Black Lives Matter because they realize, you know, it's something else. But that shouldn't really be. There are people that are genuinely coming out to protest because they genuinely want to fight for this cause. Do you understand? And like I said, in my local area here in Essex, it was all young people that organized the protest, and they were majority black people, and you know, it was all peaceful, no violence, no nothing. And that's how I believe majority of the protests have been going since they began. Yes, you have a couple of people doing the most and going crazy, and unfortunately, you know, that was pretty much expected, to be fair. But I think Tommy Robinson now coming in, adding to the fire, is very unproductive, and I think he's going to make things worse. I think he's going to make things worse. If he generally comes down on Saturday, and this thing is, you can't deny this, Jupiter, yeah, he wants to call these rioters and whatever, call them thugs and whatever, and disgraceful and disgusting. That's what he used. He said they were disgusting, but he in previous protests has not carried himself any better. We have seen a Tommy protesters how they behave. We have seen the way that they carry themselves, the way that they like to fight with police, the way that they like to attack other people. So it's just a scene for disaster for me personally.
Whenever Tommy's run a rally or Freedom Day or whatever, he's actually called for calm. He's told people he doesn't want them fighting.
Jupiter, on my video, there's footage of him going up to some sort of group, telling them that he's going to beat them up. There's so much footage of Tommy Robinson punching people in the face, acting in violence. Himself acting in violence.
Zabida, this is reactionary, unlike a lot of Tommy Robinson's things where he starts it and then there's a left-wing reaction. You have like Stand Up to Racism, Antifa, whoever else turn up.
Yeah.
It's a different, it's a reaction to, it's a reaction.
It's the reaction. Don't try and twist it.
No, I'm making the point.
I see this as Tommy Robinson being very
This is the reaction. So this is what I'm saying. Now Tommy is on the reaction.
That is the reaction.
Okay, so he started off. The last time Tommy did a reaction was when he came out with the United People of Luton and went out against Muslims Against Crusade. That was the last time Tommy was reactionary. This is reactionary from Tommy. Again, that's it. No, it's cool. But all I'm saying is it's interesting to see that Tommy Robinson is responding to something rather than just taking the lead and doing whatever he's going to do, his day for freedom.
Organised the march, so you don't know very much. He's only going there to report on it. So you're talking shit.
Well, I had an argument yesterday that both sides are being played off against each other, and Tommy Robinson is simply the side of the Patriots, but he's controlled opposition. And you can talk, you can say what you want about Black Lives Matter, but there's people who separate themselves. Rashford was saying himself yesterday, he don't believe in the Black Lives Matter ethos, neither did Boogs, and then they're not like official parts, so that they've got their own issues with the movement or whatever, but they'll still go down there to support George Floyd because it's an opportunity to do that. So, and Zabida did the same thing. Zabida took the opportunity to take part in something that was organised ahead of time. You've done the same. You've done the same thing.
Something.
And Phil would say that there's people in the street behind.
Why do you want to inject yourself?
We're talking on the panel. Let's shut up, man. We're talking on the panel.
I think it's a conversation between us all, and I do want to hear Dan's opinion as well. I think he has got a good opinion. Go on. What was you going to say, Jupiter? Go on.
Yeah, I don't like the way. The only reason that I came on here is because I don't like the way that you try to portray it as if he was calling people from just the white community to come down and start attacking black people. That is not what happened. That is not what he's saying.
I did not say that though, Jupiter. Jupiter, don't misquote me. What I'm saying is, yeah, let me just say, he's an opportunist, because when he's saying to people to fight for Britain, yeah, if you want to fight for Britain and you're a patriot, yeah, so he's basically putting people under pressure over a matter that's not what's really happening right now. We're speaking about injustice towards black people. He's speaking about defending British culture. So then he forces people to put themselves in a category, and this is a perfect strategy for ethno-nationalists, because what they're going to do now is they're going to differentiate as to who's for the country and who's not for the country. So those that oppose Tommy Robinson, his response is going to be like, well, you don't care about British culture then, you don't care about British history, which is not the priority, which is not what people are discussing right now or protesting about. So he's basically opened up a new protest, and this is a perfect situation for someone like him, right? Because this is what they've been planning for ages. This is what they want.
Hold on. There's probably more ethno-nationalists that agree with Black Power than there is that agree with Tommy, number one. Dan, who doesn't, that I don't want to speak to, is sitting here, and you can ask him. He knows the difference between a CivNat and an FNAT. He knows full well that Tommy Robinson is not an FNAT. So trying to use that.
I haven't said anything about I haven't said anything about FNATs. I've not said anything about FNATs. Zabida said that. I didn't say nothing about FNATs.
At the end of the day, yeah, it's very difficult to put yourself under the category of being British amongst people like Tommy Robinson. His version of Britain and my version of Britain are completely different. Yeah, he's a separatist. Yeah, he doesn't want to. He doesn't. There's videos and videos of him, Jupiter. There's videos and videos of him criticizing the burqa. Yeah, which is the freedom of expression. Anybody should be allowed to wear what they want in this country. But he doesn't like that, even though these people that are wearing burqas are British. So his version of British is different to mine. Do you understand? So how can I unite with someone like that?
Okay, most individuals in Britain have a different idea of how they would like to see Britain, because people are individuals. But collectively, he's got no problem with the Muslim community, other than the section that are grooming. Yes, he believes there are.
There's footage of him criticizing the burqa.
How many times has he not said? Yeah, he would consider that part of the extremist agenda.
Oh wow! Oh, here we go.
He would. A burqa is
that's
not
That's a religious garment, though, Jupiter. That somebody wearing a burqa is nothing extreme. It's the same way women are allowed to walk around half naked in Britain. A woman should also be allowed to walk around covered up. I don't see what the problem is.
Okay, there are laws to stop people walking around absolutely naked. So you don't have the freedom of expression.
I said half naked. I said half naked.
I know. I'm pointing out to you, there is not freedom of expression completely in this country. If there was, there would be people walking down the road naked. Right, and I wouldn't want that, by the way. But if we did have complete freedom of expression, people would walk down the road completely naked. Right? Now, all I'm saying is he's entitled to have an opinion on extremists. You don't like extreme right wing. So why can't he not like extreme Islam?
Yeah, but there's a difference between extreme Islam and then just targeting people because they're wearing religious garments. It's very clear. He's had to be politically correct recently. But at the end of the day, there's footage after footage of this guy expressing how racist he is. Yeah, he's called people the P word. He's said that Somalians are backward barbarians. He's made claims about Syrian refugees. Do you understand? Like, come on, if you can't see it, you can't see it at the end of the day. But I think he's very straightforward with the way that he speaks. And then he's trying to pressurize people to defend monuments which have a very dark history history to them, i.e. owning slaves, you can't put people in that position and then take away their British card because they don't want to defend monuments that of people that used to own slaves.
Okay.
I guarantee you, most of the people that are going to join Tommy Robinson's march are going to be white English folk. Yeah, we'll wait and see on Saturday. But I don't think any black people will join him. I don't think any Asians will join him.
Hold on. Obviously, because Black Lives Matter have made it a black issue. Because they
haven't, because that's why there's been a lot of other people protesting with them, Jupiter.
Black in it. It wouldn't have black in it.
Jupiter. When I went to my protest, yeah, it was multicultural. Yeah, there was white people, black people, Asian people, even in London. Yeah, it's multicultural people supporting the cause.
Well, Antifa are predominantly white anyway. So
I mean,
the people who pulled that statue down, I believe, were Antifa. It was premeditated. It's been funded by George Soros. It's what better time to do all this shit when you've got an agenda?
This is what I'm saying. I don't even think you know who George Soros is.
No, you do, because you're in bed with all of them, aren't you?
Yeah, he always knows so much, don't he? Because his IIQ.
So
remember,
where's this article that you've read in the last couple of days?
Or tomorrow you are in bed with
George Soros is involved.
You do know all of them. So tell us.
It's weird. It's funny because the interesting thing, Jupiter, you're part Jewish. Tommy Robinson is like seen as a kosher form of nationalism. George Soros is a Jew. And actually the George Soros thing is normally peddled by people a little bit further to the right than you. So I'm interested as to why you, as someone who's part Jewish, would buy into that theory without any. You've not provided any proof. I've not seen anything. I've heard George Soros' name mentioned years and years
and
and
I'm
years.
interested to understand why someone who's part white thinks he's black. I'm interested to understand why someone who's part white.
I don't know. Is that what your son? Is that what your son says? I don't know what you're talking about, Jupiter. Just deal with your son's identity crisis. Deal with your daughter's identity crisis. When it unfolds.
You see what I mean, Zubaydah?
Do what you need to do. I knew it. You're just
no. Okay, but Hector, wait, Dan, 2 seconds. Yeah, Dan, let me ask Hector a question. Yeah, Hector.
Listen.
I hear you, Hector. I hear you.
I know how you get triggered when your children or your kid gets brought into anything.
I understand. Okay.
Now you understand what I'm saying. Whenever he's going to speak anything, be rest assured it's going to be kids. Why?
All right. I understand, Hector. Can I just ask you one question, please? I think the point that really they're trying. Unfortunately, is using your kids as an example.
No. I don't listen. Then he should use somebody else's kids. He should let him use your kids then.
Okay, we'll use my child. Okay, Hector, do you believe? Just a question here. This goes for anyone. Do you believe a child with a black father and a white mother, would you class that child as black?
No.
As far as I'm concerned, that child is mixed race.
Okay. All right.
Have I ever said to you that I was anything but mixed race, Hector?
Listen, again, I don't want you to
listen.
I don't want you to talk to me.
Just go do the farmer thing.
You are a chameleon.
Go deal with your kids, man.
You were in bed romancing with Fascist Phil on Raspect Channel. You were in bed romancing with Fascist Phil on Raspect Channel. Now you've come on here to make it look as if butter don't melt in your mouth. You are a fucking chameleon, mate. So whatever you want to say from now on, again, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you for the 10th how many times. Don't mention anything to do with children, please. Fucking pedophile. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Hector, basically, anytime you mention anything to do with mixed race or black or white or whatever, I'm going to mention your kids. So there you go. You should probably have thought about that line of attack before you took part in it. But anyway, carry on. Anyway, so yeah, George Soros. I don't know about this George Soros theory, basically. That's what I said, Jupiter. If you've got any proof, then cool. If you've got any proof, then cool. But otherwise,
yeah. Hector, say the word black. Let him talk about our kids. Let him talk.
Black.
Yeah, go on. What do you want to talk about our kids, Dan?
You're proper
See,
petty, man.
as you wanted to sort of like do a chess move because you thought
You're
it was
fully petty, man.
How you
Just
calling?
go back to the
How you
conversation.
calling?
Let's deal with the
Come on, then.
conversation.
What do you want
All
to
right,
talk
all right. Dan. So I just wanted to ask Daniel. So what do you think about Tommy's video and his approach?
I think he's trying to make himself relevant at a time where he's in some hot water. He's got a couple of court cases. I think he got nicked the other day, didn't he? He got nicked for something the other day. He's got that Syrian schoolboy child protection going on.
Yeah,
buddy, shy dude. You're a fuckery, mate.
Okay, so why was Tommy Robinson outside a 15 or 16-year-old kid's school? And why was he harassing a 15 or 16-year-old kid?
Because he was looking out for people like you. Again, you brought kids again. You see what I
Yeah,
mean?
Again, this is what I'm saying. So Tommy Robinson's in hot water at the moment. So I think he's trying to.
These people are not noticing what I'm saying. Again, you brought kids.
He wants to go to Islam.
You're doing it again. Every time Tommy Robinson gets mentioned, and it doesn't matter who it's by. It doesn't matter if it's by me or if it's by Phil, or if it's by someone who's critical of Tommy Robinson. You get triggered.
Again, you've brought kids
triggered every time.
I'm talking about
every single time Tommy Robinson's mentioned. Jump into Cambridge.
I'm talking about all kids, not just my kid. Again,
we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
Why?
We're talking about George Soros.
Why? Okay, from George Soros, exactly from George Soros, you skipped on to Tommy Robinson being around kids.
That's because Zabida asked me a question. Right, Tommy Robinson has a court case ongoing at the moment for harassing a 15-year-old Syrian schoolboy.
Did she ask you anything to do with
are
kids?
you diverting to something?
Zabida, do you know about that story, or am I talking?
No, I think I see like a little headline, but I didn't really investigate it that well.
So there was a kid in a school, I don't know, somewhere in the northeast of England or something, who was filmed attacking another kid from his school who was a Syrian refugee.
And sick, twisted mind.
Hector Larrett. Just go do what you said you were going to do. So anyway.
In your perfected and twisted mind, all you see is kids. You cannot help making references to kids, whether they are anybody else's children. All you see in your dirty mind, kids.
Yeah, but Hector, he's describing an ongoing court case about Tommy Robinson. You know, I think you should listen to it and you should hear what.
I agree. Tommy Robinson has loads and loads of cases. Why didn't he pick from any of those cases? Why didn't he pick from any of those cases?
I think he's going to speak about the most recent ones. I think so.
Last month.
They want to
That is your own problem. That is your own problem. I don't care whatever he's got to do with Islam. He has okay.
I'm getting back to George Soros. I want to know what you're saying about George Soros.
Why not use another court case?
Just allow it, man. No one wants to talk to
do with Islam if that's the point you wanted to go. But no,
I beg you come and regulate this, because yesterday it became a shit show on aspects. If there's no way to moderate this fuckery, bro.
Yeah, very. We need some moderation, man. It's hard to speak.
He's not just taking control of the fucking thing, trying to make it some one-way conversation.
Fucking idiots.
So are you saying that the Syrian child got harassed, or he was doing the harassing?
Yeah, so there was a whole campaign basically around this kid who was attacked on video. Oh man, no. Anyway, whatever. Cool. Tommy's got court cases.
I'll look into it later.
Tommy's got court cases. Yeah, there's various court cases and things that are going on with Tommy.
So now you know, but you decide to go about the one that got kicked.
Allow it, man.
No, you allow it. You're a twisted person. You're a twisted fellow. How come you cannot show your face?
You're a twisted fellow. Okay.
Right, you see, of everybody.
All right, buddy. No worries, man. We'll make do.
Come down here and claim they know each and every, even Ralph shows his face. Fascists feel like.
Hold on. So what were you saying about? So hold on. Let's get into this. Let's get into this then. So much
to say he doesn't go to the park and he don't show his face.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's so high IQ, he knows everything. He's involved in all the movements. He's got all the numbers to the far right. Fucking fashion still and sits here talking as if he's against them, but we can't see his face.
You are a perverted, twisted motherfucker. That's why.
We've
Thank you,
seen
man.
Jedi, we've seen Raspek, we've seen
streets. I've seen all them.
Yeah.
You're putting me up there with some names, man.
England,
You're putting me up there with the big boys.
Vida, Waleed, Hector.
You're putting me up there with the superstars, man. Allow it, man.
Apart from you, why? But you want to be a big player without showing your face. Why?
Am I a big player to you, Jupa? Is it?
Belly, even Raj. We all see, we know their faces. Why can't you show your face?
Yeah.
That's
to be fair. If I showed my face, you'd have a lot more to worry about.
What looks like.
If I showed my face, Hector, you'd have a lot to worry about, mate. You don't want to. You don't want me to show my face. Do you?
Show it right now, then.
Show your face.
Show it right now. Go on. I challenge you.
Yeah, I challenge you. Jupa, I'm gonna slide into your DMs now.
I'm taking you seriously, bro. Show your face.
In another universe. Yeah, that's not gonna
Show
happen.
your face. Show your face.
Show your face.
Yeah. I mean, I know what Raspek looks like. I know what Captain looks like. I know what Raj looks like. The whole lot of them. I've met in Speaker's Corner. England, I've met him in Speaker's Corner. You show your face, bro.
Jupiter, I would consider some sort of marriage of convenience for like a 6-figure sum. But I'd probably divorce you in the first week.
Yes, bro. Again.
Oh boy.
Son, you see what I mean? You cannot help it. Hence, you cannot show your face. We're on to you. Don't worry about it because you are number one pedophile on these platforms. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
you're gonna arrest me.
That's a bit of a serious claim, though, Hector.
Very slander,
Pedophile.
man.
Come on, you have to.
Very slander.
You know, I don't think that's.
Yeah, just
Ask him
do that.
if he apologized on behalf of pedophilia before on his own show. Ask him. Ask him. Exactly. You people think I forget, isn't it?
What he said?
I don't know. I think something happened on your channel or something like that.
Oh, fuck is it? This guy, man. Anyway, just keep worrying about your wife, man. This is the thing. I heard you started getting jealous with Street Soldiers because he was chatting to your wife a bit too much. I heard you fell out.
Yeah, it's only you, a faceless man, that can come up with such ludicrous or whatever accusation.
Ridiculous. What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, don't be somebody like you. Show your face. Show your face.
Hector,
Go and show your face, mate.
Hector, you've been back in them warm Guinnesses, haven't you? You just got a couple Guinness in the cupboard.
Whatever I drink,
ease off the bottle cap. You just sit back with you, bang 2 Guinness and a Lambert and Butler, and that's you for the evening.
Yeah, I do.
That's dread, man.
Yes, I know.
You know what? If I was living that life, I would be on the Hangouts all the time as well. That sounds like some dead existence. And you've got kids.
Yo, Belly, there's some people on the backstage, by the way.
I beg you, bring in some new blood, Belly, man.
Interested in anything to do with kids? Fucking idiot. Show your face.
Man, you're obsessed, man. Go and parent your kids. Why do you talk about? I don't even believe you're in possession of it.
You are the obsessed one.
You follow me everywhere, Dan. Whatever channel I go on, you'll have to turn up.
Fantasy dupes. Okay, dupe.
Yeah,
write a novel. Write one of them little chick flick rom-com novels.
So you brought Phil on
a novel,
to argue with me. You
This
even
sounds so wrong.
You brought Phil on just to argue with me.
Yeah, I did, because he makes you look like an idiot.
Right. So you're the one with the problem then, aren't you?
I sent him a DM on Discord. I was like, yeah, Raspek's doing a show about the BLM thing. Jump on. He jumped on and fucking made you look like an idiot.
And you wanted to highlight the difference between CivNats and FNATs.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you should enlighten Zubida, because Zubida don't know the difference and she thinks that Tommy is an FNAT.
No, she
No, I didn't say that he's an FNAT.
Me and Zubida were debating the fucking FNATs the other night on the. What are you talking about? We were debating Phil the other night. What are you on about, Jupiter? You don't know what to talk.
So earlier
I beg you stop being a boomer, yeah?
In a call
I beg you stop being a boomer. You don't need to have people's phone numbers.
Yeah, but do you not think ethno-nationalists would go to that march though? Because they're not very far off. CivNat, FNAT, not really that far off.
That's a good point, Zubida. And do you know what? It's a similar thing to what Ras was saying about people going down to the BLM march who don't support BLM. People would probably go down to these memorials.
Yeah, it's opportunist.
Even though they don't support Tommy. And this is the thing. He's calling out to the DFLA, who he hasn't actually got that many. Like a lot of people in DFLA don't support Tommy. There's a lot of different sections and whatever else who don't really feel what he's doing. But they'll still go down there. to do their thing as independent patriots. You've got all of these different,
why would ethno-nats not go down to defend their British monuments? Of course, like that's an invitation to them as well.
They would, but at the same time, a lot of people are suspicious of Tommy Robinson because anywhere Tommy goes, lots of police go. Lots and lots of police. Like, I don't think Phil's going down. I never actually. This is the thing we were talking about yesterday. I never actually got to ask Phil because fucking Hector jumped in and derailed the conversation. I don't want him to do it again today.
On are fucking stupid. Yeah, most white people are not as daft as the black people getting sold a fucking lie, so that white people,
high IQ white people, okay.
So that white people can fucking cause the problems in amongst the black fucking people. If you can't see the agenda, then you're part of the fucking game.
Listen, you can discuss an agenda by all means. That's fine. You can discuss agendas. That's cool. I ain't got a problem about Jupiter. I'm just saying, are you expecting everyone to go down on Saturday? Or are you expecting people to have different opinions on it?
Whoever goes. I don't think many will go at all on Saturday because of COVID.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going. There's a fucking. This is a pandemic. I'm not leaving my yard. I'm not going out my yard. I'm not going there. I'm sorry. At the moment, that's
do you leave your yard? You don't leave your yard, do you? It's obvious.
So what Jupiter said is probably the facts. There's going to be a small group of people.
All you do is go on the dark web.
We're going to go down to these monuments.
All you do is go on the dark web, moron.
Whatever, man. Jupiter. Listen. Again, it's worries for you if I ever leave my yard. Yeah, just know you can rest comfortable knowing I don't leave my yard. Just know that.
Are you threatening me?
Just know that. So when Jupiter's out there late night, she comes in at 2
p.m. Yeah, it's
you ain't got no concerns with me. Don't worry about me, Hector. Anyway, Raheem, bring yourself in, man, because this is a shit show at the moment. And we need some new energy. So if you can please speak up a little bit, I appreciate it.
Your face, then.
Big hard man.
Yeah, show me your face right this minute.
Big hard man, if he comes out of his yard.
Yeah. Show me your face, then.
Yeah, if you swipe right,
show me your face.
You might see me. You might see me. Swipe right.
Show me your face. You talk too much, bro. Show me your face. Faceless one.
Hector, man, go and do whatever you said you were gonna do. Don't let me interrupt your day, man. I'm not working.
So when are you guys? Hold on. So when are you guys gonna have a threesome? Because clearly the sexual tension between you guys is amazing. Like fucking hell.
That guy's Raheem, I reckon he's lot of swingers anyway. You know? I reckon these lot of swingers. These lot of swingers, man.
What the fuck has sex got to do with this?
Exactly.
Take the screw out your back and calm down, love. Calm down.
But hold on, Raheem. Do you know what it is? It's like she's a goldfish. It's like she wakes up mid-conversation. It's like, what are we talking about? Oh, what are we talking about? What's sex got to do with it? What's this got? Jupiter, just keep up with the conversation. Yeah, we're talking about Tommy Robinson. Yeah, we're talking about the numbers. I don't want Hector involved. Tell Hector to go and mow the lawn, do what he needs to do, rearrange the gnome. Yeah, jam, whatever he's gonna do, make him just go and do it.
Make him do it. 2 weeks ago,
you lot swingers.
You doesn't want swingers. Did she not? Did she not?
You lot swingers, man. Listen, this is what I'm saying. Deal with the sexual tension. Get it out of the way. I'm not involved. I don't swing that way. I'm not involved. I'm not gonna do the cuckold thing, Hector. You can't sit in the corner and watch me mash out Jupiter. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Can't mash that.
Oh my god. All right, guys, this is just getting way like
a fucking cheese grater, and then I would stuff it up your ass, mate. It would never happen.
I bet it's going to happen.
No, leave it. Can't go down there.
Isn't it? Fucking perverted fucking fool.
Can't do that.
Show your face. Show your face, mate.
Can't do that.
Yeah, if I come out of my yard, you see my face. If I come out when you cannot even show it online.
You don't want that's troubles. That's worries and problems. That's worries and problems for you, Hector. You don't want the night nurse.
My yard, you wanna come out, you're threatening me. Show your face then.
Champion, length and strength. Length. Hector, length.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, he's got length. Don't worry about that, and he's got width.
I don't want to know, but they want Deal with that. Just deal with what you've got. Yeah, you don't need me, Jupiter. It's cool. Make him sat.
think I want him?
Because it's
Show your face,
Jupiter, man. Sex price getting higher.
You ain't even got a girlfriend, mate. Are you on here talking high up?
From the prostitution to she can't. Yo, flames and fire. Yo, easy Jupiter, man. Don't tell me. Yo, we have the wood for that, but not for you, Jupiter. But yeah. Paul.
You enjoy.
Yeah. You just stick
to me now. This is the kind of conversation you enjoy. If it's not this, it's to do with kids.
Boy.
Go on.
Yo, you lot are a proper slander factory, you know. It's mad though. It's mad.
Show your face, man. Show your face.
What? Listen, this isn't an interview. This is not an interview.
What
this isn't
have
an
you
interview for your open bedroom. I'm not involved. Don't worry about that.
I know what Zubaida looks like. She knows what I look like.
What does that mean? What does that mean for your sex life? Does that mean that Zubaida's involved?
I know virtually
everybody suitable
and what they look like. But you,
nah, sorry Zubaida, man, but it's awkward. I can't do this on my own. I can't. This is degenerate, man. Fuck it up.
No, you are a degenerate.
Raheem, come on, man. Raheem, I'm gonna go on mute and just deal with this thing, man. Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, you're better off being mute because you don't bring any.
Saturday, should people go down?
Conversation
about it.
I'm gonna go down to document it and live stream. So make sure you lot watch out for that.
Yes. Yes.
So go on.
Yeah.
Which monument you going to? There's a bag of monuments in London. I don't know which one.
Yeah, well, actually, that's a good question because I'm trying to think where they're gonna start off. I think there's a Churchill one. Is there a Churchill one near Parliament Square?
Yeah, I think that was
presumably they're gonna start off. Obviously, they're probably going to go down to Downing Street. I want to know where their starting point is, and then just follow them from where they start to the end.
So she's going.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do some research into that. Are you not going down Jupiter or Hector?
Not sure.
I ain't gonna catch COVID. What you mean for me to go catch COVID? I don't think so.
Okay, good choice. Good choice. I mean, for me personally, as long as I feel like they've eased up certain restrictions now anyway, so I think obviously I think from the 15th of June you've got to wear masks and stuff. So as long as I'm wearing the the protective equipment, then I should be fine. So yeah, Raheem, you there? Raheem, the ghetto lawyer. I should have had you back in the day, man. What do you think about this whole Tommy Saturday? Don't know if you know.
It's like what I was saying yesterday. I think that this whole Black Lives Matter thing is a fucking divisive tool, and I think that Tommy Robinson is capitalizing on it as well. Him and his cronies are just up for a fucking passer, really. And I find it very interesting because I've heard people on YouTube slagging off the Black Lives Matter and all the people that have gone out to protest about it. But they're mighty stum when I think it was last week or week before, Tommy marched very recently or was at a protest. And it's like the what's the word I'm looking for? The level of disrespect that you don't want to compare the two is interesting. Yeah, I find it funny. It's going to kick off though. If he goes down there while Black Lives Matter's there, it's going to kick off. It's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and one thing I realized as well is like, what I've realized is the sort of infiltration that's been happening recently with the protests, especially like with Antifa, people sort of instigating violence. I think I watched a video. I think it was in America, and this guy was pointing out that in the middle of a protest or where tensions are high, there was like a stack of bricks just laid out there on the street, and usually you wouldn't really find that.
In Dallas. in Dallas,
Yeah.
yeah, on the corner.
Dallas, yeah.
And he was like, the guy was like, "There's no construction around here. There's no building work. This is a setup. This is like people need to pay attention, sort of thing." Yeah, I see that video, man. I see that video.
Yeah,
And we've got to be aware of this.
They're doing the same thing, going to people saying, "Oh, go smash here, go smash there." It's all it's fucked. It's fucked.
Yeah, Russ filmed a guy who was he had a skateboard. You know, like the trucks on a skateboard. You know, the wheels. They got that metal, like the solid metal thing that the wheels like screw into the trucks.
Yeah.
The guy was, I think, trying to smash a bus stop with the trucks of the skateboard. I think Rassenbugs must have just had him up, and I don't know what happened, but people are going down there with their own agenda. There's a multitude of different agendas like down there.
Opportunists. There's all opportunities.
There's a lot of opportunities. Yeah, a lot of opportunities there. And I think, I agree.
Definitely doing that. He's a last minute man. I'm not being funny. Like you've just come in last minute with your own narrative, your own agenda. And to be honest, I think the best course of action for those that are, protesting for Black Lives Matter or George Floyd is to let them embarrass themselves, because I feel like they're going down there to pick a fight. They're open or waiting for opposition. Yeah, that's what they want. Do you get what I'm saying? And I think if we play into their hands, then it's going to become a whole new other back and forth. Do you know what I mean? They're just creating more chaos. That's just what I believe. They're just creating more chaos.
Yeah, but it's chaos for some, and it's bliss for others, and it just depends on what side of the coin you're looking at. As the saying goes, there is what's the Masonic mantra? Organization through
chaos. Order out of chaos.
Order out of chaos. That's it.
Order mad. Yeah, I don't know what the Latin is.
Out of chaos comes order or something like that.
It's like the problem reaction solution, like the Hegelian dialectic kind of thing. Like, and you can see this protest stuff as like the reaction, and then the solution will probably be more legislation. Obviously, arrests, prosecution, all that sort of stuff.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, it does definitely play into the hands of the system. I don't think, but I mean, at the same time, it's interesting because even though people are saying, what have people in England, what they actually complaining about that's relevant or recent? Like, can we look into the recent 3 or 4 months and see there being a notable case of injustice? The interesting thing I see is that if there was if it weren't Trump in power, then countries might be able to put some pressure on whoever was in power in the States to be like, yo, you don't need to fix up your police because there's an international reaction anytime your police commit some act of brutality, And there's international accountability. Everyone's got their eyes on America, and there's like a.
But also,
it
is a UK issue though. Because Boris Johnson is Britain in itself is heavily aligned with America, and Britain has a history of sort of going into other countries and getting involved in their affairs, but they have not made a straight out condemnation of America and the way and what's been going on. So if you're silent, then you must agree. Do you know what I'm saying? And Boris Johnson is not going to call out Donald Trump. I very much doubt it. So therefore, if you don't condemn it, then you must condone it. Do you know what I'm saying? And we know about the police brutality here in England anyway. It's an ongoing issue as well. And this is what Jupiter. But can I just say something though? Jupiter was saying, why are black people so bothered about what's going on to other black people in America? And as a Muslim, I believe that we are ummah, we are family. So I always speak out for my brothers and sisters dying in Palestine, dying in Iraq, dying in Syria, because I believe we are connected through faith. And it's the same way that black people are connected to other black people through race and culture and traditions. And I think they have absolute right to speak out against oppression against their own brothers and sisters, no matter where they are in the world. Do you understand? Same way that Jupiter, you want to speak about white children and white girls being oppressed here in England, you have the right to do so. Because
let me put it this way, Sabida. What I should have put is the word only. So why are black people only worried about black people in America? That's what I meant.
I mean, I disagree with that. I've seen black people support a lot of Palestinian movements, Iraqi movements. You've got people in Palestine now also protesting against the George Floyd. So it reaches a wider scale and it becomes a humanitarian problem as well. And the thing with the Black Lives Matter is shown that it's a humanitarian issue because other people from different races, cultures, creeds have tuned into it from a humanitarian perspective. Do you understand?
I think I think that all of these companies and countries that are there saying, "Oh yes, Black Lives Matter. Oh yes, let's all support." They're doing fuck all because they have the same legislation in all these other countries that is here and in America. They don't give a fuck. So why should we turn around and be like, Black Lives Matter is a great movement, it's going to change something, when it's not? And I said the same thing yesterday. Systemically, it will do nothing. Politically, it will do nothing to change anything, except for probably bringing more oppressive laws to control our shit much more.
Yo. I just see someone wrote in the comments that this guy had Order Out of Chaos tattooed on his chest. Order Out of Chaos in Latin.
I did see that, but I didn't Google it yet to see if that's actually true.
I've just seen two pictures, but I don't know. These look like some spooky websites, man. I don't really want to go on there. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know.
You never know. This man could be walking around. We don't know the fucking truth. We will never know the truth. This is the problem I have with this whole situation, and I cannot. My soul doesn't rest well when these things are manipulated by people so high up. I can't yet see what the actual end game is. I don't understand it. It's so odd that this is happening, and it's happening to us while at the same time, well, my personal opinion is white people are getting then reveled up about Madeleine McCann again, and then there's still got the Islamic issue. You still have all these issues. It's all divide. And what happens when you divide? You have everyone under the thumb and being conquered. It's a lot. There's something dark going on.
Exactly, mate.
Yeah,
what do you think about that?
Exactly.
Go on.
I said that's exactly what we've been trying to say right from the beginning. That all and this standing under a label and just one umbrella and saying we don't give a fuck about anyone else, I'm this first, is not the way to go. Because we're all being played. Everybody needs to unite and wake up to the bigger programming. You can't do that when you've got idiots telling you, oh, but you stand for this when you don't. You go, no, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. You don't know what I stand for because you never actually fucking asked me.
Yeah. I mean, I've said this before, not to sort of derail the conversation, but I feel like the timing of things is very interesting because at the end of last year, you had the Jeffrey Epstein situation where if that was to really be properly investigated and released, I reckon a lot of these elitists, politicians, royalty would, if justice was properly implemented, all of these men will be in prison. And he miraculously committed suicide, and he potentially had evidence on a lot of people involved in child grooming and pedophilia. So he died. No justice was really given. No evidence was really given. There was no proper trial. And then boom, coronavirus. Everyone forgot about that. And then this whole George Floyd thing happened. And let's not forget, at the beginning of the year, we had Iran and America potentially going into World War III. And then in the middle of this Black Lives Matter situation, oh, Madeleine McCann. Like, I do agree it's indoctrination, manipulation of the highest order.
100%. 100%. There's a game being played.
The bad thing with that Madeleine McCann thing, though, just quickly, I thought it was the parents. I think actually now, I would retract that position. I don't think I hold that position now. But I don't know.
Well, I thought, and sometimes I still do think it's that. But what is also interesting is, did you know Madeleine McCann's funding for the investigation was meant to run out this year, March this year, and then all of a sudden it turned around and they needed more fund. They've got more funding because they have, open quote, new leads, close quote.
Yeah, but it's all the Germans who are doing it. They ain't got the British. I don't know what the
English
British
taxpayer money's still going across the sea, my friend. Did you like? It's the game that's being played down is crazy. They're fucking about, man.
Yeah, I mean, even that Manny McCann situation is strange. Like, why so much investment on one individual? I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve to be investigated or, what I mean. But at the same time, it's very interesting how this case is how much publicity this case has been given as well. Because I'm sure there's a lot of other missing children that have not received the same funding or publicity. And I feel like they use the Madeleine McCann situation whenever they need it as a tool of distraction. When it's all kicking off, oh, by the way, guys, we've nearly found her, and divert the people's attention. And especially they're using this little girl. Obviously, it's sweet little girl. People are going to have sympathy and stuff. It's mind control yet again.
Yo, big up the panel.
100%, man.
Big up the panel. Big up Dan. Big up Z. Big up Raheem. All lives matter.
Is Jupiter speaking?
What? What? Can people hear me?
I can't even hear you. Is it just me or can anyone else hear it?
Yo, yeah, I can hear you. That was
Nicholas was speaking.
Yeah, that was me speaking still.
Yeah, no,
Did you hear none?
But he spoke.
Nah.
All right, someone's gonna have to come in and out.
I'm gonna jump in and out. Give me a second.
All right, Jupiter, yeah. You can't be telling anyone. Literally, you got no legs to stand on when you can be looking down at on black people or whatever, telling them, "Oh, you guys need to wake up. There's a bigger game being played." When you're the one that's let me finish. When you're the one who supports Tommy Robinson, and we well know the documented history of Tommy Robinson and his financial backings by the Zionist movement in Israel, and all the trips that he's had to Israel, and all the sudden rise that he's had with all these houses and all this money and millions that he's making, yeah, and out of nowhere he's coming out with best-selling books, yeah. You're the one supporting these kind of people, and you want to tell us, "Oh, wake up! There's a game being played." You need to wake up and understand the game that's being played on you by Tommy Robinson and his like. Do you get it? So it's very hypocritical for you to come on this panel and tell black people, wake up, there's a game being played on us. Then yet you turn around and support someone like Tommy Robinson. And there's a bigger game being played with the far right people than the Black Lives Matter can ever have. Literally. We know the kind of games that the far right extreme people do. Like Tommy Robinson talking about all these grooming gangs and trying to demonize Muslims and standing in front of Muslim people's homes talking about, yeah, behind me, I got Muslim combatants. They're all combatants. You've seen the video where he's standing in front of a row of Muslim houses saying, behind these houses, there's enemy combatants. That's what he was saying. So, like, it's funny, isn't it? It's hypocritical from you to try to tell us.
Your monologue, or am I allowed to address you back?
No, that was it. Yeah, that was it.
Okay. I support many different people from many different walks of life. I don't necessarily have to support everything that they say or do, but I will support the majority of them. I support Tommy because I'm for freedom of speech for everybody, not just people that I like, people that I don't like. So whatever you say to me on here that is insulting, whatever, if you did, I would say that you've got the right to do that. Okay? Although at the same time, I would argue that it is better to have a decent conversation and do it with decorum. But I still believe in free speech. That's number one. Number two, girls have been. Yeah, I'm going to address your points because you went on and you dropped several points there before I forget all the points. Number two, you talk about Tommy Robinson demonizing Muslims. No, they don't. No, he don't. He talks about extremist Muslims and he talks about the ones that groomed girls. Well, he openly admits that there are decent Muslims. Okay? Now,
that's a lie. He's wrote a book. He's wrote a book called Why Muslims Kill for Islam. That's what. Listen, he's wrote a book called Why Muslims Kill for Islam.
I allowed you to speak. I allowed you to do a monologue. I'm going to answer all your points. Now, when you come to me and you say you don't like Muslims being demonized because we're only talking about one section of the Muslim community and not all of the Muslim community, right? I expect people to have the brains to know that. But I've come to understand that they don't have the brains to know that. Because when they see one white person, they see all white people. And so if they see one white person doing something evil, they think all white people are evil. And they want to demonize white people. So don't come here and stand in my face and tell me that you're concerned about demonization when you do exactly the same thing. Okay, that's the third point. The fourth point is, that just because I support Tommy Robinson on his fight for freedom of speech, and the fact that he has been persecuted by the state, worse than any other person I've seen being persecuted, okay, in this country. Probably Julian Assange probably would come second, but Julian Assange actually let out state secrets of another country, so I can understand that that's
yeah.
However, Tommy Robinson was slung into prison for trumped up charges, and they continually try to make trumped up charges. And if they can do it to him, they can do it to any of us. And that is what I stand against, because I'm for freedom of speech, freedom of choice, and freedom of movement to a certain degree. I do not agree the freedom of movement goes out of these shores. I'm talking about within these shores. At the end of the day, I don't believe that somebody across the world should just stroll up into my country and get the same rights as everybody else that's contributed into the country. I believe there is a system for that, and they can come through the system legitimately, and then I don't have no problem with them being here.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't understand where I stand fully, and then I'm going to let you answer me. I don't believe that every Muslim in this country is an enemy. I believe that the ones that are born here and the ones that have taken on British citizenship are British. But I expect something from that. I expect that if they choose to become British, that they want to embrace British values. And what I mean by that is the British culture. I expect them to, even if they still have some of their own heritage and culture in their private lives, in their house, in their beliefs, for example, a religion, a Muslim religion, for example, that they still respect and uphold the laws of our country, and that they want to be a contributing member of society. Not against us. Not making it uncomfortable. Other people say.
Okay, you've been speaking quite a while now, yeah? I've let you have that chance. So you've been speaking for a couple of minutes now. I just want to ask you, when you're the one telling, the whole reason I jumped on is just to expose that hypocrisy, yeah? You've had a long monologue about free speech and British culture and British citizens coming here and freedom of movement and all that. But all I wanted to expose was, you're the one telling us that the Black Lives Movement, or forget about even the Black Lives Movement, Black people who have a genuine concern with the oppression being done on Black people across the pond and in UK and all sorts, yeah? When the Black people have voiced those concerns, you try to deflect it and try to say, look at the game that's being played on all of us. Look at the injustice that's being done on all of us. That's what you say. But what I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is, if you believe that, then you have to look at your own self and your own allegiances with Tommy Robinson and the game that's being played on that side as well, coming from the Zionist movement. It's only fair.
Yeah, I see Anjem Chowdhury and Tommy is the same thing. They're basically they're different sides of the same coin.
Exactly.
Replying to Ninculus, let me just explain this to you. Yeah, you say that there are Zionists and maybe there are some evil Jews, but like I just said to you, I don't believe every Muslim is evil. I don't believe every Jew is evil.
When did I say every Jew is evil? Look, don't try
you are saying.
No one's made any generalized statements, Jupiter. By the way, you keep on saying that we're saying all this and all that. No one's saying that, Jupiter.
No one is saying that. No one is saying all Jews are evil or I never said that. Address the point that I'm raising. We know, is documented, is fact, that Tommy Robinson goes to Israel and has financial backing from certain Zionist people. We can name the names. It's not a secret anymore. So when you know that these people are, when people are, listen, when Tommy Robinson is being funded by certain Zionist movements, which is well documented, it's not a secret anymore, yeah? When he's being funded by these same people, you have to turn around and look at yourself in the mirror and say, what is the game that is being played on myself?
Right.
When he's hiding behind something called free speech, when he's hiding behind something called free speech. If anything, he should be supporting the black movement, because all they're doing is utilizing their free speech to use that against the government and voice their opinions of the oppressions that's being done to them in the UK and across the pond. So all they're doing is using their free speech. So if you're really a person who's in support of free speech, like Tommy Robinson says he should be siding. He should be siding. Like, no, but he should be siding with the black people, that the ones who are actually using their free speech.
Have you heard what he said on it? Because he actually said that he doesn't have a problem with the Black Lives Movement speaking out or even protesting, but he doesn't understand why they're doing it now.
So why did he call out Anthony Joshua then, Jupiter? Because Anthony Joshua is specifically speaking about black struggle, and for some reason he didn't like that.
Of course, and I'm just about to address that.
Isn't Anthony Joshua using his free speech as well, though?
Exactly.
Sorry? Yeah.
Isn't Anthony Joshua doing
it? But we can criticize it.
Yeah, you can criticize all you like, but if the criticism goes as far as trying to mobilize people to come rain down on London in a unity event.
Stop Anthony Joshua speaking. What are you talking about?
No. Is he not mobilizing people down to come to London on Saturday?
Yeah, and what's wrong with that? You were wanting to mobilize black people and only black people. Why? But what's wrong with that?
Yeah, but his mobilization is a counter attack on what the Black Lives Movement is doing.
He's not mobilizing it, by the way. Let me correct myself there, because he is not mobilizing it, and people need to stop.
Is it Richard Inman? Is it Richard Inman who's doing it?
It's a unity march. It's not being done by Tommy Robinson.
Okay.
So when Tommy Robinson is telling people, "I better see you there on Saturday," is that not part of mobilization?
No, he's saying that he feels anyone who's truly British will come out and show that they are British. Unite.
So those that don't come, but Jupiter, that's basically telling him to pick a side. So if you don't come, according to him, you're not truly British then. And do you not see how that's very divisive and that's separatist?
No, you're correct, Zubaida. You pick a side. You're either for unity and see British people as British, or you're for the black race, is what is being said.
No, I don't think that's what's being said, mate.
Everybody, or are you only going to fight for the rights of blacks?
Jupiter, what you have to understand, if today we're going out and we're marching against a certain cause, for instance, our brother said it so beautifully last time. He talked about in his country in October in America, they have something called the breast cancer awareness or something in that month or whatever, that they raise awareness on the breast cancer. Yeah, imagine I came down and told everyone, why are you guys talking about breast cancer? There's so many different cancers. There's colon cancer. There's this cancer. It doesn't matter. If we're talking about a specific issue where there's breast cancer, this is what the issue that we're talking about. So if we're talking about black oppression, if we're talking about black oppression, if we're talking about black, listen.
I was doing a march for cervical cancer, and another group said that they want to do it for all cancers, I wouldn't have a problem. I'd just amalgamate with them.
No, if they want to talk about
against injustice,
no, if they're saying pick a side, no, but if they're saying pick a side,
if you can't see what the unity people are saying is, if you are British, you can still fight for fucking black rights under the banner of being British and stand with us for the rights for everybody. If you can't see that,
why should we do that? No, why should we do that? If you
give me a reason why you shouldn't.
Okay, listen. If I'm saying that breast cancer, this is the issue that we're talking about in October, and we've chosen a certain month, and someone wants to come and say, yeah, we should talk about all cancers. Okay, fair enough. But when you try to tell me pick a side, it's either breast cancer or we're talking about all. This is what I'm
saying. You can still fight for the against the injustices that the police are doing. As a black
when someone says pick a side, when someone says pick a side,
and saying that you care about white people or Asian people or Muslim people or whatever fucking the Jewish people.
All right, Jupiter, are white people being racially abused here in Britain by the police?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, of course you would say
You would say so, yeah. Okay.
Of course, this is the kind of person we're talking with. If this is the kind of this is the kind of person we're talking with.
No, but Jupiter, it's very concerning that you're almost in denial at this point, Jupiter. And I just want you to hear me out, and you can either take it or leave it. Yeah, but from what I understand and from what I see, I believe black people are being systematically targeted because they are black. You know, with the stop and search. I already brought you the figures. Yeah, black people are more likely to get stopped and searched than a white person here in Britain, even though white people are 4%. There's a certain hold on. There's a certain status quo that they have to reach. We can even look at the prison system. There are more black people being in prison for the same crime that a white person has done, but getting more time than the white person. In America, there was reports of, I think it was the FBI or the LAPD using black people's pictures as target practice, right? And we know America is much worse than Britain here. Do you understand? And we could look at, poverty as well. We're speaking about poverty communities, and unfortunately, a lot of people that do live in poor areas are from the black and Asian community. So they don't fare well in society, and they don't fare well in the justice system as well, right? And that could also apply to your son. I'm telling you, Jupiter, I've been in situations where I've had my mates with me all day. They ain't got no knife on them, no drugs on them, nothing. We're just going about our day, and randomly a police officer finds a need to harass this person, put them in handcuffs, and randomly search them because they suspect them of possibly carrying drugs and weaponry. Why did they suspect only black people to have drugs and weaponry? Because this is institutionalized racism, Jupiter, and it's a big issue that can affect your son and my son, Jupiter. And it's up to people like us to speak about it and do something about it, because I'll be damned if my child grows up in a racist society, Jupiter, to the point where racism is so bad that people die, even here in Britain. You know about Mark Duggan, yeah? They shot and killed him, yeah? And they made all sorts of claims, and Stephen Lawrence. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, enough is enough, Jupiter. All this petty, what about this, what about this? We will deal with each issue one by one. I don't like grooming gangs. Yeah, I disagree with it. I think it's disgusting. Yeah, and there are efforts and works that are being done to sort that issue out. You understand? If he was to protest about every single issue, we'll be here forever.
Can I ask one question to Jupiter? Yeah, Jupiter, would you say that black people in UK are the most oppressed and go through the most injustice? Okay, listen, it's a question to you, yeah? Would you say that black people are the most oppressed in the UK and they suffer the most injustice? This is a question to you.
Suffer the most injustice? No. I think I think that it will depend on what council you're under or whatever. And collectively, if you were to go by numbers, obviously, white people would come out on top because there's more white people in the country.
I'm talking about statistics where when you talk about I'm talking about the proportion. I'm talking about the proportion. If you look at a certain proportion,
it's obvious it's obvious, right, that injustices are not just on colour. There's injustices being made in the country on the way you speak, on the way you look, on whether you're fat.
So you wouldn't say
no. Married, woman, man, discrimination ever.
Are you telling me that black people in the UK are not being discriminated against as a colour the most of any other colour?
More, yeah, maybe.
So if you know this, and black people have recognized.
I don't know that for definite because I've never sat down and looked at the figures. I'm just saying maybe.
Okay, listen, I'm telling you, as a black person, as a British national, I am telling you clearly, as a black man, I can also talk about the Islamic side, but I'm just talking about color for now. I am the most oppressed by color of any other color in the UK. This is me telling you this, yeah, as a black man, yeah. So if I am telling you this, why is it so hard? No, but why is it? Look, okay. Ask Hector then.
Look. I'm in an interracial relationship, and I can tell you, I've seen just as much racism towards white people as I've seen towards black people in my lifetime.
Okay, so listen to this. So if I'm telling you, which you have already stated now, that black people are, in your eyes, are the most oppressed people in the UK. Yeah. What is so hard?
I don't know if they are. I don't know. I've not looked at the figures to see if they are.
Okay. And
it matters not to me whether they are the most oppressed or not. What matters to me that is all oppression should stop.
For the sake of argument,
it's not based on colour; it's based on class, in my opinion.
For the sake of argument, if black people are the most oppressed in the UK, would you have a problem with black people recognizing this and looking at each other and mobilizing and going out on the streets and voicing that opinion? Would you have a problem with that?
I have a problem with it because I don't see it. I see that the oppression is to the lower classes and that it's a class oppression and not colour.
So the reason why you don't see it is because you're not black. This is the main reason why you don't see it. So for you to come on these panels, the whole reason why I even jumped, because I'm going to jump off soon anyway, but the whole reason why I jumped on to show, listen, let me just finish this before I jump off. It was just to show the hypocrisy of you jumping on here, telling black people what is good for them and telling us, that there's a game being played on us and that we should unite with everyone, when you, on the other hand, support someone like Tommy, who is funded by the Zionists, and there's another game being played on that side as well. So you can't, if I understand, if you didn't support Tommy, you would have some legs to stand on. But for you to be supporting Tommy and having funding from Zionists in Israel, to have another game being played on people like Tommy Robinson and his supporters, that is very hypocritical. That is very hypocritical. So anyways, with that, I'm going to jump.
You might see it as hypocritical, I don't. Because when his supporters, whatever he supports or says he stands for, I agree with. Why would I care where the funding comes from?
Well, did you make a point about Black Lives Matter and where their funding came from?
Yeah, because they say that they're doing it all by themselves and that they're the ones pulling the statues down and Black Power this and Black Power that. And actually, it's white people funding it and white people pulling the statues down.
I think you just lost your point with that statement, but I'm going to go on mute.
Yeah, you think that. I don't. I don't see it the way you see it.
Well, no, but you've just shot yourself in the foot.
No, I haven't shot nothing.
So what's the difference?
They're playing with yourself.
So you just said you can support a movement without caring or considering the funding. That's not important. So you're making an argument for Black Lives Matter.
Didn't you hear what she just said? She doesn't want to speak to you. What don't you understand?
No, but that's it. She's just made her point.
What don't you understand?
It's something the foot.
Don't you understand?
It's going to take the two of you to dig yourselves out of it. But anyway, it's not that deep. It's not that deep.
Yes, she's not going to speak with him. She hasn't said she's not going to speak with Zubaydah. She has not said she isn't going to speak with the guy that has just jumped on. She said persistently and
listen, mate, your wife is not fucking Mariah Carey on the panel, man. She's no one famous, she's no one special. We don't care. If she don't want to talk to me, she don't need to talk to me. Big up the chat, big up Ultra Funky, big up LB, big up John Wick.
Listen,
big up
to that is all I'm
Circus Wood in the chat, big up Ale.
I believe you are.
Big up to Goofy 99, aka Paul M.
She doesn't want to talk
Rambo,
to you.
you got yourself, man.
I don't understand. She doesn't want to talk to you. What don't you understand about it, mate? Fuck's sake.
Catch fish, man.
And yet you say you are the person that got more higher IQ. You say you are the person that has got more higher IQ than me. You cannot accept a simple fact that, please, I don't want to talk to you. And yet you've got the largest IQ in the whole universe.
Why did we get the 2-for-1 package? Hector and Jupiter special.
Just
cook some jollof, man.
Yeah, I will, and I'm proud of it, bruv. Very proud of my kid.
Go and teach
Jupiter. Let me tell you, we don't just eat jollof rice. We eat pounded yam,
jollof and chips.
Listen. Like as I said,
jollof and chips with a warm Guinness.
You see, you are somebody. I keep telling you, are a danger to society. You know why? Because
big up GP jollofs.
Because you don't accept rejection. And that is a very sad state of affairs for
it's a sad state of affairs when Jupiter's in the kitchen trying to cook jollof rice.
Not 2 weeks ago. Again, I'm going
to think about Jupiter's cooking, man.
This is what you did when I was trying to ask you a particular question for
ASCOO. What's ASCOO? ASCOO?
for over 6 hours on
school.
Denied
Come
and
on,
denied.
man. Hector, fix up, man. Just go and crack the third Guinness of the evening.
On Radley's show,
It's cool out.
on Radley's channel,
Kick back.
2 weeks ago, she
Put your
told you
slippers on.
She told you specifically she doesn't want to talk to you.
So what do you not? Do you not even? Do you have a normal like family routine? You sit down and eat dinner and like, watch TV.
Or did
What
she
do you
not
do in your house?
But she did though, didn't she?
What do you do in your house? Do you have like a family routine? Do you eat dinner together?
We'll go again. You see, you see this voyeurist. Yeah, we'll go again. You're more particularly.
Have you got your kids like living in the basement or something?
You're more particular.
Are they in cages in the basement or something?
You are more particular about what I do in my
Just
house.
like throw a piece of meat down the stairs to the basement. Your kids.
You're going to mention. You're going to mention my kids again. You're going to mention my kids again.
Bacon. You just dash kids. You just dash bacon at your kids, man.
What don't you understand? That
go and cook some food for your family, man. It's 7:38. You can have a nice TV dinner. You can go and cool out, man. Go and watch some Nollywood films, man.
Why haven't you got a family? Because you rather stay on the dark web and be perfecting.
I'm an orphan. I'm an orphan. That's why. I'm an orphan. I'm an orphan, man. Come on.
You rather stay on the dark web so that whoever it is that is going to be your future partner will not know the kind of sick individual that you are.
The dark web. What? We got to chat anyway. Because now you're some weird guy, bro. Do I self-harm to cut the white out of me? Look at your big head, bro. It looks like your head's about to float off into the fucking universe, man. Literally looks like a balloon, bro. You look like a blimp head, bro. Just chill out. Your blimp head, bro. What the fuck? What's that around your neck? Is that something like Olympic medal? You got some gold winning blimp head. Gold medal blimp. Your blimp head, bro. Fuck off.
Yo, anyway, guys, I'm gonna go. Been an interesting one.
I've actually got to go and fucking. I'm gonna go and do some normal shit. I don't know what Jupiter and Heck. I don't know if they're just ordering fucking takeaways every night or what. But you lot should actually go and sit down and have some food together as a family with your unit, man. Go and enjoy life, man. Don't waste your time talking to people like us. Anyway, Zabida, big up yourself. Raheem, big up yourself. Jupiter, Raheem, gets you and Jupiter now. Enjoy that. Enjoy the.
What do you do with your one all day? Fucking pervert. Is that what you do? Look at Is that what you do? How old are you? How old are you?
Born rich and I buy ecstasy. How old are you? What are you paying me up for, man? Like, man.
Go and cook jollof rice for your family. Yes, I'm very proud to have a family. Have you got one, pervert?
You aren't cooking, though. All now you aren't cooking. You've been online for 3 hours.
And what about you?
3 hours.
What about you?
You were up at 6 o'clock in the morning chatting nonsense yesterday. I don't know what you sleep.
How did you know if you were not awake?
Mad.
How did you know if you weren't awake as at that particular time as well? How did you know? Perfect.
I was listening to you on the panel.
A simple question. How did you know I was online? If you were,
I just want to know.
How did you know? I said, if you weren't awake, somebody that is asleep know what somebody else is doing. How did you know?
Hector,
how did you know?
When you live as a 51-year-old,
where you are
family and kids,
where you are asleep,
whole life is spent online. You and your wife have become addicted to this online life. And I don't know what you're getting out of it.
At 6 a.m. in the morning, I'm asking you a question. Were you? Oh, you sit down there on the corner.
You asked me a question.
How did you know? How did you know?
You get a lot of answers, man.
You know? Fucking wanker.
Why is he watching us?
Because he's a pervert, isn't it? I keep saying it, nobody's believing me.
Ultra Funky, jump on, man. Fucking hell. Yo, Ultra, bruv. Please ease this tension, man. Do something like say like an atheist prayer. There must be some atheist prayer you can say to like. There's some fucking
on the panel. Okay, let me tell you the atheist shahada.
Run that.
Wait, listen. There is no God, and consequently, he has no prophets. That's it.
Yo, Ultra, what are you saying about this this Black Lives Matter thing? I see a lot of the bus drivers down there on a couple of them are like stopping their buses, beeping the buses and that, and giving certain little salutes and that.
Do you know what the truth of the matter is? I'm furloughed, So I don't know what the fuck's going on out there. All I can tell you is,
oh shit, boiling.
Yeah, trust me. To be honest with you, like, to be honest with you, because of the COVID pandemic, I myself and no one I live with will be going out in gathering in large crowds, whether we have masks, gloves, and ski goggles, which I purchased from Amazon for $14.99 because I had a £17 gift card credit thing. Yeah, so yeah.
Now that's
yeah. So basically, Dan, I've got to ask you a question, right? I'll put this to the panel a couple of days, but you weren't here, yeah? Why have men been tricked into wearing purses? Now, let me clarify.
Who's wearing purses?
Men. Men now. Men.
I've got a wallet. I've got a wallet.
The men who perpetrate like they're the hardest guys on the road. They wear these little purses.
What are you talking about? These little crossbody man bag things. These little man bags. These
bro, those purses that they like.
No.
Do you know what the truth is, bro? As a man, yeah, as a man born in the 80s, I feel like the only thing you should have on you is your wallet, your keys, and your phone, and they fit in pockets. Like anything that doesn't fit in your pockets, you're not supposed to be carrying. What's your thoughts on men carrying purses?
Yeah, I'm not really for that. I can't really see that being a thing that I could.
What's going on?
You don't wear purses, do you?
What's going on, man? You saying you got one of these Louis purses? You got one of these Louis pouches?
What, the man bags?
Bro, they're not pouches, Dan. Call it what it is. It's a fucking purse. If you're a man and you're carrying anything but a wallet, it's a purse. Understand that?
Okay.
Right, now, Jupiter, I'm very disappointed in you. Now, I personally don't like when people jump on Jupiter. I mean, she says things that are just crazy and insane.
Yeah.
I can agree with it. Do you know what it is? She's a woman. She's somebody's mom, and I don't really like it, right? But she said something to me the other day that I won't say broke my heart, but just made me like want to shake her.
Say it. What did you say?
She said something that made me want to shake her violently, but not to like hurt her, but to sort of just make her understand that what she's saying is crazy. Crazy.
What did she say?
She said, I posed to her that a hard Brexit, specifically a hard Brexit, no deal Brexit, would potentially result in food and medicine shortages, right? And then I provided a link to the government, the Tory government's own reports that confirm what I was saying. And Jupiter said, no, I don't care. And I was like, but we're in a pandemic and we have to beg other countries for help. And, you know, we're not coping very well.
No, that's great. Do you know why it's great?
No, it's not great, bro.
No, I'll tell you why it's great.
Because all right, tell me why food and medicine shortages are great.
Well, because obviously they get it from other countries, innit? And a long history between especially nations like Nigeria, right? They have been they're using their IMFs and their World Banks and their what you call structural adjustment programs to manipulate Nigeria. So it will bring them back to the table now, and they have to renegotiate all this.
Renegotiate terms.
No. But this is the thing that they're not allowed to do that because if they leave, Renegade, if they leave with no deal, specifically no deal.
I just gave you the example.
Wait, listen.
No, but we had to be honest.
If they leave with no deal, they have to go to the World Trade Organization, right? And set up tariffs and deals and trade agreements
backstage
with other countries. The problem with that is it's the World Trade Organization that set the pace, not us. Do you sort of say? So anyone that thinks they could just trade the Commonwealth and former colonies is mistaken.
What? Where's that base, Ultra? Do you know where that's headquartered? The World.
Do I know where what's? I have
Is that
no
headquartered
idea.
in New York or some shit?
think it's an American-based company, but every country in the world who doesn't have
Switzerland,
trade agreements set up.
Switzerland.
No. Switzerland has trade agreements with the EU.
No. The WTO is headquartered in Switzerland.
Oh, Switzerland. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know where it's
Switzerland's
based.
a neutral country.
But
yeah.
One of but they have trade agreements with the EU. You're right, Princess. What's the matter? Oh, come on, let me give you a cuddle. Right, listen, guys,
where's
I have to go
Jupiter and
mute
Hexagon, man?
Hold on.
Nah, but it's a proper conversation, though. But like, they're not this.
100%. Yeah. So, like I was saying in it, it will be a great thing because it will come back to the negotiation table, and they will have a proper discussion on this and how they're gonna rechange the prices that they have been given Africans to buy their goods and whatnot and everything, and yeah, definitely changes will be made. So
what you're saying? The UK is saying they're going to give better terms on these trade.
well,
deals
that's the idea anyway. I know that when people voted, some people that I know in the Pan-African movement voted leave because of
Brexit.
that.
Yeah. I heard the same because people were talking about basically the Commonwealth becoming like the new focus for trade and investment, and like targeting former Commonwealth countries, groups of like economic, like the African Union was one approach. They were talking about in CARICOM, it's the Caribbean Trade Organization. Obviously Australia is an open market, New Zealand. Yeah, I mean there's lots of places.
I think David Cameron was telling people to go to Brazil even. Like, I think he was having an idea of like getting involved with like, all the BRICS economies, like outside of the EU.
Exactly.
And I think that the way the EU deal is set up, it's such a monopoly. Like it's like even with Turkey, you could see that like they couldn't buy missiles from anyone other than the EU. So EU's got this deal where if you're with them, you can't really go elsewhere. And I think that was like probably what made David Cameron think like, well, we'll make more money if we leave Europe because they're stopping us from, like making like, relations with these up and coming economies. Like Europe's dead, isn't it? He knows, man. It's all like Brazil, even Russia has got a better future than fucking Europe. So much untapped resources. Yeah. And like, there's so much of their country that's like undeveloped and needs infrastructure, and British can send out all their like fucking engineers and everything. Like, British built half of Dubai. Like, you see half of the Middle East. Like, even when you look at like British built a lot of things that we don't know about. Like, they send out. Like, do you remember Al Zain Pet, where they send the crew out and they work in all different countries? There's lots of British like workers abroad. Like a lot of British firms, like. In engineering and building infrastructure for all these up and coming places. Europe ain't involved in that. So it's all England. England's like, ahead of the game. I think myself personally, from what I can see from like how Turkey and the relationship with them and like Germany and that, you can see that England like needs more of a growth rate than Turkey. Like they're looking at Turkey and thinking, like, look at their growth rate. They've had a mad growth rate for how long now? Like, and we're tied down with Europe, and Europe's dead. They need a way out of that deal, innit? They can't blame England for doing what they've done. Like, when you're looking at internationally, like even if they gave Africans a better deal, even if they give everyone a better deal, they'll still make more money.
Minus
Europe's
2%.
dead. Europe's done. It's over. Do you know what I mean?
The funniest thing is,
how many Volkswagen cars can the world? I'm saying, how many Volkswagen cars can the world fucking consume?
No. That's right in the sense that obviously there's only so many Volkswagens they can ship out, right? And obviously China now manufactures like what 70% of fucking everything. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but the problem that
you're probably not.
The problem we have in this country is that a lot of our food and medicine comes from the EU. Like Africa at the moment has like raw natural resources, but they're not manufacturing.
Can you explain that? Because as far as I know, a lot of our food comes from Africa, like Kenya mainly, And even from Israel, we get a lot of food.
There's certain exports, like individual exports, like for instance, there's coffees. What's the matter, Baba? All right, here, look, here. There you go. There you go. Yeah, there are a lot of individual exports from these countries you mentioned. However, like a lot of the produce that we consume on a daily basis, the manufacturing of our passports,
it's all outsourced.
medicines, it all comes from the EU. I think the new blue passport that fucking Brexiteers have gone nuts over, it's fucking being manufactured in like Poland or some shit.
Yeah,
like it's mental, right? And this is the thing. For me, I was saying to Jupiter, listen, pandemic, we're still not in the clear yet, whether you believe it's fucking real or not. I'm not interested in that at this point. But we're not in the clear yet. Fucking the government's all over the place. All over
you're
the
definitely
fucking
going to
shop,
see a second
right?
spike. Definitely.
And this is the thing. Why would you press ahead with a policy that will result in food and medicine short? Imagine, who remembers the fucking the panic and the mayhem when lockdown was first initially introduced? We were behaving like fucking morons, right? And now you're saying,
What, you mean the panic buying and that?
Yeah. What do you think is going to happen when actual food and remember, when we were behaving like morons over toilet paper and shopping, there was no food shortage. There was none. But we were still behaving like morons. The government has put out a report that says, yeah, you know, we're going to have shortage of food and medicine. When there's an actual shortage, then what? Now, I'm saying to Jupiter, why would you want to press ahead with a policy like that will directly affect not only you, but your children?
Ultra.
I don't get it.
Ultra. Come on. You know, Jupiter is illogical sometimes. Like she's not.
But you can't be.
She keeps
like
referring
that when it
to
affects
in
your
my
children.
world. In my world. When someone says "in my world," then you know they're deranged. But anyway, like back to what you're saying, Ultra. I think what it is, we're going from a nationalism framework to a globalist like framework. And what it is, where it was not nationalist before, 4 or 5 big nations banding together, or even 10 nations like Europe, put them in a better position. Yeah, because everyone's dealing with it block, like country. So them banding together always put them in a better position because they were like bulk buying when things come up on the international auctions, let's say, like, you know, like when you see the PPE come up, like from Turkey or wherever, Germany was bidding for it, England was bidding for it. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how it is. So now, like, we're going from that nationalistic framework onto a global framework. That means everything's up for grabs. That means everything that you previously was buying. Go on, Dan.
It's wrapped up in fucking. It's still wrapped up in this image of nationalism, but it's actually globalism packaged.
But they have to keep the image of nationalism, because that's tied in with the police and national security and how comfortable people feel. Do you know what I mean? Like you need to feel that you're living in a nation.
And not even that, Dan. Let me ask you a question, Dan. You're the perfect person to ask this question. When people who have absolutely no control over fucking anything, that includes their own lives, policy, fucking the price of the recommended retail price, whatever the fuck it is, the recommended retail price index. When people like that say, we want our country back, we want to take back control, what does that mean?
Fam, I told you.
Does anybody know?
I told you these people are illogical. Why are you asking that
That's
question?
sentiment. That's emotional sentiment.
All right, Dan, one more thing, yeah? Do you remember months ago when I was screaming Dominic Cummings?
Yes. I didn't know who he was.
Yes.
I didn't know who he was. I don't know how this guy's in power. I don't understand how this.
It's not because he's the fucking guy, but he's the guy running.
Well, he's their
the show.
top. He's their top. Yeah, he's their top like fucking spin up training.
Come on, yeah. Like you guys are acting like you haven't. You know Michael Gove. Michael Gove was former head of education, yeah, and now he's gone to what is it? Secretary of Foreign Affairs, is it? Like, how do you go from switching roles in education to roles like these
It's
people are
called a
just there?
reshuffle, bro. It's called a
Yeah.
reshuffle.
No,
Boris
no.
Johnson wanted a no-deal Brexit gang like behind
Yeah.
him, and that's what he's done.
But that's
Like
my
Dominic
point.
Raab is fucking. Is he Home Secretary? I think.
Yeah.
Like this guy was saying, like he doesn't even rate disabled people. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, but that's why my point is that these people aren't even.
Yeah, but what
qualified for
Raf's
this
saying is right. The man, obviously, he didn't actually know anything about education
Yeah.
to start with.
Yeah.
No, but that's the
He's
thing.
just a
But that's
puppet,
the
innit?
thing.
He's just
Do you think?
he's just
think that
the
each
fool
post
guy.
is-
These are all
do
fool
you think
guys.
No. That's not how the posts are allocated. The post is allocated with. I went to school with him. That's it, bro.
That's what I said.
That's
But
it.
these are not.
And it's also about who can keep your agenda in check. That's
Not
the
even
same.
that, brother. Listen, do you think the same as me? Yeah. Did you also go to school with me? Yeah. Are our parents
keeping your agenda in
interconnected?
check.
Yeah. Job's
Are we
yours.
part of the
Bam.
Bullington Club?
You're keeping your agenda in check. You bring your people along with you to say, all right, we all think the same way. Exactly what you said, Ultra. We all think the same way. So we're going to
Why
control.
am I hearing Raheem? Oh, that is
Big up.
Raheem. What's happening, bro? Big up
Yeah,
yourself.
you good?
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Good. So
Yeah, no,
cool.
Raheem's at my house, Con.
Shut up, man.
Ultra, what are you doing? Paying people to come round and play you at computer games?
No, I
My
can't
wife's
let
cooking
anyone in my
chicken
house,
tonight.
man.
Make sure you come round. We're playing Street Fighter.
In the
I got a
absence,
pregnant wife, man. No one's allowed in.
in the absence of any Brexiteers or nationalists, I don't know. Maybe we could switch the topic back to this Black Lives Matter / Tommy Robinson thing. I don't know if Raf, have you got any position on this that hasn't really been discussed or explored?
What exactly?
So Tommy Robinson's calling out nationalists and patriots to go and protect monuments in and around London next Saturday.
Let them do that, innit? That's their problem. You get me?
But look how much of a prick he is, yeah? They're going to have to deploy more police to look after Tommy and his mates, and then he's moaning that the police ain't doing their jobs. So work that one out.
The thing is because it's reactionary, you could just say, yeah, well, Black Lives Matter's out on the street and there's police out. So you just point the finger at Black Lives Matter and then it's just going around, it's a finger pointing game. But if he's, I mean, I kind of agree with what Raf's saying, but what Khan's saying is also true. There's going to be more police out there and he's going to use it for... And the thing is, there's no one, I don't know who's running Black Lives Matter in the UK. I don't know who the main organizer is.
There's one of the guys that came on earlier said this, he's going to try and get an interview with the woman. But I think I did learn a few years back it was a woman. But either way, like what people need to understand is there is no real head to Black Lives Matter. It's just a bunch of people who, have some sympathy with the slogan, and they're out there doing, some are protesting, some are looting, some are rioting. Well, I think rioting is protesting anyway, but you know what I mean, like you can use all kind of terms to describe it, but at the end of the day, there are people who are sympathetic to the cause, and they're just out there in it. I don't know. Everyone feels like I don't know why I don't know why people keep thinking there's some type of head that is directing everyone on how to protest. There is no head to Black Lives Matter. If there's a girl who's claiming that she's the head of it, she's gonna have to prove. She's gonna have to validate a lot of things of why she's doing that. Like,
they'll probably have like a main spokesperson. There'll be a spokesperson.
But even the spokesperson is not like if you get everyone who's claiming to be Black Lives Matter and say, is she really the head of Black Lives Matter or a spokesperson for Black Lives Matter? They're gonna look at her and think, I ain't heard of her. Like someone's just claiming that they are doesn't mean that they. It was just a meme, and even then, they said that the original people who founded Black Lives Matter they're all dead. They were all killed by police. So, I mean,
So what you're saying is up for grabs, then, isn't it?
Well, that's
Wait, hang on a second, guys. Didn't we do a little bit of research on G Block the other day, and we found out Black Lives Matter UK some fucking scam type thing? Was it M.A. Brand? Raf, wasn't M.A. Brand? Didn't he he done a little bit of research and found out that it's all bollocks?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Richie and Terry came in. You know Richie from Black Eyes TV.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
Richie. I know Terry, but not Richie.
Yeah, Richie and Terry came this morning, and they were talking, and Richie went into depth with it. He said that the actual founders of it, there was 4 males. They were all killed. They were found like killed, dead, or one had their car burnt or whatever, something like that. And then like these 3 women took over in it, and these 3 women are using the name Black Lives Matter and they're earning millions from it or whatnot and everything. But
they're trying to fucking crowbar in LGBT by stealth as well.
But it's a bag of different agendas under
that's what I'm saying. Like,
kind of loose umbrella. You know what I'm saying? It's not a
that's what I'm saying. Like, you can be Black Lives Matter and be for feminism. Like, there is not going to be, you know what I mean? There's going to be people. I know people who are for international movements, not international, for deportation, who are against deportation movements, and for, I mean, not against it, but they're in movements that are against deportation. That's how I should say it. And they're also part of Black Lives Matter. So it's not just one monolithic, you know.
Cause, isn't it? Because the two are interlinked.
Sorry?
The two are interlinked.
What's interlinked?
Someone who is against a deportation thing and someone who's pro Black Lives Matter.
So how is the feminist one? How is the feminist one not any less interlinked than the one that is against deportation? How is that any?
I don't think the feminist one is linked. I think the feminist one is actually pretty different if you actually think about the way that feminism is portrayed.
They're talking about black women.
But
so they're saying that black women's lives matter. What you like?
But that's encompassed in Black Lives Matter, is it not?
Sorry?
That's already encompassed in Black Lives Matter, is it not?
Well, that's the point with the deportation thing. You can incorporate it anyhow, but they are focusing on the issues of people who are getting deported. They're focusing on issues of black women who are being discriminated.
Yes, I think what Raheem is saying is a lot of these things can dovetail, isn't it? So people who are feminists, obviously you got black feminists. There's people like Bell Hooks and all of these sorts of people. You know what I'm saying?
They would be for Black Lives Matter too.
Yeah, they would be for Black Lives Matter. Well, they might be. There might be some people who disagree with protesting as a form. I don't know. Activism is a whole different kettle of fish, but yeah, I would say that there's overlap. So you've got
of course,
the LGBT thing being folded in, the feminism thing being folded in, the anti-deportation thing being folded in, the Windrush thing being folded in. There's a lot of stuff that's, I think, coming to it's all coming to a head. So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I'm just saying it's a poor argument people make, that what people should be focused on is what is the direction of the movement going in, and even
general direction. Yeah.
But
to be honest, that could be a dead end, because really and truly, what's the direction? Is that either this movement exists as a permanent reaction against
it is a permanent reaction. It is. That's all.
If it's a permanent reaction, that's it. That's cool. That's the goal. Then that's the goal. Then cool. But if they're expecting anything more than that, like they're gonna hang up their boots or whatever one day. Yeah. And I think they need to be in it for the long run. If that's what I'm saying. Gonna be something.
They come out when they hear about a police being killed, or a racist white person doing something, or what they perceive to be a racist attack, and say that Black Lives Matter. That's it. Like, they will protest. Some will riot. Sorry, some will protest, which is rioting to me, and some will what else? Loot. You understand? That's just reactionary. That's always reactionary.
But then you've got other people's. Then you've got other politics mixed in. So you've got anarchism mixed in. You've got anti-fascism mixed in, and all of these things are very on trend. Like, since the whole Occupy movement, that kind of went worldwide, and there was the rough networks of like feminists, communists, anti-fascists, anarchists, all sorts of different groups who are all coming together to be against capitalism, and they all come out the same way whenever they do a G8 or a G6 or whatever. Whenever they have those big meetings, they're fucking, the policing for them events is nuts. They got helicopters flying out, fucking snipers on rooftops, all sorts of mad surveillance.
Yeah.
Like, it's different level when the G8 meets.
Yeah.
And there's always there was a big protest in it kicked off in Toronto, I think, a couple of years ago, maybe like 6 or 7 years ago. It was big unrest in Toronto. And yeah, again, people just use it as an opportunity to kind of vent.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know there was riots in Toronto. But the same way we were asking Americans, how do they know about what's going on with in the UK with the riots? Because we were asking the question the other day about how comes Americans don't know about the whole Mark Duggan situation. But if I don't even know what was going on in Toronto, I don't expect them to know about what's going on here. Because another thing a lot of people don't realize as well is, like, a lot of the information coming from media, and a lot of media's outlets can be biased with their information. So we talk about knife crime today and whatnot, but if you look at the statistics back in the day, in 2003, around them times, it was much higher than it is today, innit? And the reason why it wasn't reported then, and I remember one of my friends telling me, is because if they were putting it on the news, then it would increase, it would be glorifying gang activity. But now it's being put on the news, and the argument isn't that it's glorifying gang activity. The arguments now is, oh, should we increase now, stop and so what? Like, my argument right now is like, why is that narrative changed? Like, I thought they said that the reason why they want to put stuff like that out was because it was glorifying gang activity. And then also the argument is that, yeah, we just need to be, when we're getting information from certain places, we need to be careful about how we're taking this information and what conclusion we're coming to from these information as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I think a lot of people could see this Tommy video and just be like, "No, I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna kick off. I want to kick off with Tommy. I want to kick off with these races."
Apparently, that's the feedback coming from Twitter. Apparently, that's what everyone is saying. That we're gonna go down and rock.
Yeah,
see what these guys are saying, and that's not really helpful.
That's playing into
especially Antifa. So a lot of Antifa as well. A lot of people don't know, even Antifa, there's mixed people in the organization. There are people who are anarchists, there are people who are communists, and there are people who are anti-capitalist, there are people who are socialists. Like, it's not just one group of people.
Syndicalists, all sorts of mad people, man. Yeah, all sorts of people.
So you can't just, say that, that all these movements are just one thinking, because it's not.
Or one agenda.
No, they are. There's even anonymous
so
people.
So what you're saying, right? They're all that little groups that are just sticking together, and when something actually goes down, then they just deal with it differently from each other.
Some do, because I would describe myself as a anarchist or anarchist communist, but I don't necessarily agree with Antifa and whatnot, because I don't think we should be.
You're an anarchist.
Yeah.
Right, man. Allow it.
Wait, what?
What are you on?
Yo, Raph, have you been to what's the place in Copenhagen called the Commune in Copenhagen?
That's the thing. I don't go, because even there's even disputes amongst anarchists. Like, there's a lot of people who have a disagreement with white anarchists and whatnot and everything, and they're saying that we should have more allegiance to even more Pan-African groups rather than just black white anarchist groups. You understand? So there is always those conflicts coming into it and whatnot.
Interesting.
Raheem, you there?
Yeah, it's called Freetown, Christiania. Christiania. It's an anarchist commune.
Yeah, I don't know about all of that still.
Bro, you should go there, man. If you're an anarchist, you should check that out. It's an interesting format. They've got an open drugs economy there. You can go there and you can sell weed. You're not allowed to sell anything harder. And I think there's some tax system. It was mad a couple years ago. Basically, there was some Moroccan guy moved in there, and I think he was working in like the hash trade or whatever. And I think he was shot, or he got into a shootout with the police. One policeman got shot and he got killed or something. There was like some heat on them for a while, but smack bang in the middle of Copenhagen, man. It's quite a well-established anarchist commune. Yeah, man.
How can
I don't
you
know if
be
they've got.
when you believe that in the zeitgeist theory and how we should all be living?
What zeitgeist? What are you talking about?
Raheem, have you not seen the episode of Phone Shop? If man say him a thing, then him a thing. Done.
You said you believe in the whole circular community, you know, from zeitgeist, the circular community where everything has a central hub, where everything is fed, everybody's fed from this central hub and everything like that. That's one of the conversations we've had. So how can you believe in such a utopic society and call yourself anarchist?
Well, where's the disagreements? What's the disagreement?
What's your definition of anarchy? What's your definition of anarchy?
Hold on 1 second, Khan. Anarchists believe in anarchy. That society
Which is what? Which is what, though?
What's anarchy?
Yeah.
Politically speaking, anarchy. What is it?
Civil unrest. Politically speaking.
No, it's lawlessness. It means everyone looks after themselves. So you got the wrong definition of anarchy.
Exactly.
Sorry to tell you, Raheem.
Hold on.
I'm not dismissing you. I'm just saying, like, factually speaking.
What is the method an anarchist uses? Lawlessness.
Yeah, but the definition I also give is the questioning of unjustified hierarchy. So when you're talking about anarchy as in you know, like lawlessness and people going around slaughtering each other and whatnot, that's, you know, no, like we already seen
that's
that
not
happen.
the political definition.
Yeah, exactly. And that's even happening today in what we call lawless society. So I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest.
He's coming with the layman's terms, like conventional understanding of anarchy, which is understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's it called? But yeah, I mean, anarchy is you reject hierarchy.
Yeah.
You sort of tend towards autonomy, self-sufficiency. You don't believe in concepts like the commons and shared land or ownership of land in any sort of like property, the concept of property. So in that sense, there's overlaps between anarchist thought and communist thought. So the anarcho-communist perspective again sees so you see communism as the vehicle to allow you to achieve the anarchist kind of utopia or the anarchist ideal.
Not even I like the only thing.
Because the thing is what I think what Raheem is saying is basically, if you believe this all comes from one central source, then there's a chance that that central source could have produced your political ideology, produced anarchism. To basically
no, that's not what Raheem's saying. Raheem's saying if you're an anarchist, you're running around smashing up the place.
No, that's not.
If that's not okay, well, let me just explore this anyway. So if that's the do you see communism as the means to overthrow the established forms of hierarchy that exist, and then have that place with an anarchy, or not?
You could just focus on anarchy itself and say that's a means to overthrow. But where the anarchy comes in is the fact that there are certain communist groups that believe that we should have a form of state capitalism, and through that state capitalism we have a thing called a benevolent leader who puts you who controls the system for a while and then gradually gives the reins to the people.
So
So
yeah, I understand.
You still have a hierarchy.
Yeah.
That's why Raf don't agree with that.
Hierarchy.
That's why Raf's saying he wants the anarchy and the communism combined, rather than the communism that has the, you know, like the Putins and all them.
Yeah.
So hold on. You want a state that isn't a state that feeds everybody equally.
A state that isn't a state. You see what this guy's saying? You didn't listen to anything I said, did you? Why would I want to state when I disagree?
But it's a bit of a new concept, roughly. Like, for some people, it needs time to digest.
I hear that. I hear that. Let me help you understand.
Communism is about not everyone, like equal pay for everyone and
equal
all.
Pay. Okay.
So
have
you have
the definition of communism? Have you searched up the definition of communism?
Yes, and one of the things of communism is this whole everybody is equal.
Okay. So what's the issue with that?
So how can And one of the biggest things of that is obviously your finance. How can you have
No,
no?
no, we don't agree. Listen, the definition of communism, and this is why I asked you, and this is what a lot of people make the mistake in it, especially you see Atticus now is upset in the chat about communist, but he doesn't understand the definition of communism. Communism is defined as a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. Stateless, classless, and moneyless society. And you'll see that because when you go into looking into the what you call Lenin's, Putin, Stalin's, and all these people, you will see that in especially Lenin's work, Lenin even writes that you can never achieve true communism, and that the only thing is state capitalism. He writes it in his work.
According to like a quick Google search of define communism, it's a imperial system of social organization in which all property is owned by the community and each person contributes and receives according to their ability and needs.
Who's the community? Isn't it the people? The people organize the way their community wants to be
have
done.
a society which is owned, and anarchism as a thing is a philosophical. This is what it says. And anarchism is a political philosophy and movement that rejects all involuntary coercive forms of hierarchy. So, and it radically calls for the abolition of which it holds to be undesirable, unnecessary, and harmful. So the two can't, on face value, can't seem to exist. And I'm only going by face value because my knowledge in this is
no.
To none.
The thing is, the problem is, if you speak to communists, they'll tell you that communism has never really been realized in any kind of satisfactory way for them. They'll say that China falls short. They'll say the Soviet Union fell short, and they'll point to the bureaucracies that emerged and the hierarchies that emerged within the bureaucracies.
Veli, if you're there, can you share my screen, please?
Yeah, we got Veli, man. I forgot we could share a thing on this on my phone. But yeah,
I would bunk up.
So has it ever been realized? So a lot of people would say that true communism, in a sense that would be satisfactory to them, was never achieved because of the kind of the leaders and the dictators that emerged. They'll point to people like Pol Pot and Mao and Stalin and Ceausescu and people like that, and they sort of make boogeyman figures out of them. Fidel Castro, I mean, I think in fact, Cuba is probably it's probably a good example of a communist state. I mean, it hasn't functioned perfectly, but I think some people would point to Cuba as being something close to what.
See, the thing is, Raheem, if you think of it as like the Wheel of Fortune, yeah. You think about we're at thingy now, capitalism. After capitalism comes fascism, right? Opposite to capitalism is communism. Somewhere on that wheel, you've got anarchy as well. So what Raf's saying, he sits on the border. He sits in that area between fascism. I'm sorry, beg your pardon. Between communism and anarchy. Like, these are positions that people take. Like, there are people that are a capitalist that borders onto a fascist. There are people that kind of like have these dualistic belief in both systems, and they try to balance off one against each other, whereas you get people that are purists, that are purely capitalism. Sorry, go on.
You get ANCAPs, anarcho-capitalists.
Yeah,
there's
do you know what they are? They're not illogical with they're logical with their team. There's nothing like an anarcho-capitalist. That don't make no sense. And this is what I'm saying. If you study this properly, that's why I say a lot of people don't know these political have political understandings properly in it. So now let's look at the word definition. This is just Wikipedia definition. So it says here, I don't know if everyone can see it properly. Can everyone see it?
Yeah, I've put it up already, man. Yeah, I'm with you.
So it says communism is a philosophical, social, and political economic ideology and movement whose ultimate goal is to establish a communist society, namely a socio-economic order structured upon the ideas of common ownership and means of production.
So it doesn't mention government anywhere.
Wait. The next part. And the absence of social classes, money, and the state. Communism includes a variety of schools of thought, which broadly include Marxism and anarchism, especially anarcho-communism, as well as the political ideologies grouped around both. All of these share the analysis that the current order of society stems from its economic system and mode of production, hence seizing the means of production, capitalism, that in this system there are two major classes, that a conflict between these two classes is the root of all problems in society, and that this situation will ultimately be resolved through a social revolution. Those two classes are the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Yeah, that's it.
I just wanted people in the chat who are saying, how can you be an anarchist and a communist, to understand that you can.
Of course.
Yeah, rough. Scroll down in that article, isn't it? It goes into anarcho communism a little bit.
I just wanted to quickly see, did anyone see the plate was where it said social classes, absence of social classes, money, and state? That's what I defined it as. I said it's a stateless, moneyless, and classless society. But yeah, where do you want me to scroll down to?
Anarcho-communism, 3.2.
Okay, here. Okay, anarcho-communism. It's also known as libertarian communism. So a lot of people don't understand that libertarian as well. Just a sidebar. Libertarian was co-opted in the 1940s. This is around the time of McCarthyism to make what you call libertarianism in America. So this is well known that they co-opted the name and tried to make it a right-wing thing when it's got nothing to do with right-wing. Libertarian's always been about freedom. So anarcho-communism is also known as libertarian communism, and is a theory of anarchism which advocates the abolition of state, private property, and capitalism in the favor of common ownership and the means of production, direct democracy, and a horizontal network of voluntary associations and work councils, which with production and consumption based on the guiding principle, from each according to their ability to each according to their need. Anarcho-communism differs from Marxism, rejecting its view about the need of state socialism. That's what we saw in what's that country today? The Soviet Union, Cuba, North Korea, China.
They've got
Yugoslavia, Romania.
Yeah, here we go.
They've got state socialism. How's that not having state socialism?
That is the another name for state socialism is actually state capitalism. But the reason why there's not a lot has gone into the people are still using state socialism because it's an old word, but really and truly it's called state capitalism. So let me read that again. Anarcho-communism differs from Marxism, rejecting its view about the need for state socialism phase before building communism. The main theorist of anarcho-communism is Peter Kropotkin. If you guys want to find out more, read his book called The Conquest of Bread. So you will see it from that book now, if you read into Raheem, why it doesn't disagree with people like the Zeitgeist movement, Peter Josephs, and people that you call also the Venus Project, which is Jacques Fresno. What else? So the main theorist of anarcho-communism is Peter Kropotkin, argued that the revolutionary society should transform itself immediately into a communist society, and that is it should go immediately into what Marx had regarded as the more advanced, completed phase of communism. In the way it in this way it tries to avoid the reappearance of class division and need for the state to oversee everything. Okay.
So you think then, from my limited understanding of our brief dive into what your ideology is, so that we shouldn't own any property, we shouldn't own anything, and you want a moneyless society.
Yeah.
So how would you go about that?
What do you mean? How would I go about that? Like that,
how would you go about that?
The way it's always been known that you have to educate people and brainwash people to think differently, innit? That's it.
Brainwash. I like that you said that.
De-brainwash.
Yeah.
De-brainwash.
Well,
De-brainwash. Oh, sorry. I think you said brainwash.
De-brainwash. Yeah. De-brainwash. But let me continue, yeah, because there's also other groups of communism and anarchists out there, innit? So
cool. Yeah, I have like questions, man. This is something I've never heard of before in terms of well, never understood before. And I'm just trying to think of how the hell, or would I want anyone to take my shit that I've worked my ass off for away from me?
No one's taking your shit off you. You can have it. The point is that we're promoting a more ideology of sharing. That's the point. Sorry, let me just find where.
Raf, you see, I'll tell you historically one of the problems with anarchism, right? Anarchism tends to emerge during periods of incredible, like, social unrest. So, like a civil war type situation, large shifts in power, and a kind of free-for-all type environment. I think that was like the origin of like the Diggers movement. You saw the emergence of the sort of anarchist free state of Barcelona during the Spanish Civil War.
Goes into that, it's anarchist Catalonia.
Yes, Catalonia.
Yeah,
that was an interesting experiment because it's like a contemporary one. We can look back and there's like photographs that it's well documented. There was lots of that was kind of like an international cause for, I suppose, young writers, artists, poets who then came back and wrote all about what they did and what they saw.
Yeah, that's George Orwell wrote about it.
Yeah, Orwell's a good example. But again, I think the association of anarchy and just complete chaos comes from this emergence of anarchy as a form of kind of at least a temporary form or a transient form of governance during a civil war. I don't know how permanent anarchy's. I'm not sure how long it's supposed to last. I think things kind of fall apart. But I think that's where the kind of the association comes from. But,
okay, it goes into it because a lot of people are not aware either that during the Bolshevik Revolution there was also many groups that were fighting, and there was a Ukraine guy. I think his name is Nestor Makhno, or whatever his name is, and he was very influential in the Free Territory of Ukraine and fighting against people.
I don't even know the guy's name. I've never heard of him. But there's one thing I know: you just fucked up his name.
I know I fucked up his name. I know.
Sorry. I think it's just Makhno, man. I think it's Makhno.
Makhno,
Nestor Makhno.
Yeah.
Batco.
Go on, continue, man. Sorry about that. I couldn't help it.
But that's the point, innit? Like, these are there was many groups fighting in this revolution, so you can't just pick this is the basic understanding. If people want to explore it, but there are many different forms of anarchism. So you're going to also see people that advocating for green anarchism, where that's the idea of removing technology and going back to like something like a Jedi type of thinking.
Jedi, what?
Big up Jedi for that one.
There's not an issue with that. Like, it's just the fact that when these ideas have already.
What did he say, Ralph? Because if it was down to me, I'd have you all running around naked. I was cracking up.
Hold on. Are you talking about Jedi the person, or are you saying there are
Jedi the person?
Wait there. James S.C. has just said anarchy is any state of affairs without a ruling authority, e.g. the international stage is anarchy because there is no global authority over all countries. I think you're using that in the kind of pejorative sense. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of the loose. I mean, you could say that anarchy has emerged during periods where there's been an absence of a ruling authority, like I just gave the examples of during civil wars.
But that's what I remember. If you know the history of anarchism, the word comes from the fact that during the French Revolution, they were obviously they were killing off their rulers and whatnot, and they were going around killing people, and their depictions were like this craziness and chaoticness. So they coined that term anarchy, and that's where the people took the term anarchy from, because they were going around.
This is the thing. I think James S.C., you might be misunderstanding. Right? Let's imagine a society is flooded. Just using this analogy, anarchy is like any kind of semblance of shelter or like land
that
I'll
emerges
be
from
back, guys.
the flood.
Speak to you in a bit.
Like, it's just there, I think, to serve a sort of temporary purpose for people to sort of. I don't see there being much of a long-term goal to anarchy. Safe or stable. I don't think anyone's advocating for anarchy as like an ideal system, but I think basically in the event that society breaks down, anarchy would be there, like forms of anarchy, like some, like I say, organized forms of anarchy. It's oxymoron. Would present themselves. They would arise.
Yeah.
Self-organization, just autonomy, I think.
Yeah. So when people are asking where does anarcho-communism fit in with things like the Zeitgeist movement or the Venus Project's ideas, they actually do fit in. The thing is, though, a lot of these people, they don't really look into other groups and feel, and even when they do, they look with a kind of a bias type of. So there's been a lot of back and forth between people like Peter Josephs and Noam Chomsky on these things, even though if they actually sat down and they outlined what their agreements were, they would actually, it's like the same way I was talking as well on the panel the other day, and I said that if Elron and Shaka Rah actually sat down at a table and they fuck all the nonsense about what's it called, white on black crime and black on white crime, they would agree with each other. So it's literally, that's what it comes down to. Like, a lot of people need to come with a less ego.
You mean that they would find points where they agreed?
Yeah, and they would be more alike rather than actually, like, the little disagreement would probably be in something, I don't even know where they would have a little disagreement, but there are videos out there that describe the difference between the movement, but actually a lot of anarchists actually, especially anarcho-communists, say that they are the same. It's the only little difference is probably the idea that they don't identify in the so-called Venus Project and Zeitgeist movement. They don't really analyze issues of race, class. They don't analyze issues of race, basically. So that would be where they're kind of like just assuming that everyone should be on the same cause of, what's it called, race. There's no ethnic issues or whatever, or race issues or whatnot. So yeah.
Yeah. I hear.
Yeah. I think a lot of people like Elron, if they follow their politic to its final stop, they'll end up somewhere close to like I think we call it like national anarchism.
Yeah.
You know what? That's why I like, I'm not being funny yet, but that's why I like Fascist Phil.
Well, yeah.
Although he does some shit, he's not scared to pull that pastry until it cracks. You get me? Like, he'll go all the way with it.
Phil still believes in the state as being the ideal institution to kind of institute his political ideal, but I think he'd probably say that if like civil war broke out tomorrow, he would be happy to organize communes based on like your race, basically.
Ethnicity.
Like white people would be able to come and seek shelter and refuge in, like, you know, some fucking enclave in, I don't know, wherever the fuck he's from. So, you know, some sort of autonomous like racial zone. And I mean, this is the thing. People say that you've got that already in places like Bradford and like, you know, Brum, and so like no-go zones and that sort of thing. And I think people maybe kind of imagine that these communities exist as some like kind of anarchistic commune kind of. I don't know. It's weird to me, but yeah, I think that's what Phil would probably concede. I think he'd be happy with that as like a second, like a runners-up prize. If he didn't get his ideal National Socialism, you know, like fascist state, then yeah, I think he'd go for some sort of. Like,
the thing that I find ironic about Phil is that he's actually, in general, he's not a supremacist. He's saying this is the ideology that would work in this given situation, and it's best used because of its merits. But when it comes to ethnicity, then he becomes a supremacist, which to me is like, you know, contradiction. But, you know, he's an interesting person.
But like I said, like there's certain situations where, like, because he's prepared to meet you halfway, you can come to terms with him and make points, well, find points where, you know, like you might, you know, have an agreement with him. But certain people, I think, like, are harder to get to that position, depending on who you are. Like someone might be like Ralph. He's trying to create this supremacist ideology, which is like better than everyone else's ideology. So he would never really want to build that bridge, meet you halfway, and come to a point where you agree.
Ralph,
do you get me?
James SC is saying, similar to how if the UK government broke down, there might arise local warlords who ruled certain areas. That's a common outcome of anarchy.
How do you know they're not doing that already, James SC?
I'd say that's a function of anarchy, something like that.
Yeah, but what type of?
I don't know how you do it. I mean, maybe it could well be the person with the most guns controls the roost. That's been the case in Syria. Like, you know, there's been strongholds for the pro-Assad kind of side. There's been strongholds for the Free Syrian Army, strongholds for ISIS, strongholds for all of these different groups, and like they've been, you know, it's been changing hands quite rapidly. You have Kurds as well, obviously the Peshmerga, PKK, PYG, whatever.
YPG.
Yeah, man. YPG. Sorry.
But they changed their name, didn't they? I think the Yanks had them change it from YPG to SDP or something.
Is it SD? Socialist Democratic something?
Yeah, a lot of them are anarchists as well. That's the thing.
Yeah, lots of anti-fascists, lots of anarchists, lots of there's probably some communists in there as well, man.
Yeah, they're on communism and anarcho-communism specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Kurds were heavily influenced by Marxism, from my limited understanding of that.
And it doesn't affect people's religion system. You can still practice your religious system in there. It's just the fact that what will take presidents is a more equal society, so people cannot just.
Yeah, but historically, Russia has been against Muslims. So although the ideology might not be against Islam, when you talk about communism to Muslims, they're not interested.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
So it's a problem.
But that's the thing. Like I said, in Kurdistan, there's a lot of Muslims. In Iraqi, so the Iraqi Kurds, there's a lot of Muslims amongst them, and they have been. You can see them on YouTube doing meetings, talking about women's rights, talking about certain rights amongst people in that area. So basically, it's not just obviously you've got what Russia has been doing, and like unfortunately, you know, a lot of people are still indoctrinated by McCarthyism, where they're talking about communism in Soviet Union and all these places which claim to be communist. But yeah, if people actually study this, they will know that this is not true at all. But yeah.
Have you ever looked into Operation Gladio?
No, I haven't heard of it either, to be honest.
It was Gladio A and Gladio B. So the idea was that NATO set up these what we'll call stay-behind troops.
Sleeper cells.
Like basically sleeper cells that would exist long-term in the event that the Soviets decided to recapture certain parts of Europe. So then they'd present themselves as like a resistance army sort of thing. So basically there was loads of these different groups that got given weapons and like arms caches, like that were like parked off, buried in fucking hills and mountains and whatever else for this coming war with, like, you know, the Warsaw Pact. It never happened, but there was loads of mad shit. There was like bombing campaigns. There was what's the group called, the Red October or something like that. It basically all came out that like NATO was funding these groups that were then like launching bombing campaigns in like Germany and Austria.
Dan, when that where that surface-to-air missile was found? Was it in Italy? They found the surface-to-air missile.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Bro,
that was mad.
That's the hallmark of like the stay behind
hidden. Yeah,
because they've been given some mad technology, bro, like mad. Because the logistical nightmare in World War II of like dropping supplies to the Polish,
Like, I think we managed to drop them like 100 Sten like submachine guns or something, and they had to reverse engineer these guns and make their own versions of a Sten gun to then go and like shoot fucking Nazis. And
Polish can do shit. Polish can do anything,
yeah,
man.
But bro, yeah, the Polish did it, man.
Ingenious nation, yeah, they can do that.
The Polish, bro, they fucking they banged out. I mean, we still kind of snaked them in the end though, because they ended up getting fucking getting torn up by the But anyway, but yeah, the stay behind, the stay behind stuff is crazy, man. And I'm sure that NATO.
I think they said the most amount of bunkers is in Albania. They got loads of underground bunkers and that. That's probably because they were on the border of the Eastern Bloc, isn't it?
Eastern Bloc, yeah. That's like the Iron Curtain, isn't it? Fucking hell, man.
Yeah.
What's the chat saying?
Have you guys? Have any of you guys watched Zeitgeist movement?
Yeah, I watched them both. But
there's three videos. There's like a trilogy, 3 movies or 3 documentaries. Yeah, I'm currently watching the 3rd one again. I'm halfway through it, so yeah, I'll just hopefully finish that off tonight, innit? But yeah,
do you like Adam Curtis? Do you like Adam Curtis?
Who?
Adam Curtis.
Who's Adam Curtis?
He's like a BBC documentary maker. He made The Power of Nightmares, The Trap, The Century of the South, Bitter Lake, fucking hell, The Power of Nightmares. There's Bear. He made like a. He's a bit of an anomaly at the BBC. I don't know. He manages to dig out all of this mad archive footage and like kind of put together these like documentary collages of like music and stock footage. But then he basically follows ideas like so the Century of the Self was all about like the rise of individualism and focus groups and how they became like involved in politics. How Tony Blair used them, how George Bush used them, how Bill Clinton used them. Power of Nightmares was about how American neoconservatives basically made deals with radical Islam after World War II and sought to use them as a buffer against the forces of communism.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Interesting stuff, man. It's really interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff.
Sounds like
because the thing is America was going around the world pushing this democracy.
Oh, Dan, do you want to hear something mad?
Go on.
You know, after the war, the Second World War, when all the Allies basically were going to tear apart Turkey and take it for themselves. So like they had it all partitioned out. Like Italy was going to have this part. They had it all planned, right? Guess who fucked them up? Russia. Russia was the one who supplied the arms for the Turkish War of Independence, where they had to fight off England, Italy. Yeah, ain't that mad? So their historical enemy, who hated them to the maximum, who fucking started insurgencies with the fucking Armenians, and they were responsible for everything. The Russians were like always had a finger in Turkey. Yet when Turkey fell to the West, they were like, nah. We can't let these guys win, and they just pumped arms into Turkey and helped Kemal Atatürk to overthrow the West. And it took 4 years for the Turks to do it. It was a 4-year war before they could push out all the. Yeah, can you believe that? The Russians were behind that.
So who was it then? Was it?
There's statues in Turkey of the Turkish soldiers that won the War of Independence, and standing behind them, you can see Russian soldiers supporting them in their cause.
Who was the fucking
mad at the time?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't even know.
Mad. I'll look into that.
It might have even been like Lenin or someone.
You were talking about Raf. You were talking about Zeitgeist. I don't know if you want to make a point like that.
No, I was just saying if I recommend people watch it, it's it goes into certain things that a lot of people even now currently today this is a sidebar that people say that we don't have enough food or in shortages, and that was one of Thingy's arguments right now. I'm talking about Ultra. We actually, I think it was calculated that we produce enough food to feed 11 billion people today, or 10 billion people today, innit? But of that, there's a lot of waste in it. But when you go into things like the Zeitgeist movement, they talk about things like there is a thing called vertical farming, which
yes, I know about that. Like like aquaponics and what do you call it, aeroponics and that sort of stuff. Yeah, man, it's crazy stuff. Because I mean, I think they've got one of them farms near me. It's just basically a big warehouse, and they've got the central kind of growing columns, and they have this little growth medium. They got this little.
You know what thing you showed me? Born Rich showed me. There's these things where it's like fish tanks, and the poo and the urine from the fish
produces the fertilizer, the nitrates. Yeah.
Amazing.
So that's aquaponics. That's aquaponics.
You know about all that?
Yeah.
Born Rich knows about all that, and I Love Soil as well. Them man they were showing me.
Bruv, I'm gonna have to chat to Soil, because I know he's on this farming thing, bruv. I'm gonna have to
so big time
as well. But the vertical farming thing. The problem is it's energy intensive. I think it's ideal for countries that have a low like kilowatt per hour cost. So places like India, where they're paying like a cent per kilowatt hour, or China a cent per kilowatt. We're paying like maybe like 18 or 20p per kilowatt hour or something here in the West. Something like maybe more, depending on who you're with.
But that's the thing. I was talking. You see, when you're talking about energy now, that's why I said I recommend the Zeitgeist movie, especially the second one, where it's called Zeitgeist Addendum. It goes into energy and the misconceptions about the fact that we can't make renewable energy and whatnot and everything, especially with what we have, the resources we have on the planet today. And the thing is, with Peter Josephs and Jacques Fresno, they do this research with universities, so they're not just coming out of random sci-fi type of stuff. They're actually going and doing the works, and universities saying, this is achievable with what we have, the technology we have today. So I don't want to spoil it for you, but it goes into it. It goes in really deep. So
interesting.
Yeah, if you go to, I think it's in the at Zeitgeist Addendum, because it's divided up into parts. The first part's about the bankings, and the second part goes into a bit more, and then the third part is where it goes into the technologies and what they're advocating and what are the little stuff. The misconceptions. So definitely recommend it.
Mr. IC3, welcome. Big up.
Oh, greetings. I was reading the chat. Yeah, I'm just listening.
Mr. IC3, someone was singing your praises the other day, saying that I think it was Born Rich. I think Born Rich was saying that you've got quite a well put together kind of position on reparations, and I think your name is maybe like a pointer towards that. Could you break it down a little bit for like someone who wasn't privy to the original conversation?
Oh, right. Okay. Basically, the solution is 3 steps. Step 1, clarification on identity. Once you have that, you can go to step 2, to be able to organize effectively. And step 3, effective organization looks like a bank. That's it, really.
Okay, so what the bank would the bank perform like lobbying for the purpose of reparation? Would it be set up like ahead of any reparations that would be given?
The bank would be a specialist bank, as in its sole purpose is to process reparation claims. It's not a black savings bank. It's I think the nearest model is a custodian bank. So it's there solely to process reparation claims, and then those claims, successful claims, the people working within the bank would talk to and negotiate with other organizations outside the bank as in what would be the best thing to do with the successful reparation claims. The reparation claims would fall into two groups. One, tradable assets, and two, non-tradable assets. So so there are multiple claims. It's not just what's different is that usually people keep asking for trillions and billions all in a lump sum to settle the whole thing. No. What's different about this model is the first claim for reparations might only be about $300. Then the next one coming after that could be £500,000. The next claim coming after that could be some museum items and some art. Next thing after that could be diamonds, or there could be mixed claim settlements. So a successful claim could render a small number of diamonds, a few small number of bits of gold, a few dollars, some euro, and some contracts, some paperwork, and so on.
So just to clarify, so how who's settling these claims? Who's like writing off, like agreeing to the amounts, and like and who's underwriting? Like what's the yeah? And who's sorry?
Whoa! Easy. People start.
I know it's a wave of
machine. They start machine gun questions. So start the first one. And then I'll chat that. Then next one. Then next one. Then next one. But it's normal. Everybody does that.
Who's assessing the size of these claims?
Good. Right. So it's called an IC3 black bank because under the term IC3 black, there will be a number of departments, and there will be numbers of peoples. There'll be people in each department with different specialities, you know, different levels of international law, and depending on who they're negotiating with. So just like any big investment organization, they have lots of departments. So the black bank would be much the same. And the specialists, there'll be specialists in each department. And they would handle international affairs relative to the department and negotiate. So I'll answer question by question, because if I just keep talking, it's not good.
Do you know? I'm gonna pass the mic on to someone else. If anyone else wants to ask a question, otherwise I've got a satisfactory answer. I think I found out what Born Rich was talking about.
Okay.
It's still a little bit vague. Like I'm not sure. Like I'm trying to imagine this idea being pitched. I'm trying to imagine this idea being pitched to like these ethno-nationalist types. I don't know if that's even possible.
Oh, and this is a very important thing, and that's new. Well, it's not even new actually. Just that a lot of people don't realize. The bank will be a feral bank, so it's kind of FERAL. So feral comes from like an animal. An animal can be wild, and it can be domesticated. So the most powerful banks in the world, they're all feral. For example, the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, the Bank of England.
Bank of England. You know, they're feral banks. The Bank of England is not English. It has private interests, you know, as well as public interests. So yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because when we think of banks, we just think of like high street banks, but there are specific banks that deal with specific things.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So most people just think of the high street. Yeah, but no. Yeah, just like lawyers, there's lawyers that specialize in criminal divorce cases.
Yep,
you know,
exactly.
all different things. You know.
Exactly that. They're just lawyers for property or for land.
Property. That's right. That's
Yep.
right. So
Yeah.
yeah. So any bank would be successful bank would have to be like that, follow that model.
Yeah, man, definitely, man. Yeah. Good evening, Uncle. How are you?
Greetings. So I mean, the idea is progressing actually, because the more people fire questions and they fire at different angles, if the foundations are solid, it only gets stronger. It only gets stronger. But after a while, if you start getting heated and start attacking the people, then your foundation aren't strong, and you can't handle questions. You just start talking faster and faster and faster. Whilst if it's solid, you can just relax. If the idea is solid, you can relax and just say, you never know what angle the question is going to come at.
But you're bulletproof, so it's all right.
I don't know yet. I'm testing. There's all grenades, all bullets flying around. Yeah, but who knows what's around the corner? But that's why the foundation is going to be set up strong, because banking is the most serious of all struggles of all organizations. Because I think you were all talking about wars and people leaving arms here and leaving arms there and funding this group there and funding this group there. And people getting killed and bombs going off and weapons being hidden. It's the bottom line is money somewhere. And maybe some of you will disagree with me, but the battle, which is stronger, weapons or money? Are the banks stronger or the military? What do you think of that question? Which side do you
Good
want?
evening, IC3.
Good evening.
From my experience.
Big up Captain Rambo, man. Bless up, man.
Yes, Rambo.
Bless
Big up,
up,
man.
IC3.
I see from my experience of being a Cypriot and wars and banking and all that, I would say the bank is stronger than the war.
Wow. Well, you see, a lot of people don't. They only come to that conclusion after a lot of discussion, and when they think. But you went there quick.
Yeah, because I know for a fact, because when there was what is it called when they disclose all the secret information after a war or whatever, it takes 50 years. What is it called? The Official Secrets Act.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
So they were saying the reason why England took the Greeks over the Turks, even though they used the Turks to start the war to separate the Greeks from Greece, is because they had a superior banking system. And even though the Turks lost the war, they had certain banks called Vakuf banks, which were specific.
Are you talking about the war in Cyprus?
So there were specific banks that were created to look after certain Ottoman properties, that even though they lost the war, the bank still managed to hold on to that land. So now there's lands that belongs to a Vakuf, which is like forgot what the word is in English, but Vakuf is like an endowment policy. It's like something like it's different, yeah. But still to this day, those properties are held by the Ottomans, by the Turks, and no war could have took that away. No war could have took that away from them.
That's amazing.
Sorry to cut you, everyone. Well, this bank is IC3 Bank, Repatriation Bank. It's not for IC2, IC4, IC5, IC1. It's just for IC3.
You got it. You got it.
It's not for you and Dan, because like you might just get offended. Yeah.
Says the half Irish Jamaican.
Well, boy, the man said to me, I might not even get that. Yeah.
So what's the?
You're gonna get a chicken wing and a popcorn chicken.
You would have stayed there. You might just get a jerk chicken, bro.
Yeah. So wait, IC3. So who's eligible to make these claims? Who's eligible?
Definitely not you, Dan. Yeah. So Dan, It's only
Yo,
for Ralph.
hush up. Yo,
Yeah?
you
It's
don't know
only for
nothing
Ralph.
about me yet. Yo, Rambo, let me maintain my sense of mystery, yeah? You don't know nothing. I might be able to pass off a little claim, little 108 claim.
Yeah.
You might not know. It's
Wait.
lovely, man.
I see 3. No brown or black shoe polish allowed, is it?
So
yeah, so who's eligible?
Yeah,
Who's eligible?
yes. So let's explain this bit. You see, it's based on assets or racial assets, and So what's different as well is that a lot of people screaming for reparations, but they have no model of what to do with it when it arrives. So it'll just be a bloodbath. They just get a big lump sum. It'll just be a bloodbath. Half will be partying, and half will be, there'll be some kind of civil wars. And I think the people paying it off would just sit by and watch people dance themselves to death or fight themselves to death. Setting up a reparations bank is the best way to prepare yourself
to receive.
That's right.
And to hold on to.
That's right. Because I think the point you just made there is about what happened in Turkey. It's amazing how Turkey can hold on to property despite the war.
Exactly. That was shocking.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So all the bullets and guns and people dying, and the paperwork is still there. Sometimes they can hold the paperwork somewhere off. What do they call it? Government in exile. So government exile. So they're not even there on the land. They just set up the government away. The same thing happened with France when Germany was fighting France. The French ran over here to England and set up a government in exile. And when the war is over, they're just ready to step back in and just take control because they're running. They're running their whole
That's
system.
the same with a lot of the Uyghurs in China. They have a government in exile that's based in Turkey. So you might think of them as just Chinese Muslims, but they're not actually just Chinese Muslims.
I see 3. Can you please tell us the percentage, please?
All right. Yeah, I posted them in the.
I know. But they don't know. Like if you speak it out loud.
Yeah. So, therefore, the enslavement of African people, the brand or the name of the asset of the enslaved, they were Negroes, black.
So wait, let me just see. So it's based on your sort of percentage of blackness. So 100% share for full black, 75% share for 3/4 black, 50% share for a half black, 25% share for quarter black, and 12.5% share for an eighth black.
Yeah,
so,
and
okay.
6.25.
So anything below a quadroon, are you including anything? I don't know what slide.
No, it just
16.
keeps going. It keeps going into infinity based on the family line. So you might be only
you're
60.
English, bro. God, you've got a claim, bro. You got a little claim here, bro.
Ethiopians weren't involved.
I reckon. What are you saying, Card? You got a 12.5% thing waiting, bro. You got a nice little.
Not really.
Wait, what? Nah, it's more than it's not. It's more than a 16. So it's like you're like an eighth, or is it a quarter?
It goes by family line, so therefore the small you can go down to 16th black, which means you get 6.25% of a share. Then from 16 it's 30. Yeah.
So what happens if
black,
so long as you got like your great granddad black,
yeah,
and you white, everybody else is white, but your great granddad's black or your great granddad or grandma's white, black, you got a little share.
That's right. That's
you
right.
got a little piece, you boy.
What you say? What you say, Captain? You got like a little 75% check coming, man. You got a little 75 quid coming in, man. You're all right, man.
I could just about get that.
Yeah, you can do that, man.
Yeah,
I'm happy with my 50 still. I'm happy with the 50. I'm happy with the 50 still.
Because that's where this feral comes in. You see, feral, to some people, they see the enslavement of African people and the slave trade as a person. They think it as a personal thing, and the people still suffering as a result of trauma, and so that's more of a personal thing. But it's feral because on the other side, we say, okay, well, let's just go hard business. You know, these are commodities, and blackness or Negroness is an asset. It's a business asset.
It's just business. I think this is
just
Hector's
business.
position. Just business. Just business.
Yeah. So if they want to say, it's just business, okay, it's fine.
It's just business. It's just business. It's just business.
Yeah, that's right.
It's
That's
just
right.
business.
So if you want to talk like it's just business, then we can talk on that level. If you want to talk
we can do that.
emotionally, we can talk on that level. So we got two faces. See, if it's hard assets and hard currency and numbers and value and money that was paid out and what's in the archives, a lot of these banks, some of them have crashed and they're no longer around, but those banks were bought by other banks. So when another bank buys another bank, it takes its assets. So a lot of those are historical records and archives and information.
But what I would ask you, so what happens if Rothschild decides to buy IC3 Bank? Then what happens?
He's not IC3, so he can't buy a share in it.
So what if he says, "Listen, I'll pay you, yeah, right, but don't let the blacks know, yeah, right? I will pay you, yeah, triple, yeah, that, yeah, but you just run it as a black bank. Would you go for it?"
That's what's happening now. That all these so-called black banks, that's the kind of model.
Right.
It won't work with this. It won't work with this
It won't
because
work.
it's totally transparent because it's based on the racial assets.
I hear you, but what I'm trying to say to you, just like anything else that the black people do, we get infiltrated. So I was going to ask you this: so if you had a backhand door, like an offer come, like you see that repatriation money, we make sure you get that. But all we want you to do is just continue having your black stuff, acting like this is for blacks. Would you take that backhand?
It's not possible. It's not
Sure?
possible. Yeah, because
But-
it's actually a machine. You see, it's actually a machine.
Wicked. So this
it's a
machine
machine.
is going to be an anti-corruption bank machine, yeah? Like data, like it's got anti-corruption data, meaning that no matter what the Pentagon, yeah, intelligence is, yeah, they can't hack this
It can't be penetrated.
banking system.
Well,
Wow.
it's more
So-
than that. It's
so
more
Bill
than that.
So Bill Gates, yeah, has got a
They'll
job.
all
in his
try.
hand. Yeah,
I
well, Bill
foresee
Gates
that.
has got a job in his hand. The same
Yeah, I
guy
foresee
who's
that.
going to put the same guy who's going to do the computer. Like, let's if we go get a black computer to run this, we gonna go and use Bill Gates' software to deal with our banking crisis. Wow, this is deep.
Let me put this. This might help to illustrate that issue. Remember, I said claims come in two asset classes: tradable assets and cultural assets. So some of the claims, some of the material might come in as artwork or sculptures or material from archives that cannot be sold on. It will be used for teaching and for healing the community, because it's material of cultural value. But the other side of the bank, it has material coming in that are tradable assets. So if somebody comes in with a case full of dollars and a case full of euro and a case full of diamonds, that's just tradable assets. So how that would be used, that would go to a certain department, and then they would use that to negotiate even with the Rothschilds and say, look, you guys, you may have access to slave records, or I doubt they will, but they might have staff that work for them that have access to particular kinds of information that could actually help in the build-up of another claim. You see, so for example, let me say this. Just let me finish this bit. So just like somebody might leave Lloyd's, and they heard about this Black Reparations Bank, and they heard that they're paying out substantial rewards for any evidence leading towards successful claims, and they might think, wow, reparations, the amount of money or values that's swinging about is massive. If I know about this stuff, if I get this stuff out of the bank and give it to this reparations bank, I might not have to work again, because the size of the claim is so big, so powerful. Wouldn't have to work again. So because they would be able to claim a reward for the material that they bring in, just like crime, how crime works. So they say, look, if you provide any evidence that leads to the conviction of a certain criminal, that they pay you out, don't they? Have you heard that model? Yeah. So that's it. Go on, finish. Go on.
What you gonna say? Dead or alive? I'm just saying this, but what it is now is all those ideas is very good, right? But I kind of realized that if we go to, we would need a computer, yeah. We would need this to be, Yo, Dan, you there?
Fuck.
Yeah. So what I'll say is, we will need a separate computer running on a separate entity. We would need a definitely supercomputer. What can't be hacked by Japan, Russia, America, none of them.
Well, that's only if you build your own and have your own network.
Yeah, because
so I think it'll start off with them.
I think we would need I'll tell you the truth, if we had our own network, our own, maybe satellite, our own stuff, where it can't be bloody hacked or it's got the people in the bank would need to be proper looked at and can't be corrupted, because this bank could be very corrupted very easily, and that's the downfall of it. That's all.
I wouldn't say easy, because the people who are
involved. Because all it takes is somebody to have certain access of the computer profiles who could even sell that. Don't forget,
Yes, I understand that.
Bank was going to go up in its trillions.
Yes,
this thing is going to be trillions, So it will be well worth corrupted. Yeah, the claims is going to be up in its trillions.
Yeah. So let me address that point.
IC3, innit? You're dealing with all the IC3.
All right. Let me address that point. Yeah, let me address that point. So, remember I said that the bank is feral. So the people, but it also has ability to communicate with the domestic or the national different governments and nations. You see, the whole concept of money needs to be looked at. What money is and what value is. You see, once you start looking into what currency is, your mindset is different. And how you handle money. You see, there's certain people understand that, and if they see $1 million, they don't get dizzy. If they see £10 or £50 million, it makes no difference.
Exactly.
There are people like that. It's just like somebody was here on the channel, and they were saying, yeah, there's some people walking around with diamonds in their pockets, in Hatton Garden. You would know. You wouldn't know what they're carrying. I've had lots of people tell me that. So the point I'm making is that if you know that the assets that are coming in are related to your own family history, you have a different view of them. It's not just, you know what I mean? That's like my great, and all your family. It's all down there. You have a different feel for the assets coming in. You have a totally different feel. So it's just like, for example, some of you know about the City of London and the levy. Is it levy companies? There's certain properties down there in the City of London that it doesn't matter how much money you've got, you can't buy them. They're not going to sell it to you. You can't. It doesn't matter. You have to be a member of the order. There's no way. You can't just go in with a big lump, flashing your money about and say, I want to buy this and buy that in the City of London. No. There's certain things down there that are not for sale in that way, because they're connected to a tradition. And I think you all know as well about the concept of the new money. The old money kind of turns its nose up at the new money. Have you heard that as well? So people just come into money, just got rich. It's people that have had wealth for generations. They look at those people differently.
Yo, well, go on, man.
Yes, how you doing?
Just camping, yeah?
Pardon?
Just camping.
Camping. Well, I'm just, over here waiting to listen to the conversation, the flow of the conversation. It's only if they ask me about banking, do I talk about banking, but good to listen to what other people are saying.
Yeah, man. So what are you saying, though, man? You good, yeah?
Yeah, apparently. So how's it going for you? Good? How's it going?
I'm good, man. Yeah, just got in from work and all that.
Oh, right, you just got in. Good. So the question of the day, how do we get the black community gassed like Tommy Robinson does?
Yeah. How does that work?
Whoa. What do you mean by gassed? Do you mean excited, or what do you mean by gassed?
Ready to mobilize,
organize,
organize, ready to meet up at so and so place to do said action, whatever it is, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yeah. It's I suppose what do they call it? Certain personalities. There are certain people that have certain personalities that are good at motivating the people. They're good speakers, or they're just good. They're good speakers, good with their tongue. But we've had people similar in the black community in the past. Yeah, but they came to an unfortunate end. So I suppose it's a character. It's character. It's somebody who's reads or gets a certain amount of information from certain places at a certain time, and it just creates a personality that inspires people. So how do we do it? I think it's about character, really. You know, it's about character, and how do you look after the person that can generate that kind of energy? How can you look after them? You know.
That's crazy, man. Crazy.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. How do you look after the person that galvanizes the crowd?
Because is definitely a target. It's definitely a target because it's power. He's generating power. Yeah. You know all this. You know, Khalid Muhammad was like that. You know, Marcus Garvey is like that. You know all those characters, and then they get people that surround them that can strengthen them even more. So when they arrive, it's the switch goes on, and then they start pulling out all their preset plans. Like the Black Panthers, when they come out, then they had to raise COINTELPRO, and just recently, have you heard of Black Identity Extremists? They've dropped it now because they were under some pressure. But that's just it's another type of COINTELPRO model. So Black Identity Extremists are dangerous, but but they tried it. Then have to take pedal backwards. So if you just look up Black Identity Extremists, so anybody can look it up. It's amazing.
What's the Black Identity Extremists?
Yeah, let me write this down. So let me see. Black Identity Extremists. So, seems I'm heading that way. No, but I'm not good. I can't come under extreme because I'm using their system. Yeah, so it's the FBI fictional. Yeah, so here it is. So in the United States, Black Identity Extremists. In the United States, Black Identity Extremists, BIE, was a designation used by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, from August 2017 to July 2019. So they stopped using it last year.
Right.
It first appeared in a counter-terrorism report dated August the 3rd, 2017, sent to thousands of American police departments, and described safety concerns about allegedly violent African-American activists. The term was discontinued when the FBI merged several classifications under the umbrella term of racially motivated violent extremism. I mean, that sounds strange, isn't it? You start off with a term, and it's Black Identity Extremists. You don't start off with white identity extremists or Asian identity extremists. You know, identity extremists. But it had to be Black Identity Extremists. It's the FBI. It sounds just like Hoover's plan. You know, Black Identity Extremists. So it's the FBI that came out with that. And I saw some of the court cases and some of the people fighting. What's all this about? Black identity extremists, and it seems that they lost out, and then they changed it now to racially motivated violent extremism. So how can you go from black identity extremists to racially motivated violent extremism?
Do you know what? Yeah, it's a bit of a different question. Yeah, it's a bit of a different question, yeah, because I've heard this conversation that you've had this before, yeah, and I haven't really got a new angle to answer them questions, yeah. But I've got a new question. Like, so,
oh, brilliant. Okay.
Yeah, do you ever think that? Ready? Yeah? You got your seatbelt on, yeah?
Okay. Click. Here we go.
Right. So I was asking you, yeah. Do you think or is there a way that the power of money can be taken away?
Yes.
How is the I mean, like,
because
it's
you
worldwide.
You can devalue people's money, a nation's money.
Not a single nation, not a single nation. I mean, like, between nations. So if you if you're so say Britain's trading with America, yeah?
Yeah.
Instead of them trading, they was just exchanging to give each other just better products so they can improve each other's life.
Okay.
How would they what motivation do you think could ever be put in place to turn the world where we trade for money instead of where we trade for excellence?
All right. Okay. Yes. That would be the difference between money and currency. So, I think, just like I think that a lot of the Jewish people and the Muslim people, you know, they can, to illustrate, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but even a lot of the Abrahamic faiths, that you're not allowed to charge interest on a loan if it's amongst your brothers or in-house in the family. But if you're lending money to somebody who's a non-believer or outside the religious family or nation, you can charge them interest. So if America and Great Britain
I didn't mean charge for interest. I mean trading for excellence. So let me give the example, yeah? So both of us are living, so I'm living in Jamaica, say, and you're living in Barbados or whatever, yeah? I've come up with a way to supply engines running on water.
Okay.
Yeah. You've come up with a way to supply I don't know, something that can benefit my island.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give you the engine that that uses water. Yeah, so you can use this water for your engines or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're gonna give me your food. Do you think that there ever be like a time where we're trading for excellence rather than trading for wealth, for personal gain or something like that?
Yes, I believe it can happen. But I think there has to be a clear acknowledgement of identity yet again, because see this word give. I can't remember. I think I was having a discussion with Renegade Ralph on this. Yeah, this word give. See, it's a very dangerous word. Give. No. You see,
that's why I said traded, isn't it? So that's why I started off with we traded with each other, but instead of trading for monetary value, we're trading for excellence. So
Yes, that can happen. Yes, yes, trading. Yes,
because I'm the
trading.
best at making so and so
Yes.
at this product, and we make it the best. We're in my hand. Yeah, we're specialists at making this, so we're going to trade it with you.
Good.
For
Yes,
what you're
yes.
the specialist in
Yeah.
making.
Yeah, as long
so
as you
it's
use that
gonna
word
improve
trade,
both
as long as you use that word trade, yes, but you use the word give.
yeah, but yeah, because I was saying in the trade. So in the trade, yeah, I'm going to hand you. So I'm going to give you the engine, and you're going to give me a product back.
Yes, yes, it'll work. Yes, yeah, because that's part of the original, the old ways. Yes, yes, it'll work. It'll work.
Yeah, but what do you think it could take? Yeah, for
Pardon?
What do you think? What would it take for us to trade for excellence rather than trading for monetary gain, personal gain?
Oh yeah, good. Yes, what it would take is the 3 steps that I mentioned earlier in the beginning of the conversation. 1, clarification on identity. So the reason you're choosing that there must be something common or shared between the people of Jamaica and maybe the Jamaican diaspora. So it could be Jamaican-ness that sparks the root of this trading for excellence, because you have a shared identity in Jamaican-ness. Yes, and then as a result of that shared identity, as I said before, it's then step 2, which means you can organize effectively. Means we can trade for excellence because we have the systems of excellence. Because of our identity, our organization and our communication and our structures are in order, so there's no arguments. So we can move forward in excellence because of the structure, because of the shared identity and the shared cultural values, or whatever reason it is that you decided to team up and trade with another group for excellence rather than just money. And then 3rd, because back again, it's still going to be a bank. So I'd imagine it would be like departments of the same bank. You know, just like when you're working. Yeah, we know when you're working in a company, sometimes one department will buy something from a different department, but they're all in the same company. They're all in the same corporation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. That I hear what you're saying. Yeah, but the only issue I was having there was that why would you, if we're trading excellence for excellence, why would you need a bank? What's the bank for?
Yeah, because in order to achieve excellence and trade, the trade has to be conducted and codified. You know, it's just like people. You have your mates, or your friends and colleagues, and you get on very well, and because your friend keeps his or her word, and you keep your word to them, then that's the foundation of the trading for excellence. So you can lend your friends some of your precious records. You can lend your friends some money. So you can lend them to the records, and you know, they won't be like saying, oh, I can't find it. Or you lend them some money. Do you understand? So when they say, oh yes, you lend me some money, and or whatever you have, and I'll return it next month. So
No, but it's the motivation I'm saying, yeah, is how do we change the motivation from monetary gain to excellence? You get what I'm saying? So when I'm trading, me and you're trading, we're trading for excellence in it. I'm not trading.
That's right.
Like we're trading. So when any of these machines that you buy, yeah, they should be able to they should be lasting longer than 20 years. Do you know what I'm saying?
Correct. Yes.
Until
Yes.
a newer version has to come out. It's not like it's just like, obviously it might have parts that break on it, yeah, but it should all be repairable parts, easily sourceable, and they should, do you know what I mean? That something
Yes.
like that. So we're trading for excellence.
Yes.
It's not for monetary gains. So
Yes. I think trading for excellence is quite an interesting term. Trading for excellence rather than trading for money. As this trading for excellence is quite an interesting term. So trading, I'm understanding trading for excellence would be you're trading in the interests. You're trading for mutual interest. The mutual good. Yes, but sometimes you could be trading with people, and you want to go. You like that's like happened to me many times. You're going to buy a car. You walk into the car showroom. You know you need a car, but you think, oh, geez, man, I just know I'm going to get mugged. But but what can I do? I need a car. I need a car. So there's distrust is there already. You just got to get a car, and they just got to get the money, and you want to get out with the least damage as possible. Because you don't believe that those people actually want to do what's right for you.
Yeah, but bro, I'm removing the money from the I've removed money from the equation. So it's not money no more, it's excellence.
Oh, right. So how do you quantify the excellence then? So if how do you quantify the excellence? Can it be quantified?
The cars that you provide are the best cars that anyone can have. So your engineering, the best engineering. So your engineering is second to none. So you provide the world's cars.
Right. Yeah. So, but you said trading. So therefore, trading for excellence means you must be able to quantify this excellence. And if you're not going to use money, how are you going to quantify the exchange rate?
Well, so it's got to be everything that you're exchanging or everything that you're trading has to have use for the person you're trading it with, innit? So
but it's quantity, isn't there? It's quantity. It's like we're growing sugar cane, and you make electronic components. So you have to decide how many of these electric components do you want per ton or per pound of sugar cane. So I'm going to give I'm going to make the electronic components as best as I can to last as long as I can, and you're going to try and grow the sugar cane on the best soil, and look after them as best as you can. But sooner or later, it's like, well, how many pieces of sugar cane for this piece of electronics? There has to be some numbers involved.
Why? If we're trading for excellence and sustainability.
You're trading though, aren't you? So trading.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That we're trading. I'm giving you the best engineering that I can provide, and you're providing me the best. I don't know, the best meal that I can provide. Something that's, or even if it is that, it's going to be something that's the same sort of level of work to the people that we're trading with, isn't it?
Right. So that has to be measured then. I
Yeah,
understand
but
what
worth
you're saying.
is
Leave
not
the
always.
money out. Leave the money
Yeah,
out.
but not
But
always monetary. Yeah. So worth more might mean usefulness for the people that are there, or in the place that they're trading from.
yes, but it's still going to be depend on how many people, how much do you need, how much do you want, because what you need might not be the same as what you want. So yeah, so some quantification is going to be needed for the exchange, so that both parties are happy. So I don't know, you know, they discuss that amongst themselves, I suppose. I mean, that will happen within the Black Bank, actually, because you might have the Brazilian department talking to the Caribbean department, but because they're both departments of the same bank, that they try to look after each other as best they can because it's family. But there still has to be records of what's being shipped and what's not. So yeah, so interbank relations without money, possibly. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So, like I was trying to explain there, yeah. How do we build a world of trading for excellence, or providing excellence for all of us to live in? So providing the best living environments for us all to live in.
For the whole world, or for the IC3. What do you mean?
Well,
us. What the us? Who the us?
Okay, babe. I'm talking about me and you at the moment, yeah. Like us as in black people, or me and you, yeah. But
yeah,
when I'm talking about the world, I'm talking about everyone, innit? Because that's the world, innit?
Okay.
There's not just black people in the world. It's not just white people in the world. It's not just Chinese people in the world.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But I'm saying that. But yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. That. So if money's gone now, yeah. So there's the monetary gain, and people providing for monetary gains gone, yeah, because now we're living for excellence.
Okay.
Yeah. So the main thing is trying to provide excellence now, rather than trying to provide monetary gain to yourself.
Right.
So what needs to happen, or what do you think it will take for us to live in a world where people are trying to provide excellence rather than monetary gains?
Oh, right. Yes, competition. It has to be the effective management of competition. Competition must be sustained, because competition is part of our psychological and physical makeup. That's why people love watching the Olympics and so on. So there could be another group, and the way to foster relationships, good relationships with the group outside of your group, is to have healthy competition rather than war. So yeah, so you each group must be proud of who they are, and then they can come to the racetrack and run in their own lane.
Yeah, when you say competition rather than war, what does that mean?
It means you have a world of more sophisticated games that satisfy the human need to excel and to push oneself. So just like, yeah, a bit like the Olympic Games, but not just the Olympic Games, not just for the physical, you know, there'll be other games as well. Yeah, it's just games rather than, so it's a management of hostilities, the effective management of any hostility that might arise should be managed by a number of games that the two parties agree on. There must be challenges rather than trying to drug people out or lobotomize them or cut out part of their brain so that they don't want to fight. Fighting is part of challenging is part of what makes us human.
Fighting.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't say fighting. Challenging. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can challenge yourself by innovation and creation in the search for excellence, rather than waging war and deprivation.
Of course, that's right. But that's still a challenge, you see. It's not just, you're not only challenging yourself. You know, if you have two groups of scientists and they're both trying to find a cure, you know, they're all working hard, look at the data, and they're competing with each other. But they just compete with each other in a different way. They compete with each other in the laboratory, but it's still competition. I mean, that's what they do when they're trying to win funding. That's what they're trying to do, don't they?
But this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, how do we create, or how does this mindset get developed where the world is trying to provide excellence rather than to sort of understand the road I'm trying to go down, rather than
I suppose
drain, because it just seems like right now it's everyone sort of just cares about themselves, sort of thing, innit? Every man for themselves, and I'm just gonna try and grab as much as I can for whatever, and then that can only go one way for so long, innit? So there's going to be a time where obviously people are going to have to come to realization that for us to have a world to live in, we're going to have to be able to start sustaining and looking after the world, innit? So we're going to have to start providing stuff to make our lives better in the world, rather than having like homeless people and drug addicts and people killing because they're so poor, stuff like that. That's what I'm trying to say.
What do you think of this as an answer? If the world, people of the world, see like traveling to the stars is an ambition, then everybody can become valuable. See, but if we're like in a fishbowl, then we're just going to fight each other and just try and, because there's no vision. You need a vision that's off the planet. You need a vision that's off the planet, and then you can inspire everybody on the planet to work together effectively. But if the vision is just to be the best on the planet, and to keep people bogged down, then life is cheap. You know, who cares if people starve to death? You know, as long as you're on top, you and your family are on top, then you don't really. What does it really matter? Because you're only seeing this world, and you just want to rule this world. But if you perceive of a way of preserving everybody's identity as best as you can, and then try to harness the powers of those identities, communities, and nations working together on a project. Well, it's just like space. They have the International Space Station.
ISS.
Yeah. So it's that you know. So it's just moving that even further. Or you get to a point where
we've got the International Space Station now, yeah. We've got the International Space Station now, yeah.
Yeah.
A joint nation project that's been worked on.
Yeah.
For us to view space and make even more scientific discoveries or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's still not been able to end some of the